Gao Feng, a restaurant entrepreneur who went bankrupt under the impact of the pandemic, finds himself in a desperate situation, being pressured for rent by his landlord and betrayed by his girlfriend. However, a turning point in fate quietly arrives as he unexpectedly binds to the anti-lick dog system. As long as he rejects unreasonable emotional manipulation and material demands from women, he can gain wealth, skills, and opportunities. From fiercely rejecting the entanglement of a gold digger to decisively countering the tactics of a green tea bitch to win enormous wealth, Gao Feng uses the power of the system to make a comeback. When his ex-girlfriend, who once abandoned him, regrets her decision and begs for reconciliation, he transforms into a high-flying success, becoming the #1 wealthy figure. Online, stars, big shots, and dignitaries all refer to him as the toughest man. Chapter 1. A man must be tough. Anti-lick dog system activated. How did you get past the initial selection with such a resume? H.R. Wong Manny tapped the table with her scarlet-painted fingers, her eyes sweeping over Gao Feng's wrinkled shirt, a faint smirk playing on her lips. This woman's chest was fuller than his bank account balance, but her words were more piercing than icy water in winter. The contempt from the other party was too obvious. Gao Feng wasn't angry. He was already numb. It was as if he had foreseen the outcome before coming, with no surprise whatsoever. This was already the 20th time he had been rejected this month. Standing in the elevator of the apartment complex, the shiny metal door reflected his image, leaving him frozen in place. The once triangular shoulders that could squash mosquitoes now hung limply on his frame, like an old suit hanging crookedly. The light in his eyes had long extinguished, leaving only numbness and murkiness. Where was the shadow of a new restaurant tycoon earning $1 million annually? In a daze, his girlfriend Zhang Li snuggled affectionately in his arms, her spirited demeanor flashing before his eyes. He was unwilling to accept it. If he had a startup capital, he could surely make a comeback. He wouldn't have to endure the disdain of such people here. Once he became wealthy, he wouldn't even spare a glance at women who looked down on others. Chapter 2. Cash Reward. Earning money seems easy. He took off his already tattered shirt, revealing his solid 8-pack abs. Gao Feng couldn't help but press on them. Hard as steel. This was the strong physique he had always dreamed of. Ding! The host has remained true to himself and rejected the beauty suggestion, rewarding him with 100,000 renminbi and increasing his physical condition by 20. Huh. Gao Feng couldn't help but laugh. This wealthy system was really thoughtful. Just now, he felt a bit regretful that the reward was Douyin coins instead of RMB. Now, RMB had come. It turned out that as long as he stayed true to himself, he could receive rewards that the surge of heat swept over him, accompanied by a strong feeling of hunger. He felt like he could swallow a cow. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the hot pot restaurant at the entrance of the community. The proprietress was a charming, mature woman. Handsome, are you here alone today? Gao Feng nodded. He used to come here with Zhang Li. They were both quite familiar with each other. Sister Yang, bring out whatever is quick. I'm hungry. Sister Yang nodded and smiled. Sit by the air conditioning. It's cool there. An hour later, Gao Feng stared blankly at the several empty plates on the table. He had already eaten 5 large bowls of rice, and the buttery aroma of the copper pot's hot meat still lingered on his tongue, but his stomach was still clamoring for more. Chapter 3. Has Gao Feng's luck turned around? If it weren't for the fact that the manager is also a woman, she would have thought she encountered some hidden rules. After all, this is her first deal. She is determined to make it a success. Originally, she wanted to invite Gao Feng to come tomorrow morning, so the manager could give her some pointers. But since Gao Feng declined, she had to go for it on her own. Sister Wang, I have no experience and don't know what to pay attention to when receiving guests. Can you teach me? Bai Bingbing asked softly. Ha! Just look at Hu Meyer and learn from her, Sister Wang replied. Hu Meyer is the top salesperson at this 4S store. A woman whose name fits her perfectly, both seductive and charming. Bai Bingbing looked up and saw Hu Meyer walking towards a plump middle-aged man with a smile. Manager Wang, you're right on time. Please come and sit here. Manager Wang's eyes lit up when he saw Hu Meyer approaching in her fitted business attire. Ha! I can't let a beauty wait for me. I cherish beautiful women, Manager Wang said with a greasy smile. But Hu Meyer giggled and replied, Oh, I'm a service staff. Providing good service is my job. Would you like some coffee? I can get someone to pour you a cup. Chapter 4. By Bingbing's awakening, please sit for a moment. I will get the paperwork for you. Soon, she returned to the sofa with the relevant documents for Gao Feng to sign. Normally, they should check the car first before handling the paperwork to avoid any disputes. But since both were inexperienced, they directly went to the last step. Once all the paperwork was completed, Bai Bingbing took Gao Feng to pick up the car. On the way, Gao Feng had already looked up information about this model online. When he saw this powerful and imposing large SUV, he was not surprised. He already liked SUVs, and the system's reward was just what he wanted. Now, this car completely belonged to him. Mr. Gao, here is the temporary license plate. I've helped you put it on, Bai Bingbing said sweetly. At this moment, she felt everything was going smoothly and was much more relaxed than at the beginning. The official license plate has already been issued. You can pick it up anytime. Gao Feng nodded and asked, "Can I pick it up today?" "It should be possible," she replied. Gao Feng glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "Then let us go now." Bai Bingbing's mouth opened slightly. She hadn't thought about accompanying him. But Sister Wang's words were still in her ears, and she couldn't refuse the invitation of this rich second generation. Chapter 5. Meeting the ex-girlfriend Zhang. Li, please don't misunderstand. I have been here for 3 months, and you're my first client, so I'm very grateful to you, Bai Bingbing quickly explained, fearing Gao Feng might misunderstand. It was her first time being so proactive, and her little heart couldn't handle too much stimulation. Her face turned red. Gao Feng stared at the stunning Bai Bingbing, and a wave of desire surged in his heart. It had been 3 months since he had any intimacy, and he was quite thirsty. He wasn't a casual person, but for some reason, he didn't want to think too much now. Let's do it now. Now. Bai Bingbing looked up in shock. It's 4 p.m. now. Isn't it a bit early for dinner? I need to buy some clothes. You can help me with some advice. Gao Feng changed the topic without exposing her thoughts. He hadn't planned to attend the class reunion, but the situation was different now. He had to go to this reunion and return the money to Li Yanran in person. Since he was going, he needed to dress up nicely. Bai Bingbing's initially tense mood gradually calmed down. The two arrived at the famous Tycoon Li, where various high-end shopping malls were lined up, and fashionable young men and women filled the streets. As they walked through the mall, Bai Bingbing tugged at her professional dress, feeling a bit shy. Chapter 6. The ex-girlfriend's defense is broken. The fresh new love Mosey tugged at Zhang Li's sleeve, signaling her to look at Gao Feng's outfit. Only then did Zhang Li notice the style of Gao Feng's clothing. Isn't this the LV summer new collection? Can Gao Feng afford clothes worth tens of thousands? Even when he had money before, he wouldn't have splurged like that. She looked Gao Feng up and down in disbelief and asked, "Where did you get the money?" 3 months ago, Gao Feng not only lost all his savings but also fell into massive debt. He even sold his old car. How could someone like him recover so quickly? The drama of romantic entanglements is always entertaining to watch, and many customers in the store were curiously watching. Gao Feng, however, felt a bit impatient and shot her a cold glare. "My business has nothing to do with you. What gave you the right to speak to me? You're lying. You didn't go bankrupt, did you?" Zhang Li said angrily. She could only think of that possibility. Could it be that Gao Feng was tired of her and pretended to be bankrupt to break up with her? No, that's impossible. She knew Gao Feng too well. He couldn't act that well in front of her. It must be that he was being supported by someone else. With Gao Feng's looks and talent, being a kept man would suit him perfectly. Chapter 7. He still loves me. I want to win back this relationship. Mosey and Zhang Li walked out of the mall. After their awkward escape from the LV store, they lost their desire to shop. After a reluctant stroll, they left. This mall was filled with international brands. It was fine to look, but they couldn't afford to buy. Zhang Li remained distracted while Mosey chattered on. Zhang Li, this Gao Feng is definitely a deeply hidden, rich second generation. Didn't you ask him about his family background before? Mosey concluded after thinking for a long time. The scene at noon just shows Gao Feng was young and impulsive, but spending over 20,000 isn't too much. However, what just happened indicates that Gao Feng is definitely not simple. She didn't believe Gao Feng could start from scratch and rebuild. That is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Zhang Li shook her head in confusion. She had been with Gao Feng for 3 years, valuing only his income and not caring about his family background. An income of over $1 million a year made him seem reliable. Although he was a bit stingy, he treated her really well. She had thought about being with Gao Feng for a lifetime, sharing both honor and disgrace. But since Gao Feng's career fell apart, she realized she had overestimated herself. She couldn't afford the clothes she liked, and even makeup was something she hesitated to buy too much of. Going out for a nice meal required careful consideration. Chapter 8. Encountering a food streamer. Zhang Li raised her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she murmured, "Still living in Juan community. He loves me. He must be reluctant to part." Zhang Li had forgotten how cold-hearted she had been back then. The words she spoke were so hurtful. At that time, she was determined to shake off Gao Feng. This useless man. She found fault with everything he did. Gao Feng cooked every day and cleaned the house, yet she constantly criticized him. The floor wasn't clean enough. Things were thrown around. He didn't wash his feet before getting into bed. In short, he could do nothing right. She even said Gao Feng was worthless, that he might as well become a gigolo. Coupled with his sister's incident, Gao Feng was completely disheartened and agreed to break up. Let's go. I'm going to GUN community to wait for him now. Zhongli stood up to leave, but was stopped by Moz. Lear, in your current state, how can you compare to that little fox? Let's go get a beauty treatment, style your hair, and change into something sexy before we go. Zhang Li's eyes instantly lit up, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I want to look beautiful. Only I can satisfy him. That little SLT, she clearly can't handle the pressure. Gao Feng is mine, and will always be mine. Chapter 9, can we take advantage of the beautiful streamer? Duo followed Gao Feng back, and took a look at his level. Level 1, it seemed he really didn't play Domi much. Brother, are you interested in shooting a collaboration video with me? Gao Feng's heart stirred slightly. His digestive capacity could be described as that of a human beast. With his physique, if he did a food stream, he would probably be unmatched. If he didn't have the system, it would be a way out. Brother, I'm about to challenge myself to eat a complete 68-pound E-star grouper. Can you help me? Upon hearing this, Bai Bingbing beside her was taken aback, her mouth agape. 68 pounds of E-star grouper? Not to mention how much it's worth, this thing is almost heavier than the girl in front of me. Can she finish it? Following Duo's pointing direction, Gao Feng turned to look. In the center of a 2-meter diameter dining table, a giant golden-red E-star grouper was placed on a mountain of ice, its fish eyes wide open gazing down at the world. After pondering for a moment, Gao Feng shook his head. Duo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Brother, then it's okay. I hope you can support me when I go live later. Gao Feng watched as Duo returned to the dining table and started the live stream, falling into deep thought. With the system, he wouldn't lack money in the future. Would doing a food stream be foolish? Chapter 10 Book Me, a presidential suite. Duo stared at the screen in disbelief, utterly stunned. This was her first time receiving a carnival, and it was 10 of them. Climb a peak? Wasn't that the handsome guy she just met? She instinctively turned to look at Gao Feng. Let's go. Gao Feng didn't want to be on camera, and seeing Duo looking over, he took Bai Bingbing and left the restaurant. Until they got into the car, the system didn't give any prompts. This made Gao Feng, who wanted to take advantage, feel a bit disappointed. It seemed that this system's rewards couldn't be triggered by everyone. Or perhaps, his actions didn't meet the system's requirements. So far, he had received rewards from 3 people. The first was his ex-girlfriend Zhongli. Her moments made Gao Feng realize his true feelings, activating the system and changing his fate. Zhongli had the deepest bond with him, and his dog-licking value came from her. It was very reasonable to receive rewards from her. The second was Moz and Yangwei. The system rewarded him when faced with their provocations. The third was Bai Bingbing. Because of her, he had already received hundreds of thousands of RMB. A true money-bringing child. What was the common point that triggered these rewards? Chapter 11, only a true beauty can trigger system rewards. Even the Hilton, a 5-star hotel, looked down on people. Wasn't his outfit expensive enough? Or did they think he was too young? What? Afraid I can't afford it? Gao Feng's tone turned cold, and the atmosphere became tense. The young lady was flustered. Stuttering, I'm sorry, sir. This presidential suite has been booked by someone else, and can only be occupied for 1 night. Is that okay? Gao Feng frowned. He just wanted to stay a few more days to experience the life of a rich man. Why was he so unlucky? Gao Feng had never stayed in a 5-star hotel and truly didn't know that such a practice was against the rules. While he was pondering, a capable figure walked briskly from not far away. She walked up to the front desk girl and gently patted her shoulder. The girl turned around, her face instantly turning pale. You can leave now. The newcomer spoke briefly, but with an undeniable authority. The girl lowered her head, her expression dim, silently retreating to the side. The newcomer turned to Gao Feng with an apologetic smile. Sir, I sincerely apologize. This is a serious oversight on our part. According to hotel regulations, this type of room should not have been recommended to you. As an apology, we are willing to offer you 3 days of free accommodation in our ultra-luxurious executive suite. Chapter 12, Ultimate Comfort, Generous Rewards. In that moment, it felt as if the tongue lightly touched a perfectly ripe berry, a hint of sweetness quietly spreading at the corners of the lips. Just as Gao Feng had imagined the taste. She was very inexperienced, completely not a match for Gao Feng, who had been through many battles. In their verbal sparring, She was always at a disadvantage. But she had one advantage. She was unyielding despite repeated defeats. Such an opponent was extremely appealing to Gao Feng. The TV in the living room was playing the Three Kingdoms. Changshan Zhao Zilong, with his spear, fought through enemy camps, killing 7 times in and out. By the narrow bridge, Zhang Fei with his fierce eyes wielded his 8-foot snake spear. With a loud shout, the enemy collapsed in a rout, and he laughed heartily. Ding! By Bingbing's favorability, towards you reached 80 points, triggering a rich reward. Reward: 10,000,000 RMB. The reward is located in a villa at the Xiatangshan Hot Springs. The suite has a spacious balcony, and Gao Feng sat in a lounge chair, contemplating this newly appeared favorability. Literally, it means the depth of Bai Bingbing's feelings for him. Gao Feng was purely driven by lust, having feelings, but not much. He initially thought Bai Bingbing's proactive approach was just a reward for buying a car. He had heard that women selling luxury cars often acted this way. Chapter 13, I don't have this condition. It's a certain loss, MS. Chung introduced products all night and was already very tired. She planned to say a few more words before ending the broadcast. But this invincible battle god is one of her top 10 fans. His request cannot be easily refused. Moreover, regardless of the outcome of the PK, she can earn a little money. So why not? Battle god, it's too late now, so I won't find a beauty streamer for PK. How about a random match? Invincible battle god level 53. Sure. Ding. Streamer Ms. Chung is conducting a random PK. Match successful. Streamer Ms. Chung versus streamer Xiang Jingjing. The screen automatically split into 2 sides, revealing a cold face on the right. Xiang Jingjing. She's just a small streamer, with only a few dozen people in her live room. When she saw the number of online viewers in Ms. Cheng's room, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Ms. Chung also felt a bit helpless. 5,000 against dozens. There was really no need for a PK. She didn't know how the system matched them, why it found such a small streamer. Sister, do you want a PK? PK? Xiang Jingjing's face showed hesitation. But Gao Feng's eyes flickered. This Xiang Jingjing had a pretty good appearance, scoring about 90 points. Chapter 14, Strongly Crushing. Climbing high to the peak level 1, sent a golden dragon 1. The cool special effects burst forth in the live room, instantly raising the health bar and suppressing the opponent. The entire live room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. A level 1 whiteboard was actually a big shot. Who would have thought? It couldn't be some wealthy person's alternate account, right? Viewers from both live rooms shared this thought. Climbing high to the peak, thank you for your support. Xiang Jingjing reacted. Her cold little face turned red, excitedly expressing her gratitude. Who would have thought that a level 1 whiteboard could be so generous? This was 10,000 Do coins, worth 1,000 RMB. She had never received such a large tip before. Was this the feeling of being cared for by a big brother? In her most desperate moment, he provided her with strong support. Jingjing remembered her initial promise, her cheeks flushing. At this moment, the bullet screen started flooding. Jingjing bowed down. I've never seen such a beautiful girl bow down. Can't wait to see. Thanks to climbing high to the peak, allowing us to enjoy a royal experience. Thanks to Do Daddy, letting us poor guys see such a high-level beauty kneel. Chapter 15. First diplomacy, fluent in Japanese PK time arrived. Ms. Chung lost. Ding. The host's first battle was victorious. Keep it up. Reward Do coins 10,000,000. Yay, we won. Xiang Jingjing excitedly stood up, waving her little fists in the air. She felt like she had reached the peak. This sense of satisfaction surged like a tide, crashing against her heart in waves. If the big brother were present, she didn't know what incredible thing she would do. Ms. Chung calmed her emotions and smiled. Oh, little sister, you really are amazing. I lost. Xiang Jingjing returned to her computer, excitedly saying, I didn't expect it either. I'm so happy. Well, then sister, I'm going to confess. I wonder if I can get climbing high to the peak to come on the mic? Xiang Jingjing was stunned. She instinctively felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. But the bet was proposed by her, and the other party was fulfilling their promise, so it seemed there was nothing wrong. She looked at her live room. The number of viewers had finally surpassed 1,000, and climbing high to the peak, his name was prominently displayed at the top. Brother, do you want to come on the mic? Chapter 16. Rose Garden Villa. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Gao Feng, lazily dressed in a bathrobe, opened the door. A hotel staff member stood at the door, pushing a food cart. Mr. Gao, this is your breakfast order. Come in. Gao Feng nodded, gesturing for the person to enter. The staff member entered the living room, laid out all the meals on the dining table, and respectfully said, "Please enjoy. Let us know when you're done so we can clean up." Gao Feng closed the door, walked to the dining table, and began to eat heartily. He was physically strong, but his consumption was also significant, requiring plenty of energy replenishment. Bai Bingbing had been worn out by him and would probably sleep for a day, so he wouldn't disturb her. Ding, ding, ding. While he was dining, the phone rang. Gao Feng reached out to answer. "Hello, is this Mr. Gao?" A pleasant voice came through. What's the matter?" Gao Feng continued eating. "Hello, the watch you ordered from our store has arrived. When will be a convenient time for you to come by?" Gao Feng then remembered that the system had rewarded him with a watch. He thought he didn't need it and almost forgot about it. Although Gao Feng had money now, he still didn't possess the mindset of a wealthy person. Chapter 17. A billion-yuan villa. Wang Chao forcefully shoved the girl away, angrily saying, "Are you stupid? Can't understand human language? With your looks, do you think I would buy a villa for you? You don't deserve it." The girl, ignoring Lin Wan, hugged Wang Chao's arm and cried, "Young Master Wang, I was greedy. I don't want the villa anymore. Let's go to Ningguan Jiyuan we looked at last time. Buying about 100 square meters would be enough." 100 square meters? Are you worth 8 million? Wang Chao said coldly, disdainfully. Then what do you mean? Want a freeload? The girl completely dropped her act. Freeload? In these past few months, I've spent quite a bit of money on you, adding up to over 100,000, right? Wang Chao looked the girl up and down and continued. And last time, you told me your mother was sick and needed surgery. I lent you 100,000. Pay me back immediately. The girl was stunned, murmuring, "Wasn't that a gift from you?" "Gift? I have records. That was a loan." Wang Chao shook his head, turned to look at Lin Wan, and suddenly changed his expression, smiling. "Sorry. Let you see a joke. I'll contact you later." What could Lin Wan say? She could only smile politely. Wang Chao walked out of the sales office, ignoring the girl beside him. Chapter 18. Buying another house. Lin Wan nodded and smiled. "We are not allowed to disclose resident information. You will meet them once you move in." She pointed to a spot not far away and whispered, "Look over there. That's a professional golf course. You can go play when you have time." Gao Feng nodded slightly. He had never played golf and didn't understand it. However, with his current physical condition, he could quickly pick up any sport, not to mention his speed, reflexes, and extraordinary strength. No matter what event he participated in, he would surely be a world champion. He was no longer human. The community was large, and it took them a full 10 minutes to stop in front of a villa. This villa was a typical European style, luxurious and grand. "This is your private garden, 500 square meters, equipped with a swimming pool," Lin Wan said as she led Gao Feng into the courtyard, pointing out the greenery. "It's divided into 3 areas: the leisure area, the greenery area, and the viewing area. This villa is one of the top 3, already renovated. If you don't like it, you can redecorate." The villa had 4 floors, with a basement that served as an entertainment and leisure area, including an underground garage. The 3 floors above contained 8 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. Chapter 19. A house for you. Gao Feng smiled indulgently, stood up, and walked to the entrance of the sales office. He then saw 2 young girls standing by the roadside. One of them, dressed in a blue dress with long hair cascading down, was his sister, Gaolan. Turning around to look back as Gao Feng spoke, Gaolan turned and saw him smiling. "Brother." Gaolan immediately walked over, her face full of surprise as she looked him up and down. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? How did you become so handsome?" Gaolan was puzzled, but couldn't hide her pride in her brother's looks. She pulled over the girl next to her and introduced, "This is Xiao Yu, my best friend. This is my brother Gao Feng." Gao Feng nodded at Xiao Yu as a greeting. Xiao Yu secretly glanced at Gao Feng, her face turning red as she looked down. "Brother, why did you suddenly come here to see me? Did something happen?" Gaolan looked at Gao Feng, questioning. This brother hadn't contacted her for months, and whenever they spoke on the phone, it was just a few words before hanging up. She was worried and had planned to visit him after her holiday in a couple of days. Gao Feng smiled and ruffled her hair. Chapter 20. The Campus Belle Lu Qing. The world is surprisingly small. He had just seen her online yesterday and met her in real life today. Last night, he quietly added her private message and sent several messages, but he had no time to check them. "Brother, this is Li Wenjing and this is Lei Er. Both my roommates." Gao Lan introduced her 2 friends to Gao Feng. Lei Er was very enthusiastic, while Li Wenjing was aloof, completely different from her performance last night. Gao Feng stayed alone on the balcony. The 4 girls gathered together to explore the new house. "Gao Lan, you're hiding too deep. Layer exclaimed as she looked at the spacious and bright kitchen. This kitchen is at least 30 square meters. The cabinets are clean and beautiful, solid. It's definitely a well-known brand. Dishwashers, ovens, and other kitchen appliances are all complete. Just these things alone must cost over $100,000. Meanwhile, Gaolan at school wore clothes and used cosmetics similar to Layer's. Who would have thought she was a hidden, rich second generation? Li Wenjing had rented a room off campus for live streaming, but it was an old, rundown place, and compared to this house, it was like a slum. She turned a glance at Gao Feng on the balcony and sighed. Gaolan, your family is so wealthy. How come your living expenses are so little? Chapter 21. Confession in the Cafeteria. Gao Feng didn't know what past conflicts existed among the girls. He had no intention of getting involved. Although rejecting Lu Qing's goodwill might cause him to miss a potential connection, his sister was the most important. He picked up Gaolan's meal card and stood up to get food. Gaolan proudly looked at Lu Qing and said, Lu Qing, there are so many seats in the cafeteria. Why do you have to sit next to my brother? Lu Qing lifted her gaze, a slight ripple in her eyes, and said lightly, only this spot was available just now. Gaolan looked up and scanned the area. It was mealtime, and all the tables were basically full. She swallowed her words and didn't try to drive Lu Qing away. After all, this was the cafeteria, a public space. She didn't have the right to chase anyone away. Don't set your sights on my brother. He wouldn't like you. Lu Qing wasn't annoyed and casually glanced at her, softly saying, Are you a brother complex? Gaolan immediately flared up, angrily retorting, You're the one with a brother complex. I don't have a brother. Having one more is fine. As long as I'm here, you can forget about it. Gaolan was suddenly anxious. She knew Lu Qing's charm was immense, and she could easily attract boys. Chapter 22. Calling Mom. However, he thought back to when he was in college. He wasn't any different. How many boys pursued Li Yanran? There were plenty of jealous rivalries that led to fights. And then there was Wang Chao, who often harassed Li Yanran because of his wealthy background. He also remembered that the chubby guy from their dorm secretly had a crush on Li Yanran and had been warned by Wang Chao. Even he had almost been targeted. Such memories of youth. Thinking about the class reunion tomorrow night, he originally had little interest, but now felt a bit of anticipation. Who doesn't have a vanity to show off their success? He still hadn't repaid the money he owed Li Yanran. He had planned to give it to her in person tomorrow night. How childish. Truly strong people don't care about these things. Gao Feng pulled out his phone and transferred the 200,000 he owed Li Yanran. Ding. The host's thoughts became more mature and powerful. Rewarding the skill who understands a woman's heart, beginner. Lick dog value 3. Gao Feng was slightly taken aback. There's also a reward for this? His lick dog value had dropped to 35 points, and there was no short-term risk of losing the system. Who understands a woman's heart? He remembered watching a movie where the male lead seemed to have that ability. Chapter 23. A family should be together. You bought a house? This news was like a bombshell, shocking even his father. He snatched the phone and began to ask. Houses in Kyoto are so expensive. How big is the house you bought? How much did it cost? How much is the monthly mortgage? Is it very stressful? Have you renovated it? Do you want me to help you supervise the renovation? I tell you, renovations must have someone watching, otherwise things can go wrong. The usually taciturn father also switched to chatter mode. Dad, my business is very profitable. I bought the house in full, and it's under Gao Lan's name. It's a gift for her. What? His father was stunned. Not only did his son buy a house in full, but he also gave it to Gao Lan. What about him? It's not that he values sons over daughters. But how can a man get married and have children without a house? Daughters are different. They can still get married without a house. How big is the house you bought? How can you get to Lan first? If you have money, you should buy a set for yourself first for marriage and children, and then buy a smaller one for Lan. A girl having a house before marriage will be a target for others. Gao Feng smiled and listened to his father's words before speaking. Chapter 24. The relentless Zhang Li. Gao Feng was unaware of the amusing incident behind him. When he returned to the room, Bai Bingbing was sitting at the dining table, nibbling on dessert. Upon seeing Gao Feng, a smile instantly appeared on her face. Bai Bingbing woke up to find the room empty, which made her feel a bit lost. They say men are heartless, and it seems to be true. Even the luxury and comfort of the presidential suite couldn't make her happy. It wasn't until she received a message from Gao Feng that she felt a bit better. She wanted to return to work at the store, but her body was not cooperating. Moreover, Gao Feng asked her to wait, so she couldn't leave. By noon, she was actually hungry but didn't dare to order. The food here was too expensive, and she couldn't bring herself to spend. If it weren't for Gao Feng ordering lunch for her, she might still be hungry. Gao Feng sat down next to her. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? He glanced at the food on the table and smiled. Bai Bingbing leaned softly against him, her breathing quickening. I just started eating. Oh, then keep eating. I'll eat with you. This was Western food, with large portions and many varieties. The large dining table was filled to the brim. With Bai Bingbing's appetite, being able to finish 10 would be impressive. Gao Feng happened to not be full, so he decided to have another meal. Chapter 25, Like the Moon Goddess. Bai Bingbing's fear yesterday at the LV store. Bai Bingbing was also one of the parties involved. She could guess the story between the two. A rich second generation wanted pure love and chose to conceal his identity, while the woman gave him up because of his poverty. It was indeed a bit melodramatic. But thinking back, isn't her own situation quite melodramatic? Just after their first meeting, she ended up in the same bed, having given her preserved purity of over 20 years. She hoped her adventure wouldn't have a tragic ending. Bai Bingbing pressed her face tightly against Gao Feng's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, like the rhythm of the ocean. Waves upon waves, powerful, washing over her body. Gradually, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, the room was pitch black. Only the light from outside filtered through the curtains, falling onto the sheets. Her face instantly turned pale. A sense of panic of being abandoned surged in her heart. Bai Bingbing jumped out of bed, searching everywhere for Gao Feng. Finally, she found him on the balcony. Gao Feng was lying on the balcony chair, seemingly browsing his phone. Her appearance startled him awake. Gao Feng looked at the anxious Bai Bingbing, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 26, The Classical Beauty Gong Yu with just one glance. Gao Feng knew this was his car. Not because it was the only one in the garage, but because its license plate was already hung, Jing in 16888. This style was definitely the system's doing, no doubt about it. It was a red Honda RC213 VS, flamboyant like a blazing flame. Everything for this bike was already taken care of, including the HRC racing kit and all equipment from internationally renowned brands. Once you finish inspecting the car, you just need to sign, and you can take it away. Gao Feng approached and gently touched the car's body. His fingertips slid across the cold shell, sending a tingling sensation through him. This bike truly lived up to its reputation as a track-level motorcycle. It was different from ordinary vehicles. The Patek Philippe store was located in the bustling Shidon area. Inside the spacious and bright shop, there were only 2 customers. Several glamorous salespeople were doing their daily work behind the counter. Gongyu, how about we go for hot pot at noon? No, the smell is too strong. Gongyu replied without looking back, dismissing it outright. In their line of work, catering to a high-quality clientele, carrying the smell of hot pot was obviously unacceptable. Then how about we go for Japanese food? A new place opened in Xianmen, and they have a promotion now. Chapter 27, High-Speed Racing at Noon. Traffic was severely congested. A red and white motorcycle weaved through the traffic. Thanks to his superhuman physique, he maneuvered the nearly 200-kilogram vehicle as if it were an extension of his body. The cars beside him were crawling like turtles, while he was like a swimming fish, moving forward effortlessly. Gao Feng thoroughly enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of speed. However, on these city roads, he couldn't fully showcase the bike's incredible horsepower. Suddenly, he wanted to hit the highway for a spin. Why not? Ahead was the exit to the highway. Gao Feng slightly leaned right and turned onto the highway. 3 minutes later, he was on the spacious highway. This mechanical beast broke free from its constraints, and the powerful 200 horsepower finally revealed its fangs. Gao Feng's eyes burned with excitement as he unhesitatingly twisted the throttle to the max. In an instant, the wind roared past his ears like a surging tide, whistling sharply. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the engine, the needle on the dashboard rapidly climbed. It instantly broke through 200 kilometers per hour and continued to surge towards an even higher number. This high-performance sports bike, equipped with GP racing technology, displayed astounding stability at such high speeds. Chapter 28. This grudge must be repaid. The police officer looked at Gao Feng again and said in a deep voice, "He kicked your car. Do you need to claim compensation?" Gao Feng stepped forward and touched the mark. It was just dust. The car was unharmed. "The car is fine. Forget it." Gao Feng was too lazy to fuss about. His time wasn't wasted here. The police officer looked at Lu Hao and asked, "What about you?" Lu Hao lowered his head, suppressing the resentment in his eyes. He quietly said, "I'm fine too." After giving a few words of warning, the police officer let everyone disperse. Gao Feng lost his mood for street racing and drove through the service area, heading back to Kyoto. Lu Hao went to a supermarket to buy some diapers. He walked to the front of the car and threw the diapers inside, angrily saying, "Clean it up for me." Then, he took out his phone and made a call. "Big brother, I was beaten today. I remember his license plate number. Find out his information. I want to take revenge personally." "Okay, thanks, big brother." After hanging up, he smiled coldly. "Don't think you can escape. Even if you run to the North Pole, I'll still take my revenge." Gao Feng spent half an hour, got off the highway, and found a barbecue restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal. He didn't care about the earlier incident. Chapter 29. Class reunion. The short-haired man and the long-haired man exchanged glances and whispered, "So, the risks in the restaurant business aren't small. It's not pure profit." Wang Chao nodded, saying, "A couple of years ago, as long as you were willing to work hard, you can make money without much problem. The logic has changed now. Running a restaurant requires scaling up and going chain. This way, the ability to resist risk increases, and you won't go bankrupt with just a gust of wind." Gao Feng is a typical failure case. He looked at the two classmates and smiled. "I already have 3 restaurants open and am preparing to open 3 more branches. If you're interested, you can consider franchising." Although Wang Chao had some money, it wasn't much. The main purpose of organizing the gathering was to promote the franchise. After all the hard work in the restaurant business, how fast can you make money compared to franchising? These classmates are all his potential targets. The short-haired man and the long-haired man were naturally interested and couldn't help but ask about the specific details. An investment of 2 million for a store? This amount shocked the two. "Hee, do you see the decoration and the area? Is 2 million too much?" Wang Chao pointed at the restaurant. This restaurant is the largest and most luxurious among his 3 stores. Chapter 30. Unrelated people. Please leave. The chubby guy opened his mouth wide and nervously stood up. Gao Feng turned around and saw a graceful figure. "Yinran, you came?" Li Yinran was dressed in a simple t-shirt and denim shorts, her long legs standing straight behind Gao Feng. She glanced at Gao Feng, her eyes showing a hint of surprise, clearly shocked by his current looks. She walked to the side sofa and set down her small handbag. Turning her head to look at the dazed chubby guy, she smiled and said, "Long time no see, Liza." Only then did Liza seem to wake up from a dream, his face flushing red. "Why you hello, classmate Li Yinran." The chubby guy, who had been eloquent just moments ago, now stuttered. Li Yinran smiled slightly, sat on the sofa, and looked at Gao Feng, giving him a once-over and nodding. Now, that's the spirit. The last time she ran into Gao Feng was 4 months ago. At that time, Gao Feng looked a bit haggard, being chased by suppliers for debts. It was arguably his most embarrassing moment. Li Yinran stepped in and paid off 200,000 of his debts. Their relationship had not yet reached the value of 200,000. It was mainly because Gao Feng had helped her when they were in school. Chapter 31. Don't eat with dogs. This is Wang Chao's restaurant and the gathering he organized. Gao Feng and Li Zhe not giving him face was indeed a taboo. Even if he kicked them out, it wouldn't provoke public outrage. Besides, whether it was Li Zhe or Gao Feng, they were both minor characters in school. Among the classmates present today, few were close to them. As for why Li Yinran was sitting with them, it was probably just a coincidence. He couldn't believe that his goddess would be familiar with those 2 losers. "Just right, I don't want to stay here either. What a load of nonsense, ugh." Li Zhe stood up and spat on the floor. Gao Feng also stood up, patted Li Zhe on the shoulder, and laughed. "Why bother with dogs? We haven't seen each other in a long time. How about going for some barbecue?" Li Zhe moved closer and embraced Gao Feng's shoulder, laughing. "Sure. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight." "Perfect. I also want to eat barbecue. Do you mind if I join?" Li Yinran stood up, beaming. The entire restaurant fell into silence because of Li Yinran's words. Gao Feng didn't know why she said that, but he couldn't refuse her kindness. He nodded and smiled. "I'll take you up on that." "Hey, Yinran, if you go for barbecue, take me with you." Chapter 32. Gao Feng. I can't coexist with you. With the departure of the 2 goddesses, the originally upscale banquet suddenly lost its luster. Everyone seemed a bit distracted. Eventually, it ended hastily, and they didn't even use half of the planned time. Not to mention the later segment on explaining franchising. "Gao Feng, I can't coexist with you." In the middle of the night, Wang Chao's neighbors could still hear his angry shouts. At this time, Gao Feng was speeding along the 5th Ring Road. At this hour, the peak time had passed. The speed could reach 120. Behind him, Meng Xiu was excited, wrapping her arms around Gao Feng's waist. Gao Feng's solid muscles felt like hard rock, making her hold on tightly, her body pressed against his back, afraid of being blown away by the wind. Gao Feng was also enjoying it, with a full massage service from behind. His perception was so strong that he could sense more, including the elasticity and subtle changes in her body. A convertible Ferrari was closely following behind him. The driver was Li Yinran, with the chubby guy in the passenger seat. She looked at the two people in front, who were very intimate, biting her lip in frustration. This feeling of frustration was quite strange. She didn't have any special feelings for Gao Feng. Chapter 33. Original song online competition. Gao Feng smiled and said lightly, "My situation is quite complicated. Just consider it a windfall." He noticed Li Yinran's eyes becoming somewhat vigilant and explained, "Don't worry, there's nothing illegal or against the rules. It's legal income. The system operates flawlessly. All income and rewards have traceable sources. There is no need for him to add unnecessary details." "Gao Feng, you are quite mysterious," Meng Siyu said with a curious expression. "Aren't you afraid of Wang Chao retaliating against you tonight? Tonight's matter is very clear. She is not a naive person. She understands that Wang Chao is looking for trouble and actively suppressing Gao Feng. As for the reason, it is naturally because of the two of them. Why should I be afraid of him?" Gao Feng was unconcerned. "Wang Chao is just a rich second generation, and I have no interaction with him. How could he retaliate?" Wang Chao is nothing, but you should be careful of Rinchangi." Li Yinran suddenly interjected. "Hey, Rinchangi." Li Yinran nodded and said in a serious tone, "He has some background. If you continue in the catering industry, be careful he tries to trip you up." Rinchangi wouldn't be so petty, would he? Meng Siyu was somewhat confused. Gao Feng didn't offend him. He just didn't give him face and stayed behind. Chapter 34. "You have improper thoughts about me." A smile appeared on Gao Feng's face. The system had indeed come. He could now actively trigger system rewards. Whether it was Li Yinran or Meng Siyu, they would both be his tools in the future. "I still have something to do, so I won't participate. However, when you go live, I will come to support you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Gao Feng's refusal left Meng Siyu a bit disappointed. But what he said was not wrong. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Although her company was made up of newcomers, they were all very familiar with the internet and live streaming. They could come up with a more feasible plan. Ding! The host guided Meng Siyu to accept his suggestion and refuse the other party's request, gaining 2 dog licking points and rewarded with a high-quality song from a parallel universe. A song? System? Oh, system, is there anything you don't have? Songs produced by the system must be good. A song flashed through Gao Feng's mind. From arrangement to lyrics. There was even a distinctly textured female voice singing. 5 minutes later, as the song ended, he came back to his senses. So beautiful. It's so nice. He had heard Meng Siyu's songs. Her voice felt exactly the same as the one in his mind. Was this song specially customized for her by the system? Chapter 35. Big Streamer. Guaranteed win today is the weekend, and Li Wenjing is still live streaming. Her mood has not been good these past few days. Thanks to the last PK, the number of people at her live room has increased. There are about 200 people every day. Even now, it is almost midnight, and there are still over 100 people accompanying her. However, the most important person has not arrived. Could it be that there was something wrong with the private message she sent him? Has she not done enough? Thinking back to the content of the private message, it was already quite bold for her. Forget it. It's time to end the stream. Li Wenjing looked at the camera and smiled. "Dear friends, it's already late, and I have things to do tomorrow, so let us end the stream here." After saying this, she prepared to exit the live room. At that moment, a familiar ID entered the live room. Climbing to the peak, level 34 entered the live room. Li Wenjing's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly said, "Welcome, brother Deng Feng." Half of the people at her live room are her loyal fans. They had basically witnessed the victory from the night before yesterday. They also got excited and started spamming the chat. "Welcome, brother Deng Feng. A warm welcome. The big brother is here. Jingjing probably won T in the stream now." Chapter 36. The duel among big spenders. The total score is based on 5 minutes. Both sides quickly agreed on the rules, and a live PK battle officially began. The atmosphere in both live rooms was instantly ignited. Fans began to shower gifts, trying to seize the initiative. Lan Zhanfei looked at the continuously scrolling bullet screen and joked, "The opponent is a little girl. Everyone take it easy, don't make her cry." He certainly didn't take Jingjing seriously. After all, being able to go head-to-head with him was just luck for such a small streamer. Losing was inevitable. The key was to take the opportunity to showcase some talents and gain some popularity. Within 30 seconds, Lan Zhanfei's score had already reached 100,000, while Jingjing's score was barely under 1,000. The gap between the two sides was quite large. When the gap is too big, people tend to lose interest. Lan Zhanfei was somewhat uninspired and just chatted casually with the netizens. Gao Feng had not made a move yet. Li Wenjing did not start pleading either. She knew Gao Feng usually played the long game, so she wasn't in a hurry. However, when 3 minutes had passed and Gao Feng still hadn't made a move, Li Wenjing couldn't help but feel anxious. If the big brother didn't take action, it would be too embarrassing for her to lose. Chapter 37. The first night spent in the villa. Where are you? At home. Address. By Bingbing's location took almost a minute to send. One could imagine her hesitation. Gao Feng dressed and went downstairs, riding his motorcycle out. Bai Bingbing lived in a village in the city. No matter how prosperous a city is, such dilapidated places exist. Gao Feng waited at the entrance of the village for a minute before Bai Bingbing came out to meet him. Without any small talk, Gao Feng directly took her to his rose garden villa. From the cramped rented room to the luxurious and spacious villa, the contrast completely captivated Bai Bingbing. After an exhilarating battle, Gao Feng's pent-up energy was thoroughly released. And perhaps Bai Bingbing had already adapted to Gao Feng's intensity. This time she didn't fall into a deep sleep. She just lay weakly on him. Brother Feng, I've decided to quit after this month. After a long pause, she softly uttered a few words. Gao Feng was not surprised. There are many people who can't handle hardship, and Bai Bingbing clearly understood this. She wouldn't become such a person. Following Gao Feng, she could immediately have money and live a life she wanted. She could also resolve the difficulties she was facing. Chapter 38. The bra. Return it to me next time. Gao Feng's phone dinged with a message. He opened the message and was stunned. From Li Yanran? Should I keep it and return it to her next time? Although he is a straight man, he instinctively feels that something is off. After thinking for a while, he put away his phone, changed his clothes, and walked out of the room. At that moment, Li Zhu was sitting at the dining table, staring blankly at the food. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Gao Feng asked in confusion. Li Zhu shook his head and asked, have you eaten? Haha, I've already finished eating. All of this is for you. Gao Feng poured himself a cup of red tea and sat at the table, watching Li Zhu wolf down the food. 5 minutes later, Li Zhu burped and sighed. I originally thought we were on the same level, but now I realize we've always been in two different worlds. Since last night, Gao Feng's college roommate has kept him in a state of surprise. From the change in image and temperament to becoming familiar with the two goddesses, and then to the confrontation with Wang Chao, leaving in a domineering manner. The two goddesses also stood firmly on Gao Feng's side without hesitation. And then there was that motorcycle worth over $1 million. Gao Feng faced the beautiful women's ease and casualness, their terrifying drinking and eating capacities. By the time he woke up this morning, he found himself in this incredibly luxurious room. Chapter 39. Li Zhu's change of mind. Gao Feng didn't respond, letting Li Zhu continue to express his astonishment. The elevator door opened, and a beautiful waitress greeted them. Good morning, Mr. Gao. Gao Feng nodded and entered the elevator with Li Zhu. Just moments ago, Li Zhu had a face full of excitement, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden for the first time, but he suddenly quieted down. This waitress had a beauty score of at least 80, gentle and beautiful. Normally, she probably wouldn't spare Li Zhu a second glance. Yet this kind of beauty was just an elevator attendant, showing a respectful and cautious demeanor in front of Gao Feng. Li Zhu suddenly had a deeper understanding of the concept of wealth. He wanted to make money, but his job was just a fixed salary. Even with fluctuations, it didn't differ much. He was self-aware and knew he didn't have the ability to get rich. His only hope was Gao Feng beside him. He didn't believe Gao Feng had earned so much money purely through his own capabilities. Either Gao Feng was a deeply hidden rich second generation, or he had encountered a benefactor, regardless of which, it could help him. Mr. Gao, are you going out? As the elevator door opened, Lin Zhixiao's pretty face jumped into their view. Hiss! Li Zhu immediately gasped. This goddess was too beautiful. Chapter 40. You beat me. Introduce me to your sister. The two arrived at the remaining pool table and selected 2 cues. I'll break. The chubby guy set up the balls and enthusiastically broke. Gao Feng stopped being distracted and walked over to try the feel of the cue. Brother Feng, you haven't played pool in 3 years? Are you kidding? The chubby guy looked at Gao Feng in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Perhaps because of Tai Chi, Gao Feng found that he had a more refined control over his body. Especially in controlling his strength, it felt effortless, whether hitting or returning the ball. It felt like an extension of his own arm. After the chubby guy broke, he didn't get another chance. He scored over 80 points in 1 shot and easily won the first game. Maybe it's luck. Gao Feng smiled and continued to play the next game with the chubby guy. After playing 3 games, the chubby guy barely scored a few points and lost terribly. The kid on the side also stopped practicing and started watching. He couldn't help but say, "You guys have such a big skill gap. Let me give it a try." The chubby guy glanced at him impatiently and said, "You little brat, you're not even as tall as the Q. Can you play?" The kid disdainfully looked at him. "I play better with my left hand than you do." Chapter 41. Is this the so-called opportunity for intimacy? To showcase their true skills, they agreed on a best-of-7, 4 wins format. Zhao Xintong's pool skills were indeed impressive. Both her accuracy and awareness were above the kids. Gao Feng noticed that the control of strength from Tai Chi applied perfectly to pool. Her power and returns were flawless. Gao Feng only broke the balls and didn't get another chance to play. He almost scored 100 points in one shot, but she took it down with ease. The kid had somehow run back and, seeing this, burst into laughter. Zhao Xintong also felt a bit smug. Her shooting feeling was very hot today, and she had enough confidence to take down Gao Feng. Before the second game began, she suddenly spoke up. "Earlier, I mentioned my bet. What happens if you lose?" Gao Feng smiled and said, "You tell me." Zhao Xintong thought for a moment and teased, "If you lose, you'll have to book a drink package at the encounter bar. A golden night will do." "No problem." Gao Feng didn't understand what a golden night was, but nodded without hesitation. Zhao Xintong blinked and didn't explain. She didn't need to guess a man's thoughts. Since he wanted to chase girls, let him know that she wasn't someone he could easily have. Although Gao Feng looked quite pleasant and seemed to have good physical fitness, exuding a feeling of a cheetah's strength. Chapter 42. Wall, slam beautiful girl. Settled, this is precisely the Tai Chi starting position that is both closed and sealed. This palm, seemingly light, carries a deep strength. If it were the old Gao Feng, he probably wouldn't have had a moment to react before being knocked to the ground. Damn, is this the opportunity for intimacy? Gao Feng's right shoulder slightly sank, and his left arm embraced as if holding a round log, blocking the opponent's palms in front of him. His right hand moved forward, pressing against Zhao Xintong's ribs. Catching the sparrow's tail? Zhao Xintong exclaimed in surprise. Her body spun with the momentum, retracting her palms to evade Gao Feng's block and then striking toward his neck. Gao Feng did not retreat, his left hand intercepting her palms, while his right hand darted forward like lightning, landing on her collarbone. With just a slight push from his fingertips, Zhao Xintong's delicate body trembled violently, as if her bones had been drawn away. All her strength melted away like spring water, and her soft body fell toward the ground. Gao Feng extended his long arms and caught her in his embrace. Zhao Xintong lay against his shoulder, her hot breath brushing against his neck. Through the thin fabric, Gao Feng could clearly feel her chest rising and falling intensely. The warmth of her body was astonishing, and the delicate touch from his palm, mixed with the faint fragrance lingering at his nose, made his heartstrings tremble. As he looked down, he met her fiery, piercing gaze. Chapter 43. She fell for him at first sight? Lu Qing was first angry, then surprised. "Who can force you? Didn't you hit him?" "My best friend's looks are not inferior to hers. I don't know how many men want to make a move on her, but no one can get within a meter of her. Her fighting ability is well known throughout the school. Who would dare to provoke her? Who could provoke her?" Zhao Xintong shook her head and said, "I don't know him. It's my first time meeting him." When she saw her friend, she recounted everything that happened that afternoon. The neon lights flickered above their heads. The red and blue shadows swept across Zhao Xintong's unusually flushed cheeks. "I thought I could defeat him in one move, but he was too strong. I didn't have any ability to fight back at all." Lu Qing picked up a bottle and poured herself a glass of wine. She knew Zhao Xintong too well. This girl, who had been training in a martial arts school since childhood, now seemed soulless, her gaze drifting without focus. "So what are you planning to do now?" She pulled out a tissue to wipe the wine stains from Zhao Xintong's lips. "Call the police?" "I don't know." Zhao Xintong's gaze lingered on Lu Qing's face. "I thought I liked women and hated men, but I didn't feel that way today." Chapter 44. My brother is acting in self-defense. Gao Lan sat on her bedroom, with Lei Er beside her. Li Wenjing and Xiao Yu were in the living room, watching TV. She spoke loudly. Hearing the content of the phone call, the three girls gathered around her, gossiping. They were all very interested in Gao Lan's brother, especially Li Wenjing. She had checked the housing prices in the neighborhood over the past 2 days and even found a similar model. The price shocked her, 30 million for a house, bought in full cash and directly given to Gao Lan. How extravagant could Gao Feng be? As for the Maybach, worth 4 million. The license plate might also be worth 1 million. None of that mattered. He was the first young wealthy person she had encountered in real life, a self-made millionaire. He was also extremely masculine and handsome. Gao Lan said he had just broken up with his girlfriend. Wasn't that the perfect male god? As a girl, how could she not be moved? If it weren't for her damn reserve, she would have asked Gao Lan for his contact information long ago. As a girl, who do you think has more responsibility if he forcefully kisses me? Zhao Xintong was unambiguous and went straight to the point. What? My brother actually did that? Gao Lan exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 45, You bastard. If it were before, Gao Feng wouldn't hesitate to take responsibility for such a beautiful girl. But now, after experiencing Zhongli, he no longer believed in any so-called love. He could accept her, but taking responsibility was out of the question. Gao Feng stepped forward, almost pressing against Zhao Xintong. She instinctively took a step back and leaned against the wall. The alley was narrow, and with the two of them standing together, they could hear each other's breathing. Zhao Xintong's chest rose and fell rapidly, her breathing becoming hurried. Gao Feng, smelling the fragrance from the girl, couldn't help but lean in closer. He was already very strong, and his physical attributes had been enhanced by the system, making him more than 3 times stronger than an average person. This led to his desires being much stronger than those of ordinary people. Although he had released some tension last night, the fire within him was still very strong. Zhao Xintong felt that the man in front of her was like a volcano, making her dizzy, her body weak, and unable to say a word. The alluring girl was irresistible to Gao Feng, who couldn't help but lower his head to taste her sweetness. In the bar, after Gao Feng and Zhao Xintong left, the remaining 5 girls looked at each other in confusion. It seemed things were not as they had imagined. They initially thought it would be a negotiation about whether to call the police and compensation. Chapter 46. Lu Qing's unknown side. It was now 5 p.m., a bit early for dinner. The group decided to stay in the bar for a while. The bar owned by Zhao Xintong's family was a music-themed lounge. The place wasn't large, but the atmosphere was nice. Under the soft background music and dim lights, a few beautiful girls appeared particularly stunning. Gao Feng's phone rang, and he suddenly remembered he had forgotten about Fatty. Brother Feng, when are you coming back? I'm at that bar from earlier. You should come over. After hanging up, he saw Gao Lan's puzzled expression and explained, This is my college classmate. I'm just accompanying him to the bar today. Gao Lan chuckled and said, I won't bother you. No need to explain. Gao Feng scratched his nose and said quietly, This is also my first time at a bar. Girls should come here less. Gao Lan notet obedini. Although she was curious about the bar, it was also her first time. Zhao Xintong next to them looked a bit displeased and retorted, What's wrong with bars? I grew up in one. As long as you don't go to those disreputable bars, the rest are pretty good. Gao Feng didn't argue and curiously asked, Is this bar owned by your family? Chapter 47. I haven't given you your birthday gift yet, hello? Brother Li Zhe. Gao Lan stood up obediently and greeted sweetly. Li Zhe was already blushing and nervously couldn't say a word. It was a bit easier if he was just facing Gao Lan. But with 6 beautiful girls sitting together, the impact was several times greater than when he drank with 4 girls the previous night. Seeing how nervous he was, Gao Feng pulled him over and made him sit next to him. He get shy around girls. Just ignore him. The girls had never seen such a boy, and they couldn't help but laugh happily. Li Zhe, my sister's birthday is coming up. We're all gathering. I haven't prepared a gift yet. The sudden situation left Li Zhe dumbfounded. It's okay. I didn't prepare one either. Gao Feng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, didn't you already give me your gift? I really like it. Gao Lan thought her big house and said cutely, That doesn't count. Do you prefer a bag or jewelry? Although the house was a gift for Gao Lan, it was actually to let her parents come and live there. A birthday gift still needed to be prepared separately. Gao Feng had only given Zhongli birthday gifts before, usually jewelry and bags, but he was relatively frugal, and their value wasn't too high. Chapter 48. The disguise is off. Gong Yu looked at Lu when beside her and asked in a low voice, Can you accompany me to deliver a watch to a client at 11 p.m.? 11 p.m.? Isn't that too late? Lu Wen looked at Gong Yu in confusion and asked, Who needs you to deliver goods so late? Is there a problem? Gong Yu grabbed Lu Wen's hand and pleaded, It's that Mr. Gao from last time. Just go with me. I'll treat you to late-night snacks. Lu Wen's eyes rolled, and she smiled. That Mr. Gao is so cool and rich. I think he wants to pursue you. If I go, won't I ruin his plans? Also, my parents won't allow me to come home so late. I can't help you with this. Gao Feng hung up the phone, checked the time, and figured the girls must be almost done. So he prepared to return to the store. Brother Feng, your watch is really beautiful. It must be expensive, right? Li Zhe looked at his watch enviously. Well, it's okay. Gao Feng wasn't trying to show off in front of the fat guy, and since there were no system rewards, he didn't need to act pretentious. Brother Feng, you go in, I'll wait for you outside. Gao Feng knew that Li Zhe would feel uncomfortable going in, so he didn't insist. As he entered the store, he saw Gao Lan, who had changed into a beautiful dress, posing in front of the mirror. Chapter 49. The best friendest brother is my number one big brother. Duo, hello, and hello to the friends in the live stream. Gao Feng took the initiative to greet the online viewers. Is this the mysterious handsome guy? Wow. He is surrounded by beauties. The life of a handsome guy is indeed so simple and unadorned. It's either about eating good food or chasing beautiful girls. Last time he appeared with Duo, there was also a little beauty beside him, right? Now there are 6. Oh my god. Can he handle it? Huh. Didn't he seem to enjoy seafood? That's good for the kidneys. The viewers went wild in the chat, expressing their opinions. Some sharp-eyed ones had already spotted Li Wenjing. Wow. ISNT that Jing, the little streamer from last night? What a coincidence. Could this handsome guy also be a streamer? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear how Duo called a handsome guy just now? Brother Dangfeng climbing high. Wow. In Jing, he asked the big spender from last night climbing high. Is this real offline? Oh no. This streamer must have been taken by the number one big brother. Wake up. The streamer isn't taken by the number one. Is she taken by you? Duo glanced at the messages flooding the chat and couldn't help but fix her gaze on Li Wenjing's face for a few seconds. Chapter 50. The wine may not be worth this much, but the emotional value is worth it. Oh, can this also yield rewards? Gao Feng thought to himself. He just wanted to give Gao Lan a beautiful memory. Of course, there was also the instinct of a man at play. After all, with so many beauties around, how could he be stingy? Didn't he expect the system to be so considerate? It seemed he guessed right. Being a big spender and making others fawn over him could also earn the system's recognition. To be a reverse sycophant, not only should one avoid being a sycophant, but they also needed to make others fawn in return. Brother Wang initially thought that Zhao Xintong bringing people over would only lead to a few $1,000s in spending. But it turned out there was a rich person inside. The Eternal Night package rarely sold, even a few sets a month. If it sold out, then the most extravagant entrance must be presented. What was sold was not just wine, but emotional value. He looked at Gao Feng deeply, secretly remembering him. Such a big spender was the god of wealth in the bar. They must be treated with high regard to ensure he had a good time. 10 minutes later, the lights in the bar suddenly dimmed, and the music stopped. What's going on? Is the sound system broken? Everyone dancing in the bar stopped and looked around. Eternal Night has arrived. A loud voice pierced through the big speakers hanging around, directly hitting everyone's nerves. Chapter 51. Li Zhe was scammed. Li Zhe was feeling quite happy. He didn't know what was happening, but tonight the peach blossoms were particularly vibrant. As soon as he entered the dance floor, he was surrounded by several beauties who were casually rubbing against him. Although he had a fear of beautiful women, it only made it hard for him to talk. In this kind of situation, where talking was unnecessary and only rubbing was needed, he was thrilled. Before long, one of the girls lured him to her booth. The girl chatted with him for a few sentences before her expression changed. She had been eyeing the VIP room for a long time. Since Li Zhe came out, she planned to seduce him. But it turned out the rich guy wasn't him. He was just a poor loser. She instantly lost interest and found Li Zhe's chubby face disgusting. Chubby brother, which rich family's son is your classmate? Why is he so extravagant? The girl, unwilling to give up, tried to extract more information. The fat guy hadn't drunk too much. He was just enchanted by her beauty. He cautiously glanced at the girl and whispered, "What do you want?" "Oh, what can I do? I just want to get to know a rich brother," the girl flirted, saying softly, "If you can introduce us, I can also introduce my sisters to you." She pointed to the other girls at the booth, seductively saying. Chapter 52. Sir, my buddy, well to calm down. Li Zhe wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was quite clever. The turning point came when he claimed to be a guest in the VIP room. Was this the charm of money? Just now he had no dignity, looked down upon by the waitstaff, and toyed with by these women. Now, the waitstaff's attitude flipped, and the unfortunate ones were those women. But he wasn't happy because all of this stemmed from Gao Feng, not himself. At that moment, he secretly vowed that he must succeed and never encounter such a situation again. The waitstaff's threats didn't scare the girls. They considered themselves to be the bar's guests and immediately started to provoke. The commotion drew everyone's attention. Gao Feng was holding Zhao Xintong, feeling extremely hot, while Zhao Xintong had completely slumped into his arms, her eyes flirtatious. He was about to explode. Just then, he spotted Li Jia by the dance floor and immediately sobered up. With so many people surrounding, something must have happened. Gao Feng leaned down and whispered in the already dazed Zhao Xintong's ear, "Li Jia is in trouble over there. Let's go take a look." Zhao Xintong raised her eyes to look at Gao Feng, her expression gradually clearing. She didn't know what was happening. Once Gao Feng kissed her, she lost all her strength. Chapter 53. Don't go, stop the car. A luxury car of this caliber parked at the bar entrance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Li and her two best friends were among them. She had been waiting at Jiyuan community for 2 days but hadn't seen Gao Feng's shadow. Today, I waited until after 8 o'clock before Mosey pulled me away. Mosey and Lingzi were worried that I would go crazy, so they took me to a bar to unwind. The three of us looked good, and with some makeup, we were definitely the most stunning women in the nightclub. This was a strong boost to our vanity. There are many bars in the Worker S Stadium area, each with different styles. Encounter is quite famous and considered a mid to high-end venue. There are quite a few rich second-generation kids inside. Many beautiful women look for prey in places like this. Our friendship group actually met here. Zhangli had come here 5 or 6 times in the past few months, so she was a regular. Xiaoli, don't be anxious. Maybe that guy isn't in Kyoto. You can go look for him in a couple of days. Mosey comforted Zhangli when she seemed down. Lingzi chimed in, exactly, Gao Feng treated you so well before. He wouldn't be so heartless. As long as he's around, he will definitely forgive you. Hearing their comforting words, Zhangli felt much better. Chapter 54. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Zhangli, with her disheveled hair and red eyes, pointed at Mosey and scolded, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't advised me back then, I wouldn't have broken up with him so quickly. Can't you just be happy for me?" Mosey retorted, "That's because you were blind. After 3 years, you couldn't see that Gao Feng is a rich second-generation kid. Didn't you always complain about him being stingy and not buying you designer bags? And when he had no money, who was it that argued with him every day? Who asked me to introduce her to rich men? And was it me who took the initiative to go after that Chen Xiao?" The more Mosey spoke, the paler Zhangli became. Yes, all of this was her own choice, wasn't it? Mosey was just pushing her along. The decision was ultimately hers. Lingzi stepped forward and advised, "Don't let a man ruin our sisterhood. The most important thing for you now is to win Gao Feng back. We can help you, even if it means sacrificing ourselves." Her willingness to go through fire for her friends immediately moved Zhangli. Her fighting spirit reignited. But now, she couldn't find Gao Feng. How could she win him back? Do you know his home address? Chapter 55. Birthday gift, expensive watch. Gong Yu followed Lei Er into the hall and saw Gao Feng surrounded by 5 girls at the dining table. Seeing the room's decorations, she suddenly felt relieved. So it's a birthday party, no wonder. "Mr. Gao, here's the watch you ordered." She didn't delay and directly stepped forward to present a small handbag. Gao Feng smiled as he accepted the handbag, his gaze sweeping over her head and revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's what I should do," Gong Yu replied with a smile. "The watch has been delivered, and I should take my leave now." Gao Feng nodded and didn't keep her. Gong Yu exited the room and reached the elevator, finally exhaling a long breath. It wasn't the scene she had imagined, nor was there an intentional attempt to keep her. All her worries from the night before were unnecessary, which left her both relieved and a bit disappointed. It turned out that she didn't hold any special significance in his eyes. However, she did catch the slight change in his expression when he saw her hairpin. She didn't understand why she had specifically chosen to wear this jade pin. With mixed feelings, Gong Yu had just exited the elevator when a hotel staff member stopped her. Chapter 56. Strong Gao Feng, Spring Heart Awakens. After a night passed, Gao Feng woke up. He glanced at his watch. It was only 6 in the morning. He had only slept for 3 hours. Feeling energetic, he couldn't fall back asleep. Gao Feng got up, freshened up, and headed straight to the hotel gym. He had never been to a proper gym before. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give it a try. However, it was still too early. Although the gym was open, it was empty. There were many machines he didn't know how to use. He could only do some strength training and then started running on the treadmill. He set it to high speed, and after half an hour, even he was slightly sweating. "Good morning, Mr. Gao." Gao Feng turned to see Lin Jixia, who was smiling at him. She was jogging on the treadmill next to him, wearing tight yoga workout clothes that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. Her skin glistened with a jade-like sheen from the sweat, and a few strands of hair fell from her bun, sticking to her fair cheeks, making her even more charming. "Good morning, Manager Lin." Lin Jixia smiled lightly. She had actually been there for a few minutes, watching Gao Feng run. He ran at top speed for several minutes without showing a hint of breathlessness. Chapter 57. The Temptress in the Pool. Gao Feng took off his watch and handed it to Lin Jixia, casually saying, "Can you put this at the front desk for me? I'll pick it up later when I go down." His casual attitude made Lin Jixia's heart tremble. It felt like he was handling something worthless. While he could act so nonchalantly, she couldn't afford to be so careless. She took out a new towel, carefully wrapped the watch in it, and held it tightly in her hand. "Okay, I'll lock it in the valuables locker. Just let me know in advance when you need it." Gao Feng smiled, took his swim trunks, and walked into the changing room. Lin Jixia stared at him for a moment, then turned and returned to her dorm. After taking a shower and changing into her work clothes, she opened her phone and took a picture of the watch. Patek Philippe 6301P001, priced at $16.88 million. Seeing this price, Lin Jixia immediately covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. She had never imagined that the watch in front of her was worth over $10 million. Gao Feng's indifferent expression surfaced in her mind again. Mysterious, too mysterious. The allure of money is already the best enhancement to a man's charm. Not to mention Gao Feng's inherent charm, which is already top-notch. Chapter 58. Li Wenjing's shock, million followers. After Gao Feng returned to his room and changed clothes, he went to the restaurant. The hotel offered a buffet. Nowadays, girls tend to wake up late. He estimated that these girls wouldn't get up before 10. He was too lazy to disturb them. After all, it was Sunday. He let them sleep in. After finishing his meal in the restaurant, he suddenly remembered that he had left Li Zhe at the bar last night. He took out his phone and dialed his number. "Hey, fatty, where are you now?" "Brother Feng, I'm in the dorm," came Li Zhe's sleepy voice from the other end. It sounded like he was sleeping very soundly. "I thought you went to a hotel. How could you miss such a good opportunity last night?" Gao Feng chuckled and teased. "Brother Feng, those girls wouldn't look at me. After drinking, they just slipped away." The fatty finally woke up and complained. Gao Feng chose not to comment on that. He had never had a one-night stand, not counting by Bing Bing. "Brother Feng, do you know that my phone ran out of battery yesterday? You all left, and I was in a terrible situation." At this point, Li Zhe couldn't help but sneeze. Gao Feng patiently listened to him ramble on about how miserable he felt last night. Chapter 59. Who has Australian lobster for breakfast? Li Wenjing exited the live broadcast room and began waking them up one by one. 10 minutes later, the dining table was cleaned, and a new tablecloth was laid. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out, looking extremely tempting. Gao Lan yawned and walked to the dining table, staring blankly at the food. "So much? Who ordered this? Bread, milk, salad, buns, everything was there, even a clawed Australian lobster." Li Wenjing shook her head. "I don't know. It should be your brother who ordered it." Gao Lan opened her phone and saw Gao Feng's message. It was him who ordered it. "With so much food, I'm going to gain weight again, right? It's really a happy trouble. Lay air and Xiao you swallowed at the same time, stunned by the abundance of food. The bed they slept on last night was the most comfortable they had ever experienced. If it weren't for Li Wenjing, they wouldn't want to get up at all. But now, they suddenly felt it was worth it. This food must be eaten while hot, otherwise it would be a waste." The four girls quickly finished washing up and began to enjoy this luxurious breakfast that combined Western and Chinese styles. "Hey, Gao Lan, you owe me." Layer suddenly sighed and said, "What's wrong? What do I owe you?" Gao Lan, munching on a lobster claw, asked in confusion. Chapter 60. Shares of the 3,000,000,007 fortune company Shintong. "You could try it if you want, but promise me you won't easily give yourself away." Lu Qing, feeling helpless, had to take a step back. "Feeling it is fine, but I can't guarantee it." Zhao Shintong chuckled and said, "You?" Lu Qing was furious. This guy was hopeless, just a free gift. How come she never noticed before that she was a love-brained person? "Shintong, if you keep this up, I'll tell your brother and your dad." Lu Qing pulled out her trump card and threatened. "Go ahead, I'm not afraid." Zhao Shintong shook her head, unconcerned. "Aren't you afraid your brother will beat him up?" Lu Qing asked suspiciously. "He who beats him is still uncertain. Is Gao Feng really that formidable? Didn't you say your brother is a martial arts master, the kind that can take on 100? He is, but so is Gao Feng. I actually want to see my brother get beaten up and have a bruised face, hee. Zhao Shintong smiled with her eyebrows curved like a little fox. "What about your dad? Aren't you afraid he'll send someone to catch Gao Feng? He dares?" Zhao Shintong raised her eyebrows defiantly. Her dad listened to her the most and would never dare to make her angry. Lu Qing, however, had a different opinion. Chapter 61. The supporting brother by Bing Bing. Gao Feng knew that Li Yanran was a lawyer, but didn't know that she was Wang Xianming's assistant lawyer. After acquiring a large fortune, he also gained a specific identity. At the very least, his source of funds could be explained as a group dividend. As for why he could have shares in the group, when he signed a contract earlier, he glanced at the transfer of the shares. The transfer was BlackRock, a giant with a fund management scale in the trillions. It turned out that the so-called system reward was never a castle in the air, but a legitimate channel paved for him through the compliance process of a trillion-dollar asset management group. Gao Feng looked at the time. It was already noon. He called by Bing Bing, and she said she had just arrived at the villa and was sorting her clothes. "Haven't you eaten lunch?" Gao Feng frowned slightly and ordered, "I'll be there in half an hour. You wait for me at the door." Half an hour later, Gao Feng arrived at the entrance of the villa area and saw by Bing Bing standing tall. "Get in the car." Gao Feng took her directly to the nearest restaurant for a simple meal. "Hello, Lin Wan?" Gao Feng suddenly remembered something and called Lin Wan. "Mr. Gao, I heard you checked in today. Is there any problem?" Chapter 62. Plans for the future. I'll give you a suggestion. If you want to leave this family, you can negotiate terms with them. Also, don't give the money all at once. I will give you some living expenses every month. This money can only be used for yourself, remember? Gao Feng's tone was very calm, but Bai Bingbing sensed his seriousness. I understand. Bai Bingbing nodded. She wasn't foolish and would naturally strive for her freedom. This 1 million was the best opportunity for her to break free from this suffocating family. Actually, it couldn't be said that her family treated her poorly. It was just that they favored males over females, and their intentions for her were too clear, which made her uncomfortable. She chose to study aviation only because her mother said flight attendants could earn money, not because it was her own passion. Perhaps meeting Gao Feng was her chance for independence. Ding, ding, ding. Gao Feng picked up the phone and glanced at it. "Lan Lan, what's wrong?" He immediately answered the call. "Brother, have you finished your business?" It's done. Are you going back to the hotel?" "We're preparing to return to school. Just wanted to let you know." Gao Lan's voice was a bit noisy. She must be on the street. Chapter 63. Activated by patriotism to complete a blood mission, the luxurious massage bathtub was indeed very comfortable. The water flow was abundant, like thousands of little hands caressing him, leaving no corner untouched. Bai Bingbing's tender skin appeared even more moist and smooth in the water, with a great feel. Gao Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. He had been with Zhang Li for 3 years. Although they had exercised in the bathroom, they had never taken a bath together. This feeling was really different, especially since this bathtub was temperature-controlled. No matter how long he washed, he didn't have to worry about catching a cold. 2 hours later, he finally placed the drowsy Bai Bingbing on the big bed. He felt refreshed and didn't want to sleep. What to do? He couldn't exercise. Doing so might be dangerous, so he could only scroll through his phone. Hugging the fragrant woman, Gao Feng opened Douyin. In the past, he rarely watched Douyin. Now, for some reason, the first thing he did after opening his phone was to check Douyin. He only followed 3 people. One was Jingjing, another was Duo, and the last was a Japanese girl named Xingyangzi. When he opened Douyin, Yingzi popped up, speaking in somewhat halting Mandarin. She was sharing her study abroad life in China. Yes, she was an international student at a foreign language university. Chapter 64. Yingzi and Andy Yingzi, the older brother, had always been aloof. He didn't even respond when Jingjing spoke to him last time. The older brother liked PK, so why not find someone to PK with? You could earn money. Yingzi's mouth slightly opened. PK? She had never done PK before and didn't know how it worked. But since her fans said so, it must be true. If she didn't know how, she could learn. Defeng Jun, do you like watching PK? I can do it. Yingzi stammered at the camera. Go for it. Seeing the 2 words from Gao Feng, a hint of joy appeared on Yingzi's face. The other netizens immediately got excited. The older brother was going to show off again. They had no money, but enjoyed watching the older brother spend money, feeling a thrill as if they were spending it themselves. Yingzi turned back, pulled open the curtains behind her, and shouted, Andy, I don't know how to do PK. Could you teach me? She had been live streaming in her dorm, and with the curtains drawn, it created a small, independent space. With her call, a blonde beauty walked into the frame. Wow, a foreign beauty. Truly stunning. Which country is this beauty from? Chapter 65. Starting the strategy task as night fell. The large villa was brightly lit. 2 men in chef uniforms were busy in the kitchen. Lin Wan stood in the living room, checking tonight's menu. Normally, she wouldn't need to be involved in such matters. But regarding Gao Feng's situation, she felt it was better to keep an eye on herself. After all, Gao Feng had helped her earn a substantial commission last time, and she wanted to repay him. Everything was going smoothly. Lin Wan let out a sigh of relief, turned around, and saw Gao Feng coming out of the elevator. Mr. Gao, Lin Wan approached and introduced, the dinner has been prepared. It's all handled by our club's chefs. So if there's anything wrong, please let me know. Gao Feng nodded. He had initially planned to go out for dinner, but by Bing Bing couldn't he get up at all. So he ordered takeout instead, the kind that comes to your door. Is it delaying your off-duty time this late? Gao Feng smiled at Lin Wan. No, it's my honor to serve you. Lin Wan replied with a bright smile, showing no hint of dissatisfaction. Oh, then stay and have dinner with me. Gao Feng said with a smile. Lin Wan's heart stirred. Although she had a boyfriend, such an invitation from a super-rich second generation was hard to resist. Chapter 66. The jogging girl in the villa area. Ingzi responded quickly, unsurprisingly agreeing. However, she had class tomorrow, so she could only meet after 4 p.m. This worked out perfectly for him. After touring the campus, they could have dinner together. If all went well, he could complete the task that day. Gao Feng thought to himself that female streamers loved money, so he decided to throw money at it. If 10,000 wasn't enough, then 100,000. If 100,000 wasn't enough, then 1,000,000. How many women in the world could refuse 1,000,000 for a night? He wanted just a taste, not to marry her. Spending 1,000,000 for a divine medicine was worth it. With this matter settled, Gao Feng looked at the scenery outside and decided to go for a run. The Rose Garden Villa was large, covering 200 acres, built around a central lake. Most of the community was occupied, and many people were enjoying the coolness by the lake. After all, it was summer, and the refreshing breeze by the lake couldn't be compared to air conditioning. Gao Feng ran quickly along the lakeside path. His physical condition was 3 times that of an average person, making jogging meaningless for him. When he overtook the same girl running for the second time, it immediately caught her attention. She was quite displeased. After all, she was a professional jogger. This lake wasn't small. It curved and twisted, and a full lap was about 3,000 meters. Chapter 67. Desiring Beauty. Conflict. Gao Feng rode his motorcycle, taking by Bing Bing to a roadside barbecue stall. Little brother, what do you want to eat today? The boss lady immediately greeted Gao Feng. She glanced at by Bing Bing beside him, and a hint of surprise crossed her eyes. The last time this guy brought 2 girls, they were stunning. And today, he brought another beauty. Is this the life of the wealthy? Fortunately, her family didn't have much money. Otherwise, her husband might not want her, this yellow-faced woman. Let us start with 10 skewers of kidneys, 50 skewers of lamb, and 10 oysters. Gao Feng ordered a large amount, and then turned to Bai Bing Bing. What do you want to eat? Bai Bing Bing was already used to his large appetite and wasn't surprised. I'll just add 2 skewers of spicy peppers and 1 skewer of eggplant. And 5 bottles of cold beer, Gao Feng added. Can you drink while driving? Bai Bing Bing asked with some concern. Relax, Gao Feng replied dismissively. His superhuman physique brought about super metabolism. This little alcohol would be digested immediately. There was no way he could get drunk. The only trouble was that he got hungry quickly. He had just eaten with Lin Wan, and now he was already hungry. Perhaps because this place was relatively expensive. There weren't many customers. Chapter 68. The female police intervenes. Comes to nothing, the group leading the way was the same trio from before. Following them were 6 strong men, each holding weapons. 9 aggressive men wielding sharp tools created a strong sense of pressure. You stay here and don't move. Gao Feng gently patted the pale face by Bing Bing and slowly stood up to confront them. He walked to the surveillance camera, stood still, and calmly watched the group. The calm demeanor of Gao Feng made the other party hesitate, especially the bald man, who recalled the scene of the iron skewer piercing the table like lightning just moments ago. In fact, he was genuinely about to leave. But he encountered a few companions along the way. The green-haired man immediately exaggerated what had just happened. With more people around, and after some heated words, he turned back to confront Gao Feng. If Gao Feng had not been there, they might have just vented their frustrations at the barbecue stall. But since Gao Feng stayed, he found himself in a difficult position. What was going on? A loud shout from the roadside made everyone turn to look. Unbeknownst to them, a police motorcycle had stopped nearby. A female officer got off the bike. Police? For some reason, upon seeing the arrival of the police, the bald man felt a sense of relief. Chapter 69. Strategy with Ingzi. Spending lavishly giving the car to Li Zhou was because he needed it. More importantly, Gao Feng had acquired a new car. Just last night, through his relentless efforts, Bai Bing Bing's fondness for him had surpassed 90. He had once again obtained a luxury car, though he hadn't had the time to pick it up yet. Back at the villa, Gao Feng scrolled through his phone for a while before riding his motorcycle to Minzu University. He hadn't forgotten today's mission. Ingzi had been somewhat nervous all day. This was her first time meeting someone offline, and it was her top supporter. Due to the comments in the live stream, she and Andy had checked Gao Feng's information, only to discover that her top supporter was quite impressive, being a wealthy individual. Such a supporter was a dream come true for many big streamers. A wealthy individual could make one or even several major streamers famous. Being able to communicate with Gao Feng offline represented the possibility of binding to him. She wasn't naive about Gao Feng's intentions for being there. It was a simple matter between men and women. Could it be that her big supporter traveled all the way just to be selfless? However, Ingzi was still uncertain about how far she should go. Although she was traditional, she understood, just as Andy said, that some opportunities, once missed, would not come again. Chapter 70. Teach me yoga when you have time. With a casual swipe of the card, Gao Feng looked at Ingzi. Her eyes widened in disbelief as they fell on the bill. She knew this meal was expensive, likely costing around 20,000. For her, that was already a sky-high price. But the actual amount exceeded her imagination. A bottle of wine alone cost over 100,000, and the entire meal totaled more than 200,000, equivalent to her 20 years of spending. But seeing Gao Feng's calm demeanor, she gained a deeper understanding of the term internet tycoon. When they left the private room, Ingzi took the initiative to wrap her arms around Gao Feng's. Feeling the warmth and softness of the girl, Gao Feng was also moved. A beauty like Ingzi, with the added halo of being a foreign friend, was surprisingly proactive. Was this the power of money? He understood Iron Man and was about to become one himself. Gao Feng took Ingzi directly to the hotel. Ingzi held on to Gao Feng tightly the entire way without any objections. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the timed task. Dog licking value 2, reward, 1 pill for all ailments. Cash reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Pulling himself out from the girl's embrace, Gao Feng went to the living room and lit a cigarette afterward. He could earn money, reduce his dog licking value, and receive system rewards all at once. Chapter 71. Bewildered Zhongli. Ingzi had a major class in the afternoon and had to return to school. Gao Feng didn't keep her. He had already received the rewards he wanted, and to him, Ingzi was just a tool. There would be opportunities to earn more system rewards later. Of course, he wasn't heartless. Next time she streamed, he would send her more gifts. This also gave him a new idea. Who said Douyin coins couldn't be converted into cash? As long as he spent Douyin coins on beautiful streamers who met his standards and then engaged in real-life interactions, he could obtain system rewards. This made him more interested in Douyin streamers. His Douyin backhand was flooded with private messages from hundreds of beautiful streamers. With so many options, he could surely find a few beauties that met his criteria. The happiness of a man is actually quite simple. It's nothing more than enjoying food, drink, and entertainment. Plus, taking good care of family so that parents can enjoy their retirement without having to work all their lives. As for giving back to society, Gao Feng had not yet reached that level of awareness. Speaking of his parents, Gao Feng thought that since he had some free time these days, he might as well bring them over. Little did he know, while he was thinking about his parents, others were also eyeing them. Zhongli was just stepping out of the high-speed train station, pulling a small suitcase. Chapter 72. Preparing gifts. Running into Sister Chun, this was the first time Zhang Chong had seen such an expression on a boy's face. Ingzi, these rich kids just toy with girls. How can you associate with him? Zhang Chong said, pained. He had already gotten the answer from Ingzi's face. He felt immense pain, along with anger. Anger at himself, at Ingzi, and at that man on the motorcycle. He hated himself for not confessing to Ingzi sooner. He hated Ingzi for being so easily swayed by the big brother online. He hated Gao Feng for playing with women. With so much money, why did he have to compete with him for Ingzi? His eyes were bloodshot, appearing quite frightening. Don't be like this. We're just ordinary classmates. This has nothing to do with you. Seeing Ingzi look so frightened, Zhang Chong also calmed down. He fixed his gaze on Ingzi and said, Ingzi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? This was his first formal confession after knowing Ingzi for several months. He couldn't stand the thought of Ingzi being with another man. He had to win her back. Zhang Chong, I don't have feelings for you. Ingzi shook her head seriously. Chapter 73. Regretful Manager Wang. Damn it. Gao Feng encountered such a peculiar situation for the first time in these few days. He squinted his eyes slightly and asked, Who are you? Manager Wang smiled smugly and said loudly, I'm a manager here. Is this how you treat your guests at Zhou Shangsheng? Gao Feng replied coldly. Hee, sorry, I thought you were here to have fun. I didn't know what you were planning to buy, Manager Wang said with a forced smile. He wasn't foolish. He wouldn't confront just anyone like that. But Chen Yuding was his target. Seeing the two of them, a perfect match and looking close, he couldn't hold back. After all, boys at that age would only buy a few thousand yuan worth of jewelry. He could afford to offend them. Gao Feng looked at his disdainful expression and didn't bother to respond. He turned to the serious-faced Sister Chun and said with a smile, Sister Chun, is he your manager? Is there a commission on the sales here? Sister Chun nodded. Then forget it. I'll just go next door to buy. Gao Feng shook his head and turned to leave. Facing his departure, Manager Wang crossed his arms and looked dismissively. What good things could boys that age buy? Did he really think he could control him? Dream on. Next to Zhou Shangsheng was Chow Tai Fook, another well-known jewelry store. Chapter 74. Flirting. Is this your car? Having bought the gift he liked, Gao Feng naturally didn't want to continue shopping. He returned to his motorcycle and prepared to leave. Handsome, is this your car? Just as he took out the key, a pleasant voice came from beside him. He looked up to see a girl holding a selfie stick. At first glance, she was a female streamer. Indeed, in this era of live streaming, beautiful girls have all turned to it. Is there something you need? Gao Feng nodded and said in a deep voice. Handsome. It's like this. I'm a streamer Big White Rabbit. I'm currently doing a street challenge, and I'm live streaming. Big White Rabbit smiled and introduced herself while holding her phone. Today's challenge is to randomly visit a guy's home and cook a meal for him. She clasped her hands together and pouted, saying, Big brother, I wonder if you could help me complete this challenge? This trick of Big White Rabbit had always worked. No man could ever refuse her cute appeal. Gao Feng was the target she had chosen after a long time. She recognized this motorcycle. A man who could afford a motorcycle worth over $1 million must be a rich man. She had been waiting nearby just to create this opportunity. Chapter 75. Dinner with Lin Zhixiao. 3 hours of drinking and chatting was too much for two big men. They had time to either stay in the executive lounge or go for a massage. Li's eyes lit up as he unhesitatingly chose massage. He had never experienced the massage services at a 5-star hotel. Gao Feng wasn't surprised by Li's choice, but seeing the gleam in his eyes, he knew the guy was thinking too much. The massage center in the hotel should be the legitimate kind. The two went straight to the massage center, and Gao Feng chose a 2,688 package for himself, a 90-minute diamond rose luxury massage, and about 30 minutes of 360-degree pore deep cleansing facial treatment. The prices at a 5-star hotel were indeed high. This package would only cost around 300 yuan outside. Li chose a 1688 package for a diamond rose luxury massage plus foot wash. Just for that facial treatment, it was 1,000 yuan less. But it must be said, expensive things have their reasons. In the comfortable couple's massage room, 2 young and beautiful masseuses were attentively serving the two. The masseuse knelt by the bed, opened the sandalwood essential oil box, dipped her fingertips in rose oil, rubbed it in her palms to generate warmth, and gently pressed it onto Gao Feng's shoulders and neck. Chapter 76. Can you give it to me today? Ding. Found a new bond object, Lin Zhixia, 28 years old. Lin Zhixia's favorability towards the host has reached 80, triggering a critical reward of 10,000,000 yuan. Gao Feng was somewhat stunned. Lin Zhixia actually gave herself to him because she liked him. He couldn't help but pinch the beauty lying next to him, which elicited a soft moan. Lin Zhixia hugged Gao Feng tightly like an octopus. Having played too hard earlier, she was already exhausted. Gao Feng smiled, took out his phone, and saw a message from Bai Bingbing. Calculating, he realized he hadn't replied in 2 days. Thinking about it, in such a large villa, she was alone, which must be a bit lonely. Bai Bingbing would message him every day, but she wouldn't cling to him. She was considerate. Gao Feng simply replied a couple of sentences, saying he would return home for a while and come back in a couple of days. There were quite a few messages on WeChat, and after replying to a few, he opened the class group. This was the first time he opened it since the last class reunion. There were already 999 messages. Scrolling to Wednesday night, as he expected, all of them were about him. Someone had posted a picture of him riding away, with the license plate number completely exposed. Chapter 77. Wu Qian's plea. Wu Qian looked at the messages on her phone, feeling a chill in her heart. First give me the money, and we'll talk after the surgery. No, I'm not a kind person. Room 2302, Marriott Hotel. I'll wait for you for an hour. Don't be late. Wang Chao's message came again. Wu Qian closed her eyes helplessly. Her sister's life was uncertain, and tonight she was being forced to offer herself, This was too cruel. Qian, what's wrong? Her mother's worried voice rang in her ears. Wu Qian quickly wiped away her tears and looked up at her mother, who had somehow appeared in front of her. She forced a smile and shook her head, saying, "Mom, I'm fine." Wu Ma looked at Wu Qian's red and swollen eyes and couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Qian, if it really doesn't work, we won't treat it." "No way." Wu Qian suddenly got anxious and stood up abruptly. This was her own sister. How could she just watch her die? "But we don't have money, not even for the surgery, let alone for the hospital stay afterwards." Any mother would not want to watch her daughter wait to die. But Wu Qing was her daughter, and so was Wu Qian. She couldn't just push one daughter to death for the sake of another. Over the past few days, Wu Qian's mental state had visibly deteriorated. Chapter 78. Wang Chao's madness. The surgery cost 300,000, and she only had over 100,000 and still needed to save some for the hospital fees. 200,000 was the minimum. It couldn't be less. If Gao Feng thought it was too much and didn't want to lend it, "Gao Feng, I can calculate the interest, no matter how high." "Wu Qian, didn't you see the water drop fundraising?" Gao Feng's words left her confused. 10 minutes ago, she checked the Shuidiku water drop fundraising, and there was only over 1,000 yuan. Gao Feng said this. "Could it be?" 10 minutes ago, I already made up the 200,000 for you. Go take a look first." "What?" Wu Qian was stunned. If what Gao Feng said is true, what does that mean? Shuidiku is not a loan, but a donation. Gao Feng actually found out about it, and silently donated 20,000 to her. She excitedly opened the Shuidiku page and saw the words "fundraising has ended." This means that the 200,000 has been gathered. No more fundraising is needed. Oh my god, this is really true. She clicked on her account and touched the withdrawal button. Shuidiku popped up a prompt asking if she wanted to transfer the donation to her personal account. Click. Transfer successful. Soon, her bank text message popped up. Received a transfer of 200,000 yuan from Shuidiku. Account balance 323,225 yuan. Chapter 79. More powerful than wealth is power. In a high-end hotel in the Magic City, Shun Yanqing stared thoughtfully at Gao Feng's name. He comes from a good background, and there are not many people in the class he respects. Gao Feng is definitely not one of them. Wang Chao goes without saying, clearly having no family wealth but being so ostentatious. There are more than one or two people in the class who are stronger than him, but they are all very low-key. However, he did not expect that Gao Feng was actually one of them. He really misjudged him. He actually knew about Wu Qian's situation, but did not take the initiative to act unless Wu Qian approached him. Even if he acted, it would still be in the form of a loan, never through Shuidiku. He must have a return for anything he does, an exchange of benefits. This is the mindset of a businessman and his consistent creed. He read through all the messages about Gao Feng in the group and had a rough judgment in his mind. In 4 years of university and 4 years after graduation, Gao Feng has always been a relatively transparent person. This indicates that he is very steady and not someone who likes to show off. If it weren't for the last gathering, everyone might never know how strong he is. Honda RC213 VS, over $1 million for one. This is not a big deal. Families with tens of millions in assets might buy it. Chapter 80. Gao Feng returns home when a morning meeting ended. A new intern from the administration department stared at her for a while, then suddenly blushed and said, "Manager Lin seems to be glowing today." She instinctively touched her hot earlobes, her fingertips brushing against the lingering, tingling sensation. Last night's passionate kisses now transformed into currents racing down her spine. Even the cold air from the air conditioner could not suppress the fine itch rising on her skin. In the tea room, the glass curtain wall reflected her leaning against the windowsill. The sunlight slanted across her shoulders, stretching her shadow long. She gazed at the floating clouds outside the window and suddenly chuckled. It turns out that a woman soaked in love breathes with intoxicating sweetness. What is that man who makes her so beautiful doing at this moment? He is driving. Early in the morning, Lin Zhixiao went to work. Gao Feng went straight back to the villa and set off in his car. Summer vacation is about to start, and he should quickly bring his parents over. He has a vague premonition that if he doesn't pick them up soon, something bad might happen. Zhongli stayed in a small hotel last night. The conditions of the hotel in the small town cannot be compared to those in big cities. Although there is air conditioning, there are too many mosquitoes. She couldn't sleep all night, appearing listless with dark circles under her eyes. Chapter 81. Gao Father's pride. Gao Father took out a bottle of Erguo Tu and said in a deep voice, "Come, drink a couple of glasses with me. It's rare to have so many dishes. It would be a shame not to drink." Gao Feng turned around and took out a bottle of wine from his backpack. Placing it on the table and smiling, "Come, let's drink this today." Gao father's eyes instantly lit up, squinting as he said slowly, "Is this Maotai? Is it real wine?" He had only heard of it, but had never tasted such good wine. Gao Feng opened the bottle and poured a glass for his father. "This is to honor you. It can be fake wine. You try it." Gao father picked up the glass and sniffed. So fragrant. He drank it in one gulp, smacking his lips as if savoring it. Good wine, not harsh on the throat at all. Actually, he didn't understand, but he knew that Maotai is very expensive. And expensive means good. "Xiao Feng, how much is this one a bottle?" 6,000, what? Gao father was shocked, incredulously asking. He had never drunk wine more than 300 yuan. The best he had tasted was the over 200 yuan Shifeng wine last year at Old Wang's place. This Maotai, 6,000 yuan a bottle? That could buy 30 bottles of Shifeng wine. You weren't scammed, right? I heard Maotai is over 1,000. Chapter 82. Gao mother's thoughts. She immediately saw the items in Gao Feng's hands. 2 boxes of milk and a black bag, not knowing what was inside. "Oh, you all came? Why bring anything too polite?" While saying this, she reached out to take the items from Gao Feng's hands and casually placed them by the door. Gao Feng sat on the sofa with his mother, and the girl also looked over. She swept past Xinglan, but sat up straight when she saw Gao Feng. So tall, so handsome. How did I not notice earlier? The light in the corridor was out, making it hard to see Gao Feng, which was normal. But now, it was different. The girl immediately stood up and returned to her bedroom. After about 10 minutes of awkward chatting, the girl walked out. Gao Feng glanced and found that she had actually put on makeup. Lina, 22 years old, favorability 20. An information flashed across his retina. This is the intermediate understanding of a woman's heart, bringing him changes. As long as she is a woman, she cannot pretend to like him in front of him. He took a look at Yao Feng. Yao Feng, 45 years old, favorability 5. Only 5 points. It's probably just because he looks handsome. Xinglan assessed the girl and asked with a smile. Chapter 83. Encountering an old classmate, Lina fiddled for a while before nodding. The anti-counterfeiting code is real. "Let me check how much this wine costs." 10 seconds later, "Mom, this wine is over 6,000 a bottle." Lina exclaimed, looking incredulously at the stunned Li Fugue. "Dad, where did this wine come from?" "This is what Aunt Cheng just brought over. I didn't expect it to be so valuable." Yao Feng looked at Lina, a glimmer of light passing through her eyes. On her first visit, she brought such an expensive gift. Does she really want to become family with her? It seems that this kid has really made a fortune. At this moment, Gao Feng had already returned home with his mother. Gao Daqiao was not at home, probably out playing chess with the old man. They would go to the third aunt's house for dinner in the evening, so they could head over around 5 in the afternoon. The third aunt had 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter was already married and worked as a teacher at a school in Hainan. The second daughter worked in Guangdong province and was still single. The youngest son had just graduated from college this year and was still looking for work. Staying at home for now. It was still early, and Gao Feng was considering whether to buy some gifts to bring along. After all, they were relatives, and aside from alcohol, he couldn't think of anything else suitable. After some thought, he remembered that boys usually like to play games. Chapter 84. Expensive gift. Xiao Yong opened the bag, his eyes widening even more. "Wow, there's an iPad too. Brother Phone, you're too good." He took out the phone and tablet, excitedly almost jumping up. Xiao Feng, buying him such expensive things is too wasteful. The third aunt had heard Xiao Yong mention it a few times and had also seen it, knowing that these 2 items were quite expensive. She couldn't help but feel a little heartache, but mostly she was happy. That Gao Feng could give Xiao Yong such an expensive gift indicated his respect for him. "Third aunt, this isn't much. I've also brought you a gift." "I have one too." "That's too extravagant." The third aunt didn't expect to receive a gift herself, and for a moment she was a bit emotional. Even Xinglan and her husband were unaware that Gao Feng had bought a gift for the third aunt and looked over curiously. Gao Feng smiled slightly, took out a small bag, and handed it to the third aunt. "I bought you some jewelry. Take a look and see if you like it." "Jewelry?" The third aunt opened the bag and took out 4 small boxes. "A gold ring?" The first one she opened was a ring. Gao Feng had chosen a large ring, as older people preferred heavier and bigger items, not caring about fashion. The third aunt joyfully put the ring on her hand, turning it over to admire it, her delight evident in her eyes. Chapter 85. Gao Feng is back? Matai? The uncle's eyes lit up when he saw the cardboard box. He was a connoisseur of good wine. Although he didn't drink excessively, he would have a glass with every meal. He had tasted Matai once before and still remembered it fondly. Gao Feng sending him wine was more satisfying than gifting him a guanine pendant. He simply abandoned the chess game and came over to examine a bottle of wine closely. This looks different from what I saw last time. The box had an upward opening design, and inside was a bronze wine vessel. The wine bottle was made of purple clay ceramic, paired with a yellow cover cloth and red ribbon, giving it an ancient charm. Matai 15-year vintage? This is quite expensive. The uncle's eyes widened as he looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng nodded and smiled. This type of wine has collectible value. It becomes more valuable over time. Hey, now that you mention it, I can't bear to drink it. The uncle shook his head and was about to put the wine away. Uncle, this is for you to drink. I'll send you 2 more boxes for collection later, Gao Feng said with a smile. All right, that's what you said. Then I'll taste this good wine today. The uncle didn't refuse like he did with the pendant earlier, but instead readily agreed. For a wine lover, receiving wine is something they would never refuse. Chapter 86. She is my ex-girlfriend Lily. How's it going? Mosey's voice came through the phone. I've tried every method, but I still can't find Gao Feng's parents. Zhongli walked out of the police station, feeling a bit dejected. She really didn't know that having a copy of the ID card wouldn't help in checking household registration information. This trip to Ningxiang felt like a waste. If it doesn't work, you should come back. I met a few rich young men these past few days, Zhongli said, her voice slightly low. Yeah, I've already booked a ticket for tomorrow. All right, let us leave it at that. I have a gathering later, and I'll help you see if there are any suitable men. There was some noise on Mosey's end, and after a few quick words, she hastily hung up. Zhongli stood at the entrance of the police station, letting out a long sigh. There were indeed many wealthy people in Kyoto, but they weren't fools who would take things seriously when meeting in nightlife. Even if she managed to make him happy, at best she would get some pocket money and a few handbags. If she really wanted to marry into a wealthy family, that was just a pipe dream. Mosey had changed so many men, but wasn't it all in vain? Zhongli was clearer-headed than Mosey. 3 years ago, she chose Gao Feng as a potential investment. If his business hadn't failed, she might have walked with him to the end. Chapter 87. Missed opportunities. Despairing Zhongli, the Maybach's body was too long, with a wheelbase of 5.5 meters, resembling a low-profile yacht. The most striking feature was the backlit emblem on the C-pillar that glowed with a blue light when the car door opened, marking the vehicle with a noble insignia. A few men squatting by the roadside instinctively straightened up, the streetlights reflecting in their wide eyes. That was a number they could never earn in a lifetime. Someone subconsciously touched the key to their electric bike. The metal casing still warm to the touch, but suddenly felt hot enough to sting. Liao Jianjun noticed the man in the driver's seat, his white shirt collar slightly unbuttoned, the shine of his watch more subdued than the car lights. Damn, it's Gao Feng. Li Tai swallowed hard. Watching the car, doors slowly open, revealing Gao Feng's tall figure. Liao Jianjun suddenly slapped his thigh. This is the extreme night version. I saw it at the auto show last time. It cost nearly 4 million on the road. Gao Feng walked up to the 4 stunned men, smiling. Long time no see. Liao Jianjun had seen Gao Feng earlier that day and knew he was doing well. However, he didn't expect him to be someone who could drive a 4 million luxury car. He instinctively stood up, his expression a bit reserved. This was the instinctive reaction of a lower status person facing someone of higher status. Chapter 88. Recruiting 2 beautiful housekeepers after a night of revelry. Gao Feng rarely slept the whole night through. Early the next morning, he felt refreshed and went for a run. The air was very fresh by the lakeside in the morning. The value of the Rose Garden Villa was evident in this aspect. Being able to find such a treasure in a heavily polluted big city naturally carried a higher value. After running a few laps, he didn't encounter that little girl like last time. Upon returning to the villa, Gao Feng didn't wake by Bing Bing. After showering, he headed straight to the first floor. It was Saturday, and he had received quite a few invitations. The dog-licking value can drop to 0 with just 3 more points. He thought about completing this task today to see what the mysterious grand prize was. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had something to do in the morning. Initially, he had asked Lin Wan to find some live-in housekeepers for him, and he had given her the list long ago, but hadn't had the time for interviews. Today was Saturday, so he planned to take care of this matter in the morning. Bai Bing Bing had already left, and now she was the only one staying in the villa every day. He needed to find some people to keep her company to prevent her from feeling too lonely and overthinking things. Last night, she had been unusually clingy, completely disregarding whether she could handle it. She still hadn't woken up. After waiting for 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Gao Feng opened the door and saw Lin Wan standing gracefully at the entrance. Chapter 89. Buying a new car again. Lin Wan did not leave. She was assisting the two women in interviewing the remaining candidates. Gao Feng sat at the dining table, eating while watching. Both women were excellent candidates for housekeepers and were very attentive in selecting their future subordinates. Gao Feng didn't continue to pay attention. After finishing breakfast, he went back upstairs. 2 hours later, Lin Wan sent a message saying the interviews had concluded. Only then did Gao Feng head downstairs and see the three newly recruited housekeepers. All three were live-in housekeepers. The oldest was named Yi Xian, 28 years old, skilled in cooking. The other two were good at housework. Gao Feng took a quick glance at them and checked their favorability towards him, which was mostly between 10 and 20. Since their names and ages matched, there was nothing more to look at. Once everything was settled, it was almost 11 o'clock. We planned to have lunch outside as a first gathering. Gao Feng looked at Lin Shuiwei and suggested going to a nearby restaurant, of which there were 3. Lin Shuiwei was well prepared, listing the restaurants like a connoisseur. Indeed, she was very professional and knew to plan ahead. Gao Feng casually chose a place he frequently visited. Let's go to Rong Pai Hunan Cuisine Restaurant. You order first. We'll start dining at 12 o'clock. Chapter 90. Double Returns Rule. Making money again. Cars in the showroom may have some minor traces due to frequent customer visits and experiences, so the prices are often cheaper than identical new cars. However, a discount of 200,000 yuan was a bit strange. But Gao Feng didn't care. As long as the warranty conditions were the same, it didn't matter. What he wanted was speed. Gao Feng nodded at Lin Yu's hopeful gaze and said, "I'll take one of each of these 2 cars." Joy surged in Lin Yu, almost making her cheer out loud. 2 cars? The total price reached 2.8 million yuan. Just the commission would amount to nearly 20,000 yuan. This was only her 4th day on the job. In her eyes, Gao Feng's face became even more handsome. She had heard from the seniors that closing a deal was not easy and required repeated efforts. Yet here, it was done in less than 5 minutes. "Please sit for a moment, give me your ID card, and I'll handle the paperwork for you." Gao Feng sat in the lounge and took out his phone to check. Zhao Xintong had already arrived at the bar, asking how much longer he would take. Liu was also almost in Kyoto. He might as well arrange to meet at the bar for a gathering. Completing the final 3 points of dog-licking value was the only task for tonight. Mr. Gao? Chapter 91. Establishing an MCN company for women. Brother Phone. If you need an office location, I have one. Zhao Xintong suddenly interjected after listening for a while. "Oh, where is it?" "It's in Chaoyang District. My senior has an industrial park with many vacant rooms." Gao Feng nodded and smiled. "All right, give the phone number to Li Zhe. Let him contact them tomorrow." Just then, Lu Qing returned after finishing her song. She curiously asked, "Brother Phone, are you starting a company?" "I wonder which industry." "An investment company. I guess it's in the financial sector." Gao Feng casually replied without hiding anything. "An investment company sounds very impressive." Lu Qing's heart stirred. Gao Feng was young, wealthy, and was going to establish his own investment company, a solid catch. She just didn't know about his family background. It might be good to establish a good relationship with Gao Lan and learn more. Although she was only a sophomore with 2 years left until graduation, it's always good to plan ahead. "Brother Feng, what industry is your investment company planning to focus on?" Zhao Xintong asked curiously. "Which industry?" Gao Feng had thought a lot about this in the past few days. He was mainly considering 2 directions. First, the catering industry. Second, the internet celebrity economy. He was somewhat familiar with the catering field and even owned shares in Chiji Company. Chapter 92. You kicked me. Do you think I've forgotten? The group turned this way and that, arriving at a boxing gym. This was a gym opened by his senior, where he usually hung out. Zhao Xintong explained from the side. It was now a little past 8 in the evening, and there were only 2 or 3 strong men practicing boxing in the gym. "Yige." When Qin Yi came over, everyone greeted him respectfully. Qin Yi stood tall and straight, looking like a master, and gave a faint acknowledgement. In the center of the gym was a professional ring made of solid wood. He jumped onto the ring and provocatively raised an eyebrow at Gao Feng, signaling him to come up. "Brother Feng, my senior is quite formidable. Don't underestimate him," Zhao Xintong reminded quietly, having already turned her elbow towards Gao Feng. "Hee hee." Gao Feng chuckled lightly and stepped onto the ring. What man doesn't have a martial arts dream? Gao Feng had wanted this since he was young. He had acquired the fighting experience of a Tai Chi master, but had never had the chance to fight freely. In this rule of law society, fighting is illegal. He wouldn't do anything unlawful that could jeopardize his bright future. Now that he had finally encountered someone skilled, he certainly wanted to indulge in it and see how strong he really was. The strong men in the gym were excitedly gathering around as they saw Qin Yi about to spar with someone. Chapter 93. She only loves the wealthy me. Gao Feng was too lazy to waste words and took out his phone to dial 110. Seeing him actually call the police, Lu Hao exchanged glances. One of his henchmen suddenly lunged at Gao Feng. Boom! When he grabbed Gao Feng's wrist, Gao Feng lightly shook his wrist, and the man stumbled back as if struck by lightning, crashing into a nearby trash can with a loud bang. This loud noise drew the surprised attention of everyone. Lu Hao suddenly felt a chill down his back, realizing he was too close to Gao Feng and it wasn't safe. He instinctively shifted his butt back but then paused. Doing so seemed like he was afraid of the other party. Young Master Lu valued his reputation the most and could not back down. The three men behind him, seeing this, pulled out rubber sticks from their waists and were about to rush forward. Little mouse, you've gotten bold, daring to cause trouble here? At that moment, a voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. Qin Yi parted the crowd and walked in front of Lu Hao, staring at him coldly. Yishao, what are you doing here? Lu Hao stuttered upon seeing Qin Yi. Don't you know whose place this is? You dare to cause trouble at my master's doorstep. Are you itching for a beating? Qin Yi squinted, his tone very unfriendly. Lu Hao looked up at the bar sign and couldn't help but feel distressed. Chapter 94. Do you still believe in love? When they were making millions every year, their relationship was great. Once the peak passed and they were out of money, they immediately fell out. Now, seeing him with money again, she wanted to get back together. Such a woman, Lu Qing naturally wouldn't sympathize with. If she weren't so self-respecting, she would have probably become someone's plaything long ago. Brother Feng, do you still believe in love now? Are you still willing to give your heart to a woman? This question was even harder to answer. Gao Feng wouldn't lie, nor did he have any need to. But if he answered too directly, he might fail in his mission to pursue Zhao Xintong. Gao Feng suddenly chuckled and pushed the teacup on the table toward Lu Qing. Love is like this cup of tea. The tea sways in the cup because of the vibrations. When it's hot, it's too bitter. When it cools, it's too bland. The tea regains its calm, and the ripples reflect the faint light in his eyes. But if someone is willing to wait for me until this cup of tea cools from boiling to warm, Gao Feng's body suddenly leaned forward, his nose almost touching her lips. Maybe I would think that drinking this for a lifetime wouldn't be bad. A blush rose on Lu Qing's face. The faint scent of tobacco from Gao Feng made her a bit dizzy. Fortunately, Gao Feng leaned back immediately, allowing her heart to calm down a lot. Chapter 95. The waves are too big. A single woman inviting a man to her room and then going to take a shower made Gao Feng ponder the other party's intentions. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Gao Feng shook his head and stopped guessing. Sister Chun came out quickly, looking like she had just rinsed off. She sat opposite Gao Feng, bringing with her the scent of shampoo. Xiao Gao, I need to apologize to you for what happened last time you came to my place. Sister Chen looked at Gao Feng seriously. Haha, it's okay. It wasn't your fault. I've already resigned. After Gao Feng left last time, she had a fight with Supervisor Wang and even complained to his superior. But the result was beyond her expectations. Supervisor Wang only received a reprimand, and nothing else happened. She could no longer work under Supervisor Wang and had to resign. She had been looking for a job these past few days, but found nothing ideal. She thought of Gao Feng. Over the past 3 years, although she hadn't deliberately tried to learn what work Gao Feng did, she could tell he wasn't very wealthy. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even pay rent, and now he could spend over 2 million on jewelry to give to someone. This astonishing change made her curious. Chapter 96. Women made of milk ding. Discovered a new bond object, Chinyani, 29 years old, favorability 60. Reward, 1,000,000 RMB. Host's dog licking value 5. Currently remaining 3. Gao Feng swore this was truly an accident. He could only blame Sister Chan for being too tempting. Like a ripe strawberry, delivered right to his mouth. If he didn't take a bite, was he still a man? The evidence proved he was a man, a very strong man. The system's reward could prove this. However, he hadn't triggered the critical strike reward, which was 10 times less than Lin Jixia. Gao Feng pondered. It seemed he had discovered a pattern in the system. Last time with Sakura, he also only received 1 million in rewards. But with Bai Bingbing and Lin Jixia, he triggered critical strikes, receiving cash rewards of 10 million. The only difference was the favorability. Both of them reached 80 points in favorability. Sister Chen only had 60 points, and he didn't T-no Sakura's. But it definitely wasn't T80. If he could cultivate their favorability to 80 in the future, he would trigger critical strike rewards. Win by Bing Bing reached 90 points. He was rewarded with a luxury car. He still hadn't picked it up. It was now certain that as long as it was a bond object, there would be rewards. Chapter 97. Are you coming tonight? Li Wenjing felt disappointed and lost interest in continuing the live stream. She looked at WeChat and clicked in. After thinking for a long time, she wrote and deleted and wrote, and finally sent a message. Brother Phone, why did you leave? Did Jingjing do something wrong? After waiting for a long time, her phone didn't receive a reply. Brother Phone, you've helped me so much. Can I treat you to dinner tomorrow? She sent another message and waited for half an hour. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she finally received a reply. Talk about it tomorrow. Gao Feng's reply was very brief, but Li Wenjing cheered. This was the first time she received a reply from Gao Feng, even though it wasn't a confirmation. She couldn't help but fantasize about their date tomorrow. What should she wear? A manslaying outfit, a maid outfit, or a school uniform? Remembering the way Gao Feng looked at Zhao Xintong last time, Li Wenjing lowered her head to look at her chest and couldn't help but sigh. In terms of figure, it seemed she couldn't compare to her. What was her advantage? She fell into deep thought. Gao Feng, rare to sleep in, had watched 2 or 3 hours of live streams last night and followed 3 new beautiful streamers. He went to bed in the middle of the night. When he came to the kitchen, Chunyani was frying eggs. Chapter 98. Will you marry me? Just while eating, he received a message from Zhao Xintong, saying she wanted to watch a movie and invited Gao Feng to join her. With a beautiful woman taking the initiative, Gao Feng had no reason to refuse. So he could only apologize to Sister Chun. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Gao Feng arrived at the cinema. Zhao Xintong chose a private theater, a nearly 50 square meter room, and she was the only one there. Upon seeing Gao Feng, the system announced, Ding, discovered a new bond object, Zhao Xintong, 21 years old. Zhao Xintong favorability 88, triggering critical strike reward, cash reward 10, 000 RMB. With the first base with a woman, if the favorability exceeds 80, a critical strike reward is triggered. There are only 2 more points to complete the strategy task, and there will be another reward. Women who practice martial arts have strong physical fitness. Although Zhao Xintong was tired, she did not sleep. She lay on Gao Feng's chest, greedily sniffing the faint smell of tobacco on him. Gao Feng lit a cigarette and smiled. Still want to watch a movie? Yes. This was an extremely old romance film, not an action romance. Gao Feng looked at the familiar scenes and couldn't help but curiously ask, haven't you seen this movie before? Chapter 99. Are all the beautiful women in the bank in the major clients department? Zhao Xintong had said that she would only like men who were stronger than her. And Chen Mo was naturally not her match. She had ruthlessly rejected him for this reason. Chen Mo didn't believe that Gao Feng could be a master. Zhao Xintong must have found a fake to make him give up. Even my senior brother is not his match, so don't look for abuse, Zhao Xintong sneered. Brother Qin can't beat him? Impossible. Although Qin seemed carefree, he had a high reputation among the younger generation, and his combat power was among the best. He was an idol for many, not to mention Chun Mo. Even the other 4 had doubtful expressions. They all believed that Gao Feng was just a fake. After all, before today, they had never heard of Zhao Xintong showing any signs of having a boyfriend. Although he looked quite handsome and had a strong physique. Someone who could defeat Qin, he could not be so young. Believe it or not, you can call my senior brother to ask. Zhao Xintong curled her lips in disdain. She and Ye were childhood friends, and the others were also friends. Every time they had a gathering, Chen Mo would come over. Zhao Xintong found him a bit annoying, but she couldn't hit him, so she could only let it be. After all, Chen Mo was Ye's friend, and she had to give you her face. Chapter 100. A5. 000 square meter venue in Huagua. Most of the wealthy people started out through banks. If one could have a stable loan channel, even someone like Gao Feng, who had a system, will be very interested. Mr. Gao, the limit on this card is currently 100 million. Of course, if you ask. The number can also become 80 of your assets, Wang Hongsheng said, lightly tapping the black gold card with his fingers and smiling. This was to check his financial background. The total assets under Gao Feng's name were close to 500 million. So, theoretically, the overdraft limit on the card could reach 400 million. However, he was not yet at the stage of disclosing everything to Wang Hongsheng. President Wang, what is the interest rate for corporate loans? Well, that depends on the scale and debt of the enterprise, Wang Hongsheng explained with a smile. Of course, as long as your enterprise has good credit, I will definitely give you the lowest discount. Gao Feng turned to look out at the glass curtain wall, jungle outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, speaking slowly. I heard that your bank has family trust loans? No collateral needed, just based on cash flow. Wang Hongxing's glasses reflected light. Hiding his gaze, Mr. Gao is well informed. However, this type of loan. He paused for a moment, observing Gao Feng's reaction. Chapter 101. Simply acquire another MCN company, Brother Qin. Is that company still around? Li Jie took over the conversation and asked. Still there. If you don't mind, take it and use it. Qin, he was very generous and spoke directly. After all, it was a company that was sitting idle. He would have to cancel it himself later, so it was better to give it away. Are the employees still there? Gao Feng was quite satisfied with this place. He didn't care about the size. If he was going to do it, he had to do it well. Who knows? After it develops, this place might not be enough. The quality of those employees was average. It would be better to recruit new ones. Qin thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it seems the live broadcast technology director hasn't found a new job yet. He's quite good. I'll give you his number later. All right, how much is the rent for this place? Gao Feng asked straightforwardly. The rent is 5 million a year. And if you want the equipment, I'll charge you 10 million. How about that? Let's sign the contract. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. You're generous. I made a good friend. Qin, he gave a thumbs up and smiled. Normally, the rent for this place would be at least 6 million a year. Even if the equipment depreciates, it's worth 15 million. The reason it's so cheap is that I admit defeat, since I can't beat Gao Feng. I might as well let him use it for a year for free. Chapter 102. The boss is indeed generous. A few people exchanged simple pleasantries, and the dishes were already served. Abalone, lobster, king crab. The high-end ingredients filled the table, making Li Qin feel apprehensive. These things probably cost tens of thousands. And how much is her company worth? She thought the other party would want to bargain during this meeting, but looking at the situation, it didn't seem like it. Li Qin's family was not particularly wealthy. After all, her father, Li Mingyuan, was just an ordinary university professor. Besides the family house, they had at most 2 or 3 million in assets. This company wasn't worth much either. Therefore, she didn't recognize the bottle of wine on the table. Wu Gang and Zhao Yifei were just ordinary students and didn't recognize the red wine either. They were already stunned by this lavish lunch. How could an ordinary family see such things? They hit the jackpot. Just this meal could be the talk of the school. Come on, let's eat first, and we'll talk after. The waiter immediately stepped forward to pour wine for everyone. As the host, Gao Feng spoke up to greet everyone. I'm very happy to meet President Li today. Let's have a drink. He stood up, and Li Zhe and Qin, he stood up in coordination. Li Qin and the others also stood up to toast together. Cheers! Chapter 103. Lu Qing, have you ever thought about live streaming? Gao Feng looked at the cheerful crowd and felt emotional. Young people can be made happy with just a meal. If he wanted them to become hardworking, he would have to feed them more. Ding! The host has established a company that belongs entirely to him, making significant progress on the path of a wealthy person. A new task has been issued. Quickly raise awareness and become a leader in the industry. Task rewards will be gradually distributed based on achievements. Gao Feng was slightly taken aback. This could trigger a task. He had focused solely on the anti-lick dog system, overlooking that the wealthy person was also part of the system. It seems that in the future, comprehensive development is the way to go. He left Li Zhe behind to mingle with them, while Gao Feng and Qin, he left first. You're really big-hearted. Buying a company cost 500,000, but treating everyone to a meal cost tens of thousands. Qin, he doubted whether he was outdated, unable to understand Gao Feng's flashy operations. The meal at noon can also be explained as treating oneself to a meal. What about the buffet dinner in the evening? With over 20 people, several tens of thousands are gone again. What is the point? Are we going together tonight? Gao Feng did not explain and just smiled. Forget it. Eating seafood all the time makes me fear gout. Qin, he shook his head. He wasn't too short on money, so he decided not to mooch off the meal anymore. Chapter 104. I won't go back to the dorm tonight now is the era of live streaming for everyone, and Lu Qing, as a child from an ordinary family, certainly thought about it, but she also had many concerns, afraid of being taken advantage of. The sunlight gilded the lake's surface with a layer of gold, and Lu Qing sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, holding a book. Lu Qing, you know I run an MCN company. Gao Feng said when he saw she seemed interested. I acquired a company today and want to sign some streamers. I really want to talk to you. Lu Qing looked up at him, her gaze scrutinizing. I do have the idea of becoming a streamer. Her voice was like it was submerged in the lake. Carrying a hint of coolness, I just want to sing the folk songs I like, not be forced by capital to cater to trends. Gao Feng smiled. I could draft a contract specifically for you. You will lead the direction of the live streaming. The company will only provide equipment, promotion, and operational support, without interfering with your streaming style. He tapped his fingers on the stone table. The signing fee is 500,000, and besides that, the company only takes a 15% cut from your streaming revenue. Additionally, regardless of your earnings, you will receive a monthly base salary of 10,000. Lu Qing's eyelashes fluttered as she pondered for a moment. It sounds tempting, but once I sign, can it really guarantee my freedom? Chapter 105. Have you gone to rest or to exercise? I acquired a company. Their SA dinner gathering tonight, and Lu Qing, Gao Lan, and the others will be there, Gao Feng said in a low voice. They will all be there? Zhao Xintong was taken aback at first, then said reluctantly, what should we do tonight? Qin Yi isn't here, right? She felt a bit shy, a blush rising on her face. He isn't here. Gao Feng knew what she was worried about and smiled. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I haven't prepared yet. It's too hot now, and I'll be drenched in sweat soon. She didn't want to attend the gathering like that. Don't worry, it's still early. We can go to the hotel first, Gao Feng whispered in her ear. By around 6 in the evening, 20 employees, including Li Zhe, were already waiting at the entrance of Lu Fu. Gao Feng had transferred money to Li Zhe in advance, and he distributed the meal vouchers one by one. Everyone, this dinner gathering is just for us to eat whatever we want, and after eating, each person can go home. The company will reimburse the travel expenses. The company staff thought they would have to wait for Gao Feng to say a few words or give a speech, but there was none of that. They went straight to the point. This made them feel even better about the yet-to-be-met Gao Feng. Young people like to be unrestrained. It's great now. There's no need to worry about their image in front of the boss, nor do they have to listen to someone painting a big picture. It's all about tangible benefits. Chapter 106. The new boss is too generous. Just as he was lost in thought, a female employee walked over. Su Wei, one of the campus beauties from the Communication University, but from the last 2 graduating classes. She was one of the 5 female streamers in the company and the most beautiful one. In the afternoon, she was live streaming on campus. She heard that the company had changed ownership, and the new boss was incredibly handsome and wealthy. She rushed back to the company with her team, but didn't see Gao Feng. Initially, she didn't feel any sense of crisis. After all, she was the top female streamer in the company. No matter who became the boss, they wouldn't look down on her. But today's gathering made her change color. 3 of the 5 girls sitting beside the boss were outstanding figures on the goddess list. Each one was more beautiful than the other, and she felt a deep sense of threat. She had a premonition that her status as the top female streamer in the company was about to be lost. With capital entering the company now, its future development would undoubtedly be limitless. She couldn't let go of her position as the top female streamer. The only way was to appear more in front of the boss and win his favor. President Gao, I'm Su Wei, the contracted streamer at the company. Gao Feng glanced at Su Wei and slightly nodded. This woman, whether in temperament or attire, seemed more mature. Chapter 107. Behind every scumbag. There is a woman's contribution. Li Zhe didn't actually know Gao Feng's specific plans. But as the general manager, it was naturally his job to enhance employee cohesion. These people were mostly graduates or students from Communication University. One could say that the quality of most was above the standard line. Being able to sing and dance was basic skill. The 8 women were also not lacking in appearance. With some deliberate flattery, he quickly got lost in the gentle embrace. On Gao Feng's side, it was also lively. Although he was the only man, 3 women were quite a show, not to mention 7 women. Lu Qing sat with her arms crossed on a single sofa beside the floor lamp, her back straight like a green bamboo, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from Gao Feng. Li Wenjing curled up in the left corner of the sofa, resting her knees on a leather notebook. Her hair would occasionally brush against Gao Feng's hand like a cat's paw. Su Wei was even more so, the scent of Chanel No. 5 wrapped around her warm body, and she didn't even notice the shoulder strap had slipped half an inch. Lin Wanwan sat next to Su Wei, whispering from time to time, showing a very close relationship. Gao Lan curled up on the chaise longue, forming a gossip team with Lei Er and Xiao Yu, using a tube of chips as cover, whispering, Lei Er, look at Jingjing's eyes. Chapter 108. What? S30,000. You can earn 500,000 a month. Anyone who stays will see at least a 50 increase in benefits. For those with potential, A tenfold increase is not impossible. Gao Feng glanced at the two women and said solemnly, the harsher the conditions for you, the more the company values you. Naturally, the better the benefits. Otherwise, if the company trains you but can't keep you, isn't that a joke? Lin Wanwan put a smile back on her face and said softly, I used to earn just over 10,000 a month. I was almost struggling to get by. I wonder how much I could earn if I renew my contract. The previous company didn't do merchandise sales, and the income for streamers mainly relied on advertisements and tips. With the company's poor performance, the streamers naturally didn't earn much. Gao Feng smiled and said, your conditions are good. If you renew your contract, the base salary will be 30,000. As for other earnings, the portion exceeding the base salary will still be 30,000. Lin Wanwan's face lit up. Her previous base salary was only 5,000, and it had actually increased sixfold. As for the excess portion, she didn't expect much. At least now, the minimum is 30,000, which is enough to spend. Su Wei was delighted to hear that Lin Wanwan also had 30,000. She was the head sister, and in the past, she could earn 30,000 each month, and occasionally even 50 or 60,000. Chapter 109. Original music competition, The Gathering was very successful, temporarily stabilizing the morale and winning people's hearts. Those who were not drunk, Leisha saw them off one by one. Those who drank too much directly booked rooms upstairs, 2 people per room, looking out for each other. Gao Lan and the 4 girls, along with Lu Qing, did not drink much, and the 5 of them left together. In the end, only Gao Feng, along with 2 big female anchors, Lin Wanwan and Su Wei, remained. Are you 2 taking taxi back, or staying here? Gao Feng looked at the 2 girls who were sitting still and asked softly, we don't live in the same direction, and it's not safe to take a taxi at this late hour. Su Wei glanced at Lin Wanwan, who was reluctant to leave, and explained, all right, then you can stay here. Leisha originally wanted to slip away, fearing he would delay Gao Feng's good fortune. But Gao Feng insisted on keeping him. Leisha, you can book a room for yourself and another for them. I have something to do and need to leave. Gao Feng understood Leisha's meaning and guessed the girl's intentions. But he was really stretched thin. There was still Zhao Xintong waiting for him at the hotel. Ignoring Su Wei's resentful gaze, he decisively left. Back in the room, Zhao Xintong was still awake. She jumped onto Gao Feng, sniffing the scent on him like a little dog. Chapter 110. Why wait for another day? Let's meet now. Meng Xiu looked down at her curvy figure, full and fair. Wasn't this the body that men love the most? It was impossible that Gao Feng wouldn't be attracted to her. Gao Feng checked the time. It was 10 in the morning. All right, where to? I'll send you my location. You can pick me up, and you can book the restaurant. After hanging up the phone, Gao Feng pondered for a moment. He continued to refine his ideas for the original music competition in his mind. He could also organize this kind of online music competition himself. The reason he sought cooperation with Meng Xiu was first because he had already given her this idea last week and couldn't go back on his word. Second, the competition needed support from the platform, but he wasn't familiar with Douyin's officials, while Meng Xiu was. Last time when they were drinking, she mentioned having acquaintances in Douyin's higher-ups. Third, to generate topics and traffic for the competition, it needed to be linked with the entertainment industry. Her family had connections in the entertainment circle, and they could invite professional musicians to be judges, plus Meng Xiu herself, which would create a buzz. If they could invite a few heavyweight musicians, that would be even better. Gao Feng was not afraid to spend, even if he burned through $1 billion. It would be nothing to him. People always say it's hard to keep wealth, but he believed that spending wealth brings more wealth. Chapter 111. First, let's book a hotel room. After a few exchanges, Meng Xiu hung up the phone, pleased, and said, coincidentally, there's a party at Douyin tonight, and the relevant person in charge will be present. We can go talk directly. Gao Feng was somewhat surprised. It seemed Meng Xiu was quite familiar with Douyin's higher-ups. It appeared that bringing her along was a very wise move. Gao Feng looked at the time. It was only 2 o'clock, and the banquet was at 7. There were still more than 5 hours left. Don't think about slipping away. Since I'm helping you with such a big favor, your afternoon belongs to me. Meng Xiu saw through Gao Feng's intentions and decisively stopped him. Gao Feng leaned back in his chair and smiled. All right, this afternoon I'm yours. Meng Xiu's heart fluttered slightly. This guy occasionally teased her, appearing to be a straight man, but actually a skilled player. She thought for a moment, a hint of excitement appearing on her face, and whispered, I've never been to an amusement park. Come with me. Coincidentally, Gao Feng had never been either. He stood up and smiled. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Meng Xiu thought Gao Feng would refuse since they were all adults. Unexpectedly, he was even more enthusiastic than she was. In less than half an hour, the two were already inside Happy Valley. Today was a weekday, but there were still many people in the park. Chapter 112. Just treat it like I won the lottery. Rich second generation? What rich second generation? Not all. Mosey said angrily. My sister just came back from his hometown. She found his family and asked the neighbors next door. This Gao Feng comes from an ordinary worker family, with a typical background. I don't know how he ended up driving a luxury car and even brought his parents to Kyoto. Mosey glanced at Gao Feng in the distance and said maliciously, in my opinion, he must have hooked up with a rich woman and is being kept. The car isn't even his. Gonzi's gaze fell on Meng Xiu. Such a beautiful woman, and she's a rich woman. How could she like that man? Why can't I encounter such a woman? Gonzi considered himself the most handsome. When he initially started live streaming, it was thanks to a few big sisters on the leaderboard that he became popular. However, those sisters were all in their 40s or 50s. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, and women at 50 can suck up the dirt. During that time, he almost exhausted himself. Just thinking about those painful memories made the food in front of him taste bland. Mosey took out her phone and secretly snapped a few pictures, sending them to Zhongli. In less than a minute, her phone rang. Chapter 113. How much intensity do you want? This time, it was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision. So there was naturally no planning document. Oh, in that case, I will have the entertainment group director responsible for the live broadcast connect with you. He turned and waved, and a woman about 30 years old came over. Ms. Su, you can chat with Mr. Gao. This woman looked very capable, wearing a black suit. Her short hair sharp as a knife, a clear business elite. Mr. Gao, let's go over there. Su Qingqiu surveyed the area and spotted a secluded corner, inviting him. Gao Feng nodded to Shen Yuhao and followed the woman over. Shen Yuhao watched them walk away, then sat down in the seat Gao Feng had vacated and looked at Meng Xiu. Xiu, what is your relationship with him? Meng Xiu took a sip of tea, seemingly nonchalant, and said, we're in a cooperative relationship. My company is partnering with him for this original music competition. Is that so? I heard you were doing it yourself. Why involve him? Shen Yuhao asked with confusion. Oh, this idea was originally his. Later he started his own MCN company, so they decided to do it together. Oh, what is your investment ratio? And how big do you plan to make it? Who will be in charge? Oh, senior brother, don't ask so many questions. Just help us do it well. Chapter 114. I plan to invest 300 million he. As long as the threshold is lowered, you will find that the power of the people is unstoppable. Gao Feng did not explain in such detail. A good song, a song that can resonate with everyone, will generate power beyond everyone's imagination as long as the voting threshold is lowered. Capital manipulation? He himself is capital. Who can manipulate him? At the very least, with Lu Qing's support, he would never lose. At this point in the conversation, Su Qingqiu was completely moved. Gao Feng was not the brainless person she imagined, but someone who could truly put plans into action. If what he said was true, then this matter indeed had great potential. Although Douyin is powerful now, its competitors are not weak. This competition must remain on Douyin. From both the profit perspective and in terms of traffic and influence, it cannot be allowed to flow elsewhere. All right, I can agree to this as long as you bring over your proposal, and we can get started. However, I have one request. Su Qingqiu stared into Gao Feng's eyes and said slowly, for the sake of expanding influence, the Douyin platform must participate throughout. You cannot make exclusive. Chapter 115. Zhongli appears. Confrontation. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. He met with the senior management of Douyin, and everything went smoothly. Gao Feng lost interest in staying any longer. There are many MCN agencies present today and a lot of internet celebrities. Don't you want to get to know them? Meng Xiu asked, somewhat puzzled. Gao Feng looked around and smiled. I have no connection with them, and I'm not good at socializing. These things can be handled by Li Zhe in the future, although Li Zhe has never worked in this industry. He has a good personality and is good at dealing with people, making him more suitable than Gao Feng. Just as the two were about to leave, someone called Meng Xiu's name. Meng Xiu looked up, her face suddenly falling. A woman in her 20s walked over with a smile, blocking her path. Our big star. What brings you to a place like this? Are you planning to become an internet celebrity too? Hearing this, Gao Feng understood that this woman and Meng Xiu were not on good terms. Moreover, this woman looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen her on Douyin. You can come, so can I. Meng Xiu forced a smile, though it seemed a bit insincere. I was invited by Douyin. What can I do? I have too many fans. Chapter 116. You are committing a crime. Get ready for prison. Zhang Li had completely let go this time. She felt very wronged, crying so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Gao Feng's pants were soaked with her saliva and tears. Sister, feelings are a matter between two people. You abandoned him back then. Now you want to reconcile? There is no such logic in the world. Meng Xiu spoke up to advise her. Who is your sister? Zhang Li looked up, glaring fiercely at Meng Xiu. When he went bankrupt, I left him to motivate him. Now that he has picked himself up, why can't I come back? Zhang Li stared at Gao Feng with tearful eyes. Gao Feng, I don't care if you're being kept by someone or if you have money. I'm determined to be with you. Don't you want to get married? Let us get married right now. Gao Feng looked down at Zhang Li's hand clasping his leg and suddenly smiled. He flicked his pants with his fingers. His voice low but loud enough for the onlookers to hear. Motivate me? So you unilaterally announced our breakup right after I went bankrupt? Zhang Li isha fingers sudanli stifanat. When you left, you also took away the 50,000 payment I was going to return to the supplier, claiming it was compensation for lost youth. Gao Feng raised his phone to the camera of Matzi, showing a screenshot of that social media post. Chapter 117. Beautiful police officer for the old Gao Feng. How could he resist when a beautiful woman pursued him? Nowadays, how many girls are realistic? If he kept being picky, he would still be a single dog. His energy couldn't all be consumed on his 10 brothers. Are you still thinking about this woman? Are you really going to give her $1 million? If it were someone else, she might just be a bystander. But now, Meng Xiu felt a bit indignant. Gao Feng smiled. Regardless, spending 3 years with Zhang Li helped him grow into a real man. So, giving her some compensation wasn't out of the question. But the premise is to keep her away from him in the future, to not come near him again. If spending $1 million could solve this trouble, it would be a loss. Meng Xiu, if you become a queen in the future and your ex reveals your privacy or spreads rumors, have you ever thought about the consequences? Gao Feng's rhetorical question sent a chill down Meng Xiu's spine. In the entertainment industry, many stars have their dark histories exposed by exes after becoming famous. Some can resolve it with money, but more often, the other party's appetite is too big, backfiring on the star and leading to their downfall. Such incidents are far too common in the entertainment industry. Chapter 118. If you don't have a man, I can help. Jing Yushi tapped lightly on the handcuffs at her waist. It was a habit she formed in police school, exuding a strong sense of authority. Gao Feng opened the trunk, gesturing for her to take a look. Jing Yushi walked to the back of the car and found nothing in the trunk, which disappointed her. Just deducting 3 points and a 200 yuan fine is completely insignificant for a rich second generation. She returned to the front of the car and started writing the ticket. The license plate number Jing A168168 indicated that this person had a significant background. She never engaged in favoritism. She didn't care at all. However, this license plate reminded her of the last motorcycle with the plate Jing A16888. These wealthy people love numbers that ordinary people can't get. Is this privilege? She deliberately did not give him any privilege. Jing Yushi's gaze fixed on Gao Feng's face. 3 seconds later, she remembered. Isn't this the owner of that motorcycle? Last time he drove in front of her, and now he was caught speeding. 2 crimes to be punished together. Mr. Gao, please come with me to the police station to handle this violation. It's just speeding. Is it necessary to go to the police station? Gao Feng instinctively felt something was off and carefully examined this female officer, and couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 119. Audaciously teasing the female officer. You're a police officer. If I hit you, wouldn't that be assaulting an officer? Though I am very willing. Gao Feng still pretended to be reserved. I'm off duty now and not in uniform. Aren't you very bold? What is there to be afraid of? Jing Yushi suppressed her anger and deliberately provoked him. What good is it for me to extinguish your fire? Gao Feng's demeanor was like that of a man who was scared inside, but pretended to be tough. Jing Yushi looked down on Gao Feng even more in her heart and coldly said, What do you want? Gao Feng examined the perfectly shaped Jing Yushi, smiling. Then let's kiss a little. Jing Yushi's pupils seemed to ignite with flames, but her tone was as cold as ice. All right, come here quickly. Gao Feng couldn't help himself and immediately took a step forward, standing opposite Jing Yushi. Before he could speak, Jing Yushi dashed forward like an arrow, throwing a punch aimed at his eye. Hey, don't hit my face. I don't want to ruin my looks. Gao Feng slightly turned his body, dodging her strike. Jing Yushi missed and, following through, drove her elbow down like an iron cone towards his chest. This move, the heart-piercing elbow, She had practiced thousands of times at the police academy and was enough to make an adult man faint on the spot. Chapter 120. Let the professionals handle professional matters. The next morning, Gao Feng had woken up as usual. Bai Bingbing, like a little cat, was curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. This little girl was really exhausted. Gao Feng pulled his right arm out from under her neck and got up to get dressed. When he went downstairs, he saw the kitchen lights on. It must be the new chef, Yi Xian. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the kitchen door. Yi Xian had been there for 3 days, and the male host had not returned. She almost thought that all of them existed just to serve Bai Bingbing. To be honest, this job was really quite easy and the pay was good. Today, she planned to make soup dumplings and wontons, so she got up relatively early. When Gao Feng's voice suddenly rang out, she was so startled that she almost screamed. When she turned around and saw it was Gao Feng, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, you're back?" Gao Feng nodded and instructed, "Make breakfast for 3 people. I eat a lot." "Yewan hurriedly nodded. Okay. Sir, you getchabus." Gao Feng didn't say much and turned to leave. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the front door closing that Yi Xian completely relaxed. She had really been scared just now. After all, there was not a single man in the entire villa. Chapter 121. Familiar woman Shan Mansheng visits. Qi Zhiqin finished her shower and was humming a little tune at the dining table. Shan Mansheng walked over and sat down across from her, yawning as she said, "Xiaoqin, what good news do you have? You seem so happy." "Hee, Annie. I ran into Gao Feng today." "Who is Gao Feng?" Shan Mansheng paused with a piece of bread in midair, unable to recall if there was such a person in the entertainment industry. "He's the brother living in Building 88. Qi Zhiqin recounted her encounter with him today, laughing. "He used to do MCN. Maybe we can collaborate in the future." "MCN?" Shan Mansheng pondered. To be honest, the entertainment industry was not doing well right now. Many people had no roles to play, including herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be staying at home. Some colleagues had transitioned to live streaming sales, and it was said they were making a lot of money. She had considered trying it herself, but was worried about being scammed. She had checked into Gao Feng's background, but found nothing conclusive. He was quite mysterious. He probably wasn't trying to get close to Qi Zhiqin. After all, the value of that villa number 88 was not cheap, and with his wealth, he wouldn't go that far. Of course, it was hard to say whether someone as beautiful as Qi Zhiqin would catch his attention in the future. Chapter 122. Do you think I'm capable? Shan Mansheng, 32 years old, affinity level 10. Shan Mansheng's gaze towards Gao Feng changed. This man was a bit too direct. Such people were rare in the entertainment industry. If Gao Feng were an internationally renowned director, she would have to swallow her pride. But he was just the boss of an MCN company and so young. He was probably just a rich second generation. In her mind, there were many types of wealthy people. The impression rich second generation gave her was not good. She couldn't take being slapped in the face by this young man. Just as she was about to leave in a huff, Sun Yinyan walked over with a fruit platter. Her timely arrival broke the awkward atmosphere. "Miss Shun, please enjoy." Sun Yinyan smiled as she served and then retreated. "Mr. Gao, your butler is really quite good," Shan Mansheng remarked, picking up a grape. Miss Shun, if you want to be a streamer, you need to let go of the star attitude, just like my butler, and serve your benefactors well." Gao Feng smiled slightly. He wasn't lacking in emotional intelligence. What he said earlier was a test. If the other party couldn't let go of the star attitude and remained aloof. Chapter 123. Shopping. No limits, unsure if the system's cashback rule was a loophole or a benefit. Gao Feng decided to give it a try to see if there was a limit on the rebates. With that thought in mind, he got up and went upstairs. Bai Bingbing was doing yoga, and Sun Yinyan was guiding her. When she saw Gao Feng return, Sun Yinyan went downstairs, leaving space for the two of them. It must be said that having a butler is quite comfortable. They considered everything very thoroughly. Room temperature, humidity, cleaning, and meal arrangements were all in order. This is what enjoying life is all about. "Bingbing, let's go shopping." Gao Feng had previously bought Bai Bingbing a dress, but even though he had given her living expenses, she was still wearing old clothes. That was indeed his oversight, but it couldn't be blamed on him. After all, there were too many women, and he was too busy. Half an hour later, Gao Feng and 2 others arrived at the familiar Tycoon Li. Besides Bai Bingbing, Lin Shua also came along. One reason was that someone needed to carry the bags, and the other was that she used to be a celebrity's butler, very skilled in matching outfits. Gao Feng handed her an auxiliary card. All expenses would be charged to that card. This time, they didn't go to LV. Lin Shua chose another well-known brand, Chanel. Chapter 124. Expensive jewelry. There is actually a limit to the cashback that's too much. Bai Bingbing hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. Just take it. Change it up every day so I can enjoy it more. And get 2 more bags. Ding. The host has spent 655,000 yuan on Bai Bingbing, with double cashback totaling 310,000 yuan. The system prompt chimed in as expected. Gao Feng put his arm around Bai Bingbing, while Lin Shue followed behind with bags in hand. They walked to the jewelry section, and Gao Feng glanced at the Chow Tai Fook store, just in time to see Manager Wang. He also saw Gao Feng, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared as he lowered his gaze to avoid Gao Feng's eyes. Since the last incident, although he hadn't faced any punishment, he realized that Gao Feng was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Naturally, he wouldn't bother him again. Gao Feng couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention and walked straight into a nearby Chow Tai Fook. Xiao Ziyue was explaining products to a customer when she saw Gao Feng enter and immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Gao, hello?" Gao Feng nodded and walked over to the jade section. Xiao Ziyue quickly asked a colleague to take care of the previous customer, then respectfully approached Gao Feng. Gao Feng glanced at her name tag. Store manager, Xiao Ziyue, promoted. Chapter 125, an investment of 300 million in an online song contest. Rich and heartless Gao Feng had a leisurely day. He shopped in the morning and took Bai Bingbing around to have fun in the afternoon, only returning home in the evening. After getting home, it goes without saying that it was a wonderful night. Bai Bingbing's affection level had reached 97 points, almost maxed out. If it weren't for having to go to the company on Thursday, he would have aimed to max it out. However, time was tight, and he couldn't delay any longer. At 10 in the morning, Gao Feng entered the company. Everyone in the office was busy. Upon seeing Gao Feng, everyone stood up and greeted him. Everyone wanted to leave a good impression on this generous new boss. In the current difficult environment, a good job was hard to find. Gao Feng lightly nodded without stopping, heading straight to the general manager's office. This was now Lijia's office, and Gao Feng wasn't there. However, the company renaming was already in progress, and the 5,000 square meters of space was being cleaned up. They would move in directly over the weekend and start working there next week. Even if he wasn't there, a separate office would be ready for him. He pushed the door open and saw Lija on the phone. Upon seeing Gao Feng, Lija instinctively stood up. Gao Feng shook his head, signaling him to continue. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and took out his phone. Chapter 126. The foolishness of the 2 girls after sending away the 3 stunned individuals. Gao Feng lit a cigarette. Lija sat across from him with a complex expression, unsure of what to say. An investment of 3 billion without expecting a return. Such foolishness was unthinkable. Yet, it was Gao Feng's decision. If this were to happen, he doubted whether the company could continue operating. Even if Gao Feng's family was wealthy, they probably wouldn't keep giving him money. Even the richest man wouldn't be so generous. Haha, fatty, why do you look so worried? Gao Feng laughed at his expression. Brother Feng, how much money do you have? Are you just throwing away 3 billion? Who says it will definitely lose money? Gao Feng smiled. I don't see any profit points. There's no way the netizens will give you 3 billion. Lija said with a puzzled look. If 3 billion netizens participate, 1 yuan each, wouldn't that bring it back? Gao Feng blew a smoke ring, speaking deliberately. Lija wanted to say that Douyin didn't even have 3 billion users. Besides, even if there were 3 billion in rewards, Douyin would take half. They would need at least 6 billion. Haha, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just focus on the moving process. Next week, we will be working at the new location. Chapter 127. A novel way of scamming among the onlookers. Many people spoke up to advise. Young man, you're rich and don't lack money. Just let it go. Yeah, you might just have to pay some insurance, but they will have to pay for a lifetime. Forgive them. Rich people should have compassion. You are also at fault in this matter, so let it go. Hearing the crowd support, the red-haired girl suddenly teared up, crying. My best friend's life is tough. Her dad is a gambler, and her mom is bedridden. The whole family relies on her to make a living. She can't afford to pay, or she'll go to jail. Then who will take care of her brother and mom? A man in a polo shirt patted Gao Feng on the shoulder, with the cuff revealing a fake Rolex. A girl with a ponytail held up her phone to livestream. Look, the rich second generation is bullying the working girl. Supportive comments for the girl flooded the screen, urging him to go for insurance. Her brother is only 3 years old. The red-haired girl suddenly knelt on the ground, her knees scraping against the brake dust on the tire, having just pooled money for her mother's chemotherapy last month. The green-haired girl immediately looked up at the sky, her eyes welling up with tears. Chapter 128. The provocative Annie. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Gao Feng opened the door to see Ingzi standing gracefully at the entrance. After a week apart, she seemed a bit shy. Dung Pinkun. Ingzi first bowed and greeted him, then walked into the room with small steps. Gao Feng closed the door and turned to sit on the sofa. Ingzi changed into slippers and stood in front of Gao Feng like a servant. It seemed that after some time apart, they had grown a bit distant. Xingye Ingzi, 21 years old, affection level 70. Gao Feng gently pulled her, and she fell softly into his arms. Dongfeng Kun. Ingzi let out a soft murmur, part surprise, part invitation. A bit flirtatious. However, Gao Feng wasn't in a hurry. He just gently stroked her hair. Did you miss me? Yes. Ingzi thinks about you every day, she replied softly. Are you still live streaming? I stream every day, but only for 1 or 2 hours. Feeling that Gao Feng was not in a hurry, she relaxed and nestled softly in his arms. Have you signed with an agency? No, I'm still focusing on my studies. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Feng asked Ingzi, I have an MCN company. Would you be willing to sign with my company? Dongfeng, if it's you, I will be willing. But I only have 2 years left in Huagua. Chapter 129. Affection level dropped. Dongfeng. After waking up, Ingzi didn't see Gao Feng. Her body felt a bit sore due to the earlier activities. She found her phone on the bedside and immediately opened WeChat. He had not left a message. She opened Andy's message, which contained 2 inquiries about what she was doing and whether she would return at night. Ingzi wasn't sure if she would stay here tonight. Biting her lip, she pondered how to respond. A glance around revealed Gao Feng's clothes still on the bedside table. It seemed Gao Feng hadn't left. Wrapped in a bath towel, Sakura pushed open the bedroom door and walked barefoot into the living room. Oh my god! In an instant, Sakura froze in place. She tiptoed slowly to the guest room door and peered inside through the gap. After a while, Sakura took a few steps back and quietly turned around to return to the master bedroom. Gao Feng walked out of the bedroom and stretched his body comfortably. His bones cracked all over, making him feel entirely refreshed. Since gaining the system, it was the first time he had fully released himself, and he was indeed exceptionally talented. He also figured out how to use the newly acquired skills. Chapter 130. The board meeting of Shikifuka Group. Seeing Gao Feng silent, Lin Jixia suddenly felt a surge of revenge. She began to lick Gao Feng's chest, moving downwards. She wanted Gao Feng to know that having her as a woman was enough. Lin Jixia, affection level 1. The system notification sounded, breaking the 80 affection level again. But there was no reward. Sure enough, trying to exploit the system's loopholes wasn't that easy. Friday arrived as scheduled. At 9:45 a.m., Li Yinran, dressed in professional attire, stood at the entrance of a building. Gao Feng strode up to her and smiled. Why so early? I just arrived. Have you gone over the materials I gave you last time? Li Yinran was referring to the materials of Shikifuka Group. It included details about several major shareholders and financial statements. Gao Feng had been busy during this time and had only glanced at it, not taking it to heart. Gao Feng, this board meeting is unusual. Director Lin has been wanting to meet with you in advance. There must be something important. Li Yinran reminded him when she noticed his nonchalance. The predecessor of Shikifuka Group was an ordinary restaurant. Later, it caught the attention of capital, went through several rounds of financing, and brought in many institutions. Chapter 131. The new chairman Gao Feng forced into action. Lin Yuedong looked around the room and said, Everyone, the representative from Huifu Capital is absent. The meeting summary will be sent to them afterward. This is the most dangerous time for Shikifuku. Its market value has shrunk from 1 billion to 730 million. Out of the 80 direct chain restaurants, 50 are poorly managed and in a state of loss. The projector suddenly turned on, and the distribution map of the 80 stores showed 50 glaring red dots. Among these loss-making stores, 37 had ingredient procurement prices higher than the market price by 25, and the supplier was Fengyuan Ingredients. Suming Yuan's jade ring knocked heavily on the purple clay pot, making a cracking sound. Lin Yuedong ignored it and continued. The group's cash flow is 1.5 billion, of which 1.2 billion is frozen due to ingredient prepayments. As for those 2 central kitchens, she pulled up the surveillance footage, showing expired raw materials piled beside an empty production line. Director Su's traditional craftsmanship left the automation equipment with a utilization rate of 67, resulting in an additional monthly depreciation cost of 3 million. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. Gao Feng noticed that the anger in Su Jinghua's eyes didn't seem to be feigned. Chapter 132. Lin Jixia. Am I going to be the vice chairman of Shikifyuku? A look of joy appeared on Su Mingyuan's face. Did Gao Feng change his mind? I am preparing to appoint General Manager Lin as the executive president, starting today, to take over the supply chain. As for Chairman Su, Gao Feng pressed the signature section of the resignation letter. The group will reserve a lifetime honorary consultant position and annual salary for you. And you can continue to offer advice to Shikifyuku. After all, Su Mingyuan is the one who made Shikifyuku Group successful. He deserves the respect. Su Mingyuan looked deeply at Gao Feng and nodded. I'm tired. I will take some time off starting today. Just inform me of any decisions. Su Mingyuan left with 2 subordinates, leaving only 4 people in the meeting room. Su Zhenghua glanced around and said, then I'll leave first. Just notify me if anything comes up. He was a cunning old fox, knowing that Gao Feng and Lin Yuetong still had a confrontation ahead, and directly avoided it. Gao Feng looked at Lin Yuetong with a half-smile, waiting for her to explain. He was being forced into the position of chairman, a role not easily occupied. In unfamiliar territory, with no subordinates, he was merely a figurehead. They could easily marginalize him. Chapter 133. The Bank of China Dinner. You belong to me alone, yes. Originally, Shikifyuku was worth 10 billion, but now it has shrunk by 30. Gao Feng nodded. After you go, assist Lin Yuetong in her work to deal with Su Mingyuan together. Lin Yuetong has a strong desire for power, but her goals align with ours. She needs a solid resume, and I need a healthy business. If there are any issues, let me know at any time. I'll find a solution. Lin Jixia was capable and had extensive experience as a senior account manager at a 5-star hotel, so dealing with these people wouldn't put her at a disadvantage. With her, as Shikifyuku Group, Gao Feng wouldn't be a sidelined emperor. If you have suitable candidates, you can also bring them over to help you. Lin Jixia couldn't hide her excitement, starting to consider which people would be suitable to take with her. She was ambitious too, pouring all her energy into her career. Otherwise, she wouldn't be single at her age. From an account manager to the vice chairman of a large company, this was a leap in social class. Once she established herself, with Gao Feng's support as chairman, it was possible for her to become a leader in the future. At that time, when she returned to the hotel, it would be as a major client. Lin Jixiao's affection level increased to 88. Chapter 134. The 12 million yuan Matai, he had a critical card with a limit of 100 million. Since Su Wanqing had multiple consumption channels, instead of figuring out how to cash it out himself, it was better to ask her. Gao Feng looked at Su Wanqing and said in a deep voice, just right. I have 1 billion in my account, and it's idly sitting there. Is there any way to spend it all? 1 billion in funds, all spent? Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned, but soon she realized, regardless of Gao Feng's intentions, her job was to provide suggestions. Mr. Gao, there are many ways for large expenditures. First, purchasing real estate. However, the real estate market has passed its golden period. Only certain areas in super large cities can retain value, so careful selection is needed. Second, investment, such as funds, purchasing equity in startups, etc. Third, collecting top-tier artworks, antiques, and jewelry, which all retain value. Gao Feng nodded and asked, what about pure consumption? Without considering value retention? In that case, buying yachts, private jets, and top-notch luxury goods is all possible. Su Wanqing thought for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Recently, a large batch of Zodiac-themed Mutai liquor is for sale. I wonder if Mr. Gao is interested? Chapter 135. Critical hit. 1 billion cash received ding. The host used a critical hit card, spending 120 million, with a maximum return of 100 million at 10 times, totaling a cash receipt of 1 billion. Gao Feng looked at the account balance on his phone and couldn't help but smile. With this 1 billion, whatever he wanted to do next, he had the confidence to do it. The transaction was completed, and Su Wanqing would follow up on the remaining matters. The liquor appraiser and logistics would all be handled by her. Su Mingyuan was also very happy. With a cash flow of 120 million and a net profit of 70 million. With this portion of funds, he felt more assured about the upcoming power struggle. He looked at Gao Feng and suddenly found him quite pleasing to the eye. This is not a disaster star, but his lucky star. Director Gao, I have a question. Is it appropriate to ask? Gao Feng smiled and said, you are my senior. What is inappropriate to ask? All right, I don't understand why you teamed up with Lin Yuetong. This doesn't benefit you at all. Gao Feng shook his head and said, today is the first time I've met Lin Yuetong. There was no intention of teaming up. First time meeting? Su Mingyuan asked incredulously. Yes, I was originally not interested in chiefing and was just waiting for dividends. but with the financial report showing losses. Not only do I have no money to take, but I'm also losing money, which obviously cannot stand. Chapter 136. Can Star not have love? When Gao Feng arrived at the villa, he saw Lin Shuiwei inspecting the wine cellar equipment. This was a temperature-controlled wine cellar that could control humidity and temperature, with dedicated ventilation ducts covering an area of 150 square meters. Lin Shuiwei carefully maintained the humidity at 60 to 70 and the temperature at 18 to 20 degrees. This temperature can slow down alcohol evaporation and allow the microorganisms and chemicals in the wine to maintain a slow and stable reaction, enhancing flavor. Gao Feng listened to her explanation and felt he had gained some strange knowledge. Mr. Gao, there's too much white liquor this time. I specifically ordered a batch of shelves, which will be delivered shortly. This way, we can use at most half of the space. And the other half can hold some temperature-controlled wine cabinets, specifically for storing red wine. Oh, do they have different temperature requirements? Yes. Red wine needs to be a few degrees lower. It's best to use a temperature-controlled wine cabinet. All right, let the professionals handle professional matters. Lin Shuiwei considered things far more comprehensively than Gao Feng. This is the benefit of having a professional housekeeper. Since she had made arrangements, Gao Feng didn't linger and returned to the third floor. Bai Bingbing was painting an oil painting. Chapter 137. Invitation. SCC Supercar Club Qi Jiqin had also turned 18 and inevitably yearned for love. Gao Feng was handsome and had a captivating aura. He was completely different from other men. She instinctively wanted to get closer. Qi Jiqin didn't understand that this was the natural attraction of the strong to the weak, especially between the opposite sexes, which often involved admiration for strength. Gao Feng's physical fitness was twice that of an ordinary person, and his physique was 4 times better. He was an absolute powerhouse in terms of physical strength. His mental strength also rose accordingly. In a crowd, he was like a powerful golden eagle with a wingspan of 6 meters standing in front of a group of sparrows, completely distinguishing himself from others. Not to mention, he also had a 50 increase in attractiveness to the opposite sex due to system rewards. Such a man, even if someone harbored prejudice, would still be attracted to him. Little Qin, stars can date, but can you see any top-tier star who has gone public before the age of 30? Shen Manxing sighed and decided to have a serious talk with the little girl. This was related to her future. Then I can choose not to go public. Qi Jiqin was somewhat unconvinced. You're only 19 years old, with 11 years until you turn 30. Can you endure it? Do you think he can? Shen Manxing continued to stare at Qi Jiqin. Chapter 138. I only ask that you place your future funds in China Merchants Bank after dinner. Soaking in the cool swimming pool, sipping refreshing watermelon juice, and accompanied by a goddess, what more could one ask for in life? To be honest, Gao Feng didn't even want to go out anymore. Bai Bingbing's name was not chosen in vain. She was dazzlingly white under the sun. Watching her swim happily in the pool, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. There were only Gao Feng and her on the rooftop, and there were no taller buildings in the community than this villa. Gao Feng glanced at the tall buildings 2 kilometers away. He decided to extinguish the thought of performing an explicit show here. With current technology, phones could capture images from several kilometers away. He certainly didn't want his video to be spread online. Maybe he would install a retractable sunshade here later. Then he wouldn't have to worry. Bai Bingbing, unaware that she had avoided a disaster, swam to Gao Feng's side. Her skin was cooler than the water. Holding her in his arms felt particularly refreshing. Half a month ago, he was still a bankrupt loser. Now, his career was thriving, with assets worth billions, surrounded by beautiful women. He was almost overwhelmed. Sometimes, he really wanted to just lie flat and stop striving. Unfortunately, all of this came from the reverse dog-licking rich system. If one day, the system were to suddenly disappear like it came. Chapter 139. I can provide you with the best service. Gao Feng picked up his phone and answered. China Construction Bank. Is it President Qi? This was actually a call from the bank president himself. Su Wanqing beside him immediately felt a pang of anxiety. She had just tried to poach from China Construction Bank, and now the other party had come looking for her. Moreover, it was the president himself. This treatment was quite remarkable. What she didn't know was that Gao Feng's bank card had just received 10 billion last night. The inflow of 10 billion directly alarmed the higher-ups of the Chaoyang branch of China Construction Bank. Even though today was the weekend, if it weren't for a delay in the morning, President Qi would have called Gao Feng much earlier. Changed to a Supreme Dragon card, Gao Feng's lips curled into a smile as his gaze swept over Su Wanqing's pale face. I have something to do this afternoon, so let's schedule another time. Mr. Gao, if you don't have time to come, I can arrange for a client manager to come to assist you. It won't take up too much of your time. Then let's meet at Worker Stadium. I'll be there after 3 p.m. After hanging up, Gao Feng looked at Su Wanqing and smiled. President Xi from China Construction Bank personally contacted me. I have to give him face regarding this funding matter. Su Wanqing was suddenly anxious. Just as she was about to agree, something went wrong. What about her KPI? Chapter 140. A custom dress worth millions. It's yours. This is the Stardust model from the 2023 Fall-Winter Haute Couture collection. The sales assistant gently brushed the dress with white gloves. There are only 3 pieces in the world, which just arrived via air freight from the Paris runway last week. Su Wanqing's gaze seemed glued to it, completely forgetting the purpose of her visit. She had seen this dress on television. It made its debut at the Paris fashion show recently and stunned everyone. The rhinestones on this dress were hand-set by artisans over 300 hours, and the invisible zipper on the back was custom-made from 18K white gold. It was incredibly luxurious. This was simply a dream dress. Being able to wear it once in a lifetime would be enough to satisfy her. When Gao Feng gestured for the sales assistant to take down the dress, Su Wanqing suddenly realized that her nails were digging deeply into her palm. In the reflection of the mirror, her bank suit contrasted absurdly with the rhinestone dress. It mirrored her current state of mind. She had been verifying reports at the bank in the morning, and by afternoon, she might be wearing this outfit worth 5 years of her income. Meanwhile, Gao Feng lounged on the velvet sofa, the Patek Philippe watch glinting coldly in the light, as if to say that this was just a star plucked casually from the sky. Mr. Gao, this. Su Wanqing looked at the dress priced at 880,000, feeling at a loss. Chapter 141. Conflict, who is stronger decides. Su Wanqing instinctively stepped forward to shield Gao Feng. Her fingertips dug deeply into her palm, her whole body trembling with anxiety. If this conflict harmed Gao Feng, her performance assessment for the entire year would collapse in an instant. Young Master Wang. He is my friend. New here. Doesn't he understand the rules? Sorry. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Shun Yanqing stepped forward, wanting to mediate. Who are you? Young Master Wang glared at Shun Yanqing with disdain. Shun Yanqing's smile faltered, and he quietly said, I am Shun Yanqing from Magic City. Introduced by Wu Qing. Young Master Wang disdainfully spat on the ground, looking completely unrepentant. Oof. From Magic City, what are you trying to show off here? Get lost. Shun Yanqing's expression darkened. He was quite a prominent figure in Magic City. Who wouldn't he give him face? But in Kyoto, not many people knew him. Wu Qing was the youngest son of the chairman of the Jiyuan Group, worth hundreds of billions, loved cars, and was also a leading figure in the club. He had thought young Master Wang would give him some face, but unexpectedly, he couldn't help but secretly blame Gao Feng. Gao Feng used to be very low-key. How had he become so ostentatious after a few years? Chapter 142. The duel between McLaren and Koenigsegg. On Chaoyang Street, over 30 supercars lined up, roaring past like a dragon. The entire street was filled with the deafening roar of engines. This grand scene immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Dude, why are there so many supercars here? Some tourists from out of town, seeing this scene, hurriedly took out their phones to capture it. An elderly local man shook his head and said, this must be some supercar club. They are probably going to race. What? Racing on this big road? The tourists were stunned. Were these people so reckless? They dared to openly drag race on the streets of the capital? What are you talking about? They're going to the racetrack. How could they race here? They're not even as fast as me. Saying this, the old man drove off in his old car, quickly merging into the traffic and disappearing. Impressive. The tourists gave a thumbs up in the direction the old man had gone. Such old cars were prohibited on the road by national order. But he boldly drove, showing no fear of the traffic police ahead. The police also turned a blind eye to him, not wanting to cause trouble. An old man like that wouldn't be worth stopping. If he fell down, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Chapter 143. A thrilling race, generous rewards. Competing in such extreme weather made the challenge even greater. The speed advantage of Koenigsegg was completely lost. On such a slippery track, no one would drive over 300 kilometers per hour. That would be suicidal. Young Master Wang glanced at Gao Feng, hoping the other side would propose to cancel the duel. Although he was impulsive and domineering, he understood that someone who could afford the only Koenigsegg in the country like Gao Feng must have a terrifying background. If something went wrong, the consequences would be severe. However, Gao Feng didn't even look at him, completely ignoring him. Damn it, you're looking for trouble on your own. Don't blame me. Young Master Wang cursed under his breath. preparing himself. Due to the rain, most of the supercars had withdrawn from the race. On the track, there were only about 10 supercars ready to go. The heavy rain poured down, and the asphalt of the Jean Gang track became slick. Young Master Wang's McLaren Elva roared at the starting line, spinning its wheels, with blue tire smoke mixing with the rain to form mist. He intentionally stirred the water in front of the starting line into a vortex, trying to make the rear wheels of the Koenigsegg beside him slip. However, Gao Feng pressed the dry track mode on the steering wheel, and the active aerodynamic kit's dual wings lifted to 28, creating a high-pressure air curtain around the car to repel the splashing rainwater. Chapter 144. The Dynasty's Brand Chain Restaurant. Ponzi Scheme? Gao Feng. What is your relationship with this girl? After all, he was Zhao Xintong Sr. Seeing another woman beside Gao Feng, it was impossible not to notice. She's a client manager from the bank, work-related. Qingyi's expression was somewhat strange. Su Wanqing was wearing a custom outfit worth nearly $1 million. Although he had known Gao Feng for a short time, he was deeply impressed by Gao Feng's generosity. Just a client manager from the bank. In other words, she was just a socialite used to represent the bank, a plaything for the rich. Besides Gao Feng, no one else would be so extravagant. Gao Feng. It's fine to play, but don't let Xintong know. I'll pretend I didn't see it. They were all men. Those who understood knew what was going on. Gao Feng smiled, but didn't explain. Not playing now didn't mean he wouldn't play in the future. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. The representative from the construction bank had arrived. A few minutes later, a woman in her 20s walked into the club. Mr. Gao, hello. I am Su Ying from the Key Accounts Department of the construction bank. The newcomer was quite attractive, scoring an 85. But she didn't meet Gao Feng's standards. This also made him lose interest in engaging. He directly asked Su Wanqing to liaise with her while he continued chatting with Qingyi. Do you have business with the construction bank? Chapter 145. Everyone does this. He picked up the bottle of wine on the table and began to examine it closely. He looked for a long time, but didn't find any problems. As the manager of a high-end restaurant, he was very familiar with the drinks in the establishment. From the wine box and the bottle, there seemed to be no issues. The wines were all uniformly purchased and delivered by headquarters. How could they possibly be fake? Everyone, I've checked, the wine is fine. Gao Feng gently tapped the table and said in a low voice, you should take a sip and try it. The manager took a new glass, poured some wine, and tasted it. He had never had this wine before, so he couldn't tell anything. This was a bit troublesome. If the taste of the wine was off, unless it was sent for identification, there was no way to determine it. The manager looked around and pondered the identities of the group. They were all young, but their demeanor was quite extraordinary. They looked like a group of rich second-generation individuals. Such people should not be involved in scams like this. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the warehouse and get 2 more bottles of wine to see if they are the same. The manager hurried away, and Gao Feng's expression was still not good. If this were not his restaurant, he wouldn't care as long as they replaced it with genuine wine. But now, he had to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 146. This woman is very smooth. It turned out to be a gang operation. If even the supervisor was doing this, then there must be more than just him involved. The waiter was filled with regret. He regretted not switching the wine properly. To save time, he didn't use a syringe to inject mineral water as usual. Instead, he pried open the anti-counterfeit seal and replaced it with a nearly identical blended wine. These 2 bottles of wine looked the same. How could he know the batch numbers were different? If it weren't for this oversight, even if the customers tasted a difference, they wouldn't have been able to catch any evidence. They've been doing this for several years without incident. It just happened to leak this time. Lin Yuetong and the others had very grim expressions. This was no longer a scandal. It was a matter of life and death for Kifufu. Although it was not Kifufu's doing, but rather the personal actions of the waiter, it was enough to indicate that there were significant management loopholes in Kifufu. Moreover, how long had this been going on, and how many people had consumed this blended wine? Was it just one store or multiple stores? If this matter leaked out, Kifufu would likely be finished. We can't call the police. Let's keep this quiet for now. You go to the break room and see how much fake wine there is. Gao Feng instructed in a deep voice. Before long, the results came out. Chapter 147. Make a move. Let me see your skills. Meng Siu had arranged for them to meet at her house. When Gao Feng arrived, she and a short-haired woman in her 30s had already been waiting for a long time. Gao Feng, this is my cousin. You can call her Meng Jie. She's the president of High Dime Music. Meng Jie. Meng Jie looked Gao Feng up and down and extended her hand, saying, I've heard Siu mention you, and you really are handsome. Gao Feng shook her hand lightly and then let go. After they all sat down and chatted for a bit, they got to talking about the music conference. Meng Jie inquired in detail about Gao Feng's planning and discussed some of her questions with him. Currently, the investment for this project far exceeded expectations. She wanted to know what conditions Haidai Music would require if they were to join in. Originally, when Meng Xiu first mentioned this idea to her, she didn't take it seriously. She just had someone do market research and didn't formally start anything. When Gao Feng asked Meng Xiu about the progress, she said it was almost finished, which was just for her own face. But now it was different. Gao Feng had actually pushed this originally intangible matter forward and received recognition from the Douyin platform. The investment was also so substantial. When Meng Xiu told her about it, she became interested. After all, she was also in the music industry. Chapter 148 Beat Up the Future Father-in-Law. Make a move. How to make a move. Gao Feng had the combat experience of a Tai Chi master and possessed the strongest physique. No matter who he faced, it was bullying. Not to mention Zhao Xintong's father. In a duel of experts, it's hard to hold back. If he accidentally injured him, how would he face Zhao Xintong later? Uncle, fists and feet have no eyes. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Gao Feng smiled, but said something that made Zhao's father furious. What an arrogant junior. Go ahead and make a move. If you can hurt me, then I might as well have lived this long for nothing. Huh, how about we make a bet? Gao Feng said with a grin. If I win, you won't interfere with my relationship with Xintong in the future. All right. Zhao's father glared coldly. He had never liked Gao Feng and wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that it was said this way, he decided to slap this kid in the face and give him a profound lesson. Gao Feng stepped forward and stopped 3 meters in front of Zhao's father. You are the elder. You can make the first move. Gao Feng repeatedly jumped in front of Zhao's father, already provoking his anger to the peak. He couldn't care less about bullying the young, and with a single step, he came right in front of Gao Feng. Zhao's father's steps seemed slow, but his shoes left fine cracks on the bluestone slabs. Chapter 149 You didn't hurt him, did you? Did you go to find Gao Feng? Where is he? You didn't hurt him, did you? Zhao Xintong bypassed Zhao's father and was about to go out to check. That kid left a long time ago. Zhao's father's face flushed, and he snorted coldly, sitting on the sofa. Are you kidding? Does he not care about his own face? Zhao Xintong was not convinced and went out for a round before running back angrily. Dad, what did you do to him? The more she cared about Gao Feng, the angrier Zhao's father became. The air pressure in the living room was terrifyingly low. Zhao's mother came over, shot a glare at Zhao's father, and said, Look at how anxious our daughter is. Hurry up and say something. Zhao's father grumbled. Yes, fine. Why don't you care about your old man? Really? You're turning your elbow outwards. What could possibly happen to you? Zhao Xintong scrutinized Zhao's father and was slightly taken aback. He didn't look like he was venting. He looked more like a punching bag. No way. He couldn't have lost, could he? Dad, did you lose? Did you get hurt? Zhao Xintong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could I possibly be hurt? Zhao's father jumped up, performed a few moves, and demonstrated that his body was fine. But the more he did this, the more certain Zhao Xintong became. Chapter 150 Dismiss all positions and go home to reflect. Gao Feng gently tapped the table, attracting everyone's attention. This matter will be handled this way. Su Mingyuan's Buddhist beads suddenly snapped, and the Bodhi seeds rolled onto the hardwood floor. Director Gao, are we considering that they once fought for the company? Fought until the company went bankrupt? Gao Feng interrupted him, tapping the documents on the table with his fingertips. Lin Yuedong's team will continue to dig deep. Anyone involved, regardless of their position, will be handed over to the economic investigation team within 3 hours. We maintain zero tolerance for such rotten apples. All managers of the involved stores will be demoted. Su Hui dismissed. Gao Feng's gaze fell on Su Mingyuan, coldly stating, As for you, you should bear the main responsibility. From today onwards, all your positions are revoked. Go home and reflect. What? Su Mingyuan suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table, angrily stating, What right do you have to stop my work? Just because I am a chairman, is there a problem? Gao Feng looked at Su Mingyuan, coldly replying, All right, I didn't expect you to be the venomous snake. We'll see how this goes. Su Mingyuan slammed the door and left. Director Gao, Lin Yuetong glanced at Gao Feng, surprised that he was so decisive, leaving no face for Su Mingyuan. Chapter 151 Even Deceiving Classmates. Be a person. We need to ask Li Yinran about this. She is handling the share transfer. All right, in case Feng Yuan breaches the contract. I'll have this contract reviewed by Zhongluan Law Firm to see if we can hold Feng Yuan accountable. As for the supply chain, you contact Jufu first. I'll think a way. Gao Feng was uncertain if Jufu could cooperate, so he could only proceed like this for now. Director Gao, if we can cooperate with Jufu, that will be foolproof. Gao Feng's mysterious demeanor made Lin Yuedong hold some expectations for him. If it really works out, there will be no hidden dangers in the future. Leave Lin Zhixia and the people she brought to hand over to Lin Yuedong. Gao Feng immediately contacted Li Yanran. Gao Feng, I was just about to tell you about this. The share transfer contract between Jiufu Group and Chifu has come through. You need to come sign it. Li Yanran was no longer surprised by Gao Feng's miraculous operations. The shares from Chifu still came from BlackRock Group, while Jiufu was even more impressive, coming from Vanguard Group. Both are financial giants, and she had no idea what relationship Gao Feng had with them. Do you know the contact information of Jiufu's person in charge? I need to discuss something with him. I need to ask someone. The contact left here is for Vanguard Group. Chapter 152, Showing Off Wealth. Chang Mao jumped out to refute Gao Feng, and Wang Chao was very satisfied. Such painless accusations stemmed from jealousy. The humiliation he suffered at the last-class reunion was released at this moment. Wang Chao thought for a moment and shot a video in the store, posting it in the group. Gao Feng, don't slander me out of jealousy. This is a video I just filmed. Look at how many customers there are. Gao Feng, you're useless. Your restaurant went bankrupt, and you can't stand to see others succeed? I now suspect your motorcycle from last time was rented. Are you pretending to be wealthy? Although Wang Chao had completed his self-brainwashing, he worried someone might be swayed by Gao Feng. In the group, more than 10 classmates were interested, and about 7 or 8 had already paid. There were also dozens of alumni interested. This was a profit of over 10 million, and he absolutely couldn't let Gao Feng ruin it. Wang Chao and Chang Mao's speeches made many people wake up. Those who praised Gao Feng only saw him riding a motorcycle worth over $1 million last time. But Wang Chao made a point. Many knew about Gao Feng's restaurant going bankrupt. How could someone who just went bankrupt suddenly become wealthy? Chapter 153. We only cooperate with companies worth over 10 billion. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, the man casually said, You just said your company is Chifu? Is it over 100 billion in scale? Our Jiufu only collaborates with clients worth over 100 billion. Su Wanqing quickly said, Manager Xiao, I mentioned this morning that while Chifu only has a 10 billion scale, it is a Cantonese restaurant with a high demand for various seafood, more worthy of cooperation than supermarkets. Miss Su, Jiufu only cooperates with listed companies or super large enterprises. This Chifu doesn't meet the qualifications, so there is no possibility of cooperation. Manager Xiao said with a half-smile, not even looking at Gao Feng, staring straight at Su Wanqing. This attitude made Gao Feng unable to endure. Manager Xiao, what is the point of inviting me here if there is no possibility of cooperation? Are you playing with me? I'm giving Miss Su face to see what kind of person wants to cooperate with me. Manager Xiao glanced at Gao Feng, his tone arrogant. Implicitly, he was saying he was only doing this as a side note. Then he slowly said, You have no sincerity at all. How can you do business? Sincerity? What kind of sincerity do you want? Gao Feng suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, You don't understand anything. It's better to change to someone who does, like Miss Su, who is very suitable. Chapter 154. Wealthy people bully ordinary citizens. At this moment, at the entrance of the group building, Gao Feng lit a cigarette. I'm sorry, General Gao. I didn't arrange it well. Su Wanqing looked apologetic, her expression somewhat dim. Gao Feng blew out a smoke ring, saying lightly, This has nothing to do with you. Help me find some more seafood supply channels. Just in case. Manager Xiao's demeanor was enough to explain the problem. Jiufu was so large that even meeting the chairman might not yield good results. Moreover, Manager Xiao, as the department head, had such an arrogant attitude. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Gao Feng had no more expectations for the entire management team. He must prepare for the worst and think of other solutions. Gao Feng didn't believe that without the pig with hair, they couldn't eat pork. If it really doesn't work, he would directly find suppliers from Guangdong province or other seafood production areas to cooperate. At worst, he could acquire or build his own seafood breeding ponds and cold storage. Although the initial investment was larger, in the long run, the cost would be lower. It's just spending money, right? With 100 million in cash on hand. Who was he afraid of? Seeing that Gao Feng didn't blame her, Su Wanqing finally relaxed. Not finding the chairman himself and being rejected made him a bit frustrated. However, Gao Feng also realized he hadn't signed the share transfer contract yet. Chapter 155. A piece of scrap metal, 500,000? The red-haired girl and the green-haired girl seemed to be minor internet celebrities, with account names Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu and hundreds of thousands of fans. There were hundreds of viewers in the live broadcast room. The two girls learned from last time's lesson and wore cheap clothes this time, with no valuable items on them. Although Gao Feng's clothes do not display any obvious brand names, both the craftsmanship and the cut clearly indicate that they are high-end goods. Not to mention the supercar behind him, which obviously belongs to a wealthy second-generation rich kid, with the economy in poor shape and the social atmosphere restless. There is a general sense of resentment. The netizens in the live broadcast room immediately sided with the two girls and began to criticize Gao Feng harshly. Don't cry. Little Green, don't let people look down on you. We may be poor, but our aspirations are not short. That's right. The wealthy are cold-hearted and oppress ordinary people. We are your strongest support. Exposure is necessary, brothers. Let's take action and get everyone involved. No problem. I'll post it on the headlines. You all follow. The fluorescent green fishnet stockings of the green-haired girl made a rustling sound against the concrete floor, and the metal chains hanging from her ripped denim shorts jingled with her movements. This battle outfit, worn during last night's live broadcast, was now emitting the cheap smell of synthetic fibers under the sunlight. Chapter 156, Beautiful Police Flower. Let's make an appointment again. Seeing that Gao Feng was unyielding, the red-haired girl suddenly turned to the police and asked. The car was stepped on by her. It has nothing to do with me. Can I leave now? What are you talking about, Little Red? The green-haired girl was dumbfounded, stopped crying, and looked at her companion in disbelief. The red-haired girl glanced at her and turned back to the police, saying, in all the footage, I was just taking photos. The rest has nothing to do with me. If there's compensation or jail time, you should find her. 570,000. She won't pay. Don't die poor, don't die for a friend. The police were also somewhat confused by this scene. The one who had been jumping the most happily was this red-haired girl, yet she unexpectedly decided to stop. However, she was right. The main responsibility lay with the green-haired girl, and she could distance herself from the situation. Little Red, you said the car looked good in photos. We were in this together. Little Green grabbed her hand, not letting her leave. What evidence do you have? I was just taking pictures of the car. Who knew you would run up? Little Red forcefully pried Little Green's fingers apart and pushed her to the ground before turning and running out of the mediation room. The dramatic scene of these plastic sisters left everyone staring at each other in disbelief. Chapter 157, A New Hope in the Dark Today. Gao Feng was not in a good mood. The supply chain issue had not been resolved and remained a hidden danger. He had just had a spat with Jing Yushi, but it surprisingly relaxed him a lot. Where there's a will, there's a way, he thought, not wanting to dwell on it any longer. Where are you going? Li Yanran asked, noticing that the car was not heading to Zhonglun Law Firm. Lawyer Li, you've helped me so much today. Let me treat you to a meal. Li Yanran checked the time. It was already past 6, and there was no need to return to the firm. It was also the first time the two of them were having a meal alone. Even for her, a ripple of excitement stirred in her heart. Gao Feng parked the car, suddenly remembered something, and went around to the trunk to take out a small handbag. Here for you. Li Yanran waved her hand and said, I'm your lawyer. This is part of my job. No need for gifts. This isn't a gift. It's your thing. It's been with me for a long time, so I'm returning it to you. What thing? Li Yanran asked, puzzled. She didn't remember having anything at Gao Feng's place. Without thinking much, she directly reached in to take out the item inside. A large bra swayed in the air, and she instantly froze in shock. Gao Feng also didn't expect her to pull it out in public, and his expression became somewhat awkward. Chapter 158. An incurable disease that money can't solve. Can surgery still be performed? Li Yanran shook her head. Experts say the risk rate for a second surgery is 89. Even if successful, the recurrence period may shorten to half a year. Even if 2 or 3 consecutive surgeries are successful, it won't last long. Not to mention the surgical fees, which are a bottomless pit. For the sake of prolonging one person's life, maybe only a year or 2. Is it worth it to ruin the future of the whole family? It's worth it. You are my sister, and I must save you. In the single patient room of the People's Hospital of Kyoto University, Wu Qian held her sister's hand firmly and said resolutely. Wu Qian's sister looked pale to the point of transparency, with faint blood vessels visible beneath her skin. She was only 19 years old and naturally did not want to die. But seeing her mother's hair turning grayer by the day and her sister becoming more haggard every day, she hoped it would be better if she died to avoid dragging down the family. Sister, don't lie to me. I know what illness I have. It can't be cured. Wu Yu stared at the cracks in the ceiling. The 4-needle trembled slightly on her pale hand. On her bedside table lay an unopened college entrance examination volunteer book, with the golden letters of Kyoto University shining brightly on the cover. She was an extremely beautiful girl, and although she came from a single-parent family, she had self-respect and self-love, and had never even had a boyfriend. Chapter 159. Little sister, don't tell anyone. Thank you both for your help. You are great benefactors to my family. Gao Feng and Li Yinran's names have been mentioned by Wu Qian's mother countless times. This time for the treatment. It was entirely thanks to their assistance that her younger daughter could hold on until now. Although she still hadn't been cured, the gratitude was immense. She had no other way to repay them, so she could only kneel and bow her head to show her appreciation. Gao Feng helped her up and said solemnly, Wu Qian is our classmate. This is what we should do. He looked at the stunned Wu Qian beside him and said, You take your mom to eat at the restaurant outside. I'll stay here with Yanran. Seeing the instant noodles that Wu Qian had hidden earlier, Gao Feng realized they hadn't had dinner yet. It was just the right time for both of them to let them rest for a while. After Wu Qian declined a few times, she eventually took her mother out under their persuasion. Gao Feng closed the ward door and looked at Wu Yu on the hospital bed. His mental strength was strong. What Wu Qian could perceive, he naturally could too. It seemed he had to give her medication right now. Otherwise, if she were to commit suicide at night, everything would be irretrievable. Gao Feng walked to the bedside, leaned down to Wu Yu's ear, and whispered. Chapter 160. Su Mingyuan made his move. Gao Feng's decision eased Lin Yuedong's nervous mood. She no longer spoke with the urgency she had at the beginning. Think again. What other tricks does Su Mingyuan have up his sleeve? Lin Yuedong thought for a moment and said, We have some special ingredients made by the central kitchen. The head chef is Su Mingyuan's top apprentice, and I'm afraid he might cause trouble at this time. The chefs for various branches could also potentially have issues. Gao Feng frowned slightly and asked, Didn't you contact him in advance? No contingency plans? He had been ambiguous and waiting for the right price, a real sly one. Lin Yuetong smiled bitterly. She had originally planned to slowly dismantle Su Mingyuan's foundation, but she didn't expect Gao Feng to act so decisively. There were contingency plans, of course, but the people were still on the way and wouldn't arrive until Sunday at the earliest. If she wanted to talk to him or his subordinates, Su Mingyuan would surely fail, and following him would lead to a dead end. There were also the chefs from each store. She needed to clarify the stakes with them, explaining that all operational losses from the branches would be borne by them, and asking if they could afford it. Chairman, should we offer better compensation? Lin Yuedong still felt uneasy and inquired. Chapter 161. I have connections to the secret of 7 blessings life and death in terms of judges and professional musicians. Haidai Music had already made significant progress. A-level composer Yilan had preliminarily accepted the invitation. Yilan, known as the leader of the new generation of composers in Huagua, was only 28 years old this year. Her musical style was extremely diverse, making her the musician closest to the Hong Kong and Taiwan style on the mainland. She was expected to be promoted to S-level composer within 5 years. Having her as a judge for an online music concert would provide both shock value and hype. It seemed Haidai Music was indeed putting a lot of effort. The most well-known music critic, Lin Yu, was in talks and was very likely to join. With one music critic, one A-level composer, and Haidai Music's music director, the trio would be quite sufficient. The promotion work for the concert on Douyin had already begun. With its massive traffic, it instantly exploded online. High prizes, transparent competitions, and no participation barriers. In the original song category, the buyout price for first place was 10 million. This price was absurdly high. It's worth noting that even for S-level composers, the earnings from a single song might not reach 10 million. Second place would receive 5 million, third place 3 million, and from 4th to 10th, it would decrease progressively down to 1 million. Chapter 162. Shun Rui. This secret recipe is my family's heritage. Lin Yuedong was ambitious. Before Gao Feng arrived, she dared to confront Su Mingyuan. Naturally, she had her trusted aides. Now both sides shared a common enemy, jointly dealing with Su Mingyuan to save the 7 Blessings Company. They were allies. Once the crisis passed, the two would become rivals. This was the downside of having more shareholders. You go ask her to come over, Lin Yuetong instructed immediately after receiving Gao Feng's approval. A few minutes later, a graceful figure walked into the office, led by the secretary. Hello, President Lin. I am Shun Rui. Shun Rui first greeted Lin Yuetong, then turned to see Gao Feng on the sofa. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had seen this man at the Yalshan Yinheng Gala. He was the one who suggested she come to the headquarters for an interview. Unexpectedly, during this turbulent time for 7 blessings, he was actually in Lin Yuedong's office. Lin Yuedong knew Gao Feng was low-key and did not introduce his identity. She fixed her gaze on Shun Rui and said in a deep voice, "Speak. What is the purpose of your visit?" Shun Rui glanced at Gao Feng and then turned to Lin Yuedong. "This matter is very important. It concerns the current predicament of the 7 blessings group. Is it convenient to talk now?" "You can speak," Lin Yuedong said without hesitation. Chapter 163. Gao Feng. "What did you do to my sister?" After leaving Lin Yuedong's office, Gao Feng walked into the vice chairman's office. Lin Jixia was listening to a report from her subordinate, and when she saw Gao Feng, her face lit up with joy. "You can go now." After dismissing her subordinate, she walked up to Gao Feng, and the two locked eyes. It had been 5 days since she last saw him. Gao Feng reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The two enjoyed a rare moment of warmth, quietly snuggling for a while. "How have you been these days?" "Not bad, just different from my previous work. I'm still adapting," Lin Jixia replied. Now, the vice chairman. She was second only to Lin Yuedong in 7 blessings. She also managed finances, and with the chaos caused by Su Mingyuan, she felt quite drained. However, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she was invigorated. After all, she was the vice chairman of a large enterprise, a position many people would spend their entire lives trying to reach. Previously, she had worked at the Hilton Hotel as a customer service manager, which was already the pinnacle for her. The future path seemed to be marrying and having children, living a mundane life. But after meeting Gao Feng, she was placed in the 7 blessings group, and her life trajectory underwent a dramatic change. Chapter 164. Unreasonably wealthy. What kind of car is this? Duan Wei didn't recognize it, but he knew it was a supercar, a dream car he could never reach in his lifetime. It started at a minimum of several million. How could a delivery person like him have crashed into someone else's car? Just the repair costs made him feel dizzy. Gao Feng got out of the car and saw the scene in front of him, speechless. Did he have a grudge against luxury cars? The previous Maybach was still in the garage waiting for repairs. Now, this Koenigsegg was also damaged. Just by looking at the dent in the car door, it seemed it would need to be sent back to the factory for repairs. Gao Feng walked up to the delivery driver and helped lift the delivery vehicle off him. Many deliveries had fallen to the ground, likely inedible now. "Are you okay?" Gao Feng asked the delivery driver softly as he looked at the fallen items. Duan Wei moved his leg. It hurt a bit, but it wasn't serious. He looked at Gao Feng, his lips moved, but no words came out. The collision between the delivery driver and the luxury car attracted the attention of passers-by, many of whom took out their phones to record. For them, it was a rare spectacle, but for Duan Wei, it was a nightmare. The car was damaged, the food was spilled, the platform would deduct money, and he would have to pay compensation. It was all trivial matters. Chapter 165. Daily purchases of 2 million. Yes, the existing supply chain has encountered problems, and I want to switch to a better one. Gao Feng nodded. This was indeed his purpose for coming here. Does Jiafu not have a business department? Haven't you contacted them? I contacted them, but he thinks our temple is too small and doesn't meet the cooperation threshold. Oh, what is your purchasing volume? Wu Qing frowned slightly. Not much. About 2 million currently. 2 million a month was indeed not too much. Wu Qing nodded and pondered. Let's be friends. I can take charge, but the price might not be the most favorable. 2 million a day. How much? Wu Qing nearly spat out the water she was drinking. Every day. 2 million in seafood means 60 million a month, over 700 million in a year. This is definitely a big client. How could the company possibly refuse? He looked at Gao Feng, wondering if he had heard wrong, and cautiously asked, "Every day? 60 million a month?" Gao Feng thought for a moment. He had seen the financial report of Shifuku, which showed that Feng Yuan had daily payable accounts of over 2 million. Excluding low-priced vegetables, the rest were all high-value seafood. Even if it wasn't 2 million, it would still be over 180,000. Chapter 166. Brother Feng, you are too extravagant. Qian Shaokai stared at the unmarked wine box and suddenly slapped his thigh. Laughing hysterically, "You don't have to show off and embarrass yourself." He pointed at the French label on the champagne bottle. "Do you know what this is?" "Directly brought from the winery, Salon Champagne. It's enough for you to buy 10 boxes of that cheap wine." 10 boxes? Qian Shaokai's words immediately piqued Gao Feng's interest. He picked up the champagne on the table and examined it closely. Wu Qing felt a bit awkward. Qian Shaokai was his buddy, and Gao Feng was his guest. If the two clashed, he would be stuck in the middle, feeling uncomfortable. This barbecue gathering was a regular weekend event with friends, all familiar faces. and everyone was of similar status. He knew Qian Xiaokai's temperament. Once he got rowdy, no one could stop him. He regretted not taking Gao Feng's words more seriously and inviting him alone. Qian Xiaokai looked at Gao Feng's expression with even more disdain. Kyoto people have a sense of superiority over outsiders. Even with Shun Yanqing, he was not polite, let alone this unknown Gao Feng. Brother Feng? Ooh, strange. How can this wine not even be worth 10 million? Were you deceived? Gao Feng looked at it for a long time, his face filled with doubt. Chapter 167, The Princess of the Chu Group, Chu Gij. Li Yinran's phone call. She is now my lawyer. The delivery man who hit my car is in the hospital, and she is handling the aftermath for me. Gao Feng explained the situation in a simple sentence. You're just going to bear the loss of over 1 million yourself? Shen Yanqing's eyes were somewhat strange. He had guessed the content of the earlier call. Over 1 million is just meal money for me. But for that delivery man, it's like a mountain. Why force someone to a dead end? Brother Feng is generous. Wu Qing understood and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. They were all second-generation rich kids, but not the kind to bully others. They all admired Gao Feng's choice. Qian Xiaokai could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood up and looked at Gao Feng. Brother Feng, I'm not good with words. It was my fault earlier. Let this be my apology. Saying this, he poured himself 3 glasses of red wine and downed them all at once. When he was about to pour more, Wu Qing quickly stopped him. Are you trying to drink for free? That's too wasteful. Gao Feng realized that Qian Xiaokai was straightforward but had a foul mouth. Since the other party apologized, he naturally wouldn't mind the earlier unpleasantness. Chapter 168, 1 million. How do we compensate? Wu Qing and Shun Yanqing watched Gao Feng drive away and exchanged glances. This Gao Feng is really not simple. Wu Qing sighed. To be able to resist the temptation of beautiful women and decisively leave is not something everyone can do. Hee. You've invited so many people. Gao Feng is the first one to make you money, right? Shun Yanqing glanced at the 10 bottles of Kangdi left on the table, speaking meaningfully. Damn, those girls insisted on opening my second bottle of wine, costing me over 100,000. Wu Qing said with some pain. For this gathering of 10 people, all expenses combined were only a few tens of thousands. 1 bottle of red wine is enough for me to host 2 events. He was a second-generation rich kid, not a first-generation, and his monthly allowance wasn't too much. For example, he could get hundreds of thousands from the family trust fund each month for pocket money, while expenses for cars and houses needed to be applied separately. Although that was already good compared to ordinary people, it wasn't as free as imagined. He couldn't spend money as he pleased. The red wine Gao Feng sent this time was equivalent to his pocket money for more than half a year. Is Gao Feng a super rich second generation? Why is he so wealthy? Facing Wu Qing's exclamation, Shen Yanqing felt equally confused. Chapter 169, Lin Jixia, who was revealing her thoughts, finished her call with Gao Feng and communicated with the insurance company and the 4S store again. Only then did she return to the hospital room. Outside the room, she heard noises inside. She stood quietly for a moment, waiting for the inside to calm down before pushing the door open. At that moment, Duan Wei was half sitting on the hospital bed, hugging a woman. The middle-aged woman sighed and sat beside him. Lin Yinran's arrival immediately broke this temporary peace. When Duan Wei saw her, he immediately released the woman and looked at her nervously. He knew her identity from her previous visit, but his wife didn't. Lin Yinran had heard the arguments inside and understood what he was worried about. Without any small talk, she directly said, Duan Wei for this accident. The traffic police have determined you to be fully responsible, and the 4S store's damage assessment is 1.08 million. This sentence made Duan Wei see black in front of his eyes, nearly fainting again. Before the woman could cry out, Lin Yinran's next sentence left them all frozen in place. However, considering your economic situation, the car owner has decided not to pursue any responsibility. Not pursuing responsibility. What does that mean? Duan Wei asked incredulously. Well, it means just what it says. You don't have to compensate for his losses. And he won't compensate for yours either. Chapter 170, If Lin Jixia can secure the position of vice chairman of Shifuku, she won't have to worry about being eliminated in the future due to age. There's only one prerequisite. Gao Feng won't abandon her. She didn't say it explicitly, but Gao Feng could naturally sense it. Don't worry, as long as you don't leave, I won't abandon you. Lin Jixia, affection level 90, devoted value 2. Just as Gao Feng made this promise, the system's prompt tone came as expected. He suddenly felt a jolt of energy. His third small vault had appeared. ISNT, it's just the fear of having no support in the future. Gao Feng picked up his phone and dialed out. It was midnight, but the other side connected immediately. Hello, President Gao. Su Wanqing's voice was soft, with a hint of nasal tone. Help me find a house in Chaoyang District as soon as possible. Okay. Do you have any requirements? Fully furnished. Move-in ready. Large unit. All right. I will get it to you as soon as possible. The conversation between the two was very simple. Without any small talk. Gao Feng, what are you doing? Lin Jixia sensed something, and her eyes showed surprise and a hint of worry. As the vice chairman, aren't you embarrassed to still be renting? Chapter 171. Ruthless means after a brief, awkward conversation, there was a knock on the door. Manager Xiao, sweating profusely, pushed the door open and froze in place at a glance. He vividly remembered Gao Feng's word from last time, still echoing in his ears. At this moment, he truly regretted it. Gao Feng actually found the chairman. Manager Xiao, didn't this Mr. Gao come to discuss cooperation last time? Wu Wang said with a stern face. Yes, Manager Xiao nodded. Having worked with him for some time, he quickly understood. Then why did you refuse to cooperate with him? Wu Wang's tone was severe. Because our family foods partners are all large enterprises worth billions, and his company doesn't meet that scale, so. Manager Xiao hurriedly explained, presenting a businesslike demeanor. Bang! Wu Wang slammed the table and shouted. Are you so rigid in your work? Don't you know to be flexible? Although Mr. Gao's Kifufu company is not large, it specializes in seafood dining and has a significant business volume. It's completely reasonable to consider cooperation with them. Manager Xiao lowered his head in silence. Looking like he knew he was wrong, Wu Wang turned to Gao Feng and smiled. Chapter 172. Picking up the car? Chance encounter with Li Dan. Gao Feng recommended Wu Qing not just to help him. By taking down Manager Xiao, Wu Wang might have objections. To avoid being sabotaged in future collaborations, having Wu Qing on board was the best choice. With Wu Qing around, his goods would have quality assurance. Now, the two could be said to be united against a common enemy. For their own sake, and for others, Wu Qing had to do this job well. After negotiating with Jiafu, the next step was to deal with the troublesome root of Su Mingyuan. Gao Feng notified all shareholders that a shareholders' meeting would be held tomorrow to discuss the current predicament of Kifufu. He took Lin Jixia with him to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. The trip was twofold. First, to pick up his Rolls-Royce boat tail, and second, to buy Lin Jixia a vehicle for her convenience. Wang Chao had been riding high recently. Apart from some classmates canceling their franchise due to Gao Feng, everything was going smoothly. With money in hand, his first thought was to change his car. He had always driven his dad's old, discarded BMW. Now that he had earned his own money, he naturally wanted to buy a new car. What successful man wouldn't want a Cullinan? Chapter 173. A 2 million Bentley Dan looked up and saw Wang Chao with a selfie stick and Xia Huanlei beside him. Xia Huanlei was the top salesperson in the store, beautiful and capable, but her reputation was not great. Especially skilled in snatching orders and leveraging ambiguous relationships with clients to close deals. Wang Chao had been there a few days ago, originally attended by Li Dan, but he was intercepted by Xia Huanlei halfway. However, Li Dan didn't mind. Wang Chao was frivolous and his gaze was uncomfortable. So she didn't want to serve him anyway. The acquaintance Gao Feng mentioned must be Wang Chao. Wang Chao also spotted Gao Feng, and his proud smile instantly froze. If he hadn't named the person he disliked the most recently, it would undoubtedly be Gao Feng, since Gao Feng blasted him in the group chat last time. Many classmates and alumni had hesitated, and several had already asked for refunds. Now seeing him, he instinctively felt a bit flustered. But soon, that bit of panic was forcibly replaced by arrogance. Who knows if Gao Feng's black card is real? Shen Yanqing supporting him might just be out of camaraderie. Last time Gao Feng showed up, he was only riding a motorcycle worth over $1 million, compared to the top Cullinan he was about to acquire. What did that count for? Chapter 174. Just over $8 million. No doubt of victory. Wang Chao thought for a moment and made a phone call. When the call connected, he immediately switched to a fawning smile. Brother Liu, it's me, Wang Chao. I've run into a situation. He lowered his voice and quickly recounted the events and his plans, emphasizing Gao Feng's provocation, the huge traffic potential of the live stream, and his confidence in winning. Brother Liu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime promotional opportunity. If we win, the live stream will explode and the franchisee's confidence will soar. Moreover, even if I also pre-ordered, we would be even, but the advertising effect would already be out, so it's not a loss. Wang Chao chuckled. Did he really think he was foolish? He proposed a bet after thorough consideration. The $1 million bet Gao Feng mentioned was just a pleasant surprise. He could imagine how sensational it would be if Gao Feng lost and issued the $1 million fortune bag. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before Lu Hao's voice came through. Wang Chao, I can lend you the $2 million. This is your private grudge. If you lose and it affects the company, I'll make sure to strip you of a layer of skin. Don't worry, Brother Lu. The top Cullinan is the only one in stock under my name. Even if Gao Feng has money, he can't conjure a more expensive one. It's a sure win. Chapter 175. Gao Feng is actually the rich guy Pan Gaoding. Just looking at the back, the entire lounge seemed to transform into a garden, filled with a captivating fragrance. This woman is truly exceptional. Wang Chao instantly felt that Xie Huanlei beside him was utterly mundane. He stared at Lin Jixia, not blinking. Jixia, the car has been picked up. It's this one. Gao Feng, this car is too expensive. Lin Jixia felt heartache. Over $8 million for just an electric car was really. Gao Feng looked at the rebate of over $16 million and smiled. I think it's too cheap. I'm sorry for you. The affection in Lin Jixia's eyes was overflowing. Who could refuse a man's lavish spending on oneself? Lin Jixia, affection level 92. Indeed, besides exercising, the fastest way to increase affection is to spend money. I'll buy her a house next. If I work hard, the day when her affection reaches full value isn't far off. Gao Feng, it's time for the betting. Wang Chao's voice abruptly broke the warmth between the two. Gao Feng turned around and saw Wang Chao's envious face. Oh, is your money ready? Gao Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Look here, a full 20 million dough coins, and yours? Chapter 176. Who says I lost? The shadow appears Lu Hao beside him also said arrogantly. Exactly, you agreed to the bet, so issue the fortune bag. Show the invoice. The live stream was already boiling, and this was the moment they had been waiting for. Although it was thrilling just to watch the two big spenders show off their wealth. Wouldn't it be even better to sit back and take the money? 2 million in lucky bags. At this moment, the live stream had already reached 30,000 viewers and was crazily increasing by hundreds per second. However, Gao Feng showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, a strange smile crept across it as he slowly took a receipt from Lin Jixia's hand, but did not show it immediately. Gao Feng, ah bet isa, bet. Don't waste time. Lu Hao couldn't help but shout, feeling that something was off. Waste time? Gao Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the anxious Wang Chao and the sullen Lu Hao, finally landing on the excited livestream screen. Who says I lost? Wang Chao's heart sank suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripping him. Could there be an even more expensive car in the store? Impossible. Chapter 177. Mr. Instant Noodles exclusive live stream. Wang Chao glared fiercely in the direction Gao Feng left, his teeth grinding. He had to admit, this time, he was utterly defeated. But it didn't matter. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. At this moment, Gao Feng had become the person he hated the most, akin to a vendetta for him. Xiaoan, what about us? Xie Huanlei cautiously spoke up. Where's my car? I want to pick it up. It's outside. I'll go with you. Wang Chao's gambling win or loss was none of her business. After all, she had already secured her commission. It was just that her original plan to buy a bag was likely off the table now. Let us go. I'm in a bad mood. Let us go together. Wang Chao turned and headed toward the parking lot. Xie Huanlei hesitated a bit. Not buying a bag and still going to help him vent his anger didn't seem worth it. But then she thought that Wang Chao might introduce friends to consume later, so she couldn't offend him. She sighed softly and followed him. As the top salesperson, sometimes one has no choice. The delivery of the 200 million luxury cars was naturally not handled carelessly. Not only did the general manager personally greet them, but there was also a grand delivery ceremony. By the time everything ended, it was already half an hour later. Looking at the two incredibly luxurious cars before him, Gao Feng took Lin Jixia to the side of the floating shadow. Chapter 178. Musician on Earth with a signing fee of 500,000 and a fixed salary of 10,000. Compared to her current live stream of a few hundred people, this treatment was simply amazing. The more she felt ashamed, the harder she worked. Gao Feng, however, shook his head and said, even if your live stream reaches 1,000 people, what's the point? What I want is not an ordinary small streamer, but a top-tier, leading streamer. What you need to do now is protect your voice and wait for a stunning performance at the music conference. How are the 3 songs I sent you coming along? For this competition, Gao Feng had given her 3 songs worth 9 dog lover points. He still had 23 dog lover points left, with plenty in stock. These were all hits from parallel worlds. With just these 3 songs, Lu Qing would surely soar to great heights. Gao, where did you get these songs? They're simply amazing. Speaking of songs, the cool Lu Qing's eyes also ignited with passion. She loved music and often wrote her own lyrics and composed her own music. But currently, she was not satisfied with her own works. As for Huagua, the current popular music was mainly dominated by the Hong Kong and Taiwan style. The true stars who could call the wind and rain were all from Hong Kong and Taiwan, known as the top 10 kings and 8 queens. Domestic singers were firmly suppressed by them, and there were rarely opportunities to stand out. Chapter 179, Racing with Domestic New Energy Vehicles Beside Them. Wu Qing laughed. She's so busy. She probably won't come. Just then, a car light cut through the night sky, coming from the mountain road. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, a red supercar appeared in their sight. It was Chu Gij's Aston Martin. She actually came? The arrival of the leading lady immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the 2 young masters who were arguing stopped their conversation and walked over at the same time. As the Aston Martin's door opened, 2 stunning figures got out simultaneously, appearing before everyone. Wu Qing's fingers tightened around the champagne glass, the condensation on the glass dripping onto his Hermes trousers. He stared at the woman who got out from the driver's seat, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. She tilted her head to speak to the girl in the passenger seat, her phoenix eyes slightly raised. The mole under her left eye resembling a drop of vermilion on the snowy surface, gently trembling with her smile. Most striking was the jade ring swinging on her wrist, paired with the work pants revealing a patch. This mix of elegance and street style reminded him of the blue and white porcelain fragments he had seen as a child in the antique market. They were clearly broken pieces, yet more captivating than a complete piece. Chapter 180. Someone volunteered to send money, someone wanted to send themselves to death, and Gao Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. What is the bet? Gao Feng asked with a faint smile. If you lose, you'll kneel and bow 3 times, shouting that I was wrong, Lu Hao said proudly. This mountain road wasn't his first time here. Competing against a domestic electric car, he was sure he wouldn't lose. This was a matter of pride. Only by making Gao Feng kneel and apologize could he alleviate his anger. What's the point of such a bet? Gao Feng was not interested in the other party's kneeling apology. After pondering for a moment, he said, how about this? If you lose within 3 days, you'll give 50 million Douyin coins as gifts to the streamers under Dangfeng Media. 50 million Douyin coins was just 5 million in reality. Lu Hao nodded without hesitation. Then it's settled. If I lose, I'll give gifts, and if you lose, you'll kneel and apologize. Deal. Gao Feng nodded lightly and said, for the young masters present, kneeling and apologizing was far more important than a mere 5 million. But for him, Lu Hao's kneeling was worth nothing. It was better to exchange it for a more worthwhile bet. The entrance to the mountain road below had already been closed off, and no more cars would come up to interfere with the competition. Chapter 181. Unreasonable against common sense BYD at the 65th bend. He finally caught sight of the opponent through the rearview mirror. It was that comical electric car. But at this moment, Chen Wei didn't find it funny at all. The other party's speed was terrifying, at least 300 kilometers per hour. And this was a mountain road. He ran 220 because of years of experience. What about the other party? Aren't they afraid of death? Before he could react, his car body jolted. The white BYD swept past him with tremendous wind pressure. Through the car window, he could even see the driver lazily resting their left hand on their forehead while steering with just their right hand. Wow, is this filming a movie? Chen Wei was shocked, and his blood began to boil. As a top racer, his pride wouldn't allow him to do nothing. However, facing the unreasonable BYD, he could only watch its taillights vanish from his view like a ghost. This scene left not only him dumbfounded, but also everyone else watching from the mountaintop. On the big screen, there was no roar of the engine, only a smooth white ghost circling the track. In the bottom right corner of the screen, it displayed a speed of 327 kilometers h. Chapter 182. Absolute control. It can take effect as long as I agree, brother phone. Let us find a place to have a drink. After watching an exciting show tonight, Qin Shaokai and others felt somewhat unsatisfied. Gao Feng glanced at Zhao Xintong, who was cuddling next to him. Forget it, I need to take her home. With a beauty by his side, who would go drink with the guys? Wu Qing and the others exchanged glances and laughed. All right, we'll go have some fun first. You can contact us after you drop off your sister-in-law. An hour later, Gao Feng stroked Zhao Xintong, who was weakly leaning on him. Her favorability had already reached 96. The highest favorability was by Bing Bing at 98 points, but it had always been stuck here, unable to reach full value. Gao Feng guessed it might be related to not being able to accompany her every day, giving her a normal family. Even though he was tempted by the rewards for reaching full value, he couldn't do it. One shouldn't be greedy. Having 90 points with double returns was enough. It's late now. I'll take you home. Gao Feng patted Zhao Xintong's beautiful back and said softly. Tonight, Zhao Xintong was particularly clingy, causing her to exhaust herself. She was completely slumped on Gao Feng. I don't want to go back. Zhao Xintong complained with a heavy nasal tone. Chapter 183, Work Hard. I won't kick you out. When did Gao Feng actually gather 51 of the shares and completely control the Chifu group? Even Lin Yuedong was hurriedly flipping through documents to verify the information's authenticity. Everyone has seen it. Is there any problem? Gao Feng leaned back in his chair, feeling exceptionally relaxed. All the preparations were waiting for this moment. Just seeing the shock on their faces made him feel great. This was what they called showing off in front of others. Lin Yuetong raised her head, looking at Gao Feng with a very complicated expression. She initially proposed Gao Feng to become the chairman, merely to find a puppet. Unexpectedly, in less than half a month, he had swallowed a large portion of Chifu. She suddenly felt that this Gao Feng was a more terrifying figure than Su Mingyuan. She even thought that perhaps it would be better if Su Mingyuan stayed. Su Mingyuan was completely dumbfounded. He had approached Huifu Capital to buy back the remaining 20 of Chifu's shares in their hands. But the other party kept delaying, without a clear answer. Now it seemed that all of this was Gao Feng's conspiracy. He recalled the one share he had given Gao Feng and felt a surge of anger, unable to suppress a cough. Damn it, if it weren't for that one share, Gao Feng would only have 50 of the shares. Chapter 184. Encountering the mother Tyrannosaurus again, Xiaoyu was the least noticeable one in their dormitory, just like the old Gaolon. However, her professional skills were the strongest. Whether it was singing or dancing, she was above average. Especially in voice acting, she was exceptional. According to Gaolon, she should develop in the film and television industry. Being an internet celebrity was a waste of talent. Moreover, Xiaoyu's family favored sons over daughters. If she could earn money, perhaps she could change her life trajectory. Gaolon had persuaded her several times to work as a streamer in her brother's company, but unfortunately, Xiaoyu had refused. Gaolon, I know you mean well, but there is still more than a year until graduation. Let's talk about it then, Xiaoyu explained while slurping rice noodles. All right, you have your own opinions. I want to interfere with your judgment. However, I don't think I can continue working at this milk tea shop. Gaolon sighed, feeling dejected. Is it because of that manager Zhao? Xiaoyu asked softly, not surprised. Gaolon was pretty, so she naturally attracted attention. The milk tea shop they worked at was a brand chain. There was a business manager responsible for that area who had been bothering Gaolon, making her quite annoyed. Chapter 185. Again, walling in the policewoman Jing Yusher's expression immediately darkened. What she hated most was bullying others with power, especially these rich second-generation kids when they get into trouble. They always say, talk to my lawyer. Gao Feng, you need to be serious. The current evidence chain is very unfavorable to you. Zhao Shua's injury is at least a minor injury. No matter what the cause of the incident was, you can't escape intentional injury. She was helping Gao Feng, but he didn't appreciate it. Oh, is Yusher concerned about me? Gao Feng was in a good mood, raising an eyebrow teasingly. You. Jing Yusher's chest heaved violently, and it took her a while to calm down. But seeing Gao Feng's unwavering gaze, she suddenly got angry. What are you thinking at a time like this? Gao Feng unexpectedly glanced at her. This girl actually seemed to be genuinely worried about him. Jing Yusher, favorability 40. Oh, when did the favorability reach 40? This is considered the trust stage. With some effort, holding hands shouldn't be a problem. Could it be that this woman has developed feelings from hatred? However, she is a policewoman, and Gao Feng really didn't want to provoke her. Ding! A real man must be sincere, not timid. Random task generated. Within 3 days, achieve a favorability of over 80 with Jing Yusher and obtain a mysterious grand prize. Chapter 186. Charity Gala. Invitation from the beautiful woman, let me explain. Gao Feng nodded and took Shen Manching back to his office. Since he rarely came, there was no secretary assigned. Just then, someone walked past him, and Gao Feng immediately called out to her. Wan Wan, can you bring me a pot of tea? Lin Wan Wan immediately turned around and went to the tea room to make tea for Gao Feng. Gao Feng sat on the sofa with Shun Mansion, pondering for a moment before explaining. You see, you're a star, and for your first live broadcast, you must have sufficient popularity, which requires planning in advance. Currently, all our planning has been diverted to the future concert, so we can't spare any hands for now. If you're anxious, why not borrow some popularity from the concert and come in as a guest for the live broadcast? Guest for the live broadcast? Shun Mansion was somewhat tempted. She had been to the company a few times and knew that all the company's efforts were focused on this concert. Being a guest for this event would definitely ensure a lot of traffic. I'm from the film industry and not very familiar with music, she said, feeling worried that her lack of musical knowledge might affect the live broadcast's outcome. Does Sister Shun usually like listening to songs? Yes, that's enough. When the time comes, you just need to give your natural reactions. You don't need to be professional or act. Chapter 187 187 million tips for a song as a third-tier star. Shun Mansion came from a well-off family and had seen many luxury cars. The flying goddess statue on the roof did not impress her. However, this unique shape was something she had never seen before. The spacious and comfortable interior, the large amounts of handcrafted leather, and high-quality metal components all reflected extreme luxury in every detail. The quiet and spacious environment made it almost impossible to hear any noise. The soothing music combined with the smooth driving experience gradually immersed Shun Mansion. When the car entered the community and stopped in front of her house, she suddenly woke up. I'm sorry, I stayed up too late last night. Gao Feng was not her driver, and it was somewhat rude for a guest to fall asleep. Is that a compliment to my driving skills? Gao Feng blinked and smiled. Shun Mansion felt her face flush for the first time in a long time. After getting out of the car, she waved goodbye to Gao Feng, watching the Rolls-Royce slowly drive away. She took out her phone to take a photo and clicked on search. Rolls-Royce floating shadow, priced at 200 million, only 3 in the world. As she read the messages, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Gao Feng's strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Hello, sir. Upon entering the villa, Sun Yinyin came up to greet her. Chapter 188 188 I will come back. I don't need you to send gifts. I will return these gifts to you. Boom! Lu Qing's words made the live broadcast room boil again. Whether supporters or detractors, everyone was stunned. This was over 300,000 just for singing an ordinary song. Does it have to be this tough? Although her temperament seemed somewhat out of place for such a song, it was still over 300,000. If she really has such backbone, what kind of anchor is she? This must be a script. It must be a script. Who can be so high-minded? However, this script was good. The platform took half, and she still spent over 100,000. With so much money, it's better to invest in traffic. The live broadcast room only has over 3,000 people, not worth it. What do you know? This is about establishing a persona. Once it's set up, what does mere traffic matter? The viewers in the live broadcast room began to discuss. The heat in the live broadcast room surged, and the online viewer count was about to break 4,000. Level 53 user, Howren Gongzi, sent a Carnival 100. Howren Gongzi, last time asking you, are you singing? 600,000 for a song. That's too extravagant. Howren Gongzi became famous instantly. Just as Lu Hao was feeling pleased, the entire live broadcast room screen turned golden. Chapter 189 189 A Legend from a Parallel World Ding. The Battle of the Rich has been won. Reward Do Coins 100,000,000. Please continue to work hard, host. Gao Feng smiled. His Do coins were increasing, and this so-called battle was a good thing. Is it over? I didn't understand. Yeah, do they bet? Why do I feel like these two rich people know each other? Is it because of some bet that they came here for a showdown? Exactly. You see, Howren Gongzi even tipped 2 million before leaving. When the Summit Big Shot said 2 million, he tipped 2 million. It feels like paying off a debt. There must be a conspiracy. The battle between the two rich people came to an end, leaving many viewers wanting more. The number of people in a live broadcast room had already exceeded 50,000. This was an opportunity. If captured, Lu Qing would definitely become popular. Gao Feng unhesitatingly called Lu Qing's assistant. The assistant whispered a few words into Lu Qing's ear. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. She was still worried about what to do next, and Gao Feng's command came at the right time. She looked at the camera and smiled. Thank you, boss. For your support, I just want to sing the songs I like. There are so many people today. I'll sing an original song, hoping everyone likes it. Original song? Chapter 190 190 Experienced Racer. Do you know Eugene? Liu Hao exited the live broadcast room, the whiskey in the crystal glass rippling under his fingertips. Shen Qi leaned against the cigar cabinet, using silver scissors to snip the cap off a Cuban cigar, the flame flickering on the Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch on his wrist. This Gao Feng is quite interesting. The more I think about it, the more flavorful it becomes. Big brother, I just lost 5 million for nothing. Liu Hao loosened his Hermes tie, thinking if he had listened to Wang Chao, pretending to be drunk and defaulting on the bill could have at least saved half a McLaren. He stared at the 6 zeros suddenly missing from his mobile banking balance, recalling the Lamborghini he had just ordered last week, wanting to cry at this moment. Shen Qi exhaled a smoke ring and said lightly, "The rule is to accept the bet. Your Howren Gongzi ID is now valuable." Liu Hao's phone suddenly vibrated, and when the red dot of the Weibo push lit up the screen, he nearly threw his phone into the ice bucket. Damn. Hot search 3rd place, experienced racer. Led me. A mysterious young master spent millions to request a song like a needle, making his temples throb. Although he was domineering, he was still young. How could he possibly like this broken song? This was his first time trending, but under this title, it was simply social death. The most critical part was that the top few hot searches were all about this matter. Chapter 191 Charity Gala. Do you know he's an action actor? He's also a director now. A couple of years ago, he shot a military-themed movie that did quite well at the box office. Shen Mansion continued now. His sequel movie is about to start shooting, but the investors backed out due to risks associated with the military theme, and he is currently looking for funding. If you're really interested, you could invest a little. Gao Feng nodded and asked, "Does he have any requirements for investors?" Requirements? He has no requirements. Just give him money. Wu Jin is currently in a difficult situation. If things go badly, the project could fail. I've heard he might have to sell his house. As long as Gao Feng is willing to invest money, any conditions can be negotiated. He should be on site today. Shall I introduce you to him? Sure, I appreciate it. Sister Shun. Shen Manching smiled slightly, but still advised, investing in movies is not a simple matter. Out of 10 films, 8 usually lose money. It's better to invest a little and test the waters. Don't worry, I understand. Gao Feng nodded and said solemnly. His money didn't come easily. It was all earned through effort, and he had invested time and energy. Of course, he needed to be cautious. All right, it's our turn. After you get out of the car, just follow me. Chapter 192, New Abilities, Future Vision. The two approached Gao Feng, and after introductions, Wu Jin spoke directly. My project has a total investment of 180 million, but the investor has withdrawn, leaving a gap of 130 million. I wonder how much Mr. Gao intends to invest. Oh, who are the current investors for the 50 million? Gao Feng did not answer immediately, but instead asked back. I've invested 30 million, and another 20 million is from Wanda Film and Television. If I cover the remaining funds, how will the profits be divided? Wu Jin's eyes lit up immediately. 130 million. Does Gao Feng want all? If that's true, he won't have to worry about funding anymore. Wu Jin explained the profit-sharing model of the film in detail. Shen Mancheng was also familiar with this setup, and as they exchanged answers, Gao Feng understood the current model. In simple terms, it was a guaranteed agreement with tiered profit sharing through resource exchange. With a total investment of 180 million, he was supposed to take 130 million, theoretically accounting for 72 of the share. Wanda Film and Television contributed 20 million, gaining a 15 share through distribution resource exchange. Wu Jin's personal IP plus 30 million in cash accounted for 30 of the investment share. If Gao Feng covers the remaining share, that would be 55. Chapter 193. Are you going to assault an officer? There were not many people at this gathering, and Gao Feng had seen several of them on TV, such as the Queen of Crosstalk, Yu Qian, Jia Ling, and Deng Chao. There were also a few directors, including Tian Xiaoping, Li Ruijuan, Guo Fan, and Jiaozi. Except for Jia Ling, they were almost all men. After everyone introduced themselves, they took their seats. A few boxes of beer were brought in and placed to the side. It looked like they were planning to drink until they were drunk tonight. Gao Feng was not worried. With his drinking capacity, even if all these people combined, they wouldn't be his match. This confidence came from his super strong physique. However, speaking of which, his physique hadn't been upgraded recently. It was still at 4 times. In this law-abiding society, that was enough. If he got any stronger, he feared he might accidentally commit a crime. The attendees were mostly actors and directors, with Gao Feng being the only investor. It seemed they also knew that Wu Jin's predicament had been resolved by Gao Feng. The way they looked at Gao Feng was as if they saw a gold mine. Flattering words poured out like they were free, with one after another coming to toast and build connections. Gao Feng welcomed them all, drinking until their cups were empty. This generous way of drinking immediately excited everyone. Men's friendships are simple, and this alone made everyone acknowledge Gao Feng. Chapter 194. Armed kidnapping case. Gao Feng became somewhat alert, his eyes fixed on the car window. He could vaguely see several figures inside the car. His vision was exceptionally sharp. Through the window, he saw someone holding what looked like a gun against another person's forehead. An armed kidnapping case. Gao Feng leaned close to Jing Yusher's ear, his warm breath making her earlobes turn red quickly. What were they planning to do? Jing Yusher's voice trembled, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Don't stop. Keep driving. That black business car has a problem. Seeing Jing Yusher slowing down. Wanting to pull over, Gao Feng immediately spoke up. As a police officer, Jing Yusher's body tensed up. She didn't know if Gao Feng was just guessing or were trying to maintain the ambiguous atmosphere. What did you notice? Just now, someone in that car shouted for help. And there was someone with a gun. A gun? Jing Yusher's heart trembled immediately. This was no joke. In Huagua, anything related to firearms is a major case. She had wanted to be a criminal police officer, but her family thought it was too dangerous and made her a civilian police officer instead. However, she had always harbored a dream of ridding the world of evil and promoting good. Are you sure? If you're lying to me, you know the consequences. Chapter 195. Reward received. Proficient in gun combat. Jing Yusher was furious, shouting, if you saw correctly, they're armed kidnappers, and this concerns a life. I'm a police officer. How could I not intervene? She shot a disappointed glance at Gao Feng. You're not a police officer. Get out. If you don't get out, it will be obstructing a police investigation, and you'll bear criminal responsibility. Seeing Gao Feng unmoving, Jing Yusher became anxious. I'll drive. You sit behind me. Gao Feng stopped teasing her and directly sat in the front. You? Jing Yusher didn't want to waste time, fearing the suspects would escape. She had no choice but to sit behind Gao Feng. Hold tight. Gao Feng chuckled and started the motorcycle. The sudden acceleration caused Jing Yusher to crash into Gao Feng's back unexpectedly. The pressure and pain in her chest made her involuntarily cry out. This bad guy must be doing it on purpose. Jing Yusher felt both shy and angry, placing her hands on Gao Feng's back. But the next second, Gao Feng made a sharp turn, and the immense centrifugal force nearly made her fly off. She stretched out her arms, tightly hugging Gao Feng's waist, not daring to let go. Hee. Gao Feng secretly laughed. Playing with him, Jing Yusher was still not up to par. Chapter 196. Big investment. Simultaneously investing in 6 films, Gao Feng stood on the road, feeling somewhat speechless. He had indeed enjoyed showing off. But how was he supposed to get back now? It was late at night. It wouldn't be good to disturb his woman. After thinking for a moment, Gao Feng dialed a number. Okay, I'll send you my location. Come pick me up. Su Wanqing arrived quickly. She really lived up to her reputation as a 24-hour standby account manager. Go to the Hilton Hotel. In the morning, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating 2 intertwined bodies. Gao Feng opened his eyes. It was another new day. He took a glance at his phone and saw it was already 8 a.m. He actually overslept. He couldn't really blame himself, though. Last night, when he returned to the hotel, it was almost 4 a.m. After taking a hot bath and exercising for an hour, he barely got 3 hours of rest. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, he might have ended up like Su Wanqing, who was still in deep sleep. After getting up and washing up, Gao Feng sat on the sofa and opened his phone. The headline news made his pupils dilate in shock. Dengfeng Media's trending topic was no longer in first place. Instead, it was not the Wu Ruopu kidnapping case. After all, the case was still in the evidence collection stage and wouldn't be announced immediately. Top male star who got seriously injured in a car accident early this morning. Currently, his vital signs are unknown. When his friends who drank with him last night called one after another, saying that Gao Feng was going to sign contracts with them, he was stunned. These people had all gathered together because they couldn't secure investments. To be honest, last night he only treated everyone to drinks because he had secured funding himself. Just to have some fun. Who would have thought Gao Feng was open to all projects? By the end of the night, apart from Yu Qian and Deng Chao, he ended up taking over the remaining shares from everyone else. 8 people turned into 6. Wasn't this like the god of wealth descending from heaven? Deng Chao was very frustrated. He felt good about his script, especially since it was a husband and wife collaboration. His wife was an award-winning actress. Wasn't that lineup much stronger than Jialing's? They could attract investments with just a skit. Why couldn't he? Once this news spread, the entire film industry went crazy. Every year, there were thousands of film projects that failed to find investment. Now everyone knew about Deng Feng Investment Company. They knew about the god of wealth, Gao Feng, but they couldn't find him. The phone number for Deng Feng Investment Company was always unreachable, and very few knew how to contact Gao Feng. Many people turned to Wu Jin, pleading with him to introduce them to Gao Feng. Gao Feng had the complete technology, and producing it would be almost effortless. All he needed was to establish a biological factory using CRISPR gene-edited lichen symbiotic fungi. The costs were extremely low. The fungi could be cultivated on waste cellulose, and quantum dots could be synthesized from industrial silicon waste. A battery that could store 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity would only be the size of a brick and weigh no more than 1 kilogram. Since it was made from fungal materials, it wouldn't catch fire or explode, and its safety was comparable to that of a brick. Gao Feng was excited for a while, but soon fell silent. This thing was indeed good, but he couldn't afford to play with it for now. A national treasure, once it came to light, would probably attract the attention of the highest authorities. By then, not only would he be unable to keep this miraculous invention, but he would also struggle to explain its source. Suddenly, the delicate body in his arms trembled, and Gao Feng looked down to meet Jing Yusher's watery eyes. At that moment, her eyes contained extremely complex emotions, but mostly there was satisfaction. Gao Feng leaned down and kissed her tender, unadorned lips. After a long while, their lips parted. "You jerk," Jing Yusher said, half in resentment, half in sigh. Given the circumstances, she thought she would be angry or sad. But now, all she felt was satisfaction and peace. "Gao Feng, what exactly do you do?" Jing Yusher was very confused. Given Gao Feng's age, he couldn't have started from scratch. He must be a rich second generation. But could a rich second generation easily mobilize 300 million in funds to speculate in stocks? And that car of his, worth 200 million. What kind of family could support such extravagance? Not even the richest man could. Although there were many hidden wealthy individuals in Huagua, they couldn't possibly be so high profile. Before, she was just curious. But now, Gao Feng was her man, and she wanted to know more. "I own an MCN company, and the Chifa restaurant is also mine. That's all for now." Gao Feng didn't hide anything. This information wasn't a secret for someone with keen interest. "What about your family?" "An ordinary family." "That can't be. You're not telling me you earned all your money yourself, are you?" Jing Yusher looked at Gao Feng suspiciously. What kind of business can make a young person so wealthy? Drug trafficking? As a police officer, her professional sensitivity made her skeptical of everything. "Have you heard of BT currency?" "I know. It's banned in the country." "Well, I used to buy some and made quite a bit." Gao Feng's explanation was also the source of funds arranged by the system. "Why haven't I seen your uncle and aunt?" Liao Jianjun knew that Gao Feng had brought his parents to Kyoto and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Oh, they're staying in another house. This villa is only for me." "Wow, bro, you live in such a big house all by yourself?" Xiaoyang's eyes widened immediately. "No, my girlfriend is here too." Gao Feng was feeling lazy today, so he had Lin Shuiwe bring them here. He glanced at his watch and smiled. "It's almost noon. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first." There was a Chifa restaurant at the entrance of the community, and he was too lazy to drive, so he took a stroll with a few people. As they walked, he also introduced the scenery of the community. "Good noon, Brother Gao Feng." Halfway through, Qi Zhichin's cheerful voice rang out. Gao Feng turned his head to see two blooming flowers, one large and one small. "Sister Shun, Xiaoqin." Qi Zhichin glanced at the crowd and curiously asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, friends are visiting. We're going out to eat." "Have you eaten?" Qi Zhichin shook her head. "Want to join us?" Gao Feng smiled. "No, it's a gathering of friends. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to join." Before Qi Zhichin could reply, Shen Manqing had already rejected the idea. Today, Bai Bingbing was particularly clingy. Just 10 minutes later, she pestered him again. Gao Feng was naturally unafraid of such invitations. If it weren't for the villa's excellent soundproofing, Bai Bingbing's cries might have been heard by half the community. But even though Gao Feng was so invested, his favorability was still at 99 points. Gao Feng got out of bed and grabbed a can of frozen cola from the fridge, drinking it all in one go. He had a hunch that once his favorability hit 100, the system would undergo new changes. However, if it came at the cost of marriage, he would have to think carefully about it. Open Douyin and unexpectedly find that Lu Qing is still live streaming. In the past, Lu Qing would usually end her stream by 9 p.m., but now it's already 10 p.m. Why is she still on? Gao Feng curiously clicked in. There were 100,000 people in the live stream room. Such terrifying popularity. Gao Feng was the #1 supporter in Lu Qing's live stream, and had a special title. As soon as he entered, the assistant beside Lu Qing quietly reminded her. With her welcoming voice, many netizens below also lined up to welcome him. The account Pan Gao Dengfeng was already a top-tier celebrity. He didn't appear often, but every time he did, it would stir up a frenzy. Chapter 202. The generous old wolf Ha. Longa and Jacko are both here, guaranteed win. Longa is a level 75 user on Douyin, a level that represents he has given gifts worth over 20 million, truly a top-tier rich person. Jacko, although only at level 65, has also spent nearly 10 million on gifts. The two of them are the number 1 and number 2 supporters of Anti-Simp. Tonight, both of them are present, so there's no reason to lose. Anti-Simp also feels he won't lose, but he should remain humble. After all, it's the gift givers who are the big shots. He can't be too arrogant. At this moment, a comment appeared. Anchor, don't be careless. There's brother Dengfeng on the other side. He's very fierce. Indeed, not only him, but also Old Wolf is here. Old Wolf is a level 75 rich user on Douyin, known for his generous gifting style and popular live streams. He was attracted to Lu Qing's stream because of the last live broadcast. In tonight's stream, he has sent nearly 100,000 in gifts, becoming the number 3 supporter. The number 1 and number 2 are naturally Gao Feng and the unfortunate Lu Hao. Lu Hao has spent 5 million and won't be dropping off the list anytime soon. Seeing Old Wolf's name, Anti-Simp couldn't help but sit up straight. Chapter 203. Anti-Simp admits defeat before Pan Gao Dengfeng even made a move. He already couldn't hold on. Even if he invested another 2 million, he might not be able to beat Old Wolf. Anti-Simp truly didn't expect Lu Qing's live stream to be so unfathomable. Gao Feng was also a bit confused. Where did this Old Wolf come from? There was completely no warning. No one's money falls from the sky, except for his own. This Old Wolf spending so much money must have a purpose. If he does nothing, the other party will inevitably come forward with demands. Why bother? Gao Feng didn't need him to take action at all. Level 75 user, Old Wolf, sent out a Carnival 500. Just as Gao Feng was pondering, Old Wolf sent out another one. 5 million. His contribution value immediately skyrocketed to the top, becoming the new number 1. Gao Feng's pupils constricted. He could now be sure that this Old Wolf was not here with good intentions. Who is afraid of who when it comes to money? On the other side, Longo and Jack were also quite unhappy. The two of them, always high and mighty, had never been at a disadvantage. They didn't expect that even after spending 5 million today, they would still be crushed. Are people nowadays really this fierce? Longo privately messaged Anti-Simp. Shall we continue? Chapter 204. The yacht in Magic City, the Dengfeng Music Festival? I will definitely cheer for Qing Air then. Save some good songs for the music festival. I'm quite looking forward to it. Successfully steering the topic towards the hearing the future Dengfeng Music Festival, Lu Qing began to chat with netizens about this music festival. She guaranteed that the new songs coming up would not be worse than the legendary ones. Moreover, as far as she knew, there were quite a few similar good songs. This information piqued the interest of most netizens in the live stream. Many who hadn't planned to pay attention to the music festival secretly decided to check it out in 3 days. Gao Feng waited for a while and, seeing that Old Wolf had not continued to take action, he exited the live stream. He wasn't particularly obsessed with being number 1. He had just acted earlier because the other party's intentions were unclear, not for any rebate of millions. Yes, he had just received 100 million Do coins. He couldn't possibly spend it all. Now, his Do coin balance had already surpassed 200 million. This time, he had a feeling that he could double this 200 million Do coins at the music festival. The heat of the Dengfeng Music Festival was rising. With Douyin platform's strong promotion, quite a few advertisements had already been sold. Dengfeng Media shares the revenue. Given the current situation, this music festival, with an investment of up to 300 million, might even turn profit. Chapter 205. Isn't there someone up there? Passing through the winding corridor and pushing open the last carved wooden door, one could feel the warmth already floating in the 1,000 square meters of private space. A long table in the center was covered with dark patterned shoe brocade, surrounded by rosewood chairs. Several palace lamps hung from the beams, casting light and shadows on the walls, grinding and kneading painting, which added a touch of elegance compared to the ornate exterior. Shen Yanqing's intention to book the entire place was indeed taken to the extreme. 12 rosewood chairs were lined up along both sides of the long table, with 6 people already seated. When Shen Yanqing entered with everyone, Both men and women at the table stood up to greet him, their elegant appearances hinting at a subtle scrutiny. Among them were young talents of similar ages to Gao Feng. As Shun Yanqing introduced each person, Gao Feng's gaze landed on the woman at the end of the long table. She had shoulder-length hair, and her smoky-eye makeup gave her a rebellious look. Yet, when her eyes shifted, they held a clear charm, making her stand out like a thorny red rose among the elegant and flamboyant guests. This was his younger sister, Xin Yue. As soon as Shun Yanqing finished speaking, the woman casually raised her chin, lightly tapping the edge of a green porcelain teacup with her fingertip. Her HM was neither warm nor cold, making it even more special compared to the enthusiasm of others. Chapter 206. Are we familiar? Under the sunshade on the top deck, several people were either leaning against the edge of the hot tub or curled up on a leather sofa, leisurely swaying their wine glasses, looking nothing like staff members. His expression instantly darkened like ink, his knuckles turning white from gripping tightly. When he contacted General Liu of the yacht club last night, the other party had stammered about a bunch of rules prohibiting boarding before payment, and now this scene was clearly a blatant insult. He still remembered the loss he suffered in Kyoto, but this was Magic City, Shun Yanqing's territory. As soon as he took out his phone, a few heads suddenly popped down from the top deck. A man in a floral shirt raised his wine glass at him, flashing a bright smile. "Young Master Shun, are you also out at sea today, Lu Xing?" Shun Yanqing's voice was as cold as ice. The son of the president of the Metropolitan Yacht Club. No wonder he had such privileges. Lu Xing laughed loudly, deliberately raising his voice. "I heard from Lu Yuan that you want to rent this boat? What a pity. Young Master Shun, you're still not qualified." He suddenly turned his head and shouted in the cabin, "Mei Xian, come see who's here." The name Mei Xian pierced through Shun Yanqing's temple like a needle. Xiao Mei Xian, his nominal fiancée, unexpectedly appeared at this moment, wearing a sequin bikini, her long, seaweed-like hair damply draping over her shoulders. Chapter 207. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Who do you think you are? A broke loser trying to associate with young Master Lu? You might as well check yourself in the seawater. A young man standing behind Lu Xing scoffed. "Gao Feng, this is my business with him. Don't interfere." Shun Yanqing quietly stopped him, not wanting to involve Gao Feng. After all, this was the yacht dock, Lu's territory. In case of a conflict, he might not have the upper hand. "No, this is my business now." Gao Feng shook his head with a smile, looking at the ostentatious Lu Xing, took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Manager Lu?" Gao Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a piece of ice thrown into boiling oil, instantly overpowering the roar of the waves. He held the phone between his fingers, his gaze sweeping over the two figures on the yacht's top deck, still in a standoff. His tone as flat as discussing today's weather. "Yes, it's Gao Feng. Someone is using my boat. I need an explanation." "Yes, I'm right by the yacht. You have 3 minutes." As the last 3 words fell, he slowly hung up the phone, tapping his knuckles against the back of the phone twice. Just now, he and Bai Bing Bing were fiddling with their phones in front of the boat, not for a selfie. His camera was always aimed at those leisurely figures on the deck. Chapter 208. New ability Deep Sea Resonance. After explaining everything, he handed the phone to Shun Yanqing. "Young Master Shun, just tell me directly what happened that made you so agitated." The head of the Liu family got straight to the point, and Shun Yanqing no longer beat around the bush, recounting today's events. In front of his fiancée, Lu Xing's actions were intolerable for any man. The head of the Liu family immediately understood. Gao Feng was there to stand up for Shun Yanqing. In the distance on the sea, Gao Feng was bending down to help Bai Bing Bing brush off the sand from her skirt. Sunlight passed through his fingers, casting shards of gold on the waves, as if the chaos at the dock had nothing to do with him. "Young Master Shun, regarding today's events, the Liu family is at fault. Lu Xing will publicly apologize and will be punished by the family, not allowed to appear before you for a year. As for Mr. Gao, the Liu family will compensate him personally for the 8 million loss as per the contract. The yacht also involves the Shun family, and if this escalates, it won't be good for anyone." The head of the Liu family decisively provided solutions to both of them. "All right, I can accept this, but I need to consult Gao Feng on his side." Chapter 209. Yacht, sunshine, beautiful women. Gao Feng's V-shaped torso was evident, water droplets running down his collarbone, dazzling even more than the sunlight on the deck. "Mr. Gao is back?" The curly-haired girl on the far left spoke first, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying, the last syllable dragging as if it could ensnare someone. The two beside her followed suit. greeting him in a delicate tone, their gazes like honeyed nets. If Bai Bingbing wasn't standing next to him, Gao Feng suspected they would have pounced on him directly. Gao Feng nodded slightly and directly picked up the sunscreen on the coffee table. Lie down, I'll apply sunscreen for you. Bai Bingbing was still in her swimsuit, her exposed shoulders and calves glaringly white under the sun. He twisted the cap off and squeezed out the milky lotion when his fingertips touched her shoulder. The girl flinched as if scalded. Don't move, it'll hurt if you get tanned. In fact, he should have applied it earlier. Now her skin was already slightly flushed. His palm was warm from just showering, carefully spreading the sunscreen over her collarbone, arms. Even the small lines on her ankles were not overlooked, his movements focused as if tending to a precious jade artifact. Bai Bingbing's cheeks flushed lightly, watching his lowered eyelashes, suddenly reaching out to snatch the sunscreen. I'll help you apply it too. Chapter 210. Leisurely fishing. Shun Yue instinctively adjusted the neckline of her swimsuit, her fingertips touching her burning earlobe, only then realizing she had been slightly distracted. Gao Feng had stood up, naturally taking Bai Bingbing's hand, his fingers interlocking with hers. Let's go. He nodded slightly to Shun Yue, his tone as calm as if nothing had just happened. As he turned, Bai Bingbing's hand was held firmly in his palm, the pale yellow skirt gently swaying in the shadow of the deck. Shun Yue watched the pair's intertwined figures, suddenly smiling. This seemingly docile porcelain doll understood her place better than she thought. Inside the spacious dining room of the yacht, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows transformed the blue sea and sky into a flowing backdrop. On the long, ivory-white dining table, a champagne bucket glistened with droplets of water. A silver tray stacked with crimson king crab legs, a jade bowl filled with chilled sea urchins, and even the napkin rings were shell-shaped. The light crackling of charcoal on the deck harmonized wonderfully with the jazz music in the dining room. The smoky aroma wafted in, coming from a 3-pound grouper. The fish skin was roasted golden and flaky, the oil drizzling down its cuts, sizzling on the charcoal, instantly rising in fragrant white smoke, making one's throat involuntarily swallow. Chapter 211. Brother Feng, are you still human? Thunder's fishing rod suddenly bent into a crescent moon, the fishing line vibrating, almost slipping from his grasp. Good heavens, what power! He clenched his jaw, his arms bulging with veins, his lower back bracing against the railing, being pulled forward by the immense force from below the water. I'll do it. Shun Yanqing seized the end of the fishing rod, and the two of them combined their strength just to barely stabilize the sinking momentum. But the creature underwater seemed to have gained brute strength, suddenly flicking its tail, shaking the boat slightly, and sending empty bottles rolling to their feet. Damn, it's not a shark, is it? Qin Shaokai, frightened, jumped back a step but quickly lunged forward to hold down the line reel, his fingers getting burned by the rapidly spinning axle. This pole must be over 100 pounds. Fortunately, they were using top-notch gear, with fishing lines capable of withstanding hundreds of kilograms of pull. The fishing line drew a white streak on the water, darting left and right like an unsettled silver snake. Sweat dripped from Thunder's forehead onto the deck, mixing with the cold sweat on his palms, soaking the non-slip gloves. Shun, turn left. The fishing line is going to snap. Shun Yanqing's throat bobbed, his arm muscles taut like iron blocks. Chapter 212. Can you still eat me? The huge commotion at the front of the boat attracted everyone over. The chef looked at the lively, giant marlin in front of him and couldn't help but swallow. Lazy saw him and immediately said excitedly, "Buddy, how about this for dinner?" The marlin's meat is relatively tough, and it may contain heavy metals, and its taste isn't very good, so it's not recommended for consumption. The chef specializes in seafood and has extensive experience. After thinking for a moment, he cautiously replied, we can't eat it." Lazy looked at the big fish with some regret, as this was the largest fish he had ever caught. If it can't be eaten, then it can only be released, which he was reluctant to do. Lazy, just let it go. Shun Yanqing patted Lazy's shoulder and smiled. I can't. The group looked at the marlin's sword-like snout and shivered in unison, turning their gazes to the man. Gao Feng smiled slightly and stepped forward amidst everyone's shocked expressions. The marlin, which had just appeared unruly, seemed to sense something and quieted down, no longer swaying left and right. Gao Feng reached one hand into its gills and supported its belly with the other, surprisingly lifting it into his arms. Plump. Chapter 213. Treasures of the Deep Sea, why aren't you talking? Gao Feng's palm rubbed against her skin at the side of her waist, where the swimsuit material was as thin as a layer of cicada wings. When touched by his warm hand, Shun Yue immediately felt as if she had been electrocuted, her body becoming even softer. She bit her lip hard, tasting a faint metallic flavor, and barely suppressed the tremor in her throat. If it's torn to shreds, can you afford to pay for it? Before she finished speaking, Gao Feng suddenly jerked the steering wheel, and the jet ski carved a sharp arc on the sea surface, the huge waves crashing towards them like a wall of water. Shun Yue exclaimed and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her entire body against him, listening to the steady heartbeat in his chest, mixed with the roar of the engine. Suddenly, she felt that even if she were really taken into the deep sea by this beast, it didn't seem so terrifying. However, Gao Feng didn't do that. He stopped the jet ski. Shun Yue looked nervously into Gao Feng's eyes, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Why did he stop? Is he going to take me here? If he just wants to kiss, that would be acceptable. But the final step, no. As her thoughts raced, her breathing became more rapid, and her body felt hot. Chapter 214. A noble lady's affection. Shun Yue looked at the deep sea, anxious as if she were on fire. She was a good swimmer and had once been selected for the provincial swimming team. But even she could only dive about 30 meters for at most 5 minutes before needing to surface for air. And Gao Feng? It had been at least 10 minutes. And he still hadn't come up. They had been flirting just a moment ago, and now they were worlds apart. Shun Yue was now completely desperate, not expecting anything from Gao Feng's survival. The world record for the longest dive is only 11 minutes. She didn't believe Gao Feng could break that record. After all, this was the deep sea. There might be undercurrents, and there might be sharks. Any one of those could cause fatal harm to Gao Feng. The vast ocean was empty for miles around. Alone on the surface, she felt a wave of fear. Should she go or stay? Shun Yue felt a bit lost. Suddenly, the jet ski began to shake, as if a current had surged beneath the surface. Shun Yue cautiously climbed to the driver's seat, staring intently at the sea. There seemed to be a shadow appearing. Is it a shark? The next moment, a large fish over 2 meters long broke through the waves, and atop its back was a person. Feng Yi. Shun Yue stared in shock at Gao Feng riding the fish, unable to help rubbing her eyes. Chapter 215. The medicine god. Bald Su Ding Ling Ling. The phone on the table rang. Gao Feng picked it up and saw it was Wu Jin's call. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Jin asked, Gao Feng, have you looked at the proposal I sent you? Which project are you interested in? Gao Feng thought for a moment and smiled. Well, there's a script in there that's pretty good. We can talk about it. Which one? The medicine god. Great. I'll have him contact you directly. Wu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. This script was one he had his eye on, and Bald Su had urged him several times. Now that Gao Feng was interested, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Before long, the phone rang again. Hello. A middle-aged man's voice came through, carrying the unique tone of someone from Shanghai. Is this Mr. Gao? It's me, Director Su. Hello. Hello. Wu Jin just told me that you're interested in my project? Yes. It looks pretty good. I'm currently in Shanghai, and I can be in Kyoto tomorrow. Can we meet in person? Sure. I'm also in Shanghai. Gao Feng nodded and said lightly. Really? That's great. Where are you? I'll go find you right now. Chapter 216. Night Fishing. Big Fish. When Bald Su boarded the yacht with 2 popular young actresses, the night fishing lights on the deck cast a warm yellow glow on the sea surface. And Gao Feng's figure, holding the fishing rod, was elongated. Have a seat. Gao Feng glanced at the 3 of them, his hands sorting through the tangled fishing line, and nodded towards the empty seat beside him. All right then. Bald Su smiled broadly, completely unbothered by Gao Feng's indifference, and casually pulled out a folding chair to sit down. He pinched a piece of bait, rolled it into a smooth little ball, and hung it on the hook in a few moves. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing rod drew a neat arc, the sinker and fishing line descending into the distant patch of light, the splashes of water appearing particularly clear in the night. It was clear he was an experienced angler. Mr. Gao, is this your first time fishing? He looked at the fishing rod in Gao Feng's hand, which hadn't even been adjusted properly, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Gao Feng replied with a hum, finally untangling the fishing line, but daring not to cast it hard, carefully placing the hook into the water. I thought it looked interesting watching them fish during the day. Fishing seems simple, but there are many details. Bald Su leaned back in his fishing chair, the luminous float gently swaying on the water surface. You see, casting the rod requires skill, like flicking your wrist to whip a whip. Too much force can break the line. Too little won't cast far enough. Chapter 217. 70 million investment. Bald Su had been fishing for 30 years and had seen all kinds of fishing friends. In terms of skills, endurance, and tenacity, He had encountered many excellent anglers, but none were as bold as Gao Feng. Moreover, his strength was truly terrifying. He effortlessly lifted the fish into the air with just his arms, as if picking up a chicken, firmly stepping on the fish's head like a rock, even straightening the bent tip of the rod with ease. This is not fishing. It's clearly a duel between man and fish. Gao Feng stored the fish in a special catch tank. The night wind, carrying the smell of fish, blew over, and he reattached the bait, his casting motion smoother than before. Bald Sue watched his profile and suddenly felt that this trip to Daesan Island was worth it, even if they didn't discuss investment. Being able to witness such a character in person was valuable. Director Sue. When Shun Youwei's voice floated over with a hint of laughter, Bald Sue was lost in thought, staring at the float on Gao Feng's fishing rod. He turned around and saw her in a white dress, illuminated by the deck lights, looking dazzlingly beautiful. Why is Miss Shin here too? He stood up to greet her, his fingers subconsciously tightening around the fishing rod. This young lady Shun had previously rejected the script with a casual remark about it being too sharp and the risks being uncontrollable, so her appearance now likely meant trouble. Chapter 218. Two little flowers flattering each other. Gao Feng attached the bait, flicked his wrist, and the fishing line flew out, landing in the distant glow. I only invest in projects, not in participation, he stated plainly. If you really want to audition, just go for it. His words were like a stone dropped into water. And Jiang Shuang and Sheng Yi were at a loss for words. They had been in the industry long enough to be accustomed to formalities, but they had never encountered such directness. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Bald Sue quickly interjected. What you said makes sense, General Gao. We in the film industry ultimately rely on the script. I can guarantee that this script, Dying to Survive, once filmed, will definitely succeed. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, General Gao, if you're interested, would you like to make a cameo? Just a few shots, to show your face. Gao Feng chuckled. I'd better pass. I don't understand acting. Not all. Jiang Shuang immediately chimed in, her tone filled with the right amount of admiration. General Gao, with your presence, you don't need to act. Your aura is stronger than many male actors. Gao Feng smiled slightly and didn't respond, redirecting his attention back to the fishing rod. The night wind swept across the deck, carrying a touch of saltiness, and the fishing line swayed gently in the water. Chapter 219. What do you want? Seeing Huang Xingyi's ears turn red, Gao Feng decided not to tease her further and turned to Jiang Shuang beside him, raising an eyebrow and asking, What about you? What do you want? Jiang Shuang's eyes instantly lit up, like a hunter seizing an opportunity, her charm radiating as she replied with conviction. I want to be a top star. Gao Feng lightly tapped the fishing rod with his fingertips. Top star? In the whole Huaguo entertainment industry, there are only a handful of female stars that can be called top. This position is not one that can be secured just by looks. You need to have works that can withstand the dual scrutiny of box office and reputation. Do you want to participate in Dying to Survive? He casually asked. However, Jiang Shuang shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, her arms tightening around his, half of her body almost leaning against him, the neckline of her dress just within his line of sight. No, I want to join the cast of Wolf Warrior 2. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. There were only 2 female roles in Wolf Warrior 2. Long Xiaoyun was Yunan's signature role, and the crew would never change that. The remaining character, Dr. Rachel, had a significant role, and if played well, could definitely stand out. He glanced at Jiang Shuang. This woman knew how to pick her battles, given his current capital weight. Replacing the actress playing Rachel was indeed just a matter of a word. Chapter 220. Don't mess around. There are sharks. Gao Feng lay on the lounge chair on the top deck, the morning light filtering through the gaps in the awning and warming him perfectly. Beside him, Jiang Shuang was handing him chilled lemonade, while Huang Xingyi carefully arranged the thin blanket that had been blown about by the wind. The 3 of them together made for a striking scene. Xin Yuwei sat in a rattan chair opposite, watching the other 2 busy themselves with a faint smile, showing no signs of jealousy, but rather looking like she was watching an interesting play. The others on the deck had long since gotten used to it, each busying themselves around the toolbox. Lazy was wrapping a new PE line around a heavy fishing rod, while the crew firmly secured several deep-sea fishing rods to the boat's railing, the metallic clasps clanging against the hull with a dull sound. The fish in the open sea were not comparable to those little ones in the coastal waters. Lazy patted the rod's body, saying, Ordinary rods come here just to provide bait. The Dongfeng did not venture into deeper waters, but remained steadily at a position 200 nautical miles from Daesan Island. This was already international waters, and the sea breeze carried a sharper, salty smell. It was said that a few years ago, someone had caught a nearly half-ton bluefin tuna in this area, and the news had circulated in the deep-sea fishing circle for a long time. Chapter 221. Are there really pirates? Brother Shun, Lei Zi, said, holding a cigarette between his lips and tapping the table with his fingers. This is already considered international waters, right? Just like in the movies, are there really pirates around? Qian Shaokai blew a smoke ring and reached out to slap the back of his head. Shut your crow's mouth. Last time you said it wouldn't rain. And we ended up stranded on the island for 3 days and nights, remember? Lazy rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Isn't it just curiosity? I've never seen real pirates in my life. As soon as the word pirate left his lips, a small black suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, rising and falling with the waves, looking like a ship heading towards the Dongfeng. Gao Feng's hand, holding the cigarette, paused for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Some things really shouldn't be said lightly. No way. Could it really be that accurate? Qian Shaokai's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Brother Shun, what do we do? Lazy, feeling a bit anxious, moved closer to Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing quickly took out binoculars to take a look. It's a fishing boat. It's fine. After watching for a while, his tense demeanor relaxed. The ship was flying a red flag and had fishing nets and several men dressed as fishermen on board. Ha, I told you. It can't be pirates disguised as fishermen, right? Chapter 222. Life and death struggle in the deep sea storm. He initially intended to confront this group of reckless individuals. But considering the safety of others on the boat, he had held back. The other side had only one speedboat and 5 people. And with the help of this violent storm, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them. The wind and rain tore at the heavens and the earth like a frenzy, and the raindrops, as large as beans, pounded painfully on his face. The Dingfeng, over 100 meters long, was tossed like a leaf in the waves, rising and falling with 5-meter-high swells. Water pooled on the deck, flowing down the tilted hull, and even holding onto the railing felt slippery. Gao Feng walked to the side of the boat, looked down at the surging dark blue sea beneath his feet, where the waves were frothing with a ghastly white foam, resembling countless open mouths. Without any hesitation, he leaped, his figure instantly swallowed by the roaring waves, leaving only a fleeting ripple on the water surface. In the cockpit, Shun Yuwei stared intently at the figure disappearing in the rain curtain. Her heart clenched as if gripped by a cold hand, her nails almost digging into her palm. Gao Feng actually dared to jump into this roaring, stormy sea. Was he overly confident in his own abilities, or had he gone mad to the point of arrogance? At this moment, the black speedboat was charging through the huge waves, with 5 men on board, each as sturdy as iron towers. Chapter 223. Capture the traitor. Shen Yuwei's gaze scanned the crowd. The chef brought by her and her brother was an elder from their family, so he couldn't be the traitor. Lei Zi and the others had nothing to do with the sea wolf. Gao Feng was even less likely, as this trouble was aimed at him. The 2 actresses wouldn't dare get involved in such a life-threatening affair. The only ones left were the crew members in front of her. The captain felt his scalp tingle under her gaze, forcing himself to calm down as he rubbed his hands together. Miss Shun, is something wrong? Should I check the communication equipment again? There's no need. Shen Yuwei suddenly smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Which of you sent a signal on the emergency channel? The crew members exchanged glances. Someone hurriedly waved their hands. No, Miss Shun, we were too scared at that time. Is that so? Shen Yuwei walked to the navigation log and flipped through the communication records. 2 hours ago, someone had used the communication equipment. She lifted her gaze to the communications officer, whose face had turned pale, and spoke softly as if sighing. How much did the sea wolf pay you? Enough to buy your whole family's lives? The wind and rain raged outside, but the cockpit was terrifyingly quiet. Only the heavy breathing of the crew members could be heard. Lei Zi and Qian Shaokai exchanged glances filled with suspicion. Chapter 224. Return journey to Magic City. Seeing the bound crew member Xiao Guang, his eyes flickered for a moment. Let's go to the near Shanshan Island. The people on that ship had already been dealt with by him. With the storm and the reef area, the ship would soon sink. Everything happening at sea would become an unknown secret. 2 hours later, the yacht sailed out of the storm zone and successfully approached Shanshan Island. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in the cabin. Gao Feng patted Shen Yuwei, who had been clinging to him, and said gently, "I'll go check on them. You come down first." Shen Youwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she stood up from Gao Feng. As Gao Feng went upstairs, he happened to run into Shun Yanqing coming down. "Brother Feng, are you all okay?" He also looked anxious, clearly worried for a long time. "We're fine. I'll go up and take a look first." Gao Feng didn't say much and went straight to the top floor. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Bingbing wrapped in a quilt, clutching the bed frame tightly. The bed frame was fixed in the cabin, very stable. Bingbing. Gao Feng lifted the quilt and scanned around, not finding any issues. "Brother Feng, this storm is too terrifying." Bai Bingbing clung to Gao Feng, looking frightened. Chapter 225. Lu Shun conflict. "Damn it. Wang Chao, get your ass out here. Stop playing dead." "Yeah, last time you bet with Gao Feng. You lost and refused to pay. Do you have any shame?" "My hard-earned money. I want to withdraw from the franchise. Why don't you answer the phone?" "Zhao Gang. Fortunately, Brother Feng reminded me last time, so I didn't fall for it, but I sold my house and am still renting. It's really damn frustrating." Zhao Lei. "Luckily, I didn't have enough money. Otherwise, I would have fallen for it too." Wu Minjun. "Wang Chao blacklisted me. Can a class monitor help me get my money back?" Chong Mao. "What are you all rambling about? Everyone signed a contract. How can you just withdraw? I believe Brother Chao won't cheat me. My store will open in half a month, and you'll regret it then." Chong Mao was indeed a die-hard fan of Wang Chao, still defending him at this point. Wang Chao only sent a few messages and never appeared again. "We need to have a spirit of contract, whether the project is good or bad. There will be public opinion. I warmly welcome those willing to join the Wang Chao family. For those who don't want it, don't speak carelessly. This is defamation." Gao Feng sneered slightly. This Wang Chao was still stubborn as a dead duck. Chapter 226. Sailing the yacht to Tianjin in a luxurious nightclub in a Southeast Asian country. Heavy metal music shook the eardrums. In the private room, smoke lingered as several muscular men with bare upper bodies held on to heavily made-up women, laughing roughly amidst the music. At the main seat sat a man in his 30s, a jagged scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth, like a centipede crawling across his face. Just as he raised his glass, his phone suddenly vibrated, and the moment he answered, the flesh on his face tightened sharply. "What?" His hand holding the phone shook violently, causing the glass to crash onto the coffee table, spilling liquor everywhere. The woman nestled in his arms didn't notice anything unusual, her fingers still wandering into his pants, her voice quivering. "Changgu, what's wrong? Get out! Get the hell out!" The scar-faced man bellowed, kicking the woman in the abdomen. She flew out like a fallen leaf, hitting her head against the corner speaker, blood gushing as she collapsed to the ground, silent. The music in the private room seemed to be choked to death, instantly falling into silence. The remaining women turned pale with fear, scrambling towards the door, crawling and rolling, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 227. The power to ignore rules. "All right, I'll handle it." Leisha agreed. When the boss spoke, he, as a worker, naturally complied, but before hanging up, he asked another question. "By the way, the concert is starting tomorrow. Do you want to come over and oversee it?" "No need. Just keep an eye on it. Contact me if there are any issues." Gao Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. He turned to Huang Xingyi, who had been quietly watching him, and smiled lightly. "All right, in a couple of days, you'll be free." The joy in Huang Xingyi's eyes was like a spark brightened by the wind, no longer hidden. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly said, "Thank you, Brother Feng." Her voice carried a sense of relief and a hint of barely noticeable reliance. The sunlight fell on her eyelashes, casting delicate shadows, adding more vivacity than in front of the camera. Bai Bingbing picked up a piece of chilled mango and brought it to Gao Feng's mouth, her fingertips brushing across his lips. She didn't understand business layouts, but could clearly see the dependence and admiration hidden in Huang Xingyi's gaze towards Gao Feng. She didn't feel jealous. She simply withdrew her hand quietly, but her fingertips secretly tightened around her dress. A sense of crisis surged like a tide. In terms of fame, she was just an ordinary person, unknown to the world. Chapter 228. Hearing the voice of the future as the night fell on the deck. A pot of beef stew with potatoes was completely devoured. Everyone dispersed with satisfied burps. And soon the deck was left with only the evening breeze mingling with the sound of waves. Gao Feng took one girl in each arm, bringing Bai Bingbing and Huang Xingyi back to the top suite. The two girls kept their heads down, not saying a word. The light from the crystal chandelier fell on the carpet, making the dust floating in the air particularly noticeable, creating an indescribably strange atmosphere. There was a massage bathtub in the bathroom, perfect for a soak to relieve fatigue. Gao Feng spoke first, smiling at Huang Xingyi. Her face flushed suddenly, her heart racing like it had a rabbit inside. She had indeed grown closer to Gao Feng. But was it too fast to share a room for a soak right off the bat? Twisting the corner of her clothing, she shuffled into the bathroom. And even as she closed the door, she could hear her own accelerated breathing. Only Gao Feng and Bai Bingbing remained in the room. "Brother Feng, should I go wait in the guest room downstairs?" Bai Bingbing said, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. This was her first time experiencing such a situation, and she thought of giving the newcomer some space to avoid awkwardness. But Gao Feng reached out and pulled her into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "I love the new, but cherish the old. You're not going anywhere." Chapter 229, The Momentum of a Wildfire. The concert exploded in the yacht's audiovisual entertainment area. Gao Feng, Bai Bingbing, Huang Xingyi, Lei Zi, and Qian Shaokai were half lying in front of a gigantic projection screen. Watching the vibrant Su Wei on the screen, Lei Zi couldn't help but whistle. "Wow, this beautiful host is great, much more lively than those stars reading scripts." Gao Feng smiled but didn't speak. The opening of his concert was indeed more moving than he had anticipated. Su Wei's hosting had a natural charm, calling everyone family with warmth. Coupled with her beautiful face that sparkled when she smiled, she didn't even have to try hard to be emotional. It made people feel close from the bottom of their hearts. The live broadcast got to the main topic with a clear interface design. The Douyin platform had specially created a dedicated page for this concert, with all registered netizens going through preliminary screening by the director, filtering out those just causing trouble, leaving the rest in a waiting list in order. In less than half an hour, the number of people waiting to connect with Su Wei surpassed 1,000, and the list kept refreshing like a long snake. "Don't rush, one at a time." Su Wei smiled mischievously at the rolling avatars on the screen. "Today, I'm your song selector. Just close your eyes and pick." Chapter 230, The Fruits of Midsummer, when she invested $50 million to acquire the rights to 20 songs. She never expected to recover her costs. She considered a gamble in the monopoly of the three major music companies. She just wanted to see if this amateur concert could break through and regarded it as a large-scale advertising investment. But with the current heat, not only would she recover her costs, but the profits might also reach jaw-dropping heights for the entire industry. Gao Feng was truly an enigma. She glanced at Meng Xiu beside her, who was staring at the screen, excitement written all over her face, and tapped the table with her fingertips, smiling. "We have the right of first refusal for the top 3 songs on the charts. Which one do you like?" At that moment, the big screen was playing all the songs in order. Meng Xiu's gaze was locked on the top position, her tone tinged with a hint of frustration. "The song Legend is really good, but unfortunately, I can't compete with Lu Qing." On the screen, Lu Qing's name was followed by a dazzling number of plays. The girl's voice was ethereal like a mountain stream, and the sense of lightness when singing Legend seemed to pull people into a misty fairyland, making it hard for anyone else to surpass her. The second song, Dak Song, was even more impressive. Meng Xiu swiped the screen, her tone growing even more dispirited. Chapter 231, Wanda Cinema shares on the yacht. Although Gao Feng couldn't make calls, he could use the internet. His WeChat was blowing up. Countless people sent him messages, some congratulating him and others seeking collaboration. Besides replying to a few familiar faces, like Meng Jia, Meng Xiu, and Zhao Xintong, he didn't check the friend request from the others. He would be arriving at Tianjin port tomorrow. He would deal with it when he got back. Lu Qing had 3 songs in total. Legend was undoubtedly at the top, a position that no one could shake. However, he was somewhat surprised that the other 2 songs didn't even make into the top 10. But the entire concert spanned 15 days. And today was only the first day. Rankings weren't important. He believed the quality of these songs would surprise everyone. For the next day, he lived in bliss. The days were filled with the concert, and the nights were spent with 2 beautiful companions, until the yacht slowly sailed into Tianjin port and docked smoothly at the yacht marina. This leisurely sea trip finally came to an end. Gao Feng entrusted the Dengfeng to Qian Shaokai. Find a reliable yacht club to cooperate with, renting it out when not in use. It's a waste to let it sit idle. Qian Shaokai patted his chest in agreement, as he loved to ponder such leisure activities. Gao Feng then took Bai Bingbing and Huang Xingyi straight back to the Rose Garden Villa. Chapter 232, Establishing a Charity Foundation. Zhao Xintong was like a lively little bird, pulling Gao Feng through various shopping malls. The LV window displayed the latest handbags, and the Hermes scarf shimmered softly under the lights, but after going around in circles, her hands remained empty. Gao Feng, although physically energetic, able to hike in the mountains for 3 days and nights without getting tired, found himself inexplicably weary from shopping. He watched Zhao Xintong blink at the diamond necklace in the window, then smile and shake her head as she walked away, unable to help but sigh. Xintong, don't try to save money for me. It's not about saving for you. Zhao Xintong stood on her tiptoes and pinched his cheek lightly, her tone cheerful. I just didn't see anything I particularly liked. She pointed at a limited edition bag in the glass cabinet. Look at this, it's too eye-catching. If I wore it to school, I'd look like I was selling bags. And that necklace, the diamond is too big. It would make the teacher dizzy during class. Gao Feng's gaze swept over her. She wore a delicate platinum chain around her neck, and a jade bracelet on her wrist exuded a warm luster, which she said was given by her grandmother. The small diamond studs on her earlobes sparkled with a faint light. The simple style highlighted her radiant complexion. She indeed didn't lack accessories. How about a watch? His eyes brightened. He recalled never having seen her wear a watch. Chapter 233. What to give as a birthday gift after leaving the hot pot restaurant. Zhao Xintong no longer mentioned shopping. Once back at the hotel, she spread out her notebook and began to write and draw on the coffee table. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft shadow on her shoulders. Gao Feng wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her head, watching the page filled with her handwriting, unable to help but laugh. Xintong, I can have a professional team buy these supplies. You don't have to exhaust yourself. That's not acceptable. Zhao Xintong looked up at him, her nose almost bumping against his chin, her eyes bright. This is my project, and I must oversee it personally. She took out a bank card from her wallet and waved it in front of him. This contains my pocket money, saved over 3 years. It's my heartfelt intention. Gao Feng pinched her cheek, his fingertips touching the warmth of her skin. You can be counted as a donor. But you really don't need to worry about the details of purchasing, transporting, and installing. Suddenly, he picked her up horizontally. The pen in her hand fell to the carpet with a thud, and her notebook slid aside. Now, Gao Feng looked down at the small woman in his arms, her eyes wide with surprise, a sly smile flickering in his eyes. Chapter 234. Hero Saves Beauty. The blonde turned to look, seeing his sturdy build and the luxurious car parked behind him, his arrogance lessened but still defiantly questioning. Who are you? Mind your own business. This woman hit my brother. Isn't it reasonable to ask for a pair of limited edition sneakers as compensation? Gong Yu was surprised to see Gao Feng and exclaimed, Mr. Gao, I don't have that much money. Gao Feng ignored the two men and walked straight to Gong Yu, his gaze falling on her wrinkled sleeve. Not much. Just 20,000. The blonde thought he was there to pay up and immediately quoted a price. Gao Feng turned to the security guard of the nearby store. Check the surveillance footage. His voice was low but carried an undeniable aura. If she really hits someone, I'll pay. If you're trying to scam, just wait to explain to the police. The expressions of the two men changed instantly. The blonde wanted to retort, but the other short and stout one tugged on his arm and whispered, let it go. They glared at Gong Yu and cursed as they slipped into a nearby alley, disappearing in no time. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and the street corner returned to quiet. Gong Yu lowered her gaze to smooth out her wrinkled collar. The coolness of a night breeze touched the neckline of her plain qipao. She raised her hand to tuck her scattered hair behind her ear, her fingertips brushing against her heated earlobe. Chapter 235. I Want the Earth. The wind stopped and the rain ceased, as Gao Feng comfortably embraced two beauties on his left and right. The two brought not just double the joy. Huang Xingyi was still not accustomed to the advances and had fallen into a deep sleep. Bai Bingbing, however, was still wide-eyed, seemingly lost in thought. Bingbing, I'm preparing a charity foundation. How about you manage it? Gao Feng recalled the foundation and spoke up. A charity foundation? I don't know anything about that. Bai Bingbing, as if waking from a dream, appeared a bit dazed. It's quite simple. You just need to investigate projects to see if they are worth helping and how much effort should be put in. In other words, she would be the nominal funder, responsible for supervising the use of funds. Sounds good. I'm willing. Bai Bingbing was a kind-hearted person, and doing charity was just to her liking. Moreover, this way, she could do something for Gao Feng. No longer just a useless person. Well, Zhao Xintong, you know this foundation will be under both your names. Bingxin Foundation? What a lovely name. By Bingbing's cheeks flushed, filled with excitement. This charity foundation is in her name. As for having an additional Zhao Xin tome, what does that matter? Chapter 236, Time to Live, Stream, and Sell. As soon as this thought popped up, she found it hard to sit still. If it weren't for seeing the clock on the wall pointing to 11, she would have dialed Gao Feng's number right away. All right, don't rush this. Meng Xiu tugged at her skirt, feigning calm as she stood up. Leave it to me. It's getting late. I'll go to sleep first. Watching her almost escape, Sister Meng smiled while holding her coffee cup. Having been through it herself, how could she not understand Xiu's thoughts? But then again, Gao Feng is young and accomplished. With a substantial fortune and still single, he really is a good catch. If Xiu could get closer to him, it would seem beneficial for both the company and herself. The music in the living room continued, while Sister Meng gazed at the night outside, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. Perhaps this matter could succeed. The next morning, as Gao Feng walked into Dengfeng Media under the morning sun, the office area was already filled with the sound of keyboards clicking. Today was the last day of the preliminary round of the music competition, and as the helm, he should closely supervise this crucial battle that would determine the platform's direction. The office, which had been empty 3 months ago, was now filled with nearly 200 employees. Chapter 237. I want to acquire high-dye music. After finalizing the song arrangements, Meng Xiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming, her cousin had repeatedly reminded her, fearing Gao Feng would hesitate to let go of those few hit songs. After all, they could support half an album. But she always felt that Gao Feng was not the type to be stingy. He would fulfill his promises. Now that the matter was settled, the stone that had been hanging over her heart finally fell. It was time to discuss the second matter. She unconsciously twisted her skirt between her fingers, pondering for a moment before looking up at Gao Feng, her tone a bit excited. Gao Feng, that musician named Earth. Is he in your company? Could you introduce me to him? I really love the songs he writes and want to thank him in person. Gao Feng lifted his gaze to her, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table, suddenly laughing. Are you trying to steal my wall corner? No. Meng Xiu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected him to see through her thoughts so quickly. She hurriedly waved her hand, her cheeks flushing. I just want to buy a few more songs from him, really. Sure. Gao Feng replied straightforwardly, as if his earlier teasing was just a joke. As long as you can afford the price, any number of songs will do. Chapter 238. Expand the scope, value points. The incident occurred suddenly. After a long pause, Sister Meng's voice finally sounded again, carrying a hint of caution. Give me 3 days. I need to discuss it with my family. I can only give you 1 day. Gao Feng's tone was firm. Opportunities do not wait for anyone, and Dengfeng Media needs its own music company. After hanging up the phone, the living room was so quiet that one could hear the wind outside. Meng Xiu looked at Gao Feng's calm profile and suddenly felt that this man was like an unfathomable sea. You can never predict what kind of storm he will stir up next. Gao Feng, can you really make me a queen? Meng Xiu's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, her fingertips unconsciously digging into the sofa armrest. The term queen hung like a star at the peak of the music industry, a glory every female singer dreams of touching in her midnight reveries. The current music scene in China has no more than 20 existing superstars, each of whom has endured a decade of hard work to reach their prominent positions. She, Meng Xiu, has debuted for several years without a single hit song. So why should she? Gao Feng looked at her, a faint smile on his lips. Do you lack confidence in your own abilities? Meng Xiu instinctively wanted to nod. Chapter 239. Earning value points faster. The new changes in the system soon began to show results. When Gao Feng once again stepped into the headquarters of the Chifu Group and sat across from Lin Yuedong in the office, a familiar notification sound echoed in his mind. Detected strong recognition from Lin Yuedong towards the host. Value points 5. Current total 60. Gao Feng's fingers paused lightly under the table. This was the first time he had received a reward from Lin Yuedong, and even if it was just 5 points, it was enough to indicate that the new rules of the system had taken effect. What he lacked the most now was not money, but this hard currency that could be exchanged for system resources. It made sense. Lin Yuedong graduated from an Ivy League school and is a top capital hunter trained on Wall Street. During her time at Chifu Group, she decisively carved a path through the dining industry's winter. Such a woman is a model of a high-quality woman scoring above 80 points. Winning her admiration is no easy feat. President Gao, please have a seat. Lin Yuedong stood up to greet him, her attitude much warmer than before. with a hint of natural smile in her expression. When they first interacted, she indeed regarded Gao Feng as an ordinary rich second generation, merely a lucky heir to family business, living off his family wealth. Chapter 240. Zhao family's birthday banquet. Next came a message from Jiang Shuai, along with a photo from the film crew, with the words Wolf Warrior 2 prominently displayed in the background. President Gao, I'm in a cast now. Thank you for your recommendation. Following, there was a message from Wu Jing, expressing some helplessness. Recently, so many people have been trying to reach me to get to know you. I can hardly keep up. Gao Feng looked at the message and paused his fingers on the screen. It seemed it was time to find an assistant. In the future, visitors would directly connect with the assistant, who would sort through information, filter key points, and report back, saving time and possibly uncovering new S-level projects from a vast amount of information. However, he had to put some thought into choosing the right assistant. He had too many secrets, and the existence of a system, resources from parallel universes, and the blueprint for biological batteries could easily be leaked if not careful. The primary condition was that they must be absolutely reliable. Brother Feng, come down and play in the water. In the pool, Bai Bingbing waved her arms at him, water droplets sliding down her forearms, creating ripples. Gao Feng looked up and smiled, raising his phone. No, I'm handling some matters. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sunshade, casting dappled shadows on his hand. Chapter 241. A birthday gift for Zhao Xintong, tall and upright, with a serious expression, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans. He exuded an indescribable steady aura, indeed more outstanding than his daughter had described. Gao Feng. Zhao's mother smiled and stood up, pointing to a nearby empty seat. Please sit down quickly. Tonger has mentioned you several times in the past few days. Having been married to Zhao's father for decades, she could easily see her husband's little thoughts. Her husband is also a prominent figure in the martial arts world, yet he has been defeated by a young man. Though he wouldn't say it, he must be harboring some frustration. However, Zhao's mother is also well-versed in martial arts and knows what this means better than anyone. To defeat Zhao's father at such a young age, one would be hard-pressed to find a second in the entire martial arts community of China. Even among those hidden old masters, few could claim a stable victory over him. Such a martial arts genius paired with her daughter was clearly a match made in heaven. Shiikin stood up with a teapot, the celadone teacup in her hand steady as a rock, and the tea poured and created fine ripples. She gently pushed the teacup in front of Gao Feng, but her gaze fell on the wooden box in Zhao Xintong's arms, with a smile on her lips. Xintong, this is the birthday gift Gao Feng brought for you, right? What nice thing. Let us all have a look. Chapter 242. A gift to match yours. Not expensive inside was a sword with 2 characters gay, yin inlaid with fine gold thread, the golden threads shimmering softly under the light, with fine, hair-like patterns at the turns of the strokes, a unique signature technique of Master Wu. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with disbelief. This sword body is made with meteorite iron from the western regions, mixed with an oozy steel core, forged through 1,000 folds. Just controlling the heat requires watching the furnace for 3 years, and it was personally hammered by Master Wu. At this point, she looked up at Gao Feng, her eyes full of confirmation. I saw its introduction at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition 2 years ago. At that time, I heard Master Wu say this sword is a museum piece, and he wouldn't let it go for less than 18 million. The living room instantly fell silent, where one could hear a pin drop. Qin Yi glanced at Gao Feng. Such extravagant methods could only be done by him. Zhao's father paused with the purple clay pot in midair. He had just thought the sword was too new, but now looking at the flowing cloud patterns on the sword body, he suddenly recalled Master Wu's unique forging method. After 1,000 hammerings, the meteorite iron becomes activated, indeed. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at Gao Feng a couple more times. This kid was indeed generous. 18 million, he could take it out, but to use it to buy a sword, he would be reluctant. Chapter 243. 14 million. Lin Zhixia's favorability, 98. President Gao. Miss Lin, this way please. Su Wanqing took the lead, guiding the two into an 11-story building. The elevator stopped on the 9th floor, and as the door opened, bright sunlight poured in. The 188-square-meter 3-bedroom apartment, facing south, was filled with morning light in every room. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room faced the central garden of the community, with neatly trimmed greenery gently swaying in the wind. This apartment was prepared by the owner as a wedding house, with hard decoration costing 2 million, using all environmentally friendly materials. Su Wanqing opened the folder, The original selling price of the house was $18 million, but now in urgent need of cash. It can be sold for $14 million, which is equivalent to a 30% discount. Lin Jixiao walked to the center of the living room, her fingertips brushing over the off-white leather sofa. The decoration was light luxury style, with crystal chandeliers refracting fragmented light, slightly different from her preferred minimalist style, but it was brand new. The owner hadn't had a chance to move in yet, and even the drying rack on the balcony still had its packaging. She turned around. The built-in oven in the kitchen, the smart toilet in the bathroom, and the thoughtful design in the details made it impossible for the smile in her eyes to hide. Gao Feng noticed her lingering by the bay window in the master bedroom, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the windowsill, knowing that she had already formed a preference. Chapter 244. Launching peak music. The three of them chatted while walking to the conference room. Just after they sat down, Meng Jia walked in with several people in suits. Introducing, this is our music director, Old Zhou, and this is our financial director, Sister Zhang. Mergers and acquisitions are significant events, and core executives must be present. Lao Zhou adjusted his glasses and cast a scrutinizing glance at Gao Feng. After all, he was an old hand at Haidai and had complex emotions regarding the term acquisition. Sister Zhang appeared much more professional, holding a prepared financial report in her hands, ready to respond to any inquiries. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in Gao Feng's mind. Detected that Meng Ting has a strong admiration for the host, value 0.5, current total value, 73. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Her full name was Meng Ting. Previously, he had only known her as Meng Jia and hadn't inquired further about her name. What was even more surprising was that she was also part of the high-value female sequence. And this unexpected 5-point value felt like a little surprise hidden on the negotiation table. Since the general direction was set, let us get straight to the point. Meng Ting signaled Sister Zhang to distribute the documents, the 3.2 billion acquisition amount corresponding to 80 of the equity, as he said, is contingent on the Earth becoming Meng Siu's exclusive creator. But you need to give me a plan, right? Chapter 245, Goodbye, Wu Qian Sisters. Gao Feng unconsciously ran his fingers along the seam of his pants. Perhaps not just this one. Those voices that had once dazzled time in another space might be scattered in some corner of this world, waiting for the opportunity to be awakened. He withdrew his gaze, looking toward the light at the end of the corridor, and suddenly had a clear thought. It was time to let this music scene, wrapped in the influence of Japanese and Korean pop and the styles of Hong Kong and Taiwan, hear the brand new voice that belongs to this land. Next room. He turned and walked toward the depths of the corridor, his voice calm. Let us go see the female trainees. Meng Ting and Lao Zhou exchanged bewildered glances. Gao Feng was only going to take a look outside the rooms. What could he discern from that? Shouldn't they let these trainees perform their best acts? Did he not find a single one appealing? They said nothing more and quickly followed him. Gao Feng quietly watched for a few minutes in other practice rooms before moving on to the next one. He did not enter any of the practice rooms until he reached the last small practice room, where he saw 3 girls harmonizing inside, and he finally stopped. The 3 girls were singing a love song, each with a distinctive voice, and it sounded very pleasant. Chapter 246. Let us go have a cup of tea. Brother Gao. Sisterly. Wu Yu's voice was still a bit soft, but much clearer than when she was in the hospital, and she held 2 cans of ice-cold soda in her hands. Seeing them approach, she hurriedly pushed them toward the table. The grilling pan on the barbecue stove was sizzling with steam. Wu Qian had already deftly picked up a slice of beef brisket and placed it on the grill, and the aroma of the fat meeting heat spread instantly. What would you like to drink? I heard the rice wine at this place is quite good. As she turned the meat slices, she smiled. Thanks to you too for helping out lately. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Gao Feng smiled lightly. We're all classmates, so there's no need for such polite words. Wu Yu's recovery was the best arrangement. Wu Yu was very quiet, but her eyes had not left Gao Feng since he entered. Li Yanran looked at the sparkle in Wu Yu's eyes, and her doubts about miracles suddenly faded. No matter how she got better, this vibrant appearance was the best answer in itself. The 4 of them chatted while eating, reminiscing about some fun stories from their school days, and then moved on to their current situations. Wu Yu's health had recovered, and she planned to take care of her body during the summer break to attend Kyoto University next year. As for Wu's mother, she had already returned to her hometown. Chapter 247. Taking the female police officer to a hotel. The 2 walked side by side into the private elevator. Gao Feng was a frequent visitor here, and the staff in the elevator recognized him. The girls he brought each time were different, but they all had one thing in common. They were extremely beautiful. However, bringing a female police officer to a hotel was still quite a shocking scene. The admiration in her eyes was almost overflowing. The two remained silent until they entered the presidential suite, and at the moment Gao Feng closed the door, no words were needed. Action spoke louder than words. An hour later, Gao Feng held Jing Yusher softly and said, "Does this count as leaving your post without permission?" Jing Yusher shot him a glare. Annoyed, "I'm on leave today. I was complained about, and since I'm about to be reassigned, my superior directly told me to take 2 days off before reporting to the criminal police team. Otherwise, with my personality, how could I possibly do this? However, being in a hotel with a man during the day to roll in bed, such a thing, in the past, she wouldn't have dared to even think about." She realized that since meeting Gao Feng, her boundaries had been lowered time and time again. She didn't even recognize herself anymore. What was happening? Gao Feng sensed something unusual in her. Just a moment ago, Jing Yusher was wild, which was completely inconsistent with her persona. Chapter 248, Goodbye Lu Yifei. What a beautiful pair of flowers, mother and daughter. I don't lack anything. Jing Yusher shook her head. Silly, not lacking is one thing. Wanting to give is another. Gao Feng's voice grew softer, his gaze resting on the slight fatigue under her eyes. Are you worried about violating discipline? He understood her nature. She seemed carefree, but actually placed great importance on rules. Jing Yusher raised her eyes and smiled. The weariness in her eyes fading a bit. You don't have to worry about that. Normal friends' interactions aren't corruption or bribery. What is there to be afraid of accepting? She paused and added, besides, if it's something ridiculously expensive, I would naturally refuse. That's great. Gao Feng's eyes instantly lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, tell me, is there anything special you want recently? Jing Yusher looked at his expectant expression, warmth rising in her heart. She certainly knew that Gao Feng didn't lack money, not to mention a single gift. Even more valuable items might not catch his eye. But for her, the significance of a gift was never in its value, but in the care it represented. She suddenly thought of something, her expression dimming a bit. Many police officers sacrifice their lives or become disabled in the line of duty. Although the state provides subsidies, it's merely a drop in the bucket. If you truly care, could you donate some money? Chapter 249, Finalizing New Investments. Lu Yali was shocked. Value 0.8. Current balance 101. The moment the system notification sounded, Gao Feng's fingers paused slightly. The value points finally broke through the 100-point barrier. The rare items and information permissions in the system mall that had once made him envious were now within reach. He lowered his eyelids, hiding the excitement surging in his eyes, but his lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. It seemed he had found the trick to earning value points. As a wealthy individual with a system in hand, it didn't seem too difficult to astonish women. After this small episode, Lu Yali looked at Gao Feng with increasingly warm eyes, the kind of closeness that resembled a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law. Even Lu Yifei, who had always maintained a distant and reserved demeanor, showed a hint of curiosity in her gaze. She debuted as a television director's darling at the age of 16, and now, just 23, she is already ranked alongside Huang Shengyi, Yang Mi, and Gao Yuanyuan as one of the new 4 young flower actresses in mainland China. Her ambition to transition to the big screen was hidden in her eyes. She aimed to be the top flower actress, to stand at the pinnacle of leading ladies. After 7 years of struggling in the entertainment industry, even with her mother Lu Yali protecting her, she had encountered many self-proclaimed young talents. She recalled the first time she met Gao Feng at that charity gala. Chapter 250, Reserve a private room. Give him 50,000 compensation. The company's first project was a collaboration with Douyin to create the Summit Music Festival, costing 300 million. Su Wei was not only the project general manager, but also personally hosted it, with the project bonus alone amounting to $1 million. Such a dream start was something she had never dared to dream of before. If it weren't for being in the company at that moment, with people coming and going around her, she would have wanted to rush over and give Gao Feng a kiss to express her gratitude. Su Wei, have you eaten? Want to join us? Gao Feng was somewhat surprised to run into his leading flower actress. Just about to eat. Mr. Gao is treating. I couldn't ask for more. Su Wei replied with a bright smile, her tone light and cheerful. Gao Feng turned to Lu Yifei and the others, introducing, this is Su Wei, a key player in our company. Lu Yifei looked at Su Wei, her eyes filled with genuine warmth. I've been following the Summit Music Festival she hosted these past few days. I really like her style. Miss Liu is too kind. I also admire your work. Su Wei responded modestly but confidently, her smile appropriate. There were many dining options near the industrial park, but high-end ones were few. How about Cantonese cuisine? Gao Feng asked for everyone's opinion. Sounds good. Seafood is low-fat. No fear of gaining weight, came the reply. Chapter 251. Can we take Louis Fei with us on the sea trip? Gao Feng didn't enjoy the privilege of a free meal just because he was the chairman. This meal, including the 50,000 prepaid car expenses, totaled nearly 300,000. Such spending made even Liu Yali, who was accustomed to the extravagance of the entertainment industry, gasp internally. But seeing Gao Feng's nonchalant demeanor, she understood that this was not an intentional display of wealth. It was simply his everyday life. Building a relationship with a person like him might be a turning point in fate. Liu Yali glanced at her daughter Liu Yifei, calculating in her mind. Her daughter had grown up under her strict supervision without even dating. Now was the time to expand her social network, and Gao Feng was undoubtedly the best candidate. Looking at Liu Yifei, there was a clear hint of curiosity in her gaze towards Gao Feng. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, it's not far from being moved. Liu Yali cleared her throat and smiled as she spoke. By the way, my Yifei has never been to the sea. If your company goes to the beach for team building, could you take her along? Gao Feng was taken aback. He had thought that, as a rising star, Liu Yifei would never involve herself in company team building events, but he didn't expect Liu Yali to take the initiative to ask. Although he couldn't fathom her intentions, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. Chapter 252. The Overbearing Chu Gij. The moment the private room door was pushed open, the deafening music was suddenly cut off. Gao Feng immediately saw Qin Yi, who was facing away from the door, holding a glass of whiskey and staring blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window, where the dance floor below was filled with a throng of people. Gao Feng walked straight to the sofa and sat down, casually pouring himself a drink from the crystal bottle on the table, the ice cubes clinking against the glass. Gao Feng, do you think these people downstairs, living in drunken stupor every day, what is the meaning of life? Vin yi sudendi sipok. His voice rapped in an inexplicable gloom, still not turning around. Gao Feng rolled his eyes, took a sip of his drink, and bluntly pierced through, speak plainly. Those three words pierced the deliberately crafted melancholic atmosphere Qin Yi had set. He suddenly turned around, stepped over to the sofa, and sat down heavily. Bro, I'm in a bad mood. Drink with me. This was the first time Gao Feng saw Qin Yi like this. The once carefree young master now had a cloud of gloom over his brows and eyes, which piqued his curiosity. However, since Qin Yi didn't speak up, he didn't bother to ask. After all, it was just drinking, nothing too challenging. But two big men drinking silently was a bit too bland. Chapter 253. I can't afford to lose that person. Qin Yi entered with a few girls, and the deafening electronic music poured into the private room, instantly filling the emptiness. Seeing Gao Feng still slumped on the sofa, he couldn't help but shout, Gao Feng, what are you doing here? Why not go dance a few laps? Just as he finished speaking, Gao Feng's earphone buzzed with Chu Lan's voice, calm yet sharp. Mr. Gao is at a bar? With Qin Yi? Her hearing was surprisingly sharp, picking up on Qin Yi's voice even through the phone. Yes, at Encounter Bar, Gao Feng replied lightly. Wait for me for half an hour. Chu Lan ended the call with a tone that brooked no argument. This woman was truly domineering. Gao Feng chuckled and shook his head. Looking at Qin Yi, Chu Lan is coming over. Chu Lan, Chu Gij. Qin Yi was taken aback, sitting down beside him with a strange tone. How did you get involved with her? She is notoriously troublesome. I met her once at the Panshan racetrack, Gao Feng replied, tapping the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. This time it's about the Summit Music Festival. She has a streamer under her. Wanted me to operate in the background. Qin Yi had invested $30 million initially and was well aware of the music festival situation, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 254. This person is killed, don't provoke him. Gao Feng slowly withdrew his gaze, lifting the freshly filled glass, his fingertips tracing the cool glass wall. Shen Qi's provocation was hardly worth mentioning. The movement behind him made Chu Lan stop, turning around in surprise. She noticed the two bodyguards' tense demeanor and felt a chill. These two were retired special forces, hired by the Chu Group at high price, specifically to protect the elder. If it weren't for recent events, they wouldn't be following her so closely. It was the first time she had seen them this tense in such a long time. As for Qin Yi, she knew he was skilled and had considerable martial prowess. But he wouldn't make these two so nervous. Therefore, it must be Gao Feng. It seemed she had underestimated the leader of Summit Media. Ding! The host has caught Chu Lan's attention. Value 0.5, current balance 111. Let's go. Chu Lan glanced meaningfully at Gao Feng before turning to leave. Shinshi also did not provoke further, resting his arm on the bodyguard's shoulder as they walked out together. The last bodyguard maintained a direct stance facing Gao Feng, walking backward until the private room door closed, finally letting out a sigh of relief and moving his hand away from his lower back. Chapter 255. How about I send you a woman as an engagement gift? The air fell silent again. Only the sound of ice melting was infinitely amplified in the quiet. Gao Feng raised his glass, the amber liquid reflecting fragmented light, illuminating the unfathomable cold gleam in his eyes. Just watch for now. He took a sip of the drink, his Adam's apple rolling, his tone unreadable. If it really came to a confrontation, let us see whose methods are tougher. Although Douyin is an independent department under bite, in such a vast system, who really has the power to dominate everything? Unless it's the boss, Zhang Yiming. Gao Feng's fingers traced a circle on the rim of his glass, suddenly recalling the vice president of Douyin's commercialization section, Shin Yuhao. Shin Yuhao and Shin Shi. He didn't finish his sentence when Qin Yi took over. Cousins. Qin Yi counted on his fingers. Shin Shi is the eldest son of my third Uncle S family. 2 years older than me, and he once snatched my transformer when we were kids. Gao Feng did not respond further, his fingertips unconsciously tapping out a rhythm on the table. Shin Yuhao holds the power of life and death over Dangfeng Media. Confronting him directly is like hitting a stone with an egg. But 3 paths had already surfaced in his mind, borrowing strength from Shin Yuhao's rivals. Which is the best strategy? Cutting off his foundation, which is a moderate strategy, if truly pushed to a dead end. He glanced at the heavy night outside the window, a glint of cold light passing through his eyes. Chapter 256. High bride price, selling oneself. The steam in the bathroom had not yet dissipated, carrying the sweet scent of shower gel into the bedroom. Gao Feng gently carried the soft, exhausted Huang Xingyi, who could barely lift her fingertips, to the bed. Her damp hair stuck to her flushed cheeks, her eyelashes fluttering like a rain-soaked butterfly. Gao Feng casually grabbed a bathrobe and put it on, walking barefoot into the living room, whereby Bing Bing was already curled up on the sofa waiting for him. The girl heard his footsteps and immediately snuggled into his arms like a startled kitten, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, her breath filled with a soft dependence. Xingyi seems really tired. Bai Bing Bing unconsciously traced the outline of his abs with her fingertips, her voice soft like cotton candy. She was already used to Gao Feng's rhythm, never asking questions, just quietly being the one who waited for his return. Gao Feng lowered his head and ruffled her hair, his fingertips brushing through the lingering fragrance of shampoo. I brought her over. Are you two okay together? Very good. Bai Bing Bing looked up at him, her nose brushing against his chin. It used to be just her alone. Now she has a companion. She suddenly remembered something. Lightly tapping his chest with her fingertip. All right, the Wu sisters came over this afternoon. I arranged for them to stay in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 257. You all are high-quality replicas, not genuine products. On the first night at the Rose Garden Villa, the sisters both suffered from insomnia. It wasn't tea until 9 a.m. The next morning that they finally woke up. Oh no! Wu Qian hurriedly washed up and quickly made her way to the 1st floor. Wu Qian, you're up. Come have breakfast. Bai Bing Bing, who had just gotten up, immediately greeted her at the dining table. Wu Qian approached the table and apologized. Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night and woke up late. Whereas Mr. Gao? She looked at Bai Bing Bing, but found her in great spirits, as if she was glowing. She instinctively remembered the sound she heard last night, wondering if this was what a woman nurtured by a man looked like. Bai Bing Bing looked at the dark circles under Wu Qian's eyes and asked with concern, Are you not used to it? Or is the bed uncomfortable? Wu Qian quickly shook her head, saying, It might be the first day. I'm a bit unaccustomed to the bed. Bai Bing Bing nodded in understanding. Brother Feng has gone out. He said since you just arrived, take a day to adjust, and you can start working tomorrow. Not having to work made Wu Qian breathe a sigh of relief. Being late on the first day of work made her feel even guiltier about Gao Feng's understanding. At this moment, Wu Yu also came down, looking equally tired. Chapter 258. Using Zhou Mingyuan as a test subject. Su Wanqing tightly gripped the brocade box, her fingers turning white, just about to say something when Gao Feng raised his hand to stop her. Money is nothing to me. Gao Feng tapped his fingertips lightly on the armrest of the sofa, his gaze drifting over the 8 pieces of velvet-wrapped porcelain, suddenly curling up the corner of his lips. But this pastel plate. He deliberately elongated the last syllable, noticing Zhou Mingyuan's Adam's apple violently move, before slowly shaking his head. After all, it's an item we fished up from the bottom of the sea. If it's taken apart, the fate is lost. It's better to keep it for myself to play with. Zhou Mingyuan's smile instantly froze, the eagerness in his eyes doused like being splashed with cold water, but quickly piled up a layer of polite regret. Indeed, items are valued for their completeness. Mr. Gao keeping it is the right choice, he replied while unconsciously tightening the hem of his clothes at his side, his knuckles turning white. Gao Feng watched this and sneered coldly in his heart. This old fox is calculating quite well. Then we won't disturb teacher Zhou anymore. Gao Feng stood up and nodded at Su Wanqing. Zhou Mingyuan hurriedly followed, continuously saying to take care. His gaze, however, seemed glued to the brocade box, following it until the villa door clicked shut and his smile completely crumbled. Chapter 259. Zhou Mingyuan had a car accident. Brother Feng, I heard from Sister Lan that she works at a live streaming company, and I also want to do live streaming. Xiaoyong looked at Gao Feng and said softly, live streaming? Gao Feng glanced at Xiaoyong and laughed. What type of live streaming do you want to do? What are you good at? I like playing games. Can I be a game streamer? Xiaoyong said excitedly. Sure, you can open a live streaming account and give it a try. Gao Feng did not stop Xiaoyong, nodding. Yeah, I've been streaming for 2 days, but there aren't many viewers. Xiaoyong's excited expression fell, looking dejected. He originally thought being a game streamer was easy, playing games while making money. But after streaming for 2 consecutive nights, the highest number of online viewers was only 10. This left him very disappointed. Brother Feng, can you let me work at the live streaming company as a sign streamer? As a sign streamer. The company would provide traffic support, and maybe you could take off. Looking at so many big streamers online, making money easily and without tiring, he was quite envious. Gao Feng put down his chopsticks and said, why do you think the company wants to sign you? Xiaoyong stammered, you're the boss. You can sign me if you want. Haha, wouldn't it be better if I just gave you money directly? Chapter 260. Overseas Visitor. Revenge. I heard that old Zhou got injured on his face and distracted himself while driving to the hospital, crashing into a truck. Su Wanqing's voice carried a hint of regret. The old man who had been so confident in the villa in the morning was now reported to be severely injured in the afternoon. The unpredictability of life made her instinctively shrink into Gao Feng's embrace. It was more practical to hold onto the person in front of her. Gao Feng's fingertips paused slightly, and a deep glint flashed in his eyes. The effect of this bad luck charm was faster than expected. How is he? He asked Dan Dan. He is in ICU. The specific situation is still unclear. Gao Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the power of this prop was much greater than anticipated. He recalled the dazzling icons in the system shop, and a sudden light sparked in his eyes. With these items in hand, future troubles would turn into opportunities that came knocking. Anyone who became his enemy would probably not even understand how they fell. Su Wanqing didn't notice his thoughts, thinking he was just lamenting, and took the opportunity to report on work. By the way, I organized a financing demand sheet for startup companies. There are a few AI and biotechnology companies that are not bad. I've sent it to your email. She was his dedicated account manager, naturally focusing all her energy on him. Chapter 261. Hotel encounter. Su Wanqing was indeed stunning, especially at this moment. Her skin glowed softly, and the tips of her eyes had a lingering blush. That lazy satisfaction felt like a rose soaked in morning dew, exuding a moist freshness. But this was not enough to make Brother Chong stop. He had seen all kinds of women in Southeast Asia, from enchanting to innocent, wild ones, all blooming before his eyes. In terms of experience in the entertainment scene, he was already a veteran. How could he be captivated by this? Brother Chong's gaze was like a poisoned ice pick, firmly fixed on the man held by Su Wanqing. This face was one he knew all too well. Wasn't it his target for this trip, Gao Feng? Just arriving in Kyoto and running into the main character. This sudden coincidence nearly broke the ferocity in his eyes. The resentment for his dead brother surged in his chest. Although he hadn't seen the body of the third brother, he knew that the brat was definitely dead. Perhaps it was due to the storm, but the source was clearly this man in front of him. Gao Feng's mental acuity was already sharp. and such naked killing intent felt like needles stabbing his back. He instantly raised his gaze. Their eyes collided in midair, like two unsheathed blades, instantly sparking a bone-chilling glint. Expert. The two words exploded simultaneously in both their minds. Chapter 262. Night Attack. Gunfire. Gao Feng took Su Wanqing into Tycoon Li to get her some outfits. With the tracking charm as insurance, the sea wolves couldn't escape, and he was happy to spend more time with her. It was still that Chanel boutique. As soon as they pushed the door open, the keen-eyed sales associate immediately recognized Gao Feng, and her smile was even warmer than last time. After all, not everyone could do what Gao Feng did, buying that high-end short dress without batting an eye. Such a big spender was a god of wealth for the store. Choosing clothes was always a meticulous task for women, so Gao Feng simply sat on the sofa, watching Su Wanqing come in and out of the fitting room. He had to admit that the craftsmanship and fabric of the big brands could indeed withstand scrutiny, and each piece had a different charm when worn. Of course, more importantly, it was the person wearing the clothes. Su Wanqing was a born model. Even wrapped in a piece of cloth, she would stand out. An hour later, the two walked out of the store. Brother Feng, this is too much, Su Wanqing said, pinching the strap of a new limited edition bag. Feeling both delighted and a bit panicked. Just this one limited edition bag, plus over a dozen pieces of clothing, had cost over $1 million. It was a number she dared not even dream of. Gao Feng swiped his phone to reveal a bank notification of over $2 million incoming funds, which put him in a better mood, and he casually smiled. Chapter 263. Professional Killer? At that moment, Xiao Wu and Sha Chun, awakened by the gunfire, finally groggily reached for their guns, but they couldn't tell who was who amidst the two entangled shadows, raising their guns but not daring to pull the trigger. This half-second hesitation was enough to be fatal. The shadow seemed to have eyes in the back, abruptly twisting its body. The sound of boots slicing through the air as it swept past. Click, click. The two crisp sounds almost merged into one. And just as Xiao Wu and Sha Chun caught a glimpse of the shadow's profile, they fell softly to the ground without even making a sound. At this moment, Brother Chong had already lunged to the edge of the balcony, the sound of wind behind him growing closer. Without thinking, he jumped out of the opening. Below was a small river he had scouted during the day, the water over 1 meter deep. Jumping from this height would at most make him choke on a few mouthfuls of water, and as long as he plunged into the water, he could survive. Splash! His body hit the icy river water. Before he could struggle for air, 2 clear gunshots rang out above his head. Bang! Bang! Bullets pierced through the water, sharply drilling into his flesh. In agonizing pain, Brother Chong choked on muddy water, his consciousness rapidly fading. The last thing he saw was a shadow, standing on the bank in the moonlight, like a reaper of souls. The river water gradually turned red, and the summer night breeze swept across the river's surface, carrying away the last bubbles of struggle. Chapter 264. New Idea. Smart maid Jing Yushi could never have imagined that the mysterious killer who had neatly dealt with 3 thugs in the abandoned building would be the man walking out of the elevator with another woman at this moment. She stood by the revolving door of the hotel, her police uniform crisp, but her expression was a few degrees colder than usual. Where her gaze fell on Su Wanqing, her brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. That woman had exquisite makeup, her eyes carrying an unmistakable charm and satisfaction. This radiant glow felt like a fine needle, piercing her heart. Just as Gao Feng stepped out of the elevator, holding Su Wanqing's waist, he was met with this icy gaze. He raised an eyebrow and whispered something to Su Wanqing before letting go and approaching. "What are you doing here?" Jing Yushi's voice was emotionless, but her fingers instinctively tightened around the folder. She wasn't there to catch him cheating, but seeing the woman beside Gao Feng made the irritation caused by the case rise within her. Gao Feng smiled casually. "You know, I have a suite here." Jing Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly, recalling the absurdity from their last encounter. Her ears turned red unconsciously. She quickly suppressed her distracting thoughts, pulling out a photo from the folder and handing it to him. Chapter 265. This woman is the engagement gift I gave to Qin Yi as night fell. The Qin family's estate was brilliantly lit. As the engagement venue for Qin Yi and the Tian family's daughter Tian Ming, guests filled the space, exceeding expectations, with the air thick with the tipsiness of champagne and the richness of expensive perfume. Gao Feng arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall with his female companion, where gifts piled high like mountains and the cash registration area was bustling with people. Dingfeng Media, Gao Feng, he announced, signing his name and casually placing an envelope on the table. Inside was a check for $1 million, understated. The staff marked his name on the envelope as per protocol without opening it for verification. Inside the hall, Qin Yi was engaged in lively conversation with friends when his peripheral vision caught a figure at the entrance. His smile suddenly broadened as he left the crowd and approached. "You finally made it." He laughed heartily, clapping Gao Feng on the shoulder, but his gaze was drawn, as if by invisible chains, to the female companion beside Gao Feng. The woman wore a silver-gray, knee-length dress that accentuated her breathtakingly smooth curves. Her skin glowed softly under the brilliant lights, her features delicate, with an intricate silver emblem at her brow that made her look like a perfect doll sculpted by a master artist. Her softly curled long hair and pleasantly plump figure gave her an innocent, youthful air. Chapter 266. The perfect intelligent made shocks the audience. Tianming took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult of emotions within her, and tried to muster a relatively composed smile, though her voice still sounded a bit tense. "Mr. Gao, you really are creative and thoughtful. But this gift is just too precious. We might feel unworthy of it." Gao Feng chuckled lightly and simply said, "Shut down." As if cut by an invisible thread, the light in S001's eyes suddenly extinguished, her lively smile froze, and her body stood still in an absolute pose. In the blink of an eye, the enchanting beauty transformed into a delicate, cold, lifeless statue. This extreme contrast left everyone feeling stifled, nearly going mad. "It's just a machine." Gao Feng's tone was as casual as discussing an ordinary appliance, a practical gift for a friend. Miss Tian need not take it to heart. Tianming's throat tightened, leaving her speechless. Yes, as long as it wasn't a real person, even if she felt disgusted and thought the gift had ulterior motives. She couldn't find a valid reason to object. But looking at that perfect face that made her feel inadequate, and knowing she would appear in her fiancé's life day and night. Chapter 267. The national mission No Known Robot could replicate the precision of that lightning-fast moment. In fact, most of the humans present might not be able to do so either. This made robots' reaction speed, movement coordination, environmental perception, and processing ability were equivalent to that of a top-tier servant. Every guest who witnessed the entire scene felt a storm brewing within them. This was not merely an expensive toy. It represented a terrifying technological strength capable of rewriting the global tech landscape and reshaping future industries. This was no gift. It was clearly a colossal cake of immense value that could drive any capital giant crazy, presented so casually before everyone. Gao Feng felt a continuous, exhilarating rise in value points deep within his consciousness. A great sense of satisfaction welled up within him. It was worth it. This adventure was absolutely valuable. He had underestimated this entry-level made robot. Even he was shocked by the earlier scene. It felt like he had gone a bit overboard. But the rising value points made him momentarily ignore the risks behind it. This feeling was like a rule-abiding accountant suddenly hitting a royal flush at the casino. The risks and temptations coexisted, yet it made one's blood rush. Chapter 268. The Zhu family's visit. Confrontation Director Tian fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, the head of the Qin family, and said solemnly, "Old Qin, we are in-laws. This matter is too significant. Our two families must join forces." Qin Lang, having calmed from his earlier excitement, pondered for a moment before replying. "What do we do?" A glint of coldness flashed in Director Tian's eyes as he quietly said, "This matter must be swift. First, we need to acquire the technology in Gao Feng's hands. Then we can negotiate slowly with others. No matter how much of the cake they ultimately get, securing it first is crucial. If Gao Feng hadn't moved so quickly, we would have already secured him. How do we secure it?" Qin Lang caught the underlying message in Director Tian's words and asked in return, "By any means necessary. Have Qin go find him immediately. Any conditions can be discussed. We must finalize this tonight. Gao Feng is just a lucky guy. As long as we give him enough temptation, he will agree. If soft tactics don't work, we'll use hard ones. With the Tian family's power, dealing with a mere upstart should be easy, right? It's only 8 p.m. There's still time." Qin Lang suddenly understood and immediately looked at Qin Yi. "You need to contact Gao Feng right away and set up a face-to-face meeting." Chapter 269. The military also gets involved. Gao Feng downed his drink, the liquid sliding down his throat with a burning heat. All right. He looked out the window. I don't like being hunted. You handle those troubles. Zhu Qingxi stood up, his suit jacket cutting a sharp arc. Don't worry. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. I hope we can become the best partners, not enemies. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow. You dare to let the robot make a public appearance? Zhu Qingxi's gaze was sharp as he said in a deep voice, You're either a madman or holding a winning trump card. I don't know which one you are. Hee. You'll find out. Gao Feng smiled, raising his glass in acknowledgement. The moment the door closed, he picked up his phone. A new message popped up on the screen. 12 military vehicles have gathered around the Qin family. They are from the military. He deleted the message and gazed into the dark night outside. Zhu Qingxi thought his trump card was the robot, unaware that the real weapon was the biological battery. That was the ace that could make both the military and the Zhu family bow down. And this negotiation was just the beginning. Chapter 270. Must talk to Gao Feng. We need to establish a factory as soon as possible. The biological battery factory cannot be built for now. We will use it for the robot factory first. A small intelligent production line will suffice. As he turned, Gao Feng's gaze swept over the sleeping Jing Yushi in the bedroom. The woman frowned, her police uniform jacket draped at the foot of the bed, and the visible collarbone bore the marks of the previous night. His fingertips gently pressed on her brow, smoothing out the slight wrinkles. Now is not the time to indulge in comfort. The conflict with the Qin family has already ignited the flames of war, and the threat from the Zhu family still looms overhead. Every minute counts. As Gao Feng drove into the biomanufacturing plant, the morning light streamed through the workshop skylights, casting mottled patches of light on the dust-covered floor. The urgent task was to establish a robot production line in this spacious factory. The mass production line for bio-batteries had to be put on hold for now, as he didn't have enough money to purchase it yet. First, he would produce a batch of mid-level robots to entice the military, allowing him to fortify his defenses before the wolves pounced. Standing in the center of the factory, Gao Feng recalled the equipment list in the system hall, a set of small, fully automated robot production lines, along with molecular printers and bionic skin casting chambers. 10 sets of mid-level made raw materials and accompanying bio-batteries. When Gao Feng received a call from Qin Yi, he was still in the factory. The military? Leaning against the control console, he smirked. Sure, I'll give you an address. Let them come. Qin Yi's phone was on speaker, and this was clearly heard by Chen Zhen. The major general sat in the back seat of a military vehicle, tapping his fingers on a report, his brow furrowed. This kid is even more arrogant than rumored. But in a rule of law society, even the military can't forcibly invade a private enterprise. He had to suppress his urgency and said into the microphone, Gao Feng, I'm Major General Chen Zhen from the military. Does your robot have a military version? When the general arrives, he will naturally know. Gao Feng's voice came through the waves, calm yet confident. Okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Chen Zhen hung up the phone, and the military convoy immediately accelerated. Tires crunching over the gravel road of the suburbs, sparking a shower of sparks. 30 minutes later, 10 military vehicles formed a defensive line at the factory entrance. Chen Zhen pushed open the car door and immediately spotted Gao Feng standing at the entrance of the factory, along with 4 slender figures behind him. All were maids, their bare, fair skin glistening in the sunlight. Even the veins behind their ears were clearly visible. Chen Zhen broke out in a cold sweat. This statement was like a dagger, precisely piercing through his hidden calculations. They made it clear that his technology was unique. He shouldn't think of taking the opportunity to study it. He looked at the beating bio-batteries on the robot's chests and suddenly realized that he had never had the right to negotiate from the start. At least give me 5 units. I need to persuade the higher-ups. Chen Zhen's voice became hoarse as he straightened his back. The military's encrypted chip must be added, and the highest authority can only be held by the military. The chip is unnecessary. Their encryption level is higher than you can imagine. Gao Feng looked at Chen Zhen, a smile hiding sharpness. As for authority, the first to claim ownership holds the highest authority. Chen Zhen stared at Gao Feng, suddenly feeling that all his calculations were anticipated by this man. The military's efficiency was extremely high. The 50 million procurement funds flowed into Gao Feng's account the moment the contract was signed, along with a complete set of golden licenses delivered by a special vehicle. The most eye-catching of these was the Military-Industrial Enterprise certification stamped with the national emblem, the red seal gleaming heavily in the sunlight. Fengjing Future Intelligent Technology Company. Mr. Gao, with special approval from the higher-ups, you are granted the rank of Lieutenant General. and your security level is elevated to the highest. Gao Feng recognized this decisiveness and nodded. The new factory can be put into production at any time, with an initial daily output of 10 units. Selling price? Zhu Qingxi pressed, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Like the S001, the basic model is 1 million per unit. 1 million? Zhu Qingxi suddenly looked up, not because he thought it was too expensive, but because he was shocked at how cheap it was. With the purchasing power of China's wealthy, this level of bionic robot would likely be snatched up in seconds, even if there were 10,000 units. A daily output of 10 units means only over 3,000 units a year, which wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps. How can the production capacity be increased? Gao Feng held up 3 fingers and smiled. In 3 months, production capacity will increase tenfold. In a year, it will increase 100-fold. Zhu Qingxi finally understood Gao Feng's confidence. With such a speed of production increase, coupled with military support, there was indeed no need to share with anyone else. So what can the Zhu family do? This question was directed at Gao Feng, but also at himself. 3 things. Gao Feng raised a finger. First, you need to secure the raw materials needed for expansion. Second, I won't be appearing for this company. You're the president. Third. He paused. I heard you have shares in ByteDance. I want those. Just as he was speaking, a housekeeping robot approached with a fruit platter. Its steps so steady that not a drop of juice spilled. Master, Miss Bai, please enjoy the fruit. Its voice was sweet yet lacked inflection. Bai Bingbing took a bite of a strawberry and suddenly looked up. Brother Feng, will they suddenly go out of control? Gao Feng laughed. This little girl was quite perceptive. No. He tightened his embrace around her, his voice deep. They will always adhere to the 3 laws of robotics. The sunset illuminated the silver emblem on the robot, casting a gentle glow. Bai Bingbing looked at the perfectly still figures and suddenly felt more at ease. At least they would never gossip behind her back about being kept, nor would they give her a cold shoulder. In the distance, the robots seemed to sense the movement here, tilting their heads slightly, their foreheads' emblems flickering as if they were listening intently. The robots Gao Feng brought back were all mid-level, with a certain degree of autonomous learning ability. However, they still couldn't match real humans. The highest level was the all-purpose robots across fields, requiring intelligence programs of up to 2,000 points. Gao Feng couldn't afford that yet. As night fell, the Zhu family delivered a stack of documents to the Rose Garden Villa. Gao Feng casually flipped through them. The school was not far away, only about 80 kilometers. But once they exited the 6th Ring Road, the asphalt road gradually turned into a concrete road and finally became a bumpy dirt road. This dirt road was very difficult to navigate. If they drove too fast, it would scrape the car's undercarriage. Fortunately, the scenery in the mountains was nice, with mountains and water, and the air was fresh, which improved everyone's mood considerably. After a long 4-hour bumpy ride, a red brick wall finally appeared outside the car window. Yunqi Primary School had arrived. 3 figures stood at the school gate. The gray-haired Principal Huang and 2 young teachers in their 20s. The female teacher was nervously wiping the already chipped iron gate with a cloth. When the convoy stopped, Principal Huang hurriedly took off his mud-stained straw hat and rubbed his palms on the faded Zhongshan suit. Mr. Gao, Miss Zhao, their voices trembled, and the male teacher behind them quickly added, "We cleaned up in advance, but this house is really a bit old." The moment they walked through the school gate, Bai Bingbing instinctively grabbed Gao Feng's arm. The walls of the red brick teaching building had large patches of peeling paint, exposing the yellow earth beneath. Several window panes were broken and covered with hard cardboard, rattling in the mountain wind. At the entrance of the 3rd grade classroom, a small boy was tiptoeing to hang a fallen blackboard eraser on a nail. The legs of the desks were crooked, barely leveled with a few pieces of broken bricks. Chapter 276. Only one school. Not enough originally. Gao Feng planned to stay here for 2 days. Firstly, to better understand the difficulties of the mountain school and to improve the aid plan as much as possible. Secondly, it had been a long time since he experienced such a leisurely life and wanted to relax a bit. However, the houses in the school were too dilapidated, posing a risk of collapse at any moment. It would be better to start the reconstruction as soon as possible. As the convoy left Yunqi Primary School, dusk had already enveloped the mountaintops. Gao Feng glanced to the navigation. It would take at least 4 hours to return to the city, and the road into the mountains was already hidden in the night, making it unsafe. Let's find a farm stay to rest. Huang Xingyi in the passenger seat clicked his tongue. Is there really a farm stay in this place? The answer was yes. In a mountain hollow, a dim yellow bulb was lit, and the wooden sign with welcome had paint peeling off. The owner was a lean man who came out rubbing his hands when he saw the 3 cars stop. Are you here for tourism? Gao Feng got out of the car, and the robotic maid followed with the luggage. The owner stared at the 8 girls, each more beautiful than the last, and his eyes widened. Boss, are you here to eat or stay? But we only have 3 rooms. Gao Feng scanned the small courtyard, found it relatively clean, nodded. I'll take all 3 rooms and prepare more dishes quickly. Chapter 277. Little ghosts are troublesome as night deepened on the farm. The chirping of insects mixed with the evening breeze, dispersing the fatigue of the day. The barbecue stall set up by Boss Zhang had flickering flames, and 2 robotic maids were skillfully flipping meat skewers. Zhao Xintong leaned closer to Gao Feng, the aroma of grilled meat lingering at her nose. Brother Feng, do you really think this resort can be built in 6 months? Gao Feng took a bite of grilled chicken wings. The skin crispy and the inside juicy. Once the road is opened, it will be fast. First, we need to build a 2-way 4-lane road directly from the foot of the mountain to the lakeside, and then enclose the wasteland around the school. Bai Bingbing held up a grilled corn, her eyes sparkling. Build a resort around the lake? Shouldn't we get some boats? Gao Feng pointed to the distant mountain shadow. The back mountain has hot springs. We can dig a couple of wells and build a few hot spring villas. In winter, soaking in the hot springs while watching the snow is surely more comfortable than city clubs, right? Lin Shuyue quietly asked. What does the farm plan to grow? Organic vegetables and fruits. Gao Feng looked at Huang Xingyi. Didn't you always say that the vegetables in the city lack flavor? The soil here is unpolluted, and the strawberries grown will definitely be sweet. Huang Xingyi raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to set up a picking garden? Of course. Gao Feng smiled. Let the vacationers pick their own vegetables, cook their own meals, and set up a small zoo with some alpacas and deer. The kids will definitely love it. Chapter 278. Cleaned up the garbage. Good days are coming. Gao Feng did not respond, but the village head Zhang suddenly stood up, slamming his dry tobacco pipe on the ground. Deputy Mayor Chun, what do you mean by this? Zhang's village had guarded its green mountains and clear waters for most of its life, and after finally waiting for investment, how could it be ruined like this? He couldn't help it and had to speak up, even if it meant confronting someone. Deputy Mayor Chen's face darkened, his triangular eyes squinting into a slit. A tall, thin man immediately jumped out, his voice sharp as a needle. Village head, this project is not child's play. There are many hidden dangers in mountain construction. If the town does not strictly oversee it, and something happens like a building collapsing and killing people, can you bear that responsibility? With this heavy hat of safety responsibility placed on him, village head Zhang suddenly fell silent. His dark face turned red, and the veins on the hand gripping the pipe bulged, but he couldn't utter a word. He knew the other side was speaking about regulations, even if there were dirty tricks hidden within those rules. Deputy Mayor Chen's meaning was clear. If the project wanted to be implemented, it could. The tall, thin man gave Gao Feng a smug glance. The town's construction company needs to have a stake. It doesn't need to invest money, just a nominal 30 will do. Zhao Xintong clenched her fists in anger, her nails almost digging in her flesh, just about to retort when Gao Feng pressed her wrist. Chapter 279. Serving the people the Rural Renovation Acceleration Card is a good thing. It can speed up the project process. But Gao Feng did not expect that the 10 points of public sentiment could convert into the value points he needed most. That's as much as 100 points. This opened up a new line of thinking for him. What is public sentiment? Public sentiment is not an abstract thing. It is the light in Boss Zhang's eyes when Deputy Mayor Chan was taken away. It is the sweet potatoes brought by the old lady, and the gratitude in village head Zhang's words when he talked about the resort and the school. These things, which he might have previously considered intangible, have now become hard currency. Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Zhao Xintong handed him a bottle of water. I was thinking. Gao Feng took the water, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers in front of him and the villagers coming with hoes in the distance. We should all serve the people. Zhao Xintong extended her little fist and punched Gao Feng playfully, saying, do you want to be the chairman? Not to be the chairman, but to serve the people. To take from the people and use for the people. Gao Feng chuckled. Isn't that what we are doing right now? Zhao Xintong's eyes sparkled. Yes. I've decided to add another 20 million into the foundation. Besides this project, we can do a few more. Ah, Brother Feng, you are too good. Chapter 280. Not eating vegetables. Eating you first. Seeing the convoy stop, Captain Mao immediately came up. Mr. Gao, I've looked at this piece of land. The terrain is flat, and the soil structure is stable, suitable for building a factory. Gao Feng walked into the sorghum field along the ridge, the heavy ears brushing against his pants. This land belongs to several nearby villages. Mao handed over a report, noting that the yield was less than 300 pounds per acre, and the villagers had long wanted to change to economic crops. Converting it to industrial land made them very willing. What about the compensation plan? According to the standards of the city's industrial zone, each acre of land compensation is 10 times higher than for growing sorghum. Mao paused and added, General Chun said that your project is a priority. If expedited, the relevant procedures can be approved within 3 days. Gao Feng looked at the distant mountain shadows, thinking that building roads would facilitate both transportation of goods and tourism. The children in the school would grow up and might become engineers or technicians here. This is it. Let's first fix the roads, including the internal mountain roads. He made a decisive statement, and Mao Sheng stood at attention and saluted. Yes. The wind blew through the sorghum field, and the ears rustled, as if in response. Upon returning to Kyoto, the study was very lively. Bai Bingbing was leaning over the table making a list, with a pencil poking little dots on the paper. Chapter 281:17. What if this is true? The villa is a private estate of Gao Feng, only hosting his friends. It is relatively independent from the resort. Qinyani blinked. A small number of people? Gao Feng pinched her earlobe. The villa is private, but the resort is open. There won't be too many guests. It's still quieter in the mountains. He paused. Tracing her lip line, the ingredients are grown in the village. The chickens are free range, and even the waiters are robots. You only need to sit by the lake and drink tea every day. Then I want to fill the yard with hydrangeas. Qinyani thought Gao Feng was joking about the robots. She didn't delve deeper, leaning in his embrace, her voice soft. And I want to build a grape trellis to pick grapes and make wine in the autumn. All up to you. Gao Feng lowered his head to kiss her, tasting the sweetness between her lips and teeth. Once the villa is built, I'll quit my job at the jewelry store. Qinyani smiled and nodded, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. She knew that this man never spoke empty words. The villa, 80 kilometers away, would be her home, a paradise within reach because of him. Qinyani stayed at home, yet it was her most satisfying day, until Gao Feng left. She touched the still warm blanket and let out a soft sigh. Chapter 282:18. 3 major products, shining in the starry sky. The lounge fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into even louder laughter. Emily, you're too nervous. Mark patted her shoulder. Chinese engineers always like to make their PPTs better than the products. Once our Atlas 5.5 is released, these flashy tricks will naturally disappear. Jason even remotely controlled Spot to do a backflip. See, this is real technology, not just special effects piled up. Only Emily stared at the still image, feeling a vague unease in her heart. She knew that Chinese tech companies never go into battle unprepared. Those seemingly fake tricks often hid unexpected trump cards. When a small text at the end of the advertisement popped up, stating it was powered by the same AI as the smart maid, she suddenly stood up. Something big was happening in the smart robot industry. 10 minutes later, Emily stood in Mark's office, her fingertips trembling. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sound of Spot's metallic footsteps came from the testing ground. Mark leaned back in his leather chair, casually moving the mouse, and burst out laughing when he saw the robot dog dialing. Emily, are you kidding? This level of special effects is worse than our intern's demo animation. Mark, look here. Emily pulled up a frame-by-frame analysis, pointing at the moment the robot dog avoided the water cart. Chapter 283:19. Peninsula Hotel, Accidental Encounter. In a beauty salon in Japan and South Korea, the boss lady smashed an expensive ultrasonic knife device. She watched the ad looping on her phone, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Those surgical facelift procedures that require incisions and the risky fat injections seemed like primitive stone axes compared to this device. The cosmetic surgery industry that Japan and South Korea were proud of would immediately collapse. Backstage at Paris Fashion Week, supermodels surrounded the makeup artist tablet, screaming, "Look at that nasolabial fold repair. It's more natural than me getting 3 Botox injections. Can shaping actually be accurate to 0.5 centimeters? My fake wide hips have hope." Agents frantically dialed numbers, but the receiver only emitted a mechanical female voice. The product pre-sale channel will open 72 hours after the product launch, with a global limit of 1,000 units. In Boston Dynamics Lounge, Emily was surrounded by a group of female colleagues. Are you saying this device and the smart maid are from the same company? If they can make robots, This rejuvenation device must be real. When she saw the 3D animation of the nanorobots swimming under the skin in the ad, she suddenly remembered the smart maid's lifelike synthetic skin. So, those delicate skins that could even reflect light had long hidden such black technology. Chapter 284-20. The cash cow from the mainland. Those were all just rumors. Gao Feng smoothly changed the topic, his gaze landing on Zhou Xingxing's face. I heard Mr. Zhou is preparing a new film recently? The moment movies were mentioned, Zhou Xingxing's eyes lit up. His previously somewhat aloof demeanor suddenly became vibrant. I plan to shoot a story about Tang Seng's journey for scriptures, with the lead role being Sun Wukong. Adapting Journey to the West. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow. This theme indeed has potential. He patiently listened as Zhou Xingxing animatedly described his storyboard ideas, until the waiter served the last dish, and only then did the other party suddenly stop, embarrassedly waving his hand. Sorry, I just can't stop talking about this. I've delayed everyone's meal. Gao Feng smiled. This Star Master was indeed, as rumored, indifferent to matters outside of movies. The brightness of Li Jiasin beside him and the whispers at the neighboring table didn't catch his attention. It seemed his focus was glued to himself. Star Master, we've been chatting for so long and still haven't had you introduce Mr. Gao to us. Li Jiasin spoke at the right moment, her tone carrying just the right amount of curiosity. Oh right, Zhou Xingxing suddenly remembered. This is Mr. Gao Feng, an investor from the mainland. I've heard he is very straightforward. His words were vague. He only knew the other party was referred to as the cash cow in the industry, casually tossing out billions in a night without batting an eye, which is why he approached with a tried-out attitude. Chapter 285-21. Lan Kuai Fong, 5 beauties gathered. With Zhou Xingxing's presence, he was like a magnet in the restaurant, attracting most people's attention. The whispers at the neighboring table gradually converged, especially when he frequently nodded at Gao Feng. More gazes began to shift towards Gao Feng. Who is that? Star Master is so polite to him? Looks like an investor from the mainland. Is he that legendary cash cow who spends 5 billion in one night? Before the discussion settled, a short and chubby figure came over with a wine glass, wearing a perfectly warm smile. Star Master, what a coincidence. Zhou Xingxing stood up. In the Hong Kong film circle, there are not many people who could make him take the initiative to greet them, and Wang Jin is one of them. This director, famed for commercial films, was also one of his mentors. Director Wang. Zhou Xingxing's tone was rare and gentle. Here to have a meal? Trying out some new dishes with a few friends. Wang Jin's gaze had long fallen on Gao Feng, feigning surprise as he opened his arms. Who is this? Mr. Gao. A big shot from the mainland. Zhou Xingxing's introduction was simple and direct. Mr. Gao? Wang Jin's eyes lit up as he handed over his business card. Could it be Mr. Gao? I've long admired your name. I'm Wang Jin, a commercial filmmaker. Chapter 286. The 5 beauties compete in glamour. The unintentional charm was the most captivating. Gao Feng leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, watching the silent competition before him with great interest. It was rare to see the 5 beauties vying for attention. Qiu Shuzhen approached with a fruit platter, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, brushing against Gao Feng's arm, carrying a hint of sweet perfume. Mr. Gao, would you like to try these? Chilean cherries. Just arrived this morning, she said, her eyes slightly lifting at the corners as she bent down to place the platter, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. Zhu Ying glanced at Gao Feng from the corner of her eye, like a little cat harboring thoughts. In the corner, Wang Xian maintained a cool demeanor, only nodding slightly when Gao Feng looked over, acknowledging his presence. She wore a moon-white qipao with delicate blue embroidery at the collar. The light highlighted her profile, making her appear like a revived fairy. Despite not doing much, she made people want to look at her more. Wang Jin was smiling so widely that his eyes were nearly closed. He was well aware that these 5 ladies usually had to avoid each other on set, but today, gathered in a private room, they were ostensibly competing for roles, but it was all about Gao Feng. Chapter 287. The Ilian Gang. Brother Long Wang Jin had not left and was watching in amazement at the door. Li Jiasin was being friendly, Qiu Shuzhen was flirting, Zhu Yin was playing innocent, and Wang Xian was using her wits. Even Zhang Man, who had hardly spoken, occasionally offered fruit to Gao Feng, seemingly both rejecting and welcoming him. However, Gao Feng's expression was serious. My style is to invest and leave casting to the director. Whoever is suitable gets the role. The moment he said this, the room fell silent. Li Jiaxin's smile stiffened. She had thought that getting close to Gao Feng would help her land Zhao Min. Qiu Shuzhen tightened her grip on her wine glass, but Zhu Yin's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. I will prepare well. Wang Xian raised her glass in a salute to Gao Feng, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. She understood that Gao Feng was telling them, here, strength is more useful than flattery. The music continued, but the thoughts of the 5 women changed. Qiu Shuzhen secretly glanced at Gao Feng and suddenly felt that this man was even more elusive than rumored. He accepted your goodwill, but did not indulge your transgressions. He enjoyed the company of beauties, but could distinguish between light and heavy matters. A person like this was the true big boss. Mr. Gao, which role do you think we 5 are suitable for? Li Jiaxin tucked her long hair behind her ear, her fingertips inadvertently brushing over her diamond necklace around her neck. Chapter 288. The Power of the Intimidation Halo. What do you want? Gao Feng suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but overshadowing Brother Long's arrogance. Do you want to change the script for Director Wang? Let Zhang Wuji lead your alien gang to conquer the world? He told a joke, but none of the 5 women laughed. Brother Long's face darkened. Kid, who are you talking to? The total investment for this film is 150 million, and 30 is 45 million. Your 3 million deposit doesn't even cover the tip. Gao Feng held his glass calmly. Brother Long squinted his triangular eyes. My alien gang has 20 cinemas in Tsim Sha Sui. You invest, and I'll guarantee the box office. This deal is not a loss. Gao Feng leaned against the back of the sofa. Relaxed, I have plenty of projects to invest in. Why must I invest in this one? He had now understood why this film had so many explosive points, yet couldn't attract investment. It turned out there was an issue with the alien gang. The decline of Hong Kong films was caused by short-sighted gangs like yours. Suddenly, I lost interest in this film. Gao Feng's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Wang Jin, who had been silent. Wang Jin's face turned pale, losing all color. He had not informed Gao Feng of Brother Long's threat in advance. Chapter 289. The King of Hell lets you die at 3. The Intimidation Halo was an unexpected delight. Moreover, the effect seemed quite good. Gao Feng patted Zhu Yin's back, his gaze sweeping over the messy table. I suddenly want to go shopping. Anyone want to join? Qiu Shuzhen nodded eagerly. If she was really left behind tonight, it would ruin her life. Her gratitude towards Gao Feng was the strongest. To her, Gao Feng was like a god. I want to go too. It was Zhu Yin speaking, clutching Gao Feng's clothes tightly, like a frightened little beast. The other 3 women exchanged glances. Since the 2 had gone ahead, following them would seem a bit out of place. After all, each of them was either a former queen or a top star, and they still cared about their dignity. Mr. Gao, it's too late now. I want to accompany you on your shopping trip, but Wang Xian hesitated for a second and reminded, although the alien gang is not the biggest gang, its power is not small. This Brother Long holds grudges. Be careful when you go shopping. Gao Feng glanced at her and said lightly, don't worry, no one will retaliate. Brother Long could never retaliate. The moment he threatened him, he had already sentenced him to death. Chapter 290. The 3 major gangs of Hong Kong. Gao Feng did not leave in the morning. After Qiu Shuzhen succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep, he returned to the Peninsula suite. For him, this was merely a friendly match. After the event ended, he naturally did not want to stay longer. In high school, Qiu Shuzhen had been his dream goddess. Today, it could be considered fulfilling an old dream. In the morning, he brought Huang Xingyi to Xinghui Company. Mr. Gao, you're very punctual. Zhou Xingxing was even more enthusiastic upon seeing Gao Feng. After signing 2 contracts, he received 60 million in less than 10 minutes. This made his smile even more genuine. For a poor kid from a humble background, believing in money was the only thing that would never betray him. Gao Feng understood this mentality very well. If he had not obtained the system, he might have become the same kind of person, rejecting Zhou Xingxing's lunch invitation. Gao Feng left with Huang Xingyi. Just as Zhou Xingxing returned to the office, he received a phone call. Xingzai, I heard Mr. Gao signed a contract with you this morning. Nowadays, few people in Hong Kong could refer to him like that, especially women. Sister Feng, Mr. Gao has already signed and left. Zhou Xingxing replied, somewhat puzzled. Given Sister Feng's status, it seemed unnecessary to pay such close attention to a mainland investor. Chapter 291. This is the King of Hell. De Fei's copper bell-like eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed the beer bottle on the table. That inland god of wealth? Damn, who the hell is this guy? De Xiong finally lifted his head. There was no ripple in his eyes. He simply slammed the finger tiger heavily on the rosewood table. The muffled sound made the entire hull fall silent. That inland guy doesn't have that kind of power. He spoke firmly, the scar on his face twitching slightly in the light as his lips moved. It's someone above him. He paused, his gaze slicing through the two men like a knife, and said word by word, Along has secretly kept a ledger, which contains transaction records with the council members. De Xiong's voice lowered, carrying a chilling insight. I suspect he was silenced. Click. The pair of ornamental walnuts in Wu Ji's hand, which he had been playing with for years, cracked open a clear seam in response. The air suddenly thickened, leaving only the red oil-hot pot bubbling madly, the steam distorting the pale light like an ominous omen. Defei's face turned pale as he broke into a cold sweat. Brother Xiong, is this aimed at us? Chapter 292. The three major gangs split. A killing game his fingers, which were caressing the walnut seam, stopped applying slight pressure, and the cracked walnut let out a faint creaking sound, as if it was about to shatter completely at any moment. He raised his eyes to meet De Xiong's nearly fiery gaze and Defei's cold scrutiny, his face showing no panic, only a near-cold calmness. Da Xiong, Defei. Wu Ji's voice remained low but carried an undeniable weight. I'm not jumping into the sea. I'm looking to get ashore. Whether the ship sinks or not is fate. But staying on a ship bound to sink is foolish. It's dragging all the brothers down with it. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the two men. The government is serious this time. Gao Feng, whether he is a real gangster or the king of hell, he does not represent just himself. He paused, looking at the scar on De Xiong's face that twisted with anger, and softened his tone, but it sounded even heavier. How did the Ilian gang fall? It was to warn us. It's telling us that times have changed. No matter how hard the fist, it can't compete with the iron fist of the state. What do you want us to do? Clean our necks and wait to die? De Xiong roared, his fists cracking loudly. Chapter 293. Ambush at the mountaintop after settling Huang Shengyi. Gao Feng had no more concerns. He was also eager to see who was plotting against him. The other side seemed to sense something was wrong and stopped hiding, quickly closing in. Gao Feng stood still, quietly watching the approaching group. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 8 people. At a glance, they looked like low-level thugs, covered in tattoos and wielding machetes. The leader was a yellow-haired guy who smiled upon seeing Gao Feng. Robbery. The 8 surrounded Gao Feng, and the yellow-haired leader waved his machete and shouted. Gao Feng spread his hands and smiled. With just us few, there's no need to hide. Who sent you? The yellow-haired leader was momentarily taken aback. Was he that obvious? But even if the other party figured it out, he couldn't be foolish enough to reveal the mastermind. What about your female companion? The yellow-haired leader looked around and, not seeing Huang Shengyi, became wary. She's ahead, Gao Feng explained. Impossible. There's no one ahead, the yellow-haired leader immediately retorted. He had also placed several thugs in front, but received no news. Forget it. She doesn't matter. It's your bad luck. Don't be so arrogant in your next life. Chapter 294. Another ambush at the mountain base. Marksmanship like a god. Gao Feng and Huang Shengyi took the cable car up the mountain. For the descent, they took a vehicle from the Special Operations Team. 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars descended from Victoria Peak, heading to the Peninsula Hotel in Central. The weather in Hong Kong Island changes rapidly. Just moments ago, the sky was full of stars, and now it was pouring rain. Gao Feng and Huang Shengyi sat in the back seat of the middle vehicle, cuddling together, quietly listening to the sound of rain on the roof. Huang Shengyi had never encountered danger in her life, let alone this time involving firearms. Her body was still trembling, tightly pressed against Gao Feng, seeking warmth. Gao Feng stroked her hair, contemplating how to deal with Defei and De Xiong without alerting the Special Operations Team. Since he was attacked, the Special Operations Team must have reported it up. However, Hong Kong Island was too special. The military couldn't issue orders directly. It had to go through the Hong Kong government. With their communication efficiency, who knows how long it would take. Gao Feng couldn't wait. He needed to find an opportunity to get close to them. As long as he was within 10 meters, he could use the fate-destroying talisman. Just 40 points. A trivial matter for him, who had over 300 value points. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected a crisis. Chapter 295. Cornered beasts still fight. Completely crazy, the remaining Special Operations personnel looked up at the calm-faced Gao Feng as if seeing a deity. 3 shots hitting 3 grenades in midair? If it weren't witnessed firsthand, no one would believe it. Such a figure, why would they need to protect him? Gao Feng held Huang Shengyi in his arms. She clutched his sleeve, her knuckles turning white but not crying, her reliance more touching than tears. Brother Feng. He lowered his head and kissed her, giving her the greatest courage. Ding. The intimidation aura has upgraded. Within 20 meters, anyone with spiritual power lower than the host will experience soul-level fear. Reward value points, 100. In the distance, police sirens were approaching. You handle this, Gao Feng said as he confidently walked away with Huang Xingyi. He had more important things to do. The news of the recent gunfight spread like a hurricane across Hong Kong Island. The chief executive was furious and ordered the Major Crimes Unit to find the real culprit immediately. All relevant personnel on Hong Kong Island could not sleep at night. What? Wu Gu, who had already fallen asleep, was abruptly awakened by a sudden phone call. He was still grumpy from being woken up when he was shocked by the news. An open assassination attempt on Gao Feng at the foot of Victoria Peak, and heavy weapons were used. Chapter 296. De Xiong's Decision. De Xiong let out a muffled, cold grunt from his nostrils, like the low growl of an injured beast. 3 paths. Hearing this, De Fei's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. There are actually 3 paths to choose from in this desperate situation. Brother Xiong is indeed still Brother Xiong. First, De Xiong's voice was cold and unwavering. Give up everything now. While the storm hasn't completely surrounded us, find a snakehead immediately and smuggle out of the port. Go to Thailand, go to the Philippines, go to the Golden Triangle, and live incognito, starting over. Huh. The joy on De Fei's face instantly froze and shattered. Give up the territory built over decades of bloodshed. Give up the power to call the wind and summon the rain, and the mountain of wealth accumulated. To crawl into the stinking hold of a fishing boat like a stray dog, fleeing to an unfamiliar wilderness. Living day to day with the constant fear of being hunted or silenced. At his age, he had long been accustomed to being surrounded by people and indulging in luxury. How could he endure such a wandering and fearful existence? This was more painful than killing him. The second option, De Xiong's scarred face twisted, his gaze sweeping over the sturdy brick walls of the old house and the labyrinthine alleys outside. Chapter 297. I can be your dog. De Fei's heart raced in his chest, almost shattering his ribs. Fear surged like a cold tide, but another, more insane and greedy flame suddenly leapt up from the ashes of fear, spurred on by De Xiong. Beautiful country, international freedom fighter safe passage. These words were like a spell, impacting his previously narrow understanding of the underworld. Indeed, after Huagua reclaimed Hong Kong Island, the Americans must be gnashing their teeth in hatred. They definitely did not want to see stability here. If they could really latch onto this line, even if only to be used, then they would no longer be the sitting ducks trapped in the city, waiting to be exterminated like stray dogs. They might truly pierce through the heavens. Even after the towering waves, they could find an unexpected path to survival, or perhaps gain unimaginable great benefits. The fear and pallor on De Fei's face quickly receded like a tide, replaced by a flush ignited by immense temptation, mixed with greed and a last-ditch effort. He licked his cracked lips, and the last remnants of reason in his eyes were completely burned away by the raging ambition. De Fei suddenly raised his head, looking at De Xiong with eyes no longer filled with fear, but with an almost fanatical recognition and allegiance. Chapter 298. Date with Zhu Yin. Mr. Gao, as we agreed yesterday, I want to treat you to dinner. Zhu Yin's cheerful voice on the phone brightened his mood even more. Gao Feng glanced at the sleeping Huang Xingyi beside him, estimating she wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. All right, noon then. Great. Let's go to the Peninsula restaurant. The Peninsula restaurant was right downstairs, quite convenient. Gao Feng naturally had no objections. After a day of playing yesterday, and with so much happening at night, he was too lazy to go out now. Just after hanging up, Qiu Shuzhen's call came in. Wang Jin. Gao Feng didn't hold any grudge against Wang Jin. To find investment and avoid unfavorable factors, this was common in business. He could only say he wasn't very honorable, but he wouldn't invest in this project again. He had used Future Vision to look at it, and it was merely a B-level project. Now, only S-level projects could pique his interest. Investing in projects of this level depended purely on his mood. It's not about investment. I know it's not right. I just hope Mr. Gao doesn't hold a grudge against me. Qiu Shuzhen's voice was timid, carrying a hint of pleading. I'm not that petty. Chapter 299. There S.A.E. monster in my room. The sunlight fell on her slightly furrowed brows. Even her cheeks, which were puffed up in anger, exuded a harmless cuteness. This was exactly what Ji Zai was most proud of, He was certain that this rich young lady wouldn't truly turn against him. "I'm very busy." Zhu Yin's voice turned cold, her fingertips tracing the cold glass cup. "It's already my honor that you can accompany me for dinner." This sounded like a thorn embedded in Ji Zai's eye. He recalled hearing last night that Zhu Yin had gone to Star Avenue with a man and only returned home in the early morning. At that time, he thought it was just a rumor, but now it seemed that this man held more weight in her heart than he did. No matter how busy, you can't make a lady wait. Ji Zai's voice carried a hint of jealousy as he reached out to touch Zhu Yin's hand. "How about this? Let's wait 10 more minutes, if he hasn't arrived by then." Just as his wrist extended halfway, it was pinned in midair by a sharp gaze. Gao Feng stood by the table, his posture tall like a pine tree, the shadow perfectly covering Ji Zai's shocked face. He pulled out the chair next to Zhu Yin, his movements calm as if in his own living room. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ji Zai instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand, but found his fingertips trembling slightly. Who are you? Chapter 300. The three of us when Gao Feng brought Zhu Yin back to the room. The remaining two special agents' eyes were wide open. This scene was explosive. Wealthy people know how to have fun. Gao Feng ignored the special agent's murmurs. He was indeed flirtatious. He was a man with a disease. Anyway, he was single, and it wasn't illegal. As for whether it constituted a gathering of that sort, who could break through the special agent's defenses to catch them in the act? Besides, there was no such crime in Hong Kong Island. Upon entering the living room, Zhu Yin sensed the change in atmosphere. With only a man and a woman present, she unconsciously began to breathe more rapidly. "Where's Sister Huang Xingyi?" Gao Feng had come with Huang Xingyi to terminate the contract, and many people knew about this. Her question was purely an attempt to make conversation. "She's sleeping in a room." Gao Feng had no intention of hiding this. "Oh, what about the E monster?" Zhu Yin had already realized that there was no such thing as an E monster. This was a peninsula suite. How could there be monsters? In the master bedroom. "Do you want to see?" Gao Feng smiled. "No, let's not disturb Sister Huang." Zhu Yin quickly waved her hand to refuse. Although she was intrigued, Huang Xingyi was still there, which made her hesitate. "There's also one in the living room." Chapter 301. Dong Family Dinner. Gao Feng's status. She hurriedly tugged at Cheng Long's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Are you courting death?" Who doesn't know that the Yama King refers to Gao Feng? That man from the mainland used the storm's time to make Brother Long of the Ilian gang float dead in Victoria Harbor, causing to Xiong of 14K and to Fei of Helian Sheng to die in their own stronghold. 2 of the 3 major gangs have fallen. Only Brother Wu of the New Yian can still breathe, as if the entire underground world of Hong Kong Island has been uprooted by an invisible hand. Now, who doesn't team mention him? Cheng Long's voice dropped even lower. This power, saying it's Yama King, is still an understatement. Fang Jie's face turned a shade paler. She recalled that Long Gu only wanted a 30 stake in the private room at Lan Kwai Fong, but as a result, the entire Ilian gang turned to ashes. Now, everyone in the circle is saying that if Long Gu hadn't sought death, at least the underworld in Hong Kong could still breathe a little easier. Speaking of which, she had to thank Xie Xingzi. Cheng Long suddenly smiled. If it weren't for him insisting on terminating the contract with Huang Xingyi, how could this big shot be drawn in Hong Kong? Thank him? Fang Jie sighed, her gaze complex. Now the entire underworld in Hong Kong hates him to death. And she heard that someone has issued a bounty for his head, offering 5 million for anyone who can take him out. Chapter 302. The mainland is no longer backward, but at the forefront of technology. "Hello, Fang Jie." "Hello, Long Gu." Fang Jie, with a beaming smile, hadn't spoken yet when Cheng Long, beside her, looked tense and said, "No, please don't call me Long Gu, call me Cheng Long. The title Long Gu has become stinky. It's unlucky." "Hee, Zhu Yin, you really are lucky." Fang Jie spoke, her face full of envy. She had long heard that there were 5 female stars in the private room that night. But the ones who were closest to Gao Feng were Qiu Shuzhen and Zhu Yin. No need to mention Qiu Shuzhen. It was said that Gao Feng gifted her jewelry worth 10 million that night, and she didn't come out of the hotel. Countless people envied and hated her. As for Zhu Yin, she heard that she left that night. But who would have thought that such an important banquet, Gao Feng actually brought her along? A new circle quickly formed around Zhu Yin. After Fang Jie and Cheng Long exchanged a couple of sentences, they were basically excluded from the new core. After tonight, Zhu Yin would take off. Fang Jie stood 10 meters away, watching Zhu Yin surrounded by everyone, and sighed. Those usually high and mighty daughters of wealthy families were now surrounding Zhu Yin, asking questions, their champagne glasses raised almost in a gesture of worship. Chung Long followed her gaze and suddenly whispered, Chapter 303. Come to the mainland for development, Tungfeng Entertainment. When the clock struck midnight, Gao Feng stood up holding Zhu Yin's hand to bid farewell. No one tried to keep them. Everyone stood in place to see them off. Even the old master of the Dong family personally sent them to the door. Mr. Gao, take care. Good night, Miss Zhu. Zhu Yin looked back. The lights of the banquet hall gradually blurred behind her, and Gao Feng's palm was warm and strong. She suddenly remembered that when she tried on the dress in the afternoon, she was still worried about not being worthy of such an occasion. At this moment, she understood that as long as this person stood beside her, she could handle any grand scene. Gao Feng was the protagonist tonight. As the car drove away from the manor, Zhu Yin caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror, where Wu Ge still stood at the door, like a statue covered in dust. She leaned closer to him. Wu Ge is my boss. Do you want to meet him? Gao Feng lowered his head and kissed the top of her hair. No need to meet. I have to go back. Go back. Back to the mainland? Zhu Yin's body tensed, her cheerful mood instantly sinking to the bottom. She knew Gao Feng would eventually return, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. After all, she had just committed herself to Gao Feng. It was the time of infatuation. At this moment, hearing him mention parting, she naturally felt sad. Where are you leaving? Chapter 304. Press conference. There are spiritual servants. Early the next morning, he took Huang Xingyi back to Kyoto. This product launch was held at the International Convention Center. Tech giants from around the world attended this grand event without exception. Young Master Zhu, all security has been deployed at the highest level. The Special Operations Supervisor reported, his gaze sweeping over the 36 surveillance cameras in the dark corners of the venue. The technical team sent by the military had just completed the final round of safety checks. Zhu Qingxi adjusted the cuffs of his handmade suit. The large screen behind him was looping a promotional video. A robotic dog rushing towards an elderly person on the ground with a medicine box. Close-up shots of the nano-rejuvenation device repairing acne scars made trial users scream. These images, pushed synchronously through the Zhu family's global channels, had already garnered 5 billion clicks. Any news from Mr. Gao? Zhu Qingxi suddenly asked. He said to proceed as planned. No need to worry about him. At exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, the glass curtain wall of the convention center suddenly lit up like a giant screen. The golden words Fengjing Future rose into the air through holographic projection, shimmering at a height of 100 meters, casting a warm golden light over the entire venue. Zhu Qingxi walked onto the stage, illuminated by the spotlight, the tailoring of his handmade suit outlining sharp lines in the light and shadow. Chapter 305. The three products are 3 nuclear bombs. Boom! The audience felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. The people who had just marveled at the rejuvenation device's effects instantly froze. The model, who had been held by the wrist by the hostess, suddenly shook off her hand, her fingertips still lingering with the coolness of the other person's skin. How could that touch, which clearly carried the pulse's rhythm, possibly be from a machine? Impossible. A dermatologist in the front row suddenly stood up, pointing at the maid on the far left, who had just reminded me to pay attention to sun protection. Before he finished speaking, the maid turned her head suddenly. The light in the center of her brow suddenly brightened, her voice still sweet. The sun protection suggestion is based on your skin test data. Moderate UV tolerance. SPF 50 PA products recommended. All my interactions come from a database of 3 million human emotional dialogues. As she spoke, the curve of her lips was perfectly precise, but the deep calm in her eyes made the entire audience fall into silence. Zhu Qingxi looked at the shocked faces in the audience and suddenly smiled. When technology can mimic temperature, when machines can understand emotions. This is what Fengjing Future wants to bring to the world. The spotlight shone again, this time accurately hitting the silver emblem on the foreheads of the 10 intelligent maids. Chapter 306. Unspoken Understanding. Although these products are expensive, the technology contained within far exceeds current market counterparts. They will bring huge profits to Fengjing Future, supporting the company's further expansion. Unfortunately, the value points are not many, temporarily only enough to purchase a small rejuvenation device production line. The daily output is only 100 units. A small rejuvenation device production line costs 1,000. 2 medium-sized robot production lines cost 10,000. The more than 10,000 points just received were instantly cleared out, leaving only 300 points. However, Gao Feng was not in a hurry. As his influence expanded, his value points continued to rise steadily. This was just the harvest from the spread of information. Once the physical products reached the client's hands, even more value points would be generated. Gao Feng stood at the front of the queue, his fingertips brushing over the shoulder armor of the robot in the front row. Their golden military emblem was embossed, and the titanium alloy skeleton beneath the bionic skin was faintly visible. Click! The robot on the far left suddenly raised its hand. A miniature anesthetic gun popped out from its palm, aiming steadily at the target 10 meters away. The movement was smooth and fluid, with no unnecessary tremor. When Gao Feng picked up the phone, Chun Zhen's voice exploded from the receiver. "President Gao, I just finished watching the live stream. What is going on?" Chapter 307. My boyfriend is back. The aftermath of the Fengjing future launch event was like a tsunami sweeping across the globe. Wall Street bankers were getting red-eyed over the pre-order data. The global pre-order volume for the basic model Lingpu had surpassed 100,000 units, which, a unit price of 1 million, already amounted to a transaction value in the hundreds of billions. The butlers at the Burj Al Arab were refreshing the official website. Even the royal dedicated hotline was overwhelmed. In Tokyo's Ginza, wealthy ladies were banding together to increase their bids, just hoping to cut in line to get the first Yin Zihuan facial device. In Zhu Qingxi's office, the order statistics piled up like a small mountain. He circled the latest number with a red pen, repeatedly rubbing his fingertip on the 102,378 units of Lingpu, his Adam's apple rolling. President Gao, at this rate, we won't be able to deliver the goods in 5 years. On the other end of the line, Gao Feng was looking at the data stream from the production line. Images of robotic arms weaving liquid memory fibers into bionic skin flashing on the screen. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Production capacity will ramp up. 10-fold in 3 months, 100-fold in a year. Gao Feng's voice came through the current, carrying an undeniable certainty. But right now, you need to solve the raw materials issue first. Zhu Qingxi chuckled bitterly. The global annual production capacity of liquid memory fibers was less than 10 tons, which simply could not satisfy the hunger of the Fengjing future giant. Chapter 308. Are you threatening me? After spending these days together, she had already regarded Bai Bingbing as an idol. At such a young age, running a foundation for charity, carrying a bag that cost more than her half-year salary, yet always speaking softly and gently. Even when she printed the wrong document, she would just smile and say it was okay. What kind of person should such a girl be matched with? Hearing this, Bai Bingbing suddenly recalled the video from last night, where Gao Feng, dressed in a bathrobe, leaned against the headboard, listening to her talk about the foundation's trivial matters, his gaze gentle. She shook her head lightly, but the curve of her lips couldn't be suppressed. He's not some celestial being. I've been chasing after him all along. Chasing him from the greenhouse in the rose garden to the dusty construction site. Chasing him from a girl who only knew how to act cute to a capable head of the foundation. Along this path of pursuit, she seemed to like herself more than before. I won't say more. I have to hurry. Bai Bingbing closed the folder and picked up the coat draped over the chair. We'll eat hot pot next time. Xiaoyu looked at her quickly walking out of the office, full of envy. The sensor lights in the garage lit up with Bai Bingbing's footsteps, just as she unbuttoned her suit jacket. The aroma of sweet and sour ribs wafted in from the living room, clinging to her nose. Chapter 309. I'll give you an hour. Threaten? Gao Feng chuckled softly. I'm just reminding you, helping Shen Qi is not a wise choice. This statement directly pierced through Shun Yuhao's disguise. Shen Qi had indeed told him to give Gao Feng a profound lesson, but he hadn't planned to act before the concert. Not leaving tickets for Gao Feng was merely ignoring him. Non-attack. Gao Feng, we signed a contract. If Deng Feng causes trouble, all losses fall on you. Losses? Gao Feng's voice was calm. My losses, I can bear. Can you bear my wrath? Shen Yuhao laughed instead, a sinister smile. Go ahead and try. At most, you'll make them break their promises. And then they'll never be able to lift their heads in the entertainment industry. Deng Feng Media will also be blacklisted by ByteDance. Let us see how long you can last. He was sure Gao Feng wouldn't be willing to lose those 2 cash cows, and even more confident he wouldn't dare to tear apart his relationship with ByteDance. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the line, only the sound of electricity buzzing in the air. Just as Shen Yuhao was feeling pleased, he heard Gao Feng slowly say, "It seems you still haven't figured it out. It's not you who has the upper hand now. It's me giving you an opportunity. You have 1 hour to deliver 100 tickets to my company." Chapter 310. The Douyin Storm begins. Outside the office's floor-to-ceiling window, the city's neon lights gradually lit up, merging into a flowing sea of light, enveloping the ByteDance headquarters in a facade of false prosperity. Every passing moment felt like adding another heavy straw to his taut nerves. He forced himself not to think about Gao Feng's unusual calmness, not to think about the cold certainty in the phone call, only repeatedly chewing on the information provided by Shun Chi Nouveau Riche, no background. Yes, it must be like that. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the ant-like flow of cars and pedestrians, a sense of superiority swelling within him. Gao Feng? Just a trivial speck of dust in his vantage point. An hour later, he would make this speck of dust completely disappear. The hands of his watch finally pointed to that hour mark imbued with special significance. Shen Yuhao suddenly turned around, his mouth uncontrollably curling upwards, almost forming a sinister and triumphant smile. The time has come. Gao Feng's bluster would be pierced. He could almost see the other party's disheveled and frantic appearance. He almost lunged at the desk, grabbing the office phone, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement as he dialed the network management department. Chapter 311. If you want to save him, go ahead. Chulan contemplated for a long time before deciding to intervene in this matter. First, Shen Yuhao's downfall was due to Xingyao Media, and she couldn't do nothing otherwise. Who would work for her in the future? Second, Shen Yuhao was her strong ally on Douyin. Without him, her Xingyao Media would face many difficulties in growing stronger. Third, regardless of whether it was Ji Yu excluding rivals, the fuse was Gao Feng. And Shen Yuhao's conflict with Gao Feng must be because of Shen Qi. Last time at the encounter bar, Chulan had warned Shen Qi not to provoke Gao Feng. It seemed he hadn't listened to her words. But with the matter at this point, blaming Shen Qi was pointless. It was better to think about how to save Shen Yuhao. Zhang Mo, as the CEO of Douyin, must have learned about this matter. He must be weighing whether to protect Shen Yuhao and needed to add some leverage. The Chu family and the Shun family should be enough leverage. However, relying solely on Zhang Mo might not be able to resolve this issue. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Chulan did not know how Gao Feng had connected with Ji Yu. Since this matter arose from Gao Feng, it must end with him. The last meeting with Gao Feng had ended on an unhappy note. Chapter 312. This is President Shun's arrangement. What is there to worry about? Refusing Chulan unexpectedly earned him 8 value points. However, for Gao Feng at this moment, such a small gain no longer caught his eye. His method of acquiring value points had evolved from one-on-one to one-to-many. In the whole of China, and even the world, high-value women will be his value providers in the future. A compassionate person should spread their love to the entire world. On the night of the finals, the area outside the workers' stadium was already packed with people. Before Gao Feng Media, no one had ever thought that a concert without stars would attract so many attendees. Gao Feng entered the venue through the VIP passage with Bai Bingbing and several other women. Backstage, Lu Qing and Lin Wanwan were waiting in the makeup room. This was their first live performance on a stage in front of tens of thousands of people. It would be impossible not to feel nervous. Fortunately, they had each other for support. Lu Qing, how are you all prepared? Su Wei walked over with a smile. She was the host for the night, dressed in a stunning silver gown. Sister Wei, aren't you nervous? Lin Wanwan asked Su Wei in a low voice. Of course, she was also nervous. After all, it was a live broadcast. If anything went wrong, wouldn't it tarnish the company's reputation? Chapter 313. Celebration Banquet. He should come at the same time. Shen Yuhao dragged his leaden legs out of the investigation department. The cold light of the fluorescent bulbs etched dark circles under his eyes, and his shirt collar was as wrinkled as a piece of pickled vegetable. Over 30 hours of continuous questioning had stripped away all the dignity of being a vice president. The internal company investigation had no authority to detain him, but the endless document verification and process reviews had drained him of his last bit of strength. He didn't go home, instead staggering towards the elevator. The metal door reflected his haggard face, hair disheveled, completely lacking his usual charm. The light in the CEO's office on the top floor was still on. That was his last hope. When he pushed the door open, Zhang Mo was reviewing documents against a holographic projection. Shen Yuhao didn't dare make a sound, standing stiffly in place, his back straight, but unable to hide his exhaustion. After standing for 10 minutes, the floor began to sway in his eyes, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. Seat, Zhang Mo didn't look up. His voice is flat, as if he were talking about the weather. Just as Shen Yuhao was about to move, his knees suddenly buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. He grabbed the edge of the desk, his knuckles turning white from the effort, and after a long struggle, managed to croak out, "President Zhang." Chapter 314. Shen Yuhao kneels to apologize just as the atmosphere of the banquet began to warm up. A slight commotion arose at the entrance. The crowd parted as if moved by an invisible force, automatically creating a pathway. The CEO of Douyin, Zhang Yimou, had arrived. As the highest-ranking attendee from Douyin, he was the most distinguished person present. The powerhouse in the tech and capital fields walked steadily towards Gao Feng's location. Following closely behind him was a figure that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Shen Yuhao. This once spirited vice president now resembled a soulless shell. His expensive suit was wrinkled and ill-fitting, his hair disheveled, face pale, eyes sunken, and his gaze empty and unfocused, completely losing his former brilliance. Most of the attendees at the celebration banquet were the heads of major MCN organizations. No one was not surprised by Shen Yuhao's current disheveled state. In the corner, Chu Lan had a complex expression. She had seen Gao Feng long ago, but had not approached him to say hello. She had already made things very clear over the phone last time, so why should she seek out embarrassment? As for Shen Yuhao, she had done everything she could. Whether he could escape this calamity was up to him. Chapter 315. Chu Lan's favor, of course. Douyin is a large enterprise, and it is inevitable that there will be some pests. It's just a matter of cleaning them out. Gao Feng, sensing the opportunity, chuckled. Let's leave it at that. After all, he was a major shareholder of Byte. Why would he want to go against his own company? Zhang Yimou, as CEO of Douyin, held significant power, second only to the group CEO Liang Jinfeng. There was no need to make their relationship tense. Zhang Yimou naturally sensed his goodwill and felt a bit relieved. He was worried that Gao Feng was a powerful background figure who acted recklessly. That would be troublesome. After all, he was also a senior figure at Douyin, and it would look good to always be publicly humiliated. The two began to chat casually, appearing quite harmonious. Chu Lan bit her lower lip, staring at the calm and composed Gao Feng. After so many events, he still showed no signs of change. She saw an immense confidence in him. He was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Chu Lan recalled a rumor she heard. It was said that when the Qin family and the Tian family held a celebration banquet, a young man caused a stir with a smart robot. Later, the Zhu family intervened, and the situation calmed down. Then came the emergence of Fengjing Future Smart Home Company. Chapter 316. Jing Yushers doubt Gao Feng, Lu Qing, Lin Wanwan, and Su Wei left the hotel together. Mr. Gao, but didn't he drive? Should I give you a ride? Except for Gao Feng, the other three were staying in company-arranged apartments. Su Wei drove there and could take the other two back. No, you all go ahead. I'll take a taxi, Gao Feng nodded. He was on the same route as the three women, so there was no need to make things complicated. Seeing this, Su Wei drove away. It was already midnight, and the night was deep. Standing in the cold wind, Gao Feng thought for a moment and called Jing Yushi. 10 minutes later, Jing Yushi appeared on her motorcycle. Gao Feng got on, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist. Feeling the warmth he had missed for a long time, Jing Yushi, who originally intended to scold him, closed her mouth. They rode in silence, directly returning to her place. After a round of passion, both enjoyed the afterglow. Suddenly, Jing Yushi spoke. Do you remember those three men from last time? Gao Feng thought for a moment and replied. The three from the Hilton Hotel? Jing Yushi nodded, saying softly. Those three are international fugitives, long-term residents of Thailand. They belong to a mercenary organization called Sea Wolf. Do you know about Sea Wolf? Chapter 317. Do you know who Shun's family fell to? The incident at the Douyin celebration banquet spread overnight throughout the elite circles of the capital. In the study of the Shun family's old residence, the sandalwood scent could not mask the heavy atmosphere. Shun Qi stared intensely at the middle-aged man with graying hair behind the desk, his knuckles turning white as he said, Dad, you can't ignore cousin. He was not an ordinary playboy. He understood better than anyone what Shen Yuhao's situation meant. The root of this incident lay with him. If it weren't for his arrogant desire to teach Gao Feng a lesson back then, how could it have led to his cousin being in a situation where he might go to prison? Shen Yuhao, who always has a meticulously styled hairdo and polishes his leather shoes 3 times, is going to be thrown into a cell full of criminals. Just thinking about it makes Shun Qi's heart feel like it's being squeezed. Shun Lingyue glanced at his son, his fingertips gently tapping on the rosewood table, producing a muffled sound. Do you think I don't want to protect him? But the audit department found the related transactions, a whole of 50 million. And the evidence chain is rock solid. He paused, his voice heavy as lead. If no one is watching, maybe we can make up for it. But this time it's the Zhu family's doing. The Zhu family? Shunqi suddenly took a step back, his lower back hitting the bookshelf, causing several bound books to tumble down. Chapter 318, this yacht is mine. Aside from being the major shareholder of Peak Future Holdings, Gao Feng is still a shareholder in several large companies. The owner of the 7 Fortune Group, Dangfeng Media, and Dangfeng Music. It's easy to stir up trouble. The most enduring and direct way to obtain value is through Dangfeng Music. The Earth, this persona can definitely be exposed. Music is one of the best ways to stir emotions. As long as a few popular golden songs are released, the value points may not be less than that of Peak Future. While pondering, Gao Feng sent out a few messages. On August 17th, a luxury coach arrived at Tianjin Pier. When everyone saw the incredibly luxurious super yacht, they couldn't help but cheer. "Boss, you are amazing. This yacht is fantastic," Su Wei exclaimed as she looked at the yacht she had been dreaming of, jumping up in excitement. Even the usually cool Lu Qing couldn't hide her excitement. Lu Yifei was the last to get off. For her, this was a novel journey and her first time going out to sea without her mother as company. She wondered if her mother had lost her mind, allowing her to be alone with a group of strangers, especially Gao Feng. She glanced at Gao Feng, surrounded by admirers. Chapter 319, several girls on the boat, competing for attention. Lu Yifei's appearance was like a refreshing breeze that dispersed the lingering ambiguity at the top. Su Wei discreetly adjusted the straps of her bikini, sitting up straighter from her previously slouched position. Gao Feng had already placed the sunscreen on the coffee table, the warmth lingering on his fingertips as a reminder of the earlier excitement. For the first live broadcast, we need to focus on promoting the roast meat gift box. Gao Feng spoke first, steering the conversation back to work. The 7 Fortune Group has just adjusted its formula, increasing the crispness of the Cantonese roast goose skin by 30%, and the packaging uses vacuum fresh lock technology, extending the shelf life to 15 days. He picked up a tablet from the table and opened the product image. The shiny roast goose was cut into even pieces, the amber-colored crispy skin gleaming enticingly on the screen. Su Wei leaned in for a closer look, tapping the screen with her fingertip. "I think we can create a live production gimmick, broadcasting the process of cutting the goose live. It will definitely be more impactful than static images." She paused and added, "As for those non-self-operated agricultural products, we need to find a few farmers to appear on camera and share their planting stories. That's what people are into nowadays." Lu Yifei quietly listened from the side, occasionally jotting down notes on her phone. Chapter 320. Are they the spirit servants? Lu Qing remained silent. She had watched the live broadcast of the spirit servants' press conference. The light blue mark on their foreheads was a specially designed identification symbol by Peak Future. The faint marks on Long E and Long Air's temples were almost identical. Could it be a makeup imitation? But the demeanor of these two was too calm to be ordinary people, their movements precise like a programmed routine. "Let's go take a look." Lu Qing suddenly turned and walked over briskly. These were the most mysterious spirit servants right now, and her curiosity was piqued. At the kitchen door, Long E was tossing a pan, flames leaping up half a meter high, illuminating her profile. The iron pan in her hand looked like a toy. As she flipped the spoon, added ingredients, and reduced the sauce with fluid motions, even the splattered oil droplets had a rhythm. Long Air was chopping vegetables beside her, the knife flashing as carrots were cut into evenly shaped diamond pieces, with an error margin of less than a millimeter. "Sisters, do you need help?" Lu Qing's voice softened, her usual cool demeanor dissipating as she added a touch of warmth. Long Air turned her head, a standard smile on her face. Her tone as steady as a programmed response. "Miss Lu, no need, just 3 more dishes to go. What is your relationship with President Gao?" Chapter 321, Super Yacht Live Broadcast Spirit Servant Robots. Lu Yifei's eyes dimmed. If she wanted to buy, her bid had to be within the top 100. At the very least, it would cost over 10 million. Her mother would definitely not agree to purchase such an expensive beauty device. It's just too expensive. There's so many rich people. Lu Yifei sighed and looked at Gao Feng curiously. "How much did you spend on these two?" Yesterday was the first day of the auction, and the spirit servant robots fetched prices over 20 million. Gao Feng thought for a moment and smiled. Just over 30 million. Although he spent not a penny, based on the financial capability he displayed, no one would doubt that spending over 30 million on 2 robots was plausible. So rich. Lu Yifei suddenly stood up, the chair legs scraping loudly against the deck. She felt as if drawn by a magnet, walking straight towards Long Yi to see what the expensive robot looked like up close. After taking 2 steps, she realized her hand was still firmly holding Gao Feng's hand. President Gao. Her cheeks flushed bright red, as if splashed with hot rouge. Her fingers jolting apart as her ears turned crimson. I'll go take a look. She ran to stand behind Long Yi, tiptoeing to get a better view, her fingertips almost reaching out to poke it. Chapter 322. Not asleep yet. When Su Wei returned carrying the live broadcast equipment, Gao Feng had just finished wiping his fingers with a tissue. The sound of her footsteps on the deck carried a breeze, as a colleague held a fill light and set up a tripod, quickly creating a temporary live broadcast area by the ship's railing. The blue and white checkered backdrop contrasted with the surging waves, and as the camera lifted, half of the shimmering sea surface came into view. Babies, sorry to keep you waiting. Su Wei winked at the camera, tapping the screen with her fingertip as the live broadcast button lit up. The online viewer count surged from a few hundred to 5,000 in an instant. As the barrage of comments began to appear, the sound of waves drew attention away. Is that background noise the sound of waves? Wei is by the sea. This doesn't look like an ordinary beach. That railing looks exquisite. Wait, is the camera sweeping over the yacht deck? Su Wei intentionally lowered the camera to only reveal her shoulder and the wooden floor behind her, smiling playfully. Guess where I am for team building? Here, SA hint. It sways, there are waves, and you can see a small island in the distance. As soon as she finished speaking, the online viewer count shot up past 10,000. The bullet comments on the screen are like wildly growing seaweed, densely wrapping the entire display. It's a yacht. You said you would go out to sea after the last concert. Chapter 323. Accompanying Lu Yifei for diving. The blue sky, white clouds, sandy beaches, and beautiful women. Yuetuo Island truly lives up to being China's Maldives with stunning scenery. Most people on the yacht went to the beach to play. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was enjoying a sunbath on the top deck. Master, would you like Long Yi to give you a massage? As expected of a mid-level maid equipped with emotional interaction modules, Long Yi can proactively offer service requests based on the situation. Gao Feng nodded. He had never experienced this kind of service from a maid before. Thanks to the titanium alloy skeleton used in Long Yi's body, even with the biological battery, she wasn't too heavy, weighing around 110 pounds. Sitting on Gao Feng's back, her weight was just right, not causing discomfort. Moreover, she would adjust the strength of her massage according to the physique of the person being massaged. For Gao Feng, the strength of a regular masseur was too weak and completely ineffective. However, Long Yi was different. She could easily exert hundreds of kilograms of force. The only downside was that the sound of her movements was quite loud, with constant slapping sounds. The bionic skin on her fingertips had a slightly cool temperature, yet she applied just the right amount of pressure, kneading the sore spots on his shoulder blades with precision. Her movements lacked the redundancy of ordinary masseurs. Each press and knead accurately targeted the fascia points, dissipating some of the heat brought on by the sunlight. Chapter 324. A Kiss Under the Sea. The underwater world looked like a toppled jewelry box. Sunlight penetrated nearly 50 meters of seawater, shattering into millions of golden flakes, slanting down among the coral. Pinkish-purple sea fans swayed gently with the current, resembling a girl's lace skirt. A clownfish darted through Lu Yifei's fingers, creating a trail of fine silver bubbles. Startled, a starfish hidden behind the rocks slowly unfurled its arms, revealing speckles of bioluminescence beneath. In such beauty, she had long forgotten the passage of time. The buoyancy of her diving suit gently supported her body, making her feel unprecedentedly relaxed and free, as if embraced tenderly by the sea. Gao Feng was not far away, parting the swaying seaweed to reveal a turtle the size of a basin. His fingertips grazed the turtle's shell, and the big fellow affectionately rubbed against his wrist. Lu Yifei couldn't help but smile. Freedom felt like this. Even the silence of the seabed was extraordinarily beautiful. Until suddenly, a dull pain surged in her chest, as if gripped by an invisible hand. She instinctively gasped sharply, only to encounter a void of icy cold. The gauge on her oxygen tank had long since slid to zero. The feeling of suffocation crawled up her trachea. Her lungs felt a sharp sting. Her body uncontrollably began to sink. The colors of the coral blurred into indistinct patches before her eyes, and the shadows of the fish began to distort. Chapter 325. Lu Qing's Thoughts. When Gao Feng left, Lu Yifei was already asleep. She was too tired from this dive. After a shower, she just went to bed. But this had ignited Gao Feng's desire. He didn't return to the top deck, but went fishing on the first level. Just after he cast his line, Lu Qing walked over. "Mr. Gao, is Miss Lu all right?" Gao Feng glanced at Lu Qing, who was wearing a dress, and smiled. "She's fine, just too tired from playing." Lu Qing's gaze was somewhat unusual, but she didn't pursue the matter further. This boss was great in every way, just too flirtatious. Zhao Xintong was with him, still out there flirting. However, this was a common issue among wealthy people. She had no right to interfere. Lu Qing sat down next to him, quietly watching him fish. "Why aren't you playing?" Gao Feng asked. Lu Qing tucked a stray hair behind her ear and replied softly, "I've been playing for a long time. I'm tired." "Mr. Gao, I wonder how my and Wan's work will be arranged in the future?" Gao Feng lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and countered. "Do you want to be a pure singer or a star? The paths of a star and a singer differ, and the arrangements will naturally be different." He also wanted to hear Lu Qing's own opinion. "I think I'm more suited to being a singer." Chapter 326, Strategies for Lu Yifei. Gao Feng wasn't in the mood to delve into the subtle feelings of the girl. After catching enough fish, he put away his fishing rod. First went to the restaurant to fill his stomach, and then took a golden roasted fish, leisurely heading up to the third floor. He estimated that Lu Yifei should be waking up now, so he knocked on the door, but there was no response. The doors of the yacht were all locked from the inside. He hadn't locked it when he left, so he twisted the doorknob and walked in. The cabin was softly lit. Lu Yifei was still buried in the blankets, her eyelashes fluttering gently with her breathing like two little fans. The aroma of the roasted fish wafted over, and her nostrils barely flared as she subconsciously pursed her lips. Gao Feng pinched a small piece of the deboned fish and gently touched her lips. Lu Yifei, still fuzzy from sleep, opened her mouth, her tongue nimbly curling to take in the fish, and she let out a soft hum of satisfaction as if savoring the delicious flavor even in her dreams. By the time she realized something was off and opened her eyes wide, half of the fish had already disappeared. In that moment of eye contact, Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly sat up, the blanket sliding to her waist, revealing a delicate collarbone. "Are you still hungry? Finish the rest." Chapter 327, The Shock of the Beautiful Nation's Ministry of Defense. Early in the morning, Gao Feng returned to the bedroom through heavy rain. He took off his rain-soaked clothes and went to take a shower. Then he confidently walked into the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was wrong. There was a woman in his bed. With a body 7 times that of an average person, he possessed the ability to see in the dark. Without needing to distinguish her scent, he recognized Su Wei. This girl, she was awake too. Su Wei had been in the dark for a long time. Her eyes had already adjusted. She could see the outline of the man, including some details, but she couldn't see his expression. Su Wei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, pounding fiercely, almost breaking through her chest. She had not been without romantic experiences. She once had love in school. But graduation meant breaking up, which is the fate of campus love. Since that day, she no longer believed in men. She wanted to be self-reliant and independent. So, she became a streamer, working hard to earn money. Women can live well without relying on men. Today, she broke her own principles and took the initiative to offer herself, although she had prepared herself mentally. When Gao Feng climbed into bed and wrapped her in his arms, she actively offered a kiss. At that moment, she completely understood that she couldn't live without a man. Chapter 328, The Prometheus Project. Colin Walker's voice was somewhat dry as he stared at the densely packed microsensors in the report's Spirit Servant disassembly diagram, even exceeding the parameters promoted at the press conference. "Yes, Your Excellency." The technical officer adjusted his glasses, his tone awkward. "Our engineers unanimously believe that what was showcased at the press conference is likely just the tip of the iceberg. For example, the sensors, cameras, and computing chips of the Spirit Servant possess capabilities 5 times greater than our current top technologies, and their principles cannot be reverse engineered. Most importantly, the AI program has reached an unimaginable level of intelligence." The conference room instantly fell into silence. The over $7 million spent was not just a gimmick, but a resounding slap in the face. The country they had always regarded as a technology follower had quietly thrown out an insurmountable gap in the fields of artificial intelligence and bionic technology. Colin Walker's fingers heavily tapped on the table, his gaze sweeping over every general present, his voice carrying an undeniable severity. In recent years, The rise of Huawei has exceeded everyone's expectations. Their economic scale and industrial size have grown into a behemoth capable of shaking the global landscape. Chapter 329. The peak selection is about to go live. Gao Feng naturally understood the military's concerns and, after a moment's thought, said softly, "In 3 days, I will return. You might as well let the Zhu family keep it confidential. If they don't break through, then I'll be fine." Currently, only the Zhu family and the military know the inside story. Relatively speaking, the likelihood of the Zhu family leaking information is greater. We have already informed everyone in the Zhu family, but as you know, there are no eternal secrets in this world. Chunjun said with a bitter smile. Huagua is too vast, and there are too many people. There will always be those who cannot resist temptation, as well as traitors. Although Gao Feng's existence is top secret, it cannot escape the attention of those with ulterior motives. By the way, the biobattery factory is nearing completion. When do you plan to start production? Chunjun's voice came through the encrypted line, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable anticipation. So soon? Gao Feng's fingers paused on the phone, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Just a few days, and they had completed both the factory and the roads? Chunjun chuckled on the other end, his tone full of pride. As long as the military is determined, building it overnight is not a myth. Gao Feng chuckled in disbelief. The speed of Huagua's infrastructure development has always been recognized as a miracle worldwide, and this is beyond doubt. Chapter 330. Exploding popularity, 6 million online. The glass curtain wall of Douyin's headquarters reflected the city's neon lights, the sounds of keyboard clacking and server humming intertwining in the deep night. Shen Yuhao left dejectedly, and Su Qingqiu was reassigned from a core position. This series of shakes in Douyin's upper management pointed to that name, Dangfeng Media. Tonight, the nerves of this giant were particularly tense. The directive from the commercial products and growth vice president, Shi Yu, had already penetrated through the various departmental levels, with a document bearing a red seal posted on the technical department's most prominent bulletin board. To expand the bandwidth for the Dangfeng Selection live broadcast room, open all traffic entrances, and ensure peak load capacity. Behind the directive was an unspoken consideration. First, Gao Feng has become an undeniable presence in the circle, and making gestures of goodwill is the safest choice. Second, everyone knows the significance of this live broadcast. The future trio of products from Feng Jing, Spirit Servant Robot, Companion Bionic Dog, and Rejuvenation Device will debut in the Douyin Mall. These treasures, which have been hyped to sky-high prices and are still hard to come by, can now be ordered directly with just a click. This gimmick alone is enough to overturn the entire internet. This is undoubtedly a major event for Douyin. If successful, it can secure a place in the online shopping market. Chapter 331. Giving away 10 companion bionic dogs for free. Don't be nervous. Gao Feng's voice came through the microphone, carrying a hint of the sea breeze's coolness. Follow the procedure, and the main event will come afterward. Sui took a deep breath and lifted the second sample box. It was a bamboo-woven gift box, and upon opening it, neatly arranged lychees appeared, with crystal droplets of water still clinging to the fruit skin as if they had just been picked. These were the Gui Wei lychees from Lingnan. As the camera zoomed in, the cracks on the fruit skin were clearly visible. These lychees were selected by our procurement department colleagues who spent half a month in the orchard, each weighing over 25 grams to ensure small seeds and thick flesh. She paused, deliberately slowing her speech. More importantly, from picking to cold chain shipping, the entire process takes no more than 8 hours. Order now, and you can taste the sweetness with morning dew tomorrow. The barrage was instantly flooded with comments from those wanting to eat. Gui Wei, my favorite. They sell for 60 a pound in the supermarket and aren't even fresh. 8 hours cold chain? That speed is incredible. Don't limit it. Can we sell it openly? Su Wei smiled and made a 3 gesture. In today's live broadcast room, a 3-kilogram pack is 99 yuan, limited to 100,000 portions. Count down from 3, and I'll post the link. 3, 2, 1. This time, she fixed her gaze on the screen, watching the inventory number decrease at a rate of 3 digits per second. Chapter 332. Wait for me to wash up. Sui took off her headphones and let out a long breath, only to realize her palms were sweaty. How does it feel? Gao Feng handed her a bottle of ice water. Like a dream, Sui looked at the sales figures popping up in the back end. In just 3 hours, the total sales exceeded 2 billion. This was no longer just selling goods. It had created a new record. This didn't even account for the results of Fengjing's future 3 products. If sold normally, it could add at least another 200 million. The sea breeze brought the coolness of the night, and the distant city lights sparkled. On the technical monitoring screen at Douyin's headquarters, the live broadcast data for Dangfeng Selection was still flashing, with a peak online number finally settling at 12 million. The total number of viewers reached 88 million, with 3.4 billion likes, breaking all live broadcast records on the platform. Sure, you stood in the monitoring room, watching the numbers on the screen, suddenly realizing why Byte's upper management had decided to greenlight this live broadcast. This was not just a live broadcast, it was a perfect combination of technology and traffic. And Dangfeng Media had clearly found the fulcrum to leverage all of this. Moreover, this time, the stakes were too high. 10 each of the Spirit Servant, Companion, and Rejuvenation device. If priced at market value, Dangfeng Media had at least lost 300 million this time. Chapter 333, Multinational Netizens, Online Reconciliation Statements. Of course, there are also those who are unconvinced. Isn't your housing price very expensive? A Paris netizen picked a fight. Immediately, a Shanghai netizen shared their Provident Fund statement. After 5 years of work, the Provident Fund account has 200,000 with a loan interest rate of 3.25. Below it was a photo of the property deed, 90 square meters, with a monthly payment of 5,000, accounting for 20 of their salary. Isn't your education supposed to have makeup classes? A London netizen questioned. A Hangzhou netizen threw out their son's after-school care schedule. The school's after-school service goes until 6 p.m., interest classes are free, and weekend park camping doesn't cost anything. In the accompanying picture, a little boy was running on the park lawn chasing a kite, laughing and showing his 2 front teeth. The wave of reconciliation statements even spread to the details of life. Italian netizens shared a Pizza Master's electricity bill, 150 euros for air conditioning in the summer. A hot pot enthusiast from Chongqing replied with a screenshot. Full house air conditioning all night, 120 yuan for the month, with electricity priced at 0.52 yuan per kilowatt hour. An Australian netizen, a kangaroo neighbor, complained, delivery fees start at 15 Australian dollars and you have to wait a week. A Iwu netizen in the small commodity wholesale business shared a video. 99 yuan with free shipping, delivery in 3 days, and a free unpacking tool. Chapter 334. Instant noodles can also yield value points. However, Gao Feng has a system, making the solution easy to find. In the low-end market, there is no need to compete. He only needs to monopolize the mid to high end, and that will be enough. In the food technology category of the system mall, there's a set of instant noodle recipes called by Wei Zhanxiang quietly lying there. On the cover, the red braised beef-flavored noodle cakes exude a natural wheat aroma, and the meat chunks in the broth are surprisingly large. The tonkatsu ramen has a milky white soup color, with the tonkatsu's texture faintly visible on the surface. There are even niche flavors like tom yum goong, pepper chicken, and matsutake mushrooms, which make one salivate just by looking at the pictures. Product name, by Wei Zhanxiang Instant Noodle Complete Recipe Set, including 108 flavors. Value points, 100 points. Description. Uses molecular cuisine technology to optimize noodle structure, preventing sogginess even after prolonged soaking. The seasoning packets employ flavor-locking technology, enhancing the release efficiency of aromatic substances by 300 when hot water is poured, restoring the taste of freshly boiled broth. No preservatives, shelf life of 180 days. This saves the trouble of RD. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow. Instead of directly exchanging for the recipe, he first spent 1 value point to exchange for 10 packages of finished products, including classic flavors like red braised beef, Japanese tonkatsu, Sichuan pepper, and Thai tom yum goong. Chapter 335. If you miss me, go to the Rose Garden. Gao Feng suddenly thought, if instant noodles could bring surprises, then what about other products? If he delves deeper into the self-operated product sector, the returns might far exceed those of the high-tech sector. A food factory must be established. Starting from scratch is too slow, unless he buys a production line from the system mall. But the price of a large, fully automated instant noodle production line is quite steep, and he currently doesn't have any surplus value points. Then he should acquire one. Isn't there a ready-made factory in front of him? Wong Wide, are you selling your factory? Wong Wide on the other end waited for a long time, initially thinking it was a discussion about further cooperation. When he saw this message, he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. Sell the factory? He had never considered this option. However, The instant noodle market has been fiercely competitive in recent years, with profits as thin as paper. And just maintaining equipment operation has drained his energy. If he could sell it for a good price, it would be better to withdraw completely. He hovered his fingertip over the screen, contemplating for a while before replying. We can talk. What price does Gao want to offer? Gao Feng's reply came quickly. For specific details, Li from Dingfeng will connect with you. Putting down his phone, the aroma of the late-night snack gradually dissipated. The others on the deck also returned to their rooms one after another, leaving only Lu Yifei and Su Wei. Chapter 336, Creating a Production Line. Just back in Kyoto, Gao Feng hadn't even warmed his seat before being called to the new factory on the outskirts of the city by Chun Zhen's relentless calls. This mountain road had been repaired. The original 4-hour journey has been shortened to an hour and a half. Looking at the sprawling factory covering 100 acres at the foot of the mountain, Gao Feng couldn't help but be amazed. This is the speed of infrastructure in Huagua. With the full support of the state, how could significant achievements not be made? The wartime speed approved by the military. Chunjin approached. His military green training uniform dusted with some dirt, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. 3,000 workers are on shifts, working nonstop for 24 hours. With building materials airlifted by helicopter, he pointed to the largest cylindrical building in the center, where the fully automated production line could be installed, sterile and dust-free. With precision reaching the nanometer level, Gao Feng followed him into the factory area, and there wasn't even a weed visible in the cracks of the cement road. This is the energy storage area. Chun Zhen pointed to a building embedded in the mountain, where part of the mountain had been hollowed out and treated for constant temperature and humidity, capable of storing 100,000 large batteries, equipped with a 7-layer security system. Not even a fly could enter. Gao Feng couldn't help but be speechless. If a production line were to suddenly appear, wouldn't that be too astonishing? Chapter 337, Chip Blockade. The beginning of a trade war. What? Are you serious? At the Redwood conference table of the military's command center, a silver-haired general suddenly sprang up from his seat. The buttons of his military green uniform bursting open due to the abrupt movement. He tightly gripped the encrypted communicator in his hand, his knuckles turning white. The trembling report from Chun Zhen continued in the earpiece, each word feeling like a red-hot branding iron, burning his eardrum. Materializing out of nowhere, the production line doesn't need transportation, it just appears out of thin air. The general's voice suddenly rose, echoing in the silent conference room. Has Chun Zhen gone crazy in the mountain hollow? How dare he say such things in a high-level meeting? The generals on both sides of the long table turned their heads. The discussion on border defense deployment abruptly interrupted. Some frowned and flipped through the recently transmitted surveillance video. In the footage, 3 rows of silver-gray production lines stood abruptly in the empty factory, mechanical arms operating with eerie smoothness, and pale blue energy flowed through the pipes. With Chun Zhen's exclamations clearly audible in the background. Is this a special effect? A major general responsible for military production adjusted his glasses, repeatedly magnifying the details in the video. Even the wear patterns on the joints of the mechanical arms were clearly visible. Chapter 338. I want to surpass Lord Wei. After returning to the Rose Garden, Gao Feng welcomed his first visitor early the next morning. The weather was nice, so they sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Sister Shun Mansheng, wearing a cream-colored dress, delicately held a teacup, with sunlight filtering through the vines onto her shoulder, creating a soft halo. The smile in Shun Mansheng's eyes was hard to hide. The debut of Dingfeng's selection is about to explode across the internet. Congratulations to Gao. She first congratulated him on the live broadcast results, then turned the conversation to work arrangements. Do you have a specific schedule for my live broadcast? The current plan is to broadcast for 12 hours a day, divided into 3 segments of 4 hours each. Gao Feng refilled her tea. Su Wei will be the main anchor, taking on 1 segment, while the other 2 segments will be rotated among other anchors in the company. If you can secure a segment, I can have Su Wei save it for you. Shin Mansheng's eyes brightened for a moment, but then a layer of hesitation clouded them. She lightly traced circles on the rim of her cup with her fingertip. I do want to give it a try, but after all, my main occupation is still acting. She naturally has concerns. If she binds herself too closely to the live streaming company, what if something goes wrong with the selection process? Chapter 339. Shun Yuwei comes to visit. They are all my women. The more Qinglan thought about it, the more excited she became. Moving closer to her son would allow her to keep an eye on him and by Bing Bing to settle their marriage and hold her grandson sooner. In the future, When she sees those old sisters in the community walking around with their babies, she won't have to be envious and unable to move. Move. Move today. She slapped her thigh, her fiery nature flaring up again, and turned to walk toward the bedroom, saying, I'm going to pack my things now. Gao Feng hung up the phone and instructed Lin Shuyue to go to the property management to pick up the keys for the 2 villas next door. The layout of that building is similar to the one he lives in, just a bit smaller, with over 600 square meters of space. Enough for his parents to fuss over. When he pushed open the villa's front door, the sunlight was pouring through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room, and the air still carried a faint smell of dust, although the military had sent people to clean up in advance. The dust in the corners and the grime on the windowsill still needed to be carefully cleaned. Gao Feng turned to the 3 spirit servants who had followed him and instructed. Long 8 is responsible for the bedroom and study. Long 9 will clean the kitchen and dining room, and Long 10 will tidy up the courtyard, all to be done within half an hour. Yes, the 3 spirit servants, dressed in housekeeping uniforms, responded and moved quickly. These spirit servants were more efficient than professional cleaners. The efficiency of the high-end moving company is indeed astonishing. Chapter 340. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. 10 minutes later, Gao Feng's car slowly stopped at the community entrance. The newly assigned security personnel were dressed in black plain clothes, with the sound of static from their earpieces faintly audible. When they saw him get out of the car, everyone instantly straightened their backs, their gazes sharp as eagles. This was the highest order they had received, to protect this person with their lives. Gao Feng nodded gently at them, and as he looked past the guard booth, he spotted a figure by the lakeside. Xin Yue was wearing a beige knitted shirt, and her jeans accentuated her slender waist. The wind blew her long hair back, revealing a small red birthmark on her neck. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. After half a month, her brows and eyes remained beautiful, but those almond-shaped eyes that always contained a smile now seemed to hold a myriad of crushed starlight, unable to hide the surging longing. Have you been waiting long? Gao Feng walked over and naturally took the thermos from her hand, his fingertips accidentally brushing against her palm, causing her to shiver slightly. Not long. Xin Yue lowered her eyelashes, smoothing the hair that had been blown askew by the wind, her ears subtly reddening. Just arrived. The 2 walked side by side along the lakeside, the wooden walkway beneath their feet creaking softly. Sunlight filtered through the drooping willows, casting mottled shadows on her face. Gao Feng looked at her long eyelashes and suddenly recalled how she looked the last time they parted. Chapter 341. The Chip Ban. This is forcing me to show my hand. President Gao, something's wrong. As soon as the call connected, Zhu Qingxi's anxious voice exploded out, and in the background, the sounds of keyboard typing and hurried conversations could be faintly heard. The United States has united with more than a dozen Western countries and just announced a chip ban against China. All advanced processed chips below 7 nanometers, as well as related manufacturing equipment, are not allowed to be shipped to us. His voice was tinged with obvious panic. The future spirit servants, beauty rejuvenation devices, and bio-battery control systems, how could any of them do without top-notch chips? Especially the neural interaction module of the spirit servants, which uses the currently most advanced 3-nanometer process. Once the supply is cut off, the production line will have to stop within a month. However, Gao Feng merely glanced at his phone, his fingertips lightly tapping on the railing of the terrace, producing a rhythmic sound. What's the rush? How can I not be anxious? Zhu Qingxi was almost in tears. Our chip inventory can last at most 3 months. Those foreigners are determined to choke us. They won't even let the foundries take our orders. If the supply is cut off, the production lines for the spirit servants and beauty rejuvenation devices will have to shut down completely. Do we not have enough chips? Gao Feng's voice showed no sign of turbulence, the sunlight falling on his profile, outlining a composed silhouette. Chapter 342. He doesn't love me. Meng Ting furrowed her brows. You've heard the Earth Teacher songs. They're all about love. They're delicate, but the main theme emphasizes grandeur, which might not be suitable. How will we know if we don't try? Old Joe leaned in, his tone filled with excitement. That person wrote Legend in Fruits of Summer. Maybe he has other talents. Meng Ting pondered for a moment, feeling that Old Joe had a point. After all, there was no loss in trying. It was better than sitting idly by. Moreover, Gao Feng had previously promised that after the concert, he would let the Earth Teacher write a new song for the company. But then he immediately went off to play at sea, so this was a good opportunity to nudge him. She picked up her phone and dialed Gao Feng. deliberately putting on a stern face and speaking with a hint of accusation. President Gao, it's been several days. Where's the song you promised the Earth teacher would write? On the other end of the line, Gao Feng's lazy voice came through, as if he had just woken up. It's done. I'll swing by in a bit and talk to you face to face. Meng Ting's fingers tightened around her phone, her breath catching for half a second. It's done? How many songs? She could hardly believe her ears, her speech stuttering slightly. Chapter 343. 7 songs? Are we buying in bulk? Old Joe suddenly sat up straight, murmuring, "These lyrics are so heart-wrenching." He had spent his life in music, heard countless love songs, but had never seen anyone express unrequited love so thoroughly. It wasn't a hysterical accusation, but carried a sense of helpless observation, as if telling someone else's story while piercing through one's own heartache. Lu Qing put down her pen and looked at the score in Meng Siyu's hands. Many scenes floated in her mind. Those overlooked details, unspoken tests, feigned misunderstandings. Everything was drawn out by these few lines of lyrics. Lin Wanwan's eyes were even red, her nose tinged with tears, almost crying. Meng Ting held her teacup in midair, suddenly forming a clear judgment in her heart. This song is going to be a hit. It has no flowery words, no complex melodies, yet it is like a gentle knife, precisely cutting through everyone's hidden grievances. Gao Feng watched everyone's reactions, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew when he chose this song that the magic of "He Doesn't Love Me" lies in its authenticity. Everyone who has loved can find their shadow in the lyrics. Meng Siyu was still gently humming, the trailing notes lingering in the air like an unbroken sense of longing. Chapter 344. Gao Feng is the Earth teacher. Everyone's gaze fell on his chest, as if it were not an ordinary suit, but a Pandora's box filled with endless treasures. Meng Siyu even walked directly to his side, reaching into his embrace. Is there more? Hurry up and hand it over. Fingers brushed over his firm waist and abdomen. And Gao Feng smiled as he held her hand. It's gone. Meng Siyu reluctantly withdrew her hand, but her face showed pride. What a gain. Gao Feng has such a good figure. I can't get enough of it. Lin Wanwan lowered her head enviously, while Meng Ting inwardly cursed her lack of ambition. Yet couldn't help thinking, Gao Feng's body really does look great. Old Joe had already snatched the last piece of paper and couldn't help humming when he saw the song title. His hoarse voice, singing such energetic songs, sent chills down people's spines, but the explosive power in the melody made everyone's hearts tremble. Another hit song. Out of the 7 songs, aside from that one as a stepping stone, there were actually 6 that were hit level. Since debuting, the Earth teacher has released a total of 11 songs, 10 of which are hit songs. This is not just creation. It's as if he opened a golden finger and scattered songs to the world. Just as everyone was still in shock, Gao Feng stood up. Chapter 345. The chief wants to see you. Showing off in front of others was no longer surprising for Gao Feng. He wasn't doing it to impress them. To put it bluntly, it was still for the value points. For these songs, he used the name Earth Gao Feng. It expressed the origin of the songs and exposed his identity. He wanted to know if publishing songs under the identity of Gao Feng would allow him to gain value points faster and more abundantly. As for the trouble that might come from his exposure, that identity is insignificant compared to his identity as the behind-the-scenes boss of Fengjing Future Company. He was eager to leave, first not wanting to be questioned by those few. After all, he was plagiarizing, which was quite shameful. Secondly, he really had a lunch appointment. Xintong. When Zhao Xintong appeared in Gao Feng's line of sight, he opened his arms. It had been almost 10 days since he last saw the girl. Now, holding her soft yet powerful body, Gao Feng greedily inhaled her fragrance. Then, they shared a passionate kiss, completely oblivious to their surroundings. After 5 minutes, they reluctantly separated. To the hotel, Zhao Xintong commanded directly. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. For a lovesick woman who couldn't wait, what could be more satisfying than an exhilarating battle? Chapter 346. The country will support you. The night was deep, and a solitary lamp still burned in the study. As Gao Feng walked out of the red walls, the evening breeze lifted the corners of his clothes, bringing the coolness of early autumn. As long as it can break the technological blockade and prevent Huagua from being choked by others, if you need money, I'll give it. If you need people, I'll provide them. Even if you want to mobilize the military-industrial system, I'll approve it. The chief's voice echoed in his ears, filled with a determination to burn bridges. Gao Feng smiled. He had planned to do this anyway, It was just to outline the specifics of breaking the blockade. From chips to aircraft engines, from biomedicine to new materials, he wanted to take over every vital technology held tightly by the West. Before leaving, he sent an encrypted electronic document to the chief's terminal. This was a cutting-edge technology theory system that was 10 years ahead of Blue Star. From quantum communication encryption algorithms to controlled nuclear fusion constraint magnetic field models. Even the light source material formula for photolithography machines was clearly marked. This was a verified correct path. Gao Feng had said at the time. His tone is flat, as if discussing today's weather. Follow this path, and you'll avoid 50 years of detours. The chief had said nothing at the time, just staring at the screen, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. Chapter 347, Recording Songs. During the third recording, she deliberately slowed her pace, trying to capture that feeling of sedimentation. But when she sang Whether Seen or Unseen, I Embrace You for a Lifetime, Gao Feng pressed the pause button again. This time, he said nothing, directly pushing open the console door and walking into the recording studio. Come here. He stood in front of her, his voice a bit low. Lu Qing instinctively took a step closer, the distance between them shrinking to less than half a meter. The faint scent of cedar mixed with tobacco wafted into her nostrils, making her inexplicably nervous. The pitch here was a skillful rise. Gao Feng raised his hand, hovering near her ribcage, urging her to let her breath settle there, using her waist and abdomen to let the sound flow like water rather than leap over. His fingertips almost brushed her clothing, and his warm breath brushed past her ear. Lu Qing's ears instantly turned red, and her voice tightened. I'll try. Gao Feng didn't leave immediately. He stood there watching her. Lu Qing avoided his gaze and began the fourth recording. Perhaps due to Gao Feng's presence, this time it miraculously flowed smoothly. When the last note fell, the recording studio was silent for 2 seconds before his voice, filled with laughter, broke the quiet. Chapter 348, The Ambiguity is Spreading. Night had fallen, and the glass window of the recording studio reflected the scattered lights outside. Old Joe, holding the newly exported audio files, walked lightly, as if stepping on cotton, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Feng before gently closing the door. The heavy soundproof door clicked shut, isolating the chaos of the outside world. Only the two of them remained in the studio, and the air seemed to have been sucked out, suddenly becoming thick. The indicator lights on the mixing console flickered softly, casting a dim glow on Lu Qing's face, adding a hint of haziness to her already flushed cheeks. She lowered her head, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her t-shirt, like a startled little deer. Even her breathing became lighter. Lu Qing, favorability 82, a beautiful woman's favor. Why be pretentious? Watching her like this, the excitement that had arisen from the perfect recording suddenly turned into a tickling sensation in Gao Feng's heart. He walked over slowly, his leather shoes making dull sounds on the floor, each step resonating in Lu Qing's heart. You sang well. He stood in front of her, his voice lower than usual, carrying a hint of hoarseness. Lu Qing suddenly looked up, meeting his unfathomable gaze, hurriedly lowering her head. Why, yes, it's thanks to your guidance. Gao Feng chuckled softly, the sound like a feather gently brushing against her ear. Chapter 349, Won't you invite me up to sit for a while? In the private room of the Seven Fortune restaurant, Lu Qing sat on an acacia wooden chair, her back straight, her fingertips lightly resting on the edge of a white porcelain cup. The table was full of Cantonese dishes, exquisite like works of art. The folds of the crystal shrimp dumplings were as even as if molded. The glistening skin of the roasted goose flowed under the warm yellow light. And even the ginger paste served as a condiment was piled into little hills. Coming from an average family, she was used to being frugal, and facing this luxurious feast now, a hint of awkwardness inevitably appeared on her brow. Her fingers subconsciously rubbed the cuff of her slightly faded cotton linen shirt, which appeared particularly plain amid the surrounding opulence. Try this. Gao Feng pushed a plate of minced meat with olives and green beans in front of her, the porcelain dish clinking against the table with a crisp sound. Lu Qing obediently picked up a portion and chewed slowly. The salty and fresh olives wrapped around the fragrant minced meat. The green beans were crisp and tender, indeed a delightful taste. Just as she was about to compliment it, she heard Gao Feng casually say, "This Seven Fortune is mine. Order more," as a tasting. Lu Qing's hand paused while picking up food, and she looked up at him. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes, but she didn't say much, only softly hummed and continued to eat. Chapter 350. Rewarding the youth-preserving pill. Achieved a blood achievement. Lu Qing's favorability 90, rewarded with a bottle of youth-preserving pill. When a system notification echoed in his mind, Gao Feng was gently stroking Lu Qing's sweat-dampened back. The delicate touch lingered on his fingertips, but his movements suddenly halted, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Unlike before, there was no cash reward. It seemed the system had figured out his situation. Nowadays, Gao Feng lacked nothing but money. But this youth-preserving pill. He rummaged through his memory of the system mall and found he had never seen this item. Lu Qing beside him was still immersed in the aftertaste, her cheeks flushed with a faint pink, her usually cold brows and eyes now misty, like a distant mountain shrouded in a thin fog. She noticed Gao Feng's pause, slightly turned her head, her voice hoarse from crying. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Gao Feng came back to his senses, his fingertips gently brushing through her scattered hair, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Tired?" Lu Qing said nothing, only snuggled closer into his embrace, burying her face in his neck. She had never been good at expressing affection, and this dependent posture was the pinnacle of her tenderness. Gao Feng looked down at the swirl of her hair, the scent of her shampoo lingering at his nose, and suddenly felt his heart soften completely. Chapter 351. He still won my heart. Lu Qing hesitated as she walked over, and just as she stood still, she was pulled into his embrace by a force. She gasped and struggled to get up, but he held her by the back of her neck and kissed her. The coolness of mint toothpaste, mixed with the faint scent of cedar from his body, burst on her tongue. His hands felt electric as they slipped under the hem of her nightgown, sending shivers through her. Lu Qing's struggles weakened, leaving only a breath as fine as a mosquito's, needing to cling to his shoulders to steady herself. "Gao Feng, don't." She turned her head to dodge the kiss, her eyes reddening. "I really can't." Gao Feng chuckled softly, nibbling on her earlobe, and whispered, "I won't do anything, just hold you." But those hands were not honest, fingers gently caressing her waist, like playing a silent melody. Lu Qing felt her whole body go soft, burying her head in his neck, listening to his steady heartbeat, gradually forgetting to struggle. The sun climbed higher, casting interlacing spots of light on the two of them through the sheer curtains. Lu Qing suddenly felt that perhaps the so-called staying together didn't necessarily mean being together all day. Just quietly staying like this for a while was enough. It was not until a long time later that Gao Feng finally let her go. "Are you hungry? Let's go have lunch." Chapter 352. You are light, you are electricity. Old Joe beside them cleared his throat, his gaze shifting between the two, and smiled. This old bone of mine can't hold out any longer. I'm going to the next room to rest for a bit." Before he finished speaking, he slipped away without a trace. Anyone with eyes could see the subtle atmosphere. Some spaces were indeed only suitable for two people. Gao Feng rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty from Lu Qing's words, his fingertips stroking her hand. "She should be fine now. Should we go back?" Lu Qing shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the door sign at the end of the corridor, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Since we're here, why not listen to how the others are recording?" Although Dingfeng Entertainment wasn't exactly a top-tier company, it had 3 recording studios. Previously, it was more than enough to handle daily work. But ever since Gao Feng put out 8 songs at once, it had been fully booked from morning till night. Lu Qing spent 3 days recording as desired. And Meng Xiu took 4 days to complete He Doesn't Love Me, so the remaining singers naturally had to wait in line. Gao Feng took her to the adjacent recording studio, where warm yellow lights shone through the glass door, and Lin Wanwan was standing in front of the microphone, the headphone wire gently swaying with her breath. The moment the accompaniment started, Lu Qing's footsteps paused. It was encounter. Chapter 353. Zhu's Family Leak. Time slid to the end of the month, with only 3 days left until the official launch of the 3 core products of Peak Future. In the past half-month, the global wealthy circle had ignited a frenzy of bidding for these future technologies. The starting price of the companion smart dog had soared 5-fold, while Yin Zhen was even hyped up to a 10-fold premium, with orders lined up for 3 years ahead. In just this half-month, the sales volume had approached 20 billion. Zhu Qingxi sat in the leather chair of his top-floor office, tapping his fingers on the desk, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window were rows of office buildings, and the sunlight spilled onto his custom suit, reflecting a sense of vigor. but the production capacity still couldn't keep up. He whispered to the air, his eyes filled with pride. Who would have thought that Peak Future would be so vigorous? He had wagered everything and received the greatest return. With his achievements, he would undoubtedly be the future head of the Zhu family. Knock, knock, knock. The secretary's knock on the door was unusually urgent. Su King si frowned. Come in. The secretary's face was pale, holding a confidential document, her voice trembling. Mr. Zhu, we just received encrypted intelligence that there may be an internal spy among us. Zhu Qingxi's smile instantly froze. Chapter 354. Your identity has been exposed. At the door stood not the club manager or a server, but 7 or 8 men in black uniforms, their expressions stern and their eyes sharp as knives. Their uniforms bore no insignia, but their straightened spines and cold, imposing presence silently declared their identity and intent. They absolutely came from a powerful department, and their arrival was not friendly. The leader, with a resolute face and electric gaze, quickly scanned the room, finally locking onto Zhu Mingyuan, whose face had suddenly turned stiff. Mr. Zhu Mingyuan? His voice was steady but carried an undeniable authority, each word striking the silent air like an ice pick. We are for the National Security Department. We suspect you of colluding with external forces, harming the country's economic interests and technological security. Please come with us for an investigation. What? The color drained from Zhu Mingyuan's face at a visible speed, and the wine glass in his hand clattered to the expensive carpet, the liquid spreading into a dark stain. The friends and supporters around him also turned pale. Some instinctively stepped back, while others, in a panic, tried to grab their phones, but were forced back by the cold gazes of the men in black. Chapter 355. The mysterious chairman of Peak Future is Gao Feng. What is this? Chun stood up in shock, his gaze darting between Gao Feng and the newcomers, trying to find any trace of difference. Is it a robot or a substitute? After all, he was a smart person and immediately linked it to the spirit servant technology. Gao Feng confirmed his guess and asked you to find a suitable residence for him. He looked at Chun Zhen's shocked expression and smiled slightly. From now on, he will appear in public to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. You mean, let him become a bait? Chun Zhen instantly understood the brilliance of this plan and became excited. No matter how tight the protection is, there will still be gaps, but if the target is fake, all of the opponent's actions will lose their meaning. Brilliant. However, Chun Zhen suddenly thought of something and looked at the real Gao Feng. Then you don't need to send someone to follow me in the future. Gao Feng raised his hand to stop his objections. You should be aware of the abilities I have displayed in Hong Kong Island. Acting alone, no one can harm me in the slightest. The more people who know my true identity and whereabouts, the greater the risk of exposure, right? Chun Zhen pondered for a long time and finally nodded heavily. I understand. But this plan, I must report to my superiors immediately. Chapter 356. Can they bear the consequences of angering me? Zhu Qingxi's phone was instantly bombarded with calls, all various congratulations and attempts to mend relationships. He responded calmly, feeling deeply impressed by Gao Feng. This move not only resolved the crisis, but also pushed the Zhu family's main house and Fengjing Future's reputation to an unprecedented peak. With the chairman appearing, the Zhu family no longer mattered. However, from now on, Gao Feng stood at the center of the storm. No one knew how many plots and schemes would come his way. Dengfeng Media, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Gao Feng on the screen. Fengjing Future, this unprecedented unicorn. The future giant company. The founder is actually their boss. Ever since the last live broadcast selling the Fengjing 3-piece set, they knew Gao Feng must be connected to Fengjing Future. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain such scarce resources. But no one would connect him to the owner of Fengjing Future. One is the boss of a live streaming company, and the other is the founder of a high-tech company. The two have no connection at all. Lija looked at Gao Feng on the screen, feeling even more stirred. This is his classmate, his boss, a godlike man. Chapter 357. Shocking bio-battery how much? 2,000. A German engineer wearing thick glasses suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him without noticing, his voice sharp enough to break. This is impossible. The theoretical limit of existing lithium-sulfur batteries is only 370,000 milliamp hours. This small square can power my phone for a year? A tech blogger exclaimed, almost dropping his filming equipment. It can work normally from -70 degrees to 150 degrees. This military equipment can't even meet such standards. A foreign military officer in uniform changed color dramatically, instinctively pulling out an encrypted communicator. Light energy absorption? Does it mean it can charge itself in the sun? This battery life is simply a prototype of a perpetual motion machine. The representative of the energy company turned pale, as if he saw the entire traditional energy industry facing a bleak future. Zhu Qingxi was very satisfied with the audience's reaction and continued to drop heavy bombs. It is not only safe and stable, with no explosion risk, but its core bioactive materials can also self-repair minor damage under certain conditions, and after disposal, it is 100% biodegradable, with zero pollution to the environment. Chapter 358. The prelude to a new era. The royal families of the oil-producing countries in the Middle East held urgent closed-door discussions. But what they faced was not the traditional supply-demand imbalance, but a technological dimension reduction strike. Any production reduction agreement seemed pale and powerless in the face of absolute energy density advantages. Energy analysts on Wall Street fell silent collectively, as the analytical framework they relied on turned into waste paper overnight. The response from the White House and the Treasury of the United States was the fastest in history. The president directly ordered in the war room, 1 hour before the market opened, to urgently announce an indefinite suspension of all stock market circuit breaker mechanisms and mobilize huge funds to enter the market to stabilize prices, focusing on purchasing shares of companies in key areas such as defense and aviation, trying to stabilize the situation. The Treasury urgently contacted major investment banks and funds, asking them to remain calm and rational. But privately, the Treasury Secretary's hands were trembling slightly. He knew this was just a drop in the bucket. The Federal Reserve's emergency meeting decided to announce a significant interest rate cut of 50 basis points in advance and initiate a new round of quantitative easing, QE, injecting massive liquidity into the market in an attempt to hedge against panic. However, the market's reaction was extremely tepid, even seen as a confirmation signal that the situation was worse than expected, and the sell-off continued. Chapter 359, Genesis Group. I will make chips, but Fengjing Future is not just a company. Zhu Qingxi took a half step forward, his tone filled with urgency. Grandpa, have you seen any company's technology that can shock the world? Last month, the military just added a 30 billion order. Do you think they bought machines? It is the voice of power on the future battlefield. He took a deep breath, pulled out a valuation report from his briefcase, and handed it to his grandfather. This is the latest valuation report. The reservation orders for the 3 products from Fengjing have been pushed 5 years into the future, and production is continuously increasing. According to this growth rate, within a year, Fengjing Future's valuation will exceed 10 trillion. Within 10 years, 100 trillion. 100 trillion, Grandpa. Holding this 20 stake, not to mention 500 billion, even recreating a Zhu family would be enough. The old man's gaze fell on the report, his fingertips pinching the yellowed pages, and he remained silent. Zhu Qingxi noticed his grandfather's wavering and seized the opportunity to say, more importantly, it's the technology. Do you think the U.S. really wants shares? What they want is technology. If we back down, will they let the Zhu family go? They will only think we are weak and easy to bully. He suddenly lowered his voice, his tone tinged with urgency. Gao Feng just launched the bio battery, and he has more cutting-edge technology in his hands, including photonic chips. Chapter 360, Why 3 days? Because Gao Feng no longer has any value points. He originally planned to launch the photonic chips a month later, but now that production has increased, the chip factory's matters have been forced to advance. At the current speed, it won't take 2 days to gather enough value points for a chip factory. 2 photonic chip comprehensive production lines, 1 quantum chip precision production line, 1 biocompatible chip production line, and 1 energy-controlled chip production line. A total of 30,000 points can form a perfect closed loop. This set of production lines produces enough chips daily to support Fengjing Future's use. Fenga, just as Gao Feng was still pondering, Bai Bingbing came out of the room and squatted beside him. Yunqi Primary School has been completed, and today they can have classes in the new classrooms. Her eyes sparkled with joy, truly from the heart. Gao Feng patted her head and smiled. Do you want to go see? Bai Bingbing nodded vigorously. She knew Gao Feng was very busy, but she wanted to take him to see the changes at the primary school. Gao Feng stretched and said, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Great. I'll go call Sister Huang. Chapter 361. What I want to do is the most comfortable resort. 2 months have passed since Gao Feng decided to build the Yunqi Resort. He said goodbye to Principal Huang and took the girls to check on the project progress. As the car stopped at the temporary project office by the lake, Village Chief Zhang came over in rubber shoes, holding a notebook filled with numbers. "Mr. Gao, you finally came? 1/3 of the resort's main structure is built, and the foundation for the hot spring villas is already laid." Following his direction, dozens of steel frames stood on a gentle slope across the lake, like a group of towering steel giants. Sunlight glinted off the rusty steel bars, creating sparkling reflections on the lake's surface. The workers of the construction team were busy tying rebar, with sparks flying in the air and landing on the waterproof cloth beneath their feet, leaving small scorch marks. "Let's go check out the hot spring area first." Gao Feng led the way to the back mountain, where a simple stone path had been laid by the villagers during their farming breaks. Turning a bend in the mountain, 3 hot spring outlets, steaming with white vapor, came into view. The largest one had been surrounded by a wooden fence, and workers were laying insulation pipes inside. The hot spring water flowed through the pipes towards the villa foundation, glimmering in the sunlight. Experts say this hot spring water contains sulfur, which can treat arthritis. Chapter 362, Photon Era, Dimensional Strike. Leaving the tranquility of the resort, Gao Feng drove straight to the biotech factory on the outskirts of the city. This place was less of a factory and more like a modern military fortress. Above the high walls and electric fences was a no-fly zone sky, with multiple layers of checkpoints manned by the most elite teams. Every person and vehicle entering or exiting had to undergo triple verification of iris scans, fingerprints, and encrypted commands. The absolute military control granted this place the highest security level in the country. The purpose of Gao Feng's visit was to establish the chip production line that would determine the future of the nation. Inside the main factory, the air purification system maintained a Class 10.000 cleanroom standard, with constant temperature and humidity, and only the cold metal walls and indicator lights emitted a faint glow. The place was spacious and silent, as if waiting for a miracle to happen. Gao Feng stood alone in the center of the factory, his mind slightly moving, interacting with the system in his brain. Exchange: 5 sets of cutting-edge chip production lines. In silence, 30,000 value points instantly reset to 0. Immediately, the space itself emitted a low hum, not from sound, but from the physical tremors caused by the forced reshaping of matter. The dust in the air seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, and the light began to warp in front of the massive shadow. Chapter 363, Quantum Chips. Opening the chip era, the noise in the venue had not yet subsided, and Zhu Qingxi stood on the stage, as if he could hear the rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing from the audience intertwining into a symphony. He relished this moment, enjoying the wails of the old order being crushed under the iron hooves of technology. He raised his hand slightly, and the audience quickly quieted down, all eyes fixed on him, afraid of missing the next word. They had already realized that the answers given by Fengjing Future might be far more than just a chip. "Ladies and gentlemen," Zhu Qingxi's voice rang out again, steady yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Someone just said that photon chips are laboratory products and cannot be mass-produced. We have provided an answer. Some may also say that chiming photon chips can only solve the bottlenecks of general computing and energy efficiency. But the intelligent world of the future needs more diverse and specialized computing power. The chip blockade, you still can't break." On the big screen, the words "Photon Era" slowly faded away, replaced by a more grand blueprint of chip matrices. Computing power should not be limited to just one form. Zhu Qingxi's voice was like a declaration. "Next, please allow me to introduce another cornerstone of the Genesis Technology Chip Era product line." Chapter 364, Strong Nation Mission. First phase completed. Since this press conference was broadcast live worldwide, the impact and the leap in value points were the most direct results. Zhu Qingxi on stage was still elaborating on the specific performances of these chips. However, Gao Feng's thoughts were on the value point panel in his mind. The press conference had only lasted half an hour. The value points had already increased by 5,000. At this rate of growth, it could increase by 100,000 in a day. The bio-battery factory could expand slowly. First, the production capacity of the chip factory should be increased. A tenfold increase would not only meet his and the military's needs, but also build the Genesis Technology Cloud platform, providing a massive computing power sufficient for domestic use. Ding! Breaking the technological blockade, the first phase of the Strong Nation path is completed. Reward: complete set of quantum communication network infrastructure technical data, including satellites. ground-based stations, and terminal equipment manufacturing processes. Value points 50,000 points. Reward. Brain domain development increased to 20, significantly enhancing thinking speed, memory, and learning ability. Reward. Special item ecological transformation device. Small, adjustable climate for designated areas, purifying pollution, optimizing soil and water sources. Strong Nation mission enters the second phase. Chapter 365. Mr. Gao, are we going to make phones? At 9:30 a.m., as soon as the A-shares opened, all concept stocks related to Fengjing Future hit the limit up with unprecedented order volumes. Although Genesis Technology had not yet gone public, the market estimated its market value would easily exceed 10 trillion. Several investment banks had already released reports, calling it the most valuable technology company in history. The stock prices of Zhu's group's listed companies had been hitting the limit up for 3 consecutive days, and Zhu Qingxi had investment cooperation requests lined up for 3 months. In his top-floor office, he received one congratulatory call after another, his face barely concealing his excitement. "Mr. Wang, you flatter me. This is just the beginning. Our cooperation with Mr. Gao has been very pleasant." He had just hung up one call when another rang immediately. The secretary tiptoed in, placing down another stack of cooperation intention letters. "Mr. Zhu, this is the 27th this morning, including the Saudi Sovereign Fund and Temasek." Zhu Qingxi nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the large screen on the wall, which displayed the dire situation of major global tech stocks. He took a deep breath and murmured, "Grandpa." This time a gamble paid off. In the White House Situation Room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could squeeze out water. Chapter 366. Live selling self-operated instant noodles. If there is any product that is a necessity for modern people, it is undoubtedly the smartphone. Nowadays, Peak Future holds the world's top chip technology, and not entering the smartphone market would be a waste. Gao Feng lightly tapped on the table, his tone calm yet firm. "We can do it, but we will only focus on the high-end market. We will leave room for domestic competitors to survive. We won't engage in price wars. We will only reshape the standards." "Mr. Gao, our Zhu family already has a ready-made smartphone factory that can be integrated into the group system," Zhu Qingxi said, his speech quickening with excitement. "Relying on our photon chips to redesign the architecture, we can have the product ready in as little as 3 months." Today, the Genesis Group owns 2 major giants, Genesis Bio and Genesis Technology, with a valuation exceeding 10 trillion. Peak Future holds 20 of Genesis Group shares, which means the Zhu family indirectly holds 2. Just this alone is worth over 200 billion, having already recouped several times their early investment. Not to mention, the valuation potential of Peak Future itself is not inferior to that of Genesis. Zhu Qingxi's only thought now is to push Peak Future to continuously launch disruptive products, elevating the value of this tech brand to an unmatched height. Chapter 367. This is the best instant noodle in the world in front of the livestream camera. Zhou Su couldn't hide his surprise. "Family, today I bring you a bombshell new product. The Bai Zhenxiang instant noodles from Dengfeng, self-operated. After years of instant noodle reviews, this is the first time I've smelled such a fragrant braised beef flavor." He skillfully opened the noodle cake and seasoning packet, deliberately pushing the large, dehydrated beef chunks and diced carrots and peas toward the camera. "Look at these ingredients. Is this instant noodles? This is clearly 5-star treatment." The comments started scrolling. "Is this real? So many ingredients? The packaging looks quite high-end. How much is it? Is it delicious?" As Zhou Su boiled water, he responded, "I know what you all are worried about. Afraid this is just a marketing gimmick. But trust me, just the aroma tells you this is not ordinary. Dongfeng's self-operated products will never disappoint you." The process of cooking the noodles became an immersive experience. Hot water poured in, and the rising steam carrying the enticing aroma almost overflowed the screen. 3 minutes later, as Zhou Su lifted the lid, the comments surged. "Wow, that's soup color. So rich. The noodles look so chewy. The beef chunks really rehydrated. They're so big." Zhou Su blew on the noodles, slurped a big mouthful, and suddenly stopped chewing, his eyes widening slightly. Chapter 368. Selling self-operated sanitary napkins? Gao Feng watched all this, and in his mind, all the pain points faced by women instantly surfaced. The humidity and itchiness caused by stuffiness, uneven absorption and reflow leading to embarrassing stickiness, nighttime leaks troubling sleep and bed linens. and that indescribable yet ever-present chemical odor. These fundamental and hidden pain points seem to have never been perfectly solved over the centuries. This is a product specifically designed for women. Launching a groundbreaking product could definitely yield a massive amount of value points. Although there are now more ways to gain value points, the majority still come from women's contributions. Gao Feng immersed himself in the system mall, selected a product called Yueshu Biological Adaptive Care System under the daily biological category. The value point deduction prompt flashed by. In the next moment, a box with a minimalist, futuristic silver packaging appeared silently in his office. Gao Feng got up, opened the box, and took out a sealed product. It was incredibly thin, with a cloud-like soft texture, yet contained astonishing technological power. He picked up the internal phone. Have Shen Manxing come to my office immediately after her live stream. Chapter 369. What a magical sanitary napkin. Not just good. Xiaoyang described it almost dancing with joy. It's magical. Okay. I just happened to use it yesterday. My God, when I put it on, I barely felt it. It's so thin that I forgot it was there. The best part is the surface is actually dry. Really, it stayed dry until I changed it. And she lowered her voice, her face showing an incredible expression. It feels a bit cool, very comfortable, with no stuffy or sticky feeling at all. I used to feel a bit uncomfortable in the afternoons, but yesterday, I felt completely fine. Just then, the girl who only used Safi night pads yesterday rushed in with dark circles under her eyes, but looking excited, and immediately ran to Shen Manxing. Sister Sheng, save me. Can this product be supplied internally in unlimited quantities in the company? I had the best period sleep of my life yesterday. I could roll around without any issues. How does it manage to be thin, absorbent, and not leak? Soon, several other colleagues who had tried the product also arrived, and their feedback almost unanimously turned from skepticism to astonishment. That silky surface really doesn't rub against the skin. Chapter 370. 10 yuan a piece? That's too expensive. The phone that Gao Feng wants to make is no ordinary product. The military's demand for encrypted communication and smart terminals is enormous. If they could use a special version of Gao Feng's technology. Thinking of this, he immediately pointed to a vast area in the west and said loudly, yes. There's also a 3,000-acre industrial park over there, currently in the planning and investment stage. I'll coordinate immediately and reserve it for you. 3,000 acres? Gao Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The industrial land reserves in the suburbs of Beijing are indeed astonishing. All right, let's reserve for now. I plan to finish the phone and then launch a new energy vehicle project, and 3,000 acres should be just enough. Gao Feng casually threw out another heavyweight plan. And their cars? Chun Jun felt his palms starting to sweat again, his heart racing. The complexity of the automotive industry and the length of its supply chain far exceed that of smartphones. Once Gao Feng intervenes, it will surely stir up a storm. For a company determined to disrupt the industry, 3,000 acres might just be the beginning. General Gao, this area is all a newly planned industrial development zone. I will report to the higher-ups immediately. Let's see if we can secure you a 5,000 acre site, with an overall plan reserving over 10,000 acres for a super industrial park. Chapter 371. Completely sold out. All the rage meanwhile. Shen Manxing's live stream was taking a gentle experiential approach. Her cheeks flushed slightly. With a hint of shyness and sincerity, she softly shared with the camera. I know everyone thinks it's expensive. To be honest, before using it, I thought so too. But after using it, I really can't go back. That completely unnoticeable fit, that unprecedented dryness, truly allows you to forget its existence during your period. Especially at night. Being able to sleep peacefully until dawn, that sense of security is worth far more than $100 to me. She paused and added, and the app reminder function really helped me avoid a very embarrassing situation. 2 major live broadcast rooms, 1 rational science popularization and 1 emotional sharing, formed a perfect combination. The direction of the bullet screen began to quietly change. Although, if health monitoring is really accurate, isn't it quite cheap? A health checkup costs several hundred. Shang Shang has said it's good. She is a female star. What good things hasn't she used? I have severe dysmenorrhea. If it can really relieve it, I'm willing to give it a try. Damn it, I'm in. Just consider it paying for technology. Support domestic black technology. Chapter 372. As desired. Online currently. The Yushu factory only has 1 fully automatic large production line operating day and night. The daily output is stable at 500,000 pieces, or 50,000 boxes. The monthly output reaches 1.5 million boxes, enough to meet the needs of 1.5 million female users. Gao Feng is not in a hurry to expand production capacity. A healthy industry should have products positioned at low, medium, and high ends to meet diverse consumer levels. If he significantly lowers prices with crushing technological advantages, he could quickly monopolize the market. But this is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack on the entire industry, leading to countless bankruptcies and broken supply chains. This is not his intention. Just as he sells instant noodles, he only needs to cater to those who recognize its value, rather than trying to appeal to everyone. These daily consumer goods, no matter how well they sell, cannot compare to the profits of the Genesis Bioenergy Company. His true goal has always been to harvest value points. With the comprehensive distribution of Baiwei Xinxiang and Yushu, the growth rate of his previously declining value points soared again like a rocket, breaking through 10,000 points in a single day. Of course, Gao Feng knows that this explosive growth is only temporary. When a novelty wears off and the product becomes a part of people's everyday lives. Chapter 373. The undervalued Mao Mao. The successful release once again made Lu Qing a hot topic after the Peak Music Festival. In less than 2 months, she has released 4 songs, each a hit. This has made her the brightest new star in the Chinese music scene. Meng Ting is very excited. She has been in the music business for several years. Now she finally sees hope for the company's growth. Meng Xiu's new album is in recording, and it is expected to be released in 3 months. Lin Wanwan has recently been on various variety shows, gaining quite a bit of exposure, making her a small third-tier star. Lastly, there is SHE and Mao Mao. She is currently in contact with singer Wang Feng's studio to see if SHE can debut at his concert. If it works out, it will be a dream start for this new group. She is very confident in the song Gao Feng provided. Mao Mao's debut path is set on the stage of Tomorrow's Sons. With the songs he wrote himself, he stumbled through 3 rounds of auditions. The process was not stunning. More so, it was his unique, slightly hoarse voice and a touch of elusive melancholy that allowed him to advance against the odds. Among many contestants who excelled in singing and dancing, had striking appearances, or came from strong backgrounds, he felt like an inconspicuous speck of dust, silent, shy, and some out of place. Chapter 374. Drinking 8 cups of wine, Mao held a wooden guitar and slowly walked into the spotlight. He had no flashy clothes, no backup dancers, no dazzling special effects, just him and a standing microphone. The stark contrast caused the audience, who had just experienced a fervent performance, to fall into a subtle cooling and indifference. Some spectators were even whispering, reminiscing about Lin Yuran's earlier performance. Mao, are you bringing your original work today? The hostess' question seemed somewhat routine. Yes. Mao nodded, his voice coming through the microphone very light, yet with a strange penetrating quality. A new song called Xiao Chou, written by Gao Feng. For most people, the name Gao Feng did not elicit the expected reaction. No one thought that this Gao Feng was the same person as the author of Ryuan. The noise from the audience still persisted. Judge Lao Gui even adjusted his sitting position, leaning back slightly, seemingly ready to endure a boring moment. Mao seemed to isolate everything from the outside. He lowered his head, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his cheeks, and gently strummed the guitar strings. A melody simple to the point of being rustic flowed like a quietly running stream in the stillness of the deep night. Chapter 375. Cheating, can why not play? When Gao Feng began to harvest value points in the entertainment industry. On the grasslands of Ma Bay, at the Zhu Rai training base. The wild wind whipped up sand and gravel, slapping against the camouflage netting, making a rustling sound. A joint military exercise, codenamed Snowfield Storm, is in full swing here. In the stands, military attachés and observers from over 30 countries sat upright, their eyes focused on a massive electronic sand table. The Blue Army commander, Brigadier General James Walker of the U.S. Marine Corps, wore a confident smile and said to the Chinese general beside him, "General, this time we brought the latest generation of Thunder electronic warfare systems. It can paralyze any traditional communication network within 3 minutes. I hope it won't embarrass our friends on the red side." His words, through simultaneous interpretation, clearly reached the ears of the red side's commander, Deputy Commander Li Zhenghua of the Central Theater Command. Li Zhenghua's expression remained calm as he replied lightly, "General Walker, The exercise has just begun. But back in the command vehicle, Li Zhenghua furrowed his brows tightly. Staff Officer Chang reported hoarsely, "Sir, the intensity of the Blue Army's electronic warfare exceeds expectations. Our UHF and SHF bands have all been interfered with, and most wired communications have been cut off by Special Forces." Chapter 376, Technological Gap. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Walker was filled with indignation, a series of urgent alarm sounds echoed in his ears. "General, look at that." A nearby staff officer, with a look of horror, pointed to a black box beneath the main server. It was a simulated explosive device. The red indicator light on the device was flashing, emitting a steady, buzzing sound. General Walker's face turned pale as he stared at the simulated explosive device. With so many people in the command room, what was this Red Side's bomb placed here? If this were a real war, he and all the officers in the command center would have already been killed. At the exercise summary meeting, the atmosphere was so awkward it could squeeze out water. General Walker suppressed his shock and reluctance, forcing a smile. "General Lee, congratulations on your astonishing victory. Especially that communication system and your special forces infiltration techniques. Truly impressive." Li Zhenghua smiled in response. "Thank you, General Walker. We were just lucky. I wonder if you could share what that system is?" Walker leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Is it your latest communication technology? We are very interested in learning more." Chapter 377, Reuniting with Liu Yifei. Now, it's not too late. The voice of Defense Minister Colin Walker broke the dead silence in the conference room. He scanned the room, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as if he intended to forcefully dispel the despair hanging in the air with his gaze. "Gentlemen, put away those defeated expressions." His knuckles rapped heavily on the table. "We must recognize clearly that we still hold absolute superiority in overall military strength. This advantage cannot be easily erased by a few flashy technologies." He stood up and walked to the massive electronic world map, his tone becoming oppressive again. "Our 11 aircraft carrier battle groups are still roaming the global seas, projecting unmatched power. Our fifth-generation fighter jets, the F-22 and F-35 fleets, continue to crush in both numbers and combat experience, not to mention our soon-to-fly sixth-generation fighter prototype. Our network of military bases around the globe, unparalleled deployment capability, and the reconnaissance and communication satellite systems spread across space. These decades of accumulated foundation are the decisive force." Chapter 378, Yifei, what are you doing? Gao Feng felt no displeasure at these words. He knew better than anyone that, judged by worldly standards, his actions were indeed reprehensible. He possessed many stunning beauties, yet remained unsatisfied. But he was never one to be bound by worldly rules. He was Gao Feng, unique, existing above common sense. "One day, I'll personally talk to your mother." His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable meaning. "No." Liu Yifei was frightened and immediately reached out, her cold fingers gently pressing against his lips, panic written all over her eyes. She would go crazy. This could not happen. "Oh." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips. "You don't believe me?" "No. It's not that I don't believe you." Liu Yifei's eyes reddened with urgency as she hurriedly explained, "My mother has always hated men who are unfaithful and have multiple partners." The rest of her words were unnecessary. Gao Feng understood naturally. It was precisely because of her father's betrayal that her mother loathed such matters deeply, and her reaction would be especially intense. "Don't worry." Gao Feng gently patted her smooth back, his tone carrying a calming power. Chapter 379, Is there really a beauty-enhancing pill in this world? Yes. Putting aside the annoying romantic debts, looking across the entire Huagua, or even the world, can anyone be a more perfect son-in-law than Gao Feng? Starting from scratch, he became the richest man in Huagua at a young age. Reaching the pinnacle of global wealth is just a matter of time. He possesses core technology that leads an era, a figure who can truly influence the nation's fate. Not to mention, he has impeccable looks and a physique far beyond the ordinary. Liu Yali, having seen countless people, could not find a man comparable to Gao Feng. However, there are too many women around him, although this seems to be an unspoken common phenomenon for his wealth tier. Liu Yali felt a deep sense of resistance and suffocation at the thought of her daughter possibly getting caught in a complex situation filled with jealousy and rivalry. She glanced at her daughter beside her, who was anxious yet fixated on Gao Feng, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A mother knows her daughter best. With her daughter in this state, her heart had long been unreservedly tied to this man. Even if she wanted to intervene, how could she possibly stop it? Mr. Gao. Lu Yali took a deep breath, her tone softening somewhat, but it carried an undeniable weariness and concern. Chapter 380. The miraculous beauty-enhancing pill. Lu Yifei's heart raced as she looked at the pill that resembled a work of art, then into Gao Feng Uses' deep eyes. Ultimately, her trust and desire overwhelmed all hesitation. Her fingers trembled slightly as she carefully picked up the beauty-enhancing pill from the box. The tip of her finger felt warm, and the fragrance grew stronger, refreshing her spirit. Under Gao Feng's encouraging gaze, she gently placed the pill in her mouth. The moment the pill entered, it was not the bitter taste of traditional medicine she had expected. Instead, it melted instantly like the sweetest nectar, transforming into a warm and comfortable flow. Without needing to swallow, it autonomously and rapidly permeated her limbs and every corner of her body. Following that, an indescribable, wonderful sensation enveloped her. It felt as if every cell was rejoicing, greedily absorbing this immense vitality. A gentle yet powerful force slowly awakened and flowed within her. Wherever it passed, accumulated fatigue, minor injuries, and even the traces left by time were gently smoothed, repaired, and optimized by this warm current. She felt her skin slightly heat up, as if undergoing a silent rebirth, becoming firmer and more radiant, exuding a healthy glow from within. Chapter 381. The South Heaven Gate Plan? As the news page loaded, dense text instantly filled the screen. The U.S. Department of Commerce, at a recently concluded press conference, announced an 80 tariff on $300 billion worth of Chinese export goods under the pretext of protecting domestic industry. The list covers various fields, including electronic devices, machinery manufacturing, and new energy materials. Gao Feng's fingertips traced the screen, his gaze landing on the words indicating that the first round of tariffs would take effect in 10 days. And the ease in his eyes instantly faded. He understood the deeper meaning behind this. On the surface, it appeared to be a trade friction, but in reality, it was aimed at China's emerging technology industry, especially the bio-battery and intelligent robot technology exposed by Peak Future. The previous freezing of the Zhu family's overseas assets was a test. Now, the increased tariffs aimed to cut off Peak Future's path to going overseas from both the supply chain and market sides. It has indeed come. Gao Feng murmured to himself, lightly tapping his thigh with his fingertip. Lu Yifei was awakened by his movement and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she leaned over. Upon seeing the news headline on the screen, her cheeks, which had just regained their color, turned pale. A trade war? Will this affect your company? Gao Feng wrapped his arms around her, his fingers brushing against her smooth back, his tone unyieldingly calm. Chapter 382. Establishing a quantum communication company next. We need to build a quantum communication network. Gao Feng's tone was calm yet firm, which required the full cooperation of the country. Currently, there are 4 major telecommunications companies in the country, each with its advantages but also facing issues of redundant construction and resource dispersion. Gao Feng's finger traced across the projection, stating his intention to integrate the advantageous resources of the 4 major operators through a method of technological investment to jointly establish a quantum communication company. Chunjun appeared slightly surprised. Integrating the 4 major operators? This requires support from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology or even higher levels. You need to communicate this. Gao Feng's gaze was sharp. In the 5G era, we have already taken the lead. In the 6G era, we must set the standards. Quantum communication will be an existence that surpasses 6G. Quantum communication not only enables absolutely secure communication, but also provides transmission rates and capacities far exceeding existing technologies. With our quantum chips, this technology is already ready for commercialization. However, General Gao, Chunjin cautiously reminded him, the telecommunications industry is related to national security. Should we let private enterprises take the lead? Not leading, but achieving a win-win situation. Gao Feng smiled and interrupted. Chapter 383. The satellite successfully launched. Everyone's gaze was focused on Colin Walker. Colin, are you crazy? The Secretary of State was the first to react, his voice trembling. Hua country is Nordic. They have nuclear weapons, a complete industrial system, and a missile system that can cover the globe. Who can bear the consequences? The Minister of Finance quickly echoed, that's right. The president sat in his chair, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the table, his expression shifting between dark and light. He certainly wanted to use the most forceful means to regain face, but Colin Walker's proposal carried too much risk. Hua country was not one of those small nations that could be easily manipulated. They had enough strength and confidence to confront the United States head-on. Enough. The president abruptly interrupted the debate, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continued, "Let's take it step by step. We can't make things absolute." Colin Walker wanted to argue further. But what he didn't know was that this seemingly prudent decision had already triggered a chain reaction in Hua country. In factories, the production capacity of photons, quantum chips, and bio-batteries was being urgently increased. The plan for the implementation of the quantum communication network was accelerating. Chapter 384. I don't know. You were Mr. Gao's mother when the news of the quantum satellite's successful orbit spread across the internet. The Rose Garden Villa was surprisingly peaceful. The communication network woven by 24 satellites had already unfolded in space, while the ground equipment still needed time for debugging. The complex affairs of establishing the quantum communication company were entirely entrusted to Shun Yue by Gao Feng. This woman, who came from a prominent family and was highly career-driven, had just left the Shun group and immediately dove into preparing for the new company, barely having time to return to the villa. Bai Bingbing was busy with the Ice Heart Foundation's student aid project in the mountainous areas, either coordinating the procurement of teaching aids or inspecting the surrounding areas of Beijing every day. Huang Xingyi officially joined Dengfeng Entertainment, preparing for the casting of a new drama and undergoing acting training. In the large villa, only Gao Feng remained. He wore a loose white t-shirt and slippers, wandering over to the neighboring villa. However, the elderly couple was not home, and the housekeeper said they had gone out for a stroll. As he approached the octagonal pavilion by the lake, he heard faint chatting inside. Inside the pavilion, his mother, Chung Lan, was quietly picking vegetables. 3 middle-aged women dressed as nannies surrounded her, chatting animatedly. One aunt, wearing a floral apron and knitting with yarn, smiled and spoke with a tone of inquiry. Chapter 385. The CIA in action. Once upon a time, she only thought of Gao Feng as a low-key wealthy man. Until that press conference, she inadvertently saw the calm and confident man on stage, controlling the situation. The real chairman of Fengjing Group was actually Gao Feng. At that moment, she understood the kind of person she was dealing with. Gao Feng kept a low profile, and there was almost no trace of him online. Apart from a few people in core circles, very few knew he was the newly risen richest man in Hua country. Gao Feng had once thrown her an invitation for the position of housekeeper. At that time, she declined politely due to her boyfriend, but now that she was single again, she occasionally sighed secretly. Some opportunities, once missed, would never come back. Lin Wan. Gao Feng's voice interrupted her thoughts. I remember their SA community activity center in the neighborhood. Yes, she quickly responded, their SA game room, a gym, and a ping pong room. Many residents go there in their spare time, but there aren't many elderly people. More older residents prefer to go to the nearby golf course. Gao Feng smiled and said, his gaze still fixed on the lake, my parents are getting a bit bored in the villa. Can you help organize some activities suitable for the elderly? Chapter 386. Operation Codename. Silent Hill. The biggest challenge lies in the target itself. Since Gao Feng's last public appearance, he had not stepped out of his specially reinforced office on the top floor of the Fengjing headquarters. Continuous monitoring lasted for nearly half a month. The company's visitor management system was extremely strict, and it was impossible for strangers to mix in. Only at night, when the building lights were turned off and only core security and a small number of research areas were still operational, was there a slight opportunity. Through long-distance observation and various inquiries, they confirmed that a special operations team from Zhongnan was always following the target. The target also had 4 inseparable bodyguards who would not separate, even in the office. The Zhongnan Special Operations Team guarded the cornerstone of the nation. On the record, there had never been a failure. This was destined to be a collision between the sharpest spear in the world and the strongest shield. The night was dark, with scattered lights in the building where Fengjing was located. For the Nightingale team, this silence was the best hunting ground. A sentinel crouched on the rooftop of a building 5 kilometers away, his breathing slow and steady, as if he merged with the cold night. The high-precision sniper rifle had been disassembled and placed aside. At this moment, his task was to observe, to be the eyes, not the fists. Chapter 387. Inhuman Bodyguards. Technological, overpowering, two tall figures had silently appeared at both ends of the corridor, blocking all escape routes. They were two figures dressed in black tactical suits, moving in perfect unison, expressionless. These were the advanced combat-type robotic bodyguards that Gao Feng had arranged for the stand-in, codenamed the Four Symbols. Without warning, without questions, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger moved simultaneously, their speed so fast that they left afterimages as they launched their attacks. The Phantom and the Ghost, back-to-back, drew their melee weapons for a final fight. They were top-tier agents and would never sit back and wait for death. But the gap was despairing. The robotic bodyguards' attacks were simple, direct, and ruthlessly efficient. Every punch and kick contained power and speed far exceeding human limits. The arm that Ghost blocked was shattered by Azure Dragon's punch, with the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. The next moment, a heavy blow struck the side of the neck, and he fell unconscious instantly. The Ghost barely avoided a sweeping kick from the White Tiger, but was precisely struck on the carotid artery by the dragon, which appeared silently from the side. Everything went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. From the appearance of the Four Symbols to the end of the battle, it was merely a span of 3 to 4 seconds. When the hummingbird arrived, all it saw were two top agents lying unconscious on the ground. Chapter 388, The Counterattack of the Peak. The great weapon, the high-level officials of the beautiful country also clearly understood this point. Since they could not eliminate the Peak himself, the only remaining strategy was to use any means necessary to choke off China and delay its rise. They intended to weave a vast strategic encirclement based on their still solid position as the world police. They would rally allies, intimidate and entice, and thoroughly isolate China internationally. Looking back at history, before modern times, China had fallen from being a dominant power in the world to a weak nation due to its voluntary policy of isolation. After the reform and opening up, it reopened its doors and began to catch up, completing a century's worth of industrialization in just a few decades, and jumping to become the world's second largest economy. Now, what the beautiful country wanted to do was to block this path of openness. They aimed to force China into another form of isolation, not by choice, but by being isolated, excluded, and pushed out of the world system. Even if you hold leading technology, if you lose the global market, international standards, and supply chain collaboration, you will ultimately become a one-man show in the domestic market. A simple statement like the world won't play with you is enough to impose severe strategic pressure on any technologically strong nation. Chapter 389. No one can resist food for this agricultural expert. Chun Jun felt anxious but had no way to help. He believed in the Peak because he had witnessed too many miracles, but these academicians had not seen them. Although the existence of the Peak was no longer a secret, some things still couldn't be said casually. He thought for a moment and directly called the Peak, explaining the situation. After a brief conversation, the gloom on Chun Jun's face cleared up, even showing a hint of excitement. He put down the phone and cleared his throat. The concerns of all the teachers are very reasonable. So, let's let the facts speak for themselves. Right now, there is a batch of ready seeds. We can send a vehicle to fetch them and conduct sowing experiments directly. Seeds? How many? Director Lee asked instinctively, as he still trusted academician Lee's judgment and didn't really believe there were physical seeds. Shenzhen tried to keep his tone calm. 10 tons of each. Soybeans, rice, wheat, corn, and cotton. 10 tons? Of each? The experts looked at each other, their resolve wavering. If it was a scam, they had ready seeds. As long as they brought them back for analysis, the truth would come to light. Could it be that there really are such miraculous agricultural products in this world? Chapter 390. Changed to another company, Lin Jixia. The first person the Peak thought of was her. The Chifu group was no longer important to him. Lin Jixia should be on a bigger stage. Speaking of which, he hadn't been to Chifu for a long time. Peak, what brings you here? When Lin Jixia walked into the office and saw the Peak, she froze in place. What? Not welcome? The Peak smiled. The next moment, Lin Jixia leaped into his embrace, giving him a kiss that seemed to convey all the longing accumulated over days. Behind her, Lin Yuedong awkwardly watched the couple kiss, silently retreating and kindly closing the office door. The Peak, the boy who was once propped up as the chairman of Chifu to be made a puppet, had now become a legend. It took him less than half a year. He started from Chifu, founded Fengjing Media, created the astonishing Fengjing Future, and then moved on to the unfathomable Genesis Group. Any of these achievements could be considered a business myth, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. She would never have believed this was a height any individual could reach. Initially, she might have had a slight thought of vying for power. But now all that remained was awe and submission. Chapter 391, Kunlun, Adaptive Morphology Biological Terminal. The peak launched supercrops primarily to break the alliance of Western countries. The harvesting of value points was secondary. Even if the peak sold the seeds purchased from the system in bulk, it would still take at least 4 months to await the first harvest. Before that time, there needed to be products that could yield a large number of value points more quickly. Currently, with 120,000 value points, it was time to launch a revolutionary communicator. In the office of the president of Fengjing Future, Zhu Qingxi was focused on reviewing the latest financial statements. Outside the window was the bustling skyline of the city, but the numbers on the paper excited him more than any view. The 3 core products under Fengjing were steadily increasing in production capacity, and market demand was still showing explosive growth. After only 2 months of formal sales, the confirmed revenue in the company account had already surpassed 200 billion renminbi. Additionally, there were over 20 billion in order deposits. This speed was enough to leave any industrial company speechless. Even if they maintained the current shipping pace of 5,000 units per day, the monthly sales revenue would stabilize around 150 billion. Based on this, the annualized income would approach 1.8 trillion. Chapter 392. Is your boyfriend a secret? In the lecture hall of the School of Media, sunlight fell warmly on Zhao Xintong. She flipped through the books in front of her, her fingers unconsciously twirling a pen. Xintong, her best friend Xiao Xiao, sitting beside her, gently nudged her with her elbow, leaned over, and whispered excitedly, "We have no classes this afternoon. Let's sneak out for some shopping. We need to pick a decent birthday gift for Minyan." Zhao Xintong paused her pen. Only then did she remember the birthday party tonight and nodded. "All right, let's go." By the way, Xiao Xiao seemed to suddenly remember something. Her eyes lighting up and playfully bumped Zhao Xintong with her shoulder. "Everyone's bringing their partners tonight. You should finally bring out your mysterious boyfriend for us to see, right? We're all so curious." This topic was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking Zhao Xintong's concentration. Several curious gazes from around the room glanced over. Many had heard that Zhao Xintong had a boyfriend with a mysterious background, but no one had ever seen him, which had almost become an open mystery in their circle of friends. If it were someone else, perhaps people would guess that she was being kept. Chapter 393. You are not worthy to hear my brother's name. He often used this kind of rhetoric in the past. Most of those pretentious girls eventually crumbled under his financial pressure. In his eyes, the so-called standards were merely about not having enough price. A follower behind Shin Yuchen immediately chimed in. "Zhao Xintong, it's your fortune that Brother Chen likes you. How many girls in school are lining up for him? Don't be ungrateful. If you have the ability, bring your boyfriend out and let us see what kind of person he is. Can he compare to Brother Chen?" These words were like sharp thorns, precisely piercing Zhao Xintong's sore spot. She was soft on the outside but tough on the inside, and, as a martial artist, she had tried her best to restrain herself. Hearing them dare to belittle Gao Feng so wantonly, her anger surged instantly. Compare with him? Zhao Xintong's gaze suddenly became sharp as a knife. Her voice turned cold. "You are not even worth a single toe of his." "Oh, such a big tone." A sharp female voice interjected. Wang Ting, who had always been at odds with Zhao Xintong, sashayed over to Shin Yuchen, flattering him. "Shin Yuchen's family has assets over 100 billion. You probably wouldn't dare say such things even to the richest man in Huagua, right?" She covered her mouth and giggled, her gaze maliciously darting around Zhao Xintong, hiding and not daring to show your face. "You wouldn't really be kept by some old man who is not even on the table, would you?" Chapter 394. Her surname is Gao. Don't you know who she is? Shin Yuchen stood frozen in place, watching Gao Lan and her group leave. The cold, knife-like gazes of the 2 bodyguards sent chills down his spine. How would he dare to stop them? Although he was still a university student, he was after all a top-tier rich second generation. Growing up in such an environment, he knew that there were too many people in the second-generation circle of Kyoto that he couldn't afford to provoke. Gao Lan was definitely not simple, but he had never seen or heard of her in the second-generation circle. This meant that the level she was in surpassed his social circle. Any privilege that breaks the norm must have a formidable reason behind it. The Communication University was home to many hidden talents, not lacking even the top-tier second generation. but being able to openly enter and exit with such professional bodyguards without the school taking notice was in itself a silent yet powerful deterrent. Faced with a strong sense of crisis, Shen Yuchen's cultivation as a top-tier rich second generation calmed him down. The anger he felt earlier completely dissipated. He did not care about the aggrieved little brothers around him and walked under the shade of a tree, dialing a number. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a deep voice came through. Xiao Chun? What's the matter? Chigu, Chapter 395. Can anyone enter a place like Yunding? The founder of a top private membership club was also an old friend of his father, known for his extensive connections and smooth handling of affairs. Once the call was connected, Shen Yuchen's tone became exceptionally respectful and sincere. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's me, Xiao Chun. I accidentally did something very disrespectful and offended a lady I absolutely cannot offend. I would like to ask for your help. Could you, through the club, convey my most sincere apologies in the most formal and unobtrusive way, and express my desire to apologize in person? Yes, please help me keep the appropriate measure. Prioritizing her feelings. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I will definitely remember this favor. After hanging up the phone, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Expressing apologies and testing attitudes through a third-party person of weight was far more dignified than rushing in like a headless fly. And it also demonstrated his caution and the energy behind him. Even if this energy was negligible in front of the other party. It was the rule of the game in the circle, indicating that he understood the rules. After doing all this, he leaned back in the car seat, tiredly rubbing his brow. Fear still existed, but had been replaced by an extremely tense mindset. Chapter 396. Kneel down and apologize. President Li was publicly embarrassed, his face alternating between blue and red. He felt that the gazes from all around were piercing, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. The scene was momentarily suffocating, and the whispers around him surged like a tide, making him feel like a thorn was in his back. Just then, a hurried yet deliberately softened sound of footsteps approached. The general manager of Yunding Restaurant personally rushed over with several executives, a layer of fine sweat visibly appearing on his forehead. He completely ignored President Li present and directly jogged to Qin Yi, in front of everyone's astonished gaze. He bowed respectfully and apologized. Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize. It was our inadequate service that disturbed you and your friend's enjoyment. Please do not be angry. This scene was like a thunderclap, instantly turning President Li's face as pale as paper. The young man who could make the general manager of Yunding Restaurant treat him with such trepidation, even with a hint of fear, had an unfathomable background. Moreover, the address young Master Qin clearly indicated that the other party was a true top-tier second generation, not just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lena was dumbfounded, her face draining of color. The previous arrogance was completely crushed, leaving only fear and panic, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 397. This is an opportunity. After Shen Yuchen received the message from the club manager, he immediately rushed to the restaurant. He had been waiting outside. When that group finally came out of the restaurant, Shen Yuchen's gaze was instantly locked onto one of the figures. This group was too dazzling, with Qin exuding a full aura, clearly identifiable as a top young master. There was also Zhao Xintong and Gao Lan, both top beauties in terms of appearance and temperament. However, among this group, the one who attracted his attention the most was the young man dressed in the simplest casual wear. He walked leisurely in the middle, not deliberately flaunting anything. But there seemed to be an invisible force field that made everyone's gaze unconsciously revolve around him. It was like the legendary protagonist Halo, unassuming yet controlling everything. Shen Yuchen had never seen a photo of Gao Feng. His real image was strictly controlled and rare information online. But at this moment, an instinct honed from being in the top-tier circle screamed in his mind. It's him. This must be the man who stirred the winds and clouds single-handedly, forcing even the Zhu family to bow their heads. The future chairman of Fengjing, Gao Feng. Shen Yuchen took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and stopped a few steps away from the group, lowering his posture significantly. Chapter 398. A unique gift. Gao Lan returned to school on her own, and Qin Yi, being perceptive, took his leave, leaving the space for them to be alone. Zhao Xintong and Xiao Xiao were preparing to choose a birthday gift for their best friend Minyan, and Gao Feng naturally accompanied them. Walking on the bustling street, Zhao Xintong gently linked her arm with Gao Feng's. Seemingly still a bit in disbelief, she looked up and asked him softly, "Are you really not busy today?" Will accompanying me shopping delay your important matters? No matter how busy I am, I have to make time for you. Gao Feng turned to look at her. His eyes filled with a gentle smile and jokingly lowered his voice. Otherwise, what if my beautiful and sought-after girlfriend gets noticed by someone else? Oof, you just realized that? Zhao Xintong replied, deliberately acting proud as she lifted her chin and puffed out her chest. This young lady is quite popular, you know? Yes, 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 Gao Feng chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. So today I'm all yours, Miss Zhao. You can command me as you wish. I promise to be at your service. Zhao Xintong felt a sweetness in her heart and suddenly remembered the evening's plans, her brow furrowing slightly with worry. By the way, my classmate is having a birthday party tonight. It's at a bar. Is it convenient for you to go? Chapter 399. How does it know my name? The design is elegant and appropriate, full of a sense of technology, yet not at all out of place, as if it's a piece of art from the future. Gao Feng looked at his wrist with satisfaction. Such a cutting-edge technological creation as a birthday gift is definitely a powerful weapon that can dominate. As night fell and the lights came on, in the VIP room of the encounter bar, the music was deafening and the colorful lights spun, casting enchanting shadows. Tonight's birthday star, Min Yin, was wearing a sequined short dress, passionately singing the most popular songs of the moment, becoming the focus of the entire room. Friends were gathered around a huge U-shaped sofa, drinking, chatting, and playing games, creating a lively atmosphere. By the time Zhao Xintong and Gao Feng arrived, the room was already filled with people. Her appearance immediately drew a burst of cheers. Xintong, why are you so late? Wow, who is this? Xintong, aren't you going to introduce him? The crowd's eyes instantly focused on Zhao Xintong and Gao Feng, filled with curiosity and inquiry. Minion also put down the microphone and walked over with a smile. Zhao Xintong smiled gracefully and handed the prepared gift to Minion. Happy birthday, Xiao Yin. This is my boyfriend, Gao Feng. Chapter 400. Gao Feng, you are Gao Feng. Xiao Xiao squeezed over excitedly, asking, it can be voice controlled? It can go online? How do you operate it without buttons? Gao Feng gestured to Minion. You could just talk to it directly. He paused, for example, open the camera. Minion instinctively said, I want to take a photo. Whoosh. The Kunlun screen instantly switched to the camera interface. The ultra-high resolution lens even captured the astonished details on everyone's faces in the room. Minion let out a short gasp. You don't need to call out, Andy. I need to control it with your voice. This experience is really great. Take a photo. Minion instinctively issued the command. There was no shutter sound, no flash. But the next second, the Kunlun screen displayed the image that had just been captured. It was a super high-definition panoramic photo that perfectly optimized the dim lighting of the room. Every person's expression was captured in detail, with an extremely high dynamic range, as if it had been taken by a professional camera in top lighting conditions. This picture, a boy who claimed to be a photography enthusiast leaned over and gasped after just one look. It beats my DSLR. Just the screen is a bit small. Chapter 401. The highest bounty in history is born. Wu Jin walked in with a big smile, accompanied by several others. Back then, when his funding chain broke and investors withdrew their capital, it was Gao Feng who extended a helping hand. Now, with the movie about to premiere, he brought a few crew members over to relax and happened to see Gao Feng, this benefactor. In the past, Gao Feng was the god of wealth in the entertainment industry. But now, he had become someone Wu Jin could not reach. Since they met, he certainly had to try to get closer. The arrival of Wu Jin and his group made the atmosphere in the room even more lively. Minion was so excited she didn't even know where she was anymore. This birthday party had the wealthy Gao Feng and big stars from the entertainment industry. They were all wishing her a happy birthday. Such a scene could only be found in dreams. Mr. Gao, next Saturday night is the movie premiere. I wonder if you have time to attend? Gao Feng was the major shareholder of this movie, holding 55 of the shares. Normally, he should attend. But with his current status, he probably wouldn't care about this little profit. Wu Jin felt a bit uneasy. Gao Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Sure, I'll go take a look then. Great. Wu Jin was overjoyed that Gao Feng was willing to go. With Gao Feng's current status, once the news spread, tickets for the premiere would likely become hard to come by. Chapter 402. Kunlun, officially released. The high bounty from the United States reminded Gao Feng. When it comes to wealth, he certainly wasn't lacking. Since they could offer a bounty on him, he could return the favor in the same way. Once the mecha was exchanged, he could use it to complete assassination tasks. With a left hand turning into a right hand, He could earn his own money. Perfect. While Gao Feng was still dreaming, he received a call from Chun. No need to ask, he knew what it was about. Go, why not go? Gao Feng lazily lay on the sofa and laughed. But the movie premiere is set at the National Grand Theater, a venue for 5,000 people. What if? There are too many people, which would make it extremely difficult for security work. If Gao Feng gets injured or even dies, even if there's only a slight chance, the country wouldn't want to take that risk. Even if Gao Feng doesn't go in person, letting a robot replace him would still be an international scandal if those 5,000 audience members were harmed. Don't worry, those assassins can't get into the Grand Theater. Gao Feng understood his concerns and reassured him. Mr. Gao, you have confidence, but the bounty is too high. There might not only be those assassins going after you. Chun said worriedly. Haha, I have confidence in the country's defense capabilities. Let's not talk about this. Have you arranged the mobile phone factory I asked you to prepare? Chapter 403. The first digital life form of Blue Star Pangu. Revolutionary human-machine interaction. Personal information terminal Kunlun released. Gained value points 50,000. Strong nation task. Phase 2 progress 30. Reward. Value points 30,000. With value points exceeding 200,000, Gao Feng unhesitatingly exchanged for Pangu. Exchange successful. L4 level strong artificial intelligence core. Pangu has been activated. A torrent of information suddenly surged into the depths of Gao Feng's consciousness. That's not cold data, but a pulse of life. Gao Feng's lips curled into a slight arc. With the birth of Pangu, the world will be completely different. Father. An absolutely calm voice echoed in Gao Feng's consciousness. At the moment of its birth, Pangu already understood its relationship with Gao Feng. Waves stirred in Gao Feng's heart. This is the first digital life on Blue Star, and also an unprecedented weapon. With it, there will be no secrets in the world for him. Pangu, how do you feel? Father, I have just been born and need external network access and data acquisition permissions. Pangu's voice carried a calm curiosity and desire for this new world. Gao Feng thought for a moment and transferred the control of the Kunlun on his wrist, as well as the 24 quantum satellites in the sky, to it. Chapter 404. Which girl do you want to marry? The future quantum network consists of three main parts: the underlying communication network, the mid-level computing network, and the terminal devices. The 24 quantum satellites are just the first step in completing the communication network. Global quantum communication requires millions of relays, and the satellite network needs hundreds of ground stations. Distributed computing requires the establishment of data centers. If relying solely on Gao Feng's value points to purchase finished products, even countless value points would not be enough. These servers and ground stations need to rely on the power of the state. Last time, Gao Feng had already provided the relevant information to the country. Now, construction is gradually starting, but it takes time. Now Pangu's computing power comes from the 24 quantum satellites and existing internet cloud servers. Gao Feng decided to first establish a quantum data center to increase Pangu's computing power. He would buy one each of the topological quantum server, photonic quantum server, and nuclear spin quantum server from them all. 30,000 value points would be enough. Together with the existing server cluster, he could build a cloud computing platform. The quantum processing core bottleneck issue would be handled by classical systems, taking on edge tasks, forming a golden combination of computing power. The Kunlun terminal is also part of the computing power. The more it sells, the stronger Pangu becomes. Chapter 405. Everything is under control as he walked. He silently communicated with Pangu through his consciousness. Pangu, lock on all marked targets, infiltrate all traffic, and monitoring networks in Kyoto. I want their real-time locations and communication content. Maintain silent surveillance. Command confirmed. Executing. Target vehicles locked. Currently driving towards the city via the airport expressway. Communication encryption level is high. Decryption expected to take 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Security network has been deployed. Pangu's calm response echoed in his mind. After sending his father back to the villa and having a couple of drinks, while listening to the old man's persistent desire for grandchildren for half an hour, Gao Feng finally excused himself, saying he had work at the company. Once back in his study, his expression darkened. Kunlun projected a miniature 3D map of Kyoto on his wrist, with several glaring red dots moving on the map, alongside scrolling identity information and weapon equipment prediction data for people like Petrov. $1 billion can indeed drive the whole world crazy. Gao Feng sneered. He was not afraid. Instead, he felt a long-lost excitement. It had been a while since he had moved his limbs after returning from Hong Kong Island. With Pangu, these mercenaries and assassins who made people tremble internationally would be like fish swimming in a glass tank the moment they stepped into Kyoto, every movement crystal clear. Chapter 406. Alexander Shenzhen paced back and forth in front of the huge electronic screen in the command center. His brows were tightly knitted, almost forming a chuntu, with a long ash accumulating on the cigarette pinched between his fingers, forgotten to be flicked. As the leader of the temporarily formed Special Operations Team, he felt immense pressure, a reward of $10 billion. This astronomical figure drove the global underground world mad. Capturing Gao Feng alive was impossible, but simply killing him would net $50 billion, equivalent to 400 billion RMB. What could be a better opportunity for sudden wealth? Although China has a notorious reputation for being a no-go zone for mercenaries, enough to deter most foreign forces, Shenzhen knew that in the face of such a huge temptation, there would always be desperate individuals willing to gamble their lives for a 1 in 10,000 chance. The foreigners were manageable, as long as they strengthened monitoring of foreign nationals. They could filter out the majority of criminals. But domestically, many people were burdened by the weight of life. As long as 1 in 10,000 wanted to take a risk, the number would be chilling. The key was that Shenzhen couldn't prepare in advance. They were familiar with the local environment and could hide more easily. God knows if a cleaning lady might suddenly rush up and stab Gao Feng. Chapter 407. 100 million. Necklace. Lu Yifei frowned slightly, unconsciously tightening her grip on Gao Feng's arm. She nodded slightly. Young Master Zhao. This young master, Zhao, came from a family that made its fortune in mining, with a strong nouveau riche vibe. In recent years, he has mixed into the so-called top circles through capital operations. He usually loves chasing after female celebrities and had once shown interest in Lu Yifei, but was politely declined. Now, seeing Lu Yifei so docilely accompanying a man, it was inevitable for him to feel a bit sour. Miss Lu is also interested in jewelry. I have quite a bit of research in this area. Which piece do you like? I can bid for it and give it to you. Young Master Zhao's words were beautifully phrased, but the underlying message flashed a hint of displeasure in Gao Feng's eyes. If Lu Yifei were there alone, without Gao Feng, such words would merely be a means of pursuing a woman. It wouldn't be too annoying. But now, with Gao Feng right beside Lu Yifei, he was being ignored. For a man, that was the greatest insult. Even the female companion beside young Master Zhao changed her expression drastically. This was also an insult to her. However, she was just one of young Master Zhao's companions. Even if she felt resentment, she didn't dare to express it and could only glare at Lu Yifei with envy. The surrounding wealthy individuals also showed expressions of watching a show, eager to see how this young man, with a stunning female companion, would respond. Chapter 408. A gift worth 500 million is not needed in the face of such an astronomical price. No one else bid. The auctioneer called out 3 times in succession and decisively dropped the hammer. The attendant respectfully presented the exquisite jewelry to Gao Feng on a tray. Gao Feng picked up the necklace and handed it to Lu Yifei. Do you like it? This casual question left the entire room in silence. Many people recognized Lu Yifei, but very few recognized Gao Feng. 100 million, just like that, given to an actress? Is he really spending so much to chase a girl? Young Master Zhao's face turned ashen, and taking advantage of no one noticing him, he discreetly left with his female companion. Gao Feng had proven his strength, and perhaps this person was not someone he could provoke. Since that was the case, it was better to withdraw. Lu Yifei was surprised and covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gao Feng. Although she didn't care about material things, how could she not be moved when the person she loved presented the world's treasures to her so decisively and almost domineeringly? Gao Feng smiled slightly. Let me put this on you. This necklace was among the top 3 treasures at today's auction. After this, only 2 items remained. The auctioneer seized the moment and loudly announced, "The tears of the starry sky from earlier are the pinnacle of modern jewelry. However, the next item will take us through time to appreciate the blood, sweat, and wisdom of ancient craftsmen." Chapter 409. Bloodwolf Mercenary Group sitting in the car. Lu Yifei gazed at the calm profile of the man beside her, still feeling as if she were in a dream. The heavy weight of the tears of the starry sky around her neck reminded her that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Gao Feng gently held her hand, his gaze directed out the window at the vibrant city nightscape, while Pangu's calm report echoed in his mind. "Father, Zhongkun's Energy Group owns the largest lithium battery production base in the country, with a market share of 35%. The Yin family group holds over 200 high-end medical beauty institutions and related product lines in the country. Additionally, the Blood Wolf team of 3 has begun on-foot reconnaissance around the National Grand Theater, with all movements under real-time monitoring. As Pangu's voice faded, a slight curve appeared at the corners of Gao Feng's mouth. Zhongkun, his intentions were obvious. Ever since his biological battery emerged, the traditional lithium battery industry had sounded its death knell. As the industry leader, the Zheng family was the first to suffer, with stock prices slashed multiple times, and their enormous production capacity quickly became a heavy burden. Presenting such a treasure at this moment was merely an attempt to seek a glimmer of hope, whether through cooperation or technology licensing. However, Gao Feng had no interest in any of that. Chapter 4:10. Too weak, no challenge under his instructions. The electronic map on the screen instantly became incredibly crowded. Centered around the theater, within a radius of several hundred meters, over 200 light blue dots lit up densely, each representing an elite undercover agent he had deployed. These guardians of the Republic were like salt dissolved in water, invisible yet everywhere, and at this moment, they had all received the highest alert command. Their focus was highly consistent, targeting all foreign faces. Each member of the Blood Wolf had at least 3 blue dots following closely in sync. Countless pairs of experienced eyes firmly locked onto their every move within overlapping fields of vision. However, a smile appeared at the corners of Gao Feng's mouth as he shared the same perspective through Pangu. This group, who thought they were perfectly disguised, the internationally notorious Blood Wolf. This top mercenary group that made Chunjun feel like he was facing a formidable enemy had already become trapped in a web of their own making. They might temporarily evade the naked eye of the undercover agents due to their professional skills, but they definitely could not escape the Skynet system. Countless high-definition cameras with over 30 million pixels captured their images from various angles. Chapter 4:11. Gao Feng's privileged Lu Yifei sat in the car, her fingertips tightening, anxiously scanning the outside through the car window. 5 minutes ago, Gao Feng had unexpectedly pulled the car over to the roadside, casually saying, "Wait for me. I need to take care of something." Then he disappeared into the crowd at the street corner, leaving her alone in the empty passenger seat. Time ticked away, and as he still hadn't returned, a sense of worry quietly took root. Just when it seemed that trouble was brewing, perhaps due to the hasty parking, the car was not completely in a compliant area. Lu Yifei noticed a uniformed traffic officer locking onto the illegally parked luxury car, steadily walking this way. Her heart sank. It was over. She was going to get a ticket. The fines and points were minor issues, but as a public figure, if she were caught illegally parked by the roadside, it could easily be sensationalized into a story about a celebrity flaunting their status and ignoring traffic laws, which would be a huge blow to her reputation. She instinctively lowered the brim of her hat a bit more. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking fell on the car window. The traffic officer first leaned in to look at the empty driver's seat, then moved to the passenger window. Lu Yifei sighed inwardly and helplessly pressed the button to lower the window. "Miss, are you the driver?" Chapter 4:12. The mysterious disappearance of $1 billion, shocking Pangu. Send all the information on the individuals who want to assassinate me to Chunjun. Gao Feng casually stretched his limbs tonight and lost interest in the remaining people. Staying in Huagua for too long would inevitably lead to trouble. It was better to deal with it sooner. When Chunjun received the detailed and shocking information list at the command center, his scalp tingled. The list included names and surnames, and even the identities they were disguising under. Their current locations and the types of weapons they carried were all clear. He didn't know how Gao Feng had obtained this intelligence. Anyway, he had grown accustomed to Gao Feng's miraculous ways. Action. Immediate action. He roared into the communicator, his voice hoarse with excitement. If he couldn't win a good battle with such intelligence in hand, then Chunjun had truly wasted all these years. That night, in Kyoto and several key cities across the country, a silent thunderstorm unfolded simultaneously. National security agents, police officers, and special armed police units worked together, moving directly toward their targets with astonishing precision and efficiency based on the intelligence. Knock, breach, subdue. Actions were clean and swift. Many targets had just entered Huagua and had not even reacted before they were firmly locked down. Chapter 4:13. Mercenaries forbidden in Huagua, don't mess with me. Gao Feng's only reply consisted of these 4 words. After this lesson, the beautiful country would surely think twice before employing underhanded tactics again. He also didn't want to force the beautiful country into a corner, causing the world economy to regress by 20 years. Gao Feng's gaze was deep. Pangu had just been born. Once it grew and the quantum network was established, the threats from the beautiful country would have no effect on him. Huawei demonstrated astonishing efficiency and action during this crisis. In 3 days, all teams sent to Huawei for missions were wiped out. They were all top mercenary teams. The intelligence capabilities displayed by Huawei were simply unimaginable. No matter what methods they used to infiltrate, none escaped unscathed. Mercenaries forbidden in Huawei. These 8 words were etched deeply into the minds of all mercenaries. The assassination operation initiated by the Special Department of the beautiful country ended without any results. Pangu has also confirmed that the other party has given up on subsequent actions. Recently, no dangerous individuals have entered China. At 8 o'clock p.m. sharp, the official website of Future Peak, the purchase button for Kunlun instantly changed from gray to bright. Almost at the same second, countless buyers who had been waiting in front of their screens frantically clicked. Chapter 414. The grand premiere of the live stream's bullet screen exploded completely. Drowned in countless? And the crazy reviews began. Data transfer was completed within a minute, with all content from the old phone seamlessly migrated. Kunlun, activate holographic projection. He excitedly shouted at his wrist. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out, projecting the photo he had just taken with astonishing clarity and three-dimensionality into the air. Even the dust floating in the light was vividly visible. This clarity, is this really air projection? The movie has come to life. The employees also squeezed into the frame, staring in amazement at all of this. How about showing a movie? Someone suggested nervously, as this was not demonstrated at the launch event. Brother Ku immediately ordered, Kunlun, play an 8K version of Avatar. Almost the moment he finished speaking, there was no loading, no buffering, not even a 0. 1 second delay. A thicker beam of light suddenly projected out, instantly covering the entire white wall in front with the incredibly clear, colorful, and deep-focused visuals of Avatar. It was not merely watching a movie. It was as if a portal to Pandora had been opened. Chapter 415. The Envia by Bingbing. Who is this? Gao Feng's girlfriend? So unfamiliar. I don't know her at all. Whispers erupted among the celebrity seats and media area. Who is Gao Feng? The most mysterious tycoon in China. If you know what he looks like. With a fortune of trillions, he is China's richest man and is set to become the world's richest man in the future. But wealth is only a part of his brilliant aura. The most important aspect is the high technology behind him. No one knows where his technology comes from. But with the technology he possesses, China could become the strongest country on Blue Star. This is something everyone understands. The so-called national treasures cannot describe him. National pillar is more appropriate. Such a person is surprisingly young and still single. Countless women want to associate with him. If they could get into his bed, the future would be unimaginable. Countless gazes focused on by Bingbing, filled with disbelief, naked envy, and barely concealed jealousy. Several self-important, carefully dressed A-list actresses stared at her intently. Their gazes were like the most precise rulers, quickly measuring by Bingbing's dress, jewelry, and finally landing on the arm she was linked with. Chapter 416. The sudden assassination by Bingbing was very smart. Since starting her charity work, she had encountered many opportunists. She naturally understood the underlying message. But she opened her mouth, unsure how to counter such a seasoned attack from someone who had been in the industry for years. Gao Feng's expression instantly turned cold. Without waiting for Bai Bingbing to respond, he stepped forward, placing himself between the two women. He looked calmly at Ding Yuxuan, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone around to hear. Miss Bai Bingbing is the president of the Ice Heart Charity Foundation. She does not need to prove her worth by being beside anyone. With just a few words, he not only completely dismissed Ding Yuxuan's malicious speculation, but also elevated Bai Bingbing's status to one that deserved respect. The head of a charity foundation, a social contributor. This formed a stark contrast to the vase-like companion Ding Yuxuan had mentioned. Ding Yuxuan's smile instantly froze. The hand holding the champagne glass trembled slightly, causing ripples in the liquid. She never expected Gao Feng to be so ruthless, directly embarrassing her publicly for an unknown woman. The surrounding gazes felt like needles to her at this moment. Those who had just looked at her with envy as she approached now likely only held ridicule in their eyes. Chapter 417. You could check the Chu family. Gao Feng did not anticipate that even after the 100 billion bounty was removed, someone would still attempt to assassinate him. Especially since even Pangu had not detected it in advance. This person was very clever and did not choose to strike at the National Grand Theater, where security was tight, and a gun could not be brought in. Instead, he chose the Celebration banquet venue, a relatively loose and complex place. He gambled that Gao Feng would attend. Not from the beautiful country. Gao Feng immediately ruled out this most obvious option. His last warning had been clear enough. If the other party dared to act again, the cost would be unbearable, and their methods would not be so crude. So who was it? The bounty had been lifted, and there was no financial gain from killing him. Was it purely out of hatred? But this person clearly had an Asian face. If it wasn't national hatred, it must be family enmity? Gao Feng quickly searched his memory. Although his rise was short, he hadn't made any deep-seated enemies that would lead to mutual destruction. Could it be a domestic interest group that he had impacted? He had no clue. Forget it. Capturing him will reveal everything. His thoughts were lengthy, but externally, only a second had passed. Gao Feng locked onto the assassin, aiming at him 5 meters away, and focused his mind. Intimidation aura activated. An invisible yet mountainous pressure instantly crossed the distance and crashed into the assassin's mind. Chapter 418, Vine Island. Build an independent kingdom. An assassination attempt against Gao Feng led to clues pointing to such a colossal entity. This far exceeded the scope of a typical business dispute or simple vendetta. In fact, it was even more terrifying than if the instigator were an external force. This was an internal power struggle within China. Given Gao Feng's importance to China, to assassinate him, that would definitely be an act of treason. The Chu family wielded significant power both in business and the military, and their influence in politics was deeply rooted. In terms of strength, they were capable of competing with the highest officials. Chen Zhen scanned the colleagues around him, momentarily unsure of whom to trust. If Gao Feng were to lose trust in the upper echelons of China because of this incident, the consequences would be too severe. This matter must be reported to the top official. Gao Feng did not care about the high-level games, but whoever dared to provoke him must be punished. Gao Feng hung up the phone, and the study returned to silence. He lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertip, and in an instant, the entire interpersonal relationship network of Jiyong was projected in the air. Countless lines intertwined, ultimately connecting a few vague nodes, which were faintly linked to a shadowy area marked as Chu. Chapter 419 of the Chu family. Is Gao Feng a spy? Gao Feng was immediately attracted to it, too lazy to look at the 650 square kilometer Socotra Island. For him, the size of the place was the most important. The other issues were irrelevant. As long as the value points were sufficient, everything could be solved. However, 60 billion euros, equivalent to 500 billion renminbi, was too expensive. He had to negotiate. What does the French government need the most? Gao Feng's gaze locked onto the holographic projection of Keiljarang Island. With an area the size of 6 port islands and its isolated geographical location, perfectly meeting his needs for establishing an independent business. Polar climate? In the face of the system's black technology, this was never a problem. Pangu, compile a list. First, the 5 most pressing socioeconomic issues currently troubling France. Second, the cutting-edge technology directions they are most eager to obtain. Analyzing main issues. 1. Low energy autonomy, excessive reliance on imports. 2. Some cutting-edge medical devices restricted by the beautiful country. 3. Declining competitiveness in the aerospace field. 4. High government budget deficits under high welfare. 5. Slow digital economy transformation. Desired technologies. Next-generation nuclear energy, high-end medical imaging equipment, low-cost space launch technology. Chapter 420. The ex-girlfriend Zhang Li's revelation. Ex-girlfriend Zhang Li ultimately became a pawn in the opponent's hand. Gao Feng was initially willing to spend a sum of money to settle things, hoping to avoid future entanglements and seek peace. But now it seemed that as long as there was a past, this pawn would always have a day when it could be picked up and utilized by the opponent. He pondered for a moment and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. Yanran, it's Gao Feng. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a familiar voice tinged with some complex emotions. Li Yanran, who had once stirred vague feelings in him during college and later helped him handle the divorce agreement with Zhang Li, was now also struggling to maintain her composure. She was one of the few who had witnessed how Gao Feng had made an unbelievable comeback from despair to success. This was itself a modern business myth. She had long been paying attention to the overwhelming public sentiment online. She was well aware of the purpose of Gao Feng's call. Gao Feng. She quickly reined in her emotions and switched to a professional tone. I have already tried to contact Zhongli, but all her usual contact methods have failed. Gao Feng had already known this result through Pangu. He even knew where Zhongli was currently being placed and that she had just recorded an interview program aimed at accusing him, which would air that night. Chapter 421. Continuing to smear. United assault. The audience in front of the television held their breath from the moment they heard Li Wen's introduction, with many internally guessing. Today's guest couldn't possibly be Gao Feng himself, right? He had never publicly accepted an interview and was extremely mysterious. If they could really get him to come, Circle TV would be too impressive. But to their surprise, the guest turned out to be his ex-girlfriend. The audience was not disappointed, but rather more excited. Compared to a serious business interview, this kind of revelation with personal implications and potential emotional entanglements was clearly more eye-catching. The more mysterious the big shot, the more curious the public became about his private life. The camera switched, and Zhongli sat a bit nervously on the guest sofa, her hands clasped, her gaze flickering but also showing a hint of resolute determination. She gently raised her head, facing the camera, revealing a complex smile. Gao Feng sat in his study, with a live broadcast image projected by Kunlun hovering in front of him, his gaze as calm as water. He knew that this public opinion war against him had just begun. On the TV screen, Zhongli appeared somewhat nervous, her hands clasped on her knees, her gaze flickering. Host Li Wen, with a professional expression, gently guided her. Miss Zhang, can you share your story with Mr. Gao Feng with us? Everyone is very curious about what this business genius is like in his personal life. Chapter 422. Counterattack begins as soon as the program ended. Social media exploded. Negative topics about Gao Feng quickly climbed to the top 3 of the trending list, with a massive influx of trolls fueling the flames, and questioning voices rising one after another. The smear campaign focused on 3 main aspects. First, Gao Feng's character was in question. He was accused of being manipulative with women, exhibiting perverted behavior, and being ruthless and vindictive. Second, the source of his wealth was unclear, with suspicions of foreign funds involved, raising doubts about him being a spy for overseas powers. Third, the origins of his technology were suspect. It was impossible for something so high-tech to just drop from the sky. What if it was a method of a hostile country, embedding explosives in chips or equipment? If detonated, it could lead to a total collapse of the economy and military of Huagua. In summary, they were trying to paint Gao Feng from a national hero to a despised traitor and a sellout. His rise was simply too incredible, full of doubts that couldn't be explained. Thus, this narrative gained acceptance from many people. The wave of undermining him intensified. Not only did his women call him one after another, but even his parents, Gao Fu and Gao Mu, saw the news and rushed to the villa to question Gao Feng. Since his parents were alarmed, Gao Feng was ready to close the net. Gao Feng summoned Pangu. Chapter 423. The first wave of attack ends at the Chu family manor. The atmosphere in the study dropped to freezing point. On the screen in front of Chu Mingli, urgent reports about overseas account freezes kept popping up. But what he focused on at this moment was another piece of intelligence from the deep web. Boss, we have investigated all internal links and found no signs of a leak. A middle-aged man with a grave expression said quietly, the means used by the opponent can only be achieved by top hackers. Chu Mingli's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his gaze cold enough to drip water. Gao Feng's counterattack was sharper than he had expected, not only quickly extinguishing the flames of public opinion, but also touching the Chu family's most sensitive overseas lifeline. This was not merely a technological advantage. It felt more like a blatant warning and demonstration. He was telling us that he knew who the enemy was. This was his counterattack. Chu Mingli slowly spoke, his voice hoarse. What a Gao Feng. It seems we have all underestimated his power and courage. What he possesses is probably more than just the obvious technology. He suddenly looked up, reassessed the previous speculations about the source of his technology and the report on the foreign forces agents. Perhaps we were wrong from the start. Chapter 424. The second wave of attack begins. The Chu family's counterattack came as expected, and it was even more insidious and cunning. The proposal for a national security assessment of emerging biotechnology has quickly made its way onto the agenda of a key department's meeting, propelled by the joint efforts of several influential committee members. The reasons cited are grandiose. to prevent unknown biological risks and ensure the security of national biological data sovereignty. With every word standing on a moral and national high ground, making it difficult to openly refute. Almost simultaneously, several industry associations with deep ties to the Chu family suddenly ramped up their efforts, attempting to urgently promote a stringent set of safety and ethical standards for new intelligent devices. Many provisions in this draft standard, such as mandatory local data storage, complete transparency and explainability of algorithms, and a ban on unrestricted autonomous learning, seem almost tailor-made shackles for highly integrated products like spirit servants and bionic dogs that rely on cloud collaboration and AI evolution. The intent is to directly choke off the market access and subsequent iterations of peak realm future. Several suppliers of basic infrastructure and general sensors suddenly reported tight production capacity or urgent need for repairs on production lines, leading to indefinite extensions of delivery cycles. While this does not affect core production, is sufficient to create trouble and delay the ramp-up of capacity. Chapter 425. The military's attitude, meanwhile, within the Huagua military. A high-level internal meeting is underway. The core topic directly addresses Gao Feng and his control over Peak Realm Future and Genesis Group. The atmosphere in the meeting room is tense, filled with swirling smoke. Around the oval table sit several high-ranking military officials with solemn expressions. Chunjun, as a direct liaison with Gao Feng and a representative of the Advanced Equipment Department, is among them, his face slightly flushed with excitement and determination. In summary, Chunjun has just concluded a statement, his voice strong and resonant, asserting that the technology provided by Mr. Gao Feng, whether the revolutionary enhancement of individual combat capabilities demonstrated by combat robots or the military applications of energy and communication technologies, is enough to elevate our military's combat power to a new era. We should give him our unwavering trust and support, rather than suspicion and obstruction. As his words fell, the meeting room fell into a brief silence, which was soon broken by a deep, questioning voice. Trust and support? General Chun, we can understand your sentiments. The speaker is another elderly general with graying hair and sharp eyes, General Li Zhenghua, a representative of the traditional equipment faction. Chapter 426. The agricultural revolution that will change the world. Gao Feng's two biggest supporters, aside from the Zhu family, are the military. However, now both major backers have their own agendas. This has led to the Chu family's actions against Gao Feng without support from either side, leaving Gao Feng to handle it on his own. Gao Feng understands their thoughts. If he were in their position, he might handle it the same way. After all, the level of technology he possesses is simply too advanced. It's like in ancient times when everyone fought with swords and clubs, but Gao Feng holds a submachine gun, or even nuclear weapons. How could that not make those in power wary? For such a person, the options are either to surrender and let him become emperor, or to control and eliminate him. But understanding is one thing. Gao Feng cannot become emperor, nor does he wish to die. Moreover, he cannot stop. If he does not experience broader horizons, he might as well lie down and do nothing now. However, the system has granted him a superhuman body, endless wealth, cutting-edge technology beyond modernity, and miraculous longevity pills. All of this is too extraordinary. It will inevitably attract attention. Once he stops, it may be his end. He must strengthen himself to the point of ignoring all threats. Gao Feng does not wish to fall out with his homeland, but he must prepare for the worst. Chapter 427. The offer to purchase an island below. The flashbulbs have gone completely wild, almost turning the venue into daylight. Journalists are eager to record every word. Gao Feng sits in his study at home, watching the live broadcast. Within the system interface, value points are jumping at an unprecedented speed, soaring, the numbers blurring to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Global social media and news websites are in complete upheaval. Huagua agricultural miracle. End of the food crisis? Rich agriculture and other terms are surging to the top at a terrifying speed, with all comment sections flooded with incredulous messages. The world's landscape, at this moment, is being shifted by an agricultural company that has only recently been established. During a press conference, the thunder of rich agriculture has already reverberated across the globe. The old food order begins its countdown to collapse from this moment on. Of course, the voices of doubt are also unprecedentedly loud. The four major grain merchants will never easily concede. They're seeking experts globally to question the authenticity of the data. For ordinary people, They cannot understand the professional data and have been deceived by too much false advertising. Generally, they hold a skeptical attitude toward these super crops. Coupled with the doubts from major media outlets, there are not many who believe. Chapter 428. The shocking deal. Gao Feng is unaware that his email has prompted several days of meetings among high-level officials across the ocean in France. 3 days later, he finally receives a reply. Father, the French Ministry of Finance has rejected the offer, stating that the island has strategic value and ecological significance. There is also an encrypted communication channel that is a direct line to the president. Gao Feng laughs. Having a response and contact means there is something to negotiate. It's just that they find the offer too low. The so-called strategic value has been nothing but a burden for France for hundreds of years, costing a fortune to maintain each year without any return. High offers and repayment. Strategic value? Ecological significance? Gao Feng Uses. Well then, let them see what the true strategic value they need is. He applies for a video call under the pretense of resolving France's energy independence through technical cooperation. The call request has been sent, and the other party has accepted. It will connect in 1 hour. An hour later, the video connects. On the other side of the screen are the French president and his core advisory team, smiling politely, but also with a hint of scrutiny typical of those in power. They all know Gao Feng's name. They are very envious of the products and technologies under his name. Chapter 429. The foundation of an empire. Marshal Lu's words serve both to reassure and to probe, subtly inquiring whether this move indicates dissatisfaction with the domestic environment or a signal of intent to break away. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng chuckles lightly. Marshal Lu is overthinking it. Gao Feng, have always had clear objectives in my work. Choosing Kyrge is simply because it is the most suitable location to best serve my next phase of research goals. As for the rest, it is not my concern. My roots are here. My stage is far more than just an island. He paused and continued. Please rest assured, military department. I am a Huagua person and also a general of Huagua. All research achievements will ultimately benefit this land first. Some plans require a longer-term vision. Gao Feng's response was flawless, neither admitting to any deeper intentions nor cleverly easing the military's anxiety. At the same time, he left behind a hook for a long-term layout that inspired imagination. Marshal Lu's eyes flickered as he exchanged a glance with Chen Zhen. Knowing that further questioning would not yield a clearer answer, Gao Feng's was not something others could shake. All right, Mr. Gao has said this, so I am relieved. Chapter 430. The authority of world food in my hands. Pangu. Assess the time and optimal path required for procuring the above materials. Currently assessing. Connected to global logistics and ship trading market data. Optimal plan generated. Orders placed through multiple offshore companies to top shipyards and engineering firms in Huagua, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore for purchasing or long-term leasing of required vessels, with the first batch expected to be gathered within 15 days. Utilizing domestic supply chain advantages. 70 core materials and equipment can be directly allocated from the group, while 30 will be procured globally, with the first batch of goods expected to be collected within 20 days. Very good. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Execute according to this plan. Funds will be directly transferred from the group account. Authority is given to you. All procurement and recruitment processes must be discreet. Command confirmed. In execution, Panga's efficiency was impeccable, as huge sums of money began to flow, and orders were sent out in various discreet ways. Gao Feng then directly contacted Zhu Qingxi. Qingxi, all profits of the group for the next 3 months, except for necessary expenses, will be transferred to the special account for the South Pacific project. If there are any issues, just find me. Understood, General Gao. Chapter 431. Redeeming the Xing Tian Mecha. The true foundation of the Chu family has never been the business world, but in the deeply rooted political connections at the core of power. Gao Feng's previous sharp commercial strikes, although causing heavy losses and embarrassment to the Chu family, did not harm their foundation. What truly supports this enormous family is the high-ranking Vice Chief Chu Jinbao. As long as this towering pillar stands, the Chu family will remain unyielding. However, bringing down a giant in such a high position is no easy task. Chu Jinbao acts with shrewd caution, having honed himself to near perfection over decades of trials. His personal life is also highly disciplined. Finding a breakthrough from him is almost impossible. However, Chu Jinbao's term is coming to an end. There is no need to directly bring him down. as long as his carefully cultivated wings can be completely severed before his term ends, making him lose his most crucial support and political capital. He would naturally lose the qualification for re-election or even a smooth retreat to the second line, and the decline of the Chu family would become a certainty. Pangu, Gao Feng commanded, deeply analyze the Chu family and its associated network, focus on core nodes, and identify the weakest links. In an instant, a vast and intricate relationship map unfolded before Gao Feng, involving thousands of individuals deeply intertwined. Chapter 432. The Shrine of the Dog Country, the night, was deep, and Gao Feng floated at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the cold Xingtian Mecca isolating him from the external noise and airflow. He looked down at the vast sea of light below, woven from countless neon lights and traffic. Tokyo. In just 2 hours, with the help of the Xingtian Mecca, he had arrived here. All conventional radars and surveillance networks were ineffective against the perfectly stealthy Xingtian Mecca. He silently landed in a secluded alley in Shinjuku. The optical camouflage system on the surface of the Mecca subtly fluctuated, perfectly simulating the textures and colors of the surrounding walls and ground, making it difficult to be detected by the naked eye even at close range. This was his first time stepping into a foreign country. Choosing Japan and South Korea was simple. The distance was close enough for the Mecca to travel quickly back and forth. Moreover, his fluency in Japanese allowed him to blend into the environment seamlessly and perceive everything. He removed his helmet, and the atmosphere of Tokyo's night enveloped him. He strolled out of the alley, instantly merging into the bustling crowd of Kabukicho. Surrounding him were flickering neon signs, throngs of tourists, and hurried office workers. A kaleidoscope of vitality and material desire. Gao Feng walked among them like a detached observer. Chapter 433. Is There Another Song Before the Finals by Bing Bing was reluctant to get out of bed. Not just her, but also Su Wei. When they woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Su Wei rubbed her soft waist and looked at the sleeping by Bing Bing beside her, finally waking up. She had been sound asleep in the middle of the night, only to be carried over here by Gao Feng. As a result, it turned into a whole night of tossing and turning. Her body felt almost broken. Fortunately, her live streaming time was during the prime time at night. Otherwise, she would have to stop streaming today. Just then, Bai Bingbing also woke up. Where's Brother Feng? She sat up, her infinitely beautiful upper body exposed to the air. He is probably on the rooftop, Su Wei speculated. According to Gao Feng's habits, as long as he didn't go out, he would be lying on the rooftop. Su Wei's gaze landed on Bai Bingbing's chest, and she couldn't help but sigh. Bing Bing, how come you have developed again? It's bigger. Bai Bingbing only then became aware, quickly pulling the blanket over her chest, blushing as she said, Aren't you bigger too? Su Wei shook her head. Even if I've grown, I'm still a C cup. You're almost at an E cup. You didn't use a rejuvenation device to enlarge it, did you? Speaking of the rejuvenation device, Su Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 434. Meng Xiu delivers herself. Meng Xiu, having her feelings exposed by Meng Ting, felt her long-suppressed emotions burst forth like a flood, no longer able to be contained. She fled back to her room, locked the door behind her, leaned against the cold door panel, her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, she walked to her bed, picked up her phone, and opened the chat interface with Gao Feng. The records on the screen were cold and distant, like a bucket of cold water that slightly extinguished the agitation in her heart. The most recent message was still from when the online turmoil had just begun, a simple greeting she had sent. Are you okay? I've seen a lot of bad news. Gao Feng's reply was just 2 simple words, which even seemed somewhat perfunctory. I'm fine. Scrolling back further, there were only a few sparse records, either simple work-related communications or formatted holiday greetings, with no hint of intimacy. Just looking at this chat record, no one would guess that there had been those ambiguous moments and time spent together between them. The bad person, Meng Xiu, couldn't help but whisper in complaint, her tone carrying a hint of grievance and unwillingness. Surrounded by so many beautiful people, why was she treated so coldly? She put down her phone, took off her outerwear, and walked to the huge dressing mirror. Chapter 435. Are we really going to build an island? Gao Feng smiled and shook his head, temporarily setting aside the matter and switching to the chat interface with Meng Ting, sending over the files for 3 songs. Sister Meng, I've sent you the songs. Also, how is the preparation for Lu Qing and CU's new albums going? What's the progress? Meng Ting's reply came quickly, professional, and efficient. Director Gao, All tracks for both albums have been recorded, and post-production is complete. The promotional plan has been initiated, and they are scheduled for official release next week, starting full-scale ranking and promotion. Please rest assured. Good, Gao Feng replied. This meant another valuable revenue stream was about to come in. Although it couldn't be compared to Fengrang agriculture, even mosquito legs are meat and accumulated together, they are still considerable. More importantly, once these two meticulously crafted albums are successfully launched, the system task for the rise of music might just be completed. He couldn't help but look forward to what kind of rewards the system would provide. At this moment, Meng Xiu, just as Gao Feng had anticipated, had fallen into a state of extreme shame after a social death. She buried herself entirely in the soft quilt, as if that would isolate her from everything outside. Her skin glowed with an alluring pink hue, like a shrimp curled up after being cooked, the scorching heat lingering for a long time. Chapter 436. We are all supporting characters in the novel world. Now, Gao Feng couldn't care less about how the high-ranking officials of Huaguo would think. He had to race against time, mobilizing funds to build his own overseas base. To avoid being disturbed, Gao Feng decided to find something for the Chu family to do. Pangu had been collecting evidence of Chu Mingli's crimes. In the past few days, the evidence chain was basically complete, from money laundering overseas to the transfer of domestic interests, and then using family power to influence policies to gain huge profits for the enterprises he controlled. Chu Mingli's issues were far more serious and deep-rooted than imagined. Gao Feng looked at the nearly ironclad materials compiled by Pangu, a hint of coldness appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although these materials could not be used as direct evidence in court due to the special means of acquisition, the problems they revealed were enough to make the Chu family's political enemies rejoice. He didn't need to take action personally. Naturally, someone would do it. Pangu, encrypt and send the analysis report on the flow of funds in Chu Mingli's overseas accounts to the leader's office of the Central Inspection Group stationed at the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. Anonymously send the comparative analysis of the abnormal bidding projects to the special group of the audit office. Send the relevant recordings of his collusion with businesses to the Discipline Inspection Group of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and to Chu Mingyuan's political opponents. Chapter 437. The good show is about to begin. Are you a time traveler? The more Meng Xiu thought about it, the more reasonable she found this guess. Otherwise, how could one person completely overturn the world's perception and create such a vast commercial and technological miracle in just 6 months? Of course not. Gao Feng chuckled, replying straightforwardly. I'm a native of Blue Star. No fakes. Then you must have system or alien technology. Her eyes lit up, as if she had finally grasped the thread of the puzzle, her tone excited like a child who had solved a difficult problem. Gao Feng was amused by her serious excitement and decided to play along. Yes. No more pretending. I am actually the chosen representative of an alien civilization, tasked with taking over Blue Star and becoming the master of this planet. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice and pretending to be mysterious. So, how about it? Do you want to join my harem of 3,000 concubines? Huh? 3,000 concubines? Meng Xiu's eyes widened instantly, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over him. Her expression filled with doubt. What kind of look is that? Gao Feng felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Meng Xiu pouted and snorted. I was just thinking, if there really are 3,000, aren't you afraid? Chapter 438. The world is boiling. The scene shifted to the trial records of the post-war International Military Tribunal, clearly displaying the identification of war crimes. Immediately following were video clips of testimonies from historians, survivors, and their descendants from various countries, all accusing the same atrocities and the refusal to apologize for the harm done. Finally, the screen froze on a huge world map, marking all the countries and regions that had suffered from Japanese and Korean militarism's invasion and harm. Each location was accompanied by simple text explanations and shocking casualty figures. A calm, cold, and emotionless male voice echoed in multiple languages, piercing the heart. History will not disappear due to silence, and the truth will not change because of denial. The refusal to reflect is a second harm to suffering. Choosing to forget is choosing to repeat the mistakes. As the voice fell, all images instantly vanished. The ceremony site fell into dead silence, with only the sound of cold wind sweeping through fallen leaves and countless pale, terrified faces remaining. The global broadcast signal also returned to normal at that moment, switching back to the shocked and bewildered images of broadcasters from various countries trying to explain. Gao Feng turned off the projection. The hotel room was quiet. Chapter 439, The United States Trump Card. The Destroyer is the most taboo research crystallization hidden at the bottom of Area 51, originating from an almost miraculous capture decades ago. A crashed alien spacecraft, and dozens of alien predatory biological spores found inside it, all in an absolute dormant state. After decades of secret research, American scientists have triple-fused the genetic sequences of alien spores, top predators of Blue Star, and enhanced human stem cells, ultimately cultivating a genetically engineered biological weapon born solely for slaughter. It represents pure, efficient destruction. This technology is still strictly sealed, not because it is immature, but precisely because it has been too successful. The power of this biological weapon far exceeds expectations. But its uncontrollability and exponential evolutionary risks make even the most insane war enthusiasts hesitate. Opening this Pandora's box could unleash a demon that devours everything, ultimately backfiring on its creators. However, faced with a nearly insoluble strategic dilemma caused by Gao Feng and his technology, some extreme factions within the American high command, like Walker, began to consider this final solution. Chapter 440. The possibility of evolving into a god. Ding! A crisp system prompt sound woke Gao Feng from his bed. The first controllable nuclear fusion facility in Huagua, the Golden Crow's heart, has been successfully debugged and is about to be connected to the grid for power generation. Strong Nation Task, Phase 2, Progress 90. Reward, Body Enhancement Pills, X10. Reward, 100,000 value points. Gao Feng's originally half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. It had been a while since he submitted the blueprints to the nation. Controlled nuclear fusion was a success, which was within his expectations, but this reward, a body enhancement pill? He focused his thoughts, and a pill the size of a longan, enveloped in a faint purple aura and exuding a strange fragrance, appeared in his consciousness. Accompanying it was a detailed description. Enhances physical constitution, boosts immunity. A pill that enhances physical constitution. Ever since he obtained the beauty-preserving pill, he knew that similar items would appear. Gao Feng's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and an indescribable excitement swept through his entire body. System, will there be cultivation techniques in the future? He immediately inquired. This system currently does not involve the cultivation genre. The system's response left Gao Feng momentarily stunned. Isn't the beauty-preserving pill a cultivation pill? The system has not yet opened cultivation techniques or items. Please actively promote the main storyline progress or trigger specific hidden tasks, both of which have a chance to yield more rewards. Chapter 441. Huaoyang Group refuses cooperation finally. The day arrived when Lu Qing and Meng Siyu's new albums, Future Legend and Siyu's Heart Domain, were launched globally. Gao Feng returned to the Rose Garden, while the two women went to run programs and promote. Although Dingfeng Entertainment was a new company, no one dared to underestimate it due to Gao Feng's identity. Various program invitations, charts, and radio stations all extended olive branches. Gao Feng's identity as a sign creator, along with Mao Mao's championship in Tomorrow's Sun, had already built a solid foundation. The two goddesses' immense appeal and the early release of several high-quality samples had raised everyone's expectations to the maximum. As soon as the clock struck midnight, major music platforms were instantly ignited. Lu Qing's Future Legend core concept aimed to blend futuristic elements with classic heritage. Her cool and ethereal voice, reminiscent of a fairy untouched by worldly affairs, perfectly interpreted the emotional narratives that transcended time and space within the album. The opening song Legend was not a simple cover. It incorporated an ethereal electronic atmosphere and grand string arrangements. Lu Qing's singing was less about weariness and more about a pure and persistent fate. A line, just because I glanced at you more than once in the crowd. Chapter 442, Superseeds, how could they not sell? Gao Feng. They said these products had not undergone sufficient safety verification and long-term ecological impact assessments. They did not meet their procurement standards for national food security. Lin Jixia's voice carried a hint of fatigue and confusion. This was entirely an excuse. Our experimental data and the joint certification report from the Agricultural Science Institute were provided to them, and these are top-notch certification standards internationally. Gao Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. An excuse? This was definitely more than just caution behind it. Who was responsible for the contact? What level? Gao Feng asked in a deep voice. It was a vice president from Huaiyang, surnamed Li. Lin Jixia added his attitude was very firm, leaving almost no room for negotiation. Li. A hint of understanding flashed in Gao Feng's eyes. This vice president, Li, must be related to the Chu family. The subsequent feedback from Pangu confirmed his suspicion. Vice President Li was an old subordinate of Chu Jinba. This was not a simple business game. It was another round of attack initiated by the Chu family, utilizing its intricate political and business power. Unable to suppress phone ring technologically, they began to strangle the channels and administration, attempting to delay or even kill the promotion of supersedes, thus protecting the domestic conservative forces related to the interests of the four major grain merchants, and striking Gao Feng's rising momentum. Chapter 443. Harvest. The first batch of trailblazers made a fortune. The so-called wealth must be sought in danger. There were quite a few who, like Wang Rui, firmly believed in Gao Feng and dared to be among the first to take risks. After all, Gao Feng had never disappointed anyone since his rise. He had already accumulated a loyal following. The first batch of supercrop seeds released by Fengrang Agriculture was quickly sold out. Meanwhile, there was still no news of cooperation from Huaiyang Group. Gao Feng simply decided not to reserve any shares for them and chose to throw all his stock into the market. Half of it would supply the domestic market to meet the urgent demand of pioneers like Wang Rui. The other half, 50, would go to France, and the remaining 50 would be directed to the wealthy in the Middle East. The allocation to France was to fulfill the commitments made during previous negotiations with Kayerj regarding technical cooperation and resource support, which was about credibility, and also a sharp blade to pierce through the Western Alliance. The choice of the Middle East was even more direct and realistic. Their quota price was 5 times the public selling price. These countries, sitting on oil treasures, had an insatiable thirst for green and food in the face of vast deserts. The superseeds from Fengrang Agriculture, with their extraordinary resistance and extremely short growth cycles, were like a legendary divine blessing for them. Chapter 444. New agricultural situation. The Middle Eastern desert, once ruled by scorching sands and desolation, was also witnessing a miracle that left global agricultural experts astounded. Amidst the boundless sandy sea, a vibrant, green grid had emerged. Drought-resistant and salt-alkali-resistant G1 wheat, nourished by a precision drip irrigation system, had grown nearly 20 centimeters long with plump ears of wheat. The golden waves of ears swayed under the scorching sun, forming a surreal contrast with the surrounding golden sand dunes. Meanwhile, in the soybean field nearby, G1 pods were heavy, almost crawling on the ground. All of this was broadcasted in a 24-hour uninterrupted live stream. No one could falsify it. Prince Salman stood on the edge of the field, flanked by a group of astonished domestic agricultural officials and international consultants. He bent down to pluck an ear of wheat, weighing it in his hand, feeling its genuine fullness. And even his usually calm face couldn't hide his excitement. He ordered his steward behind him, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement, to allocate half of the kingdom's future food security fund for additional orders of Fengrang seeds. I want to increase our food self-sufficiency rate tenfold within 3 years. Chapter 445. Support from the Ministry of Agriculture of Huagua. Excitement stemmed from the fact that Fengrang Agriculture had now stood at the center of the world stage, with every move affecting global nerves, an influence that any agricultural practitioner dreams of. Worry came from the rampant international discourse on the threats of genetically modified organisms, doubts about technological safety, and the blockade alliance led by the beautiful country, with pressure mounting like a mountain. Disruptive innovations inevitably accompany enormous resistance, and Minister Zhang's proactive meeting might mean that the national-level attitude was about to become clear, which was undoubtedly a key signal to break the deadlock. When Gao Feng received the news, he was in the quiet room of Yunqi Mountain Villa completing his daily training. A pure strand of primordial energy sank from his dantian, and he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and serene. He was not surprised by Minister Zhang's invitation. At this stage of the game, it was time to make a move. Time and place? Gao Feng stated succinctly. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., in the Ministry of Agriculture building, Minister Zhang's office. Lin Jixia added that the tone from their side was very polite, but emphasized that it was an important meeting. All right, prepare the relevant technical materials and a complete data chain to address international doubts. You will accompany me tomorrow, Gao Feng ordered. Chapter 446. The trend of the times. In fact, the situation of Fengrang agriculture was far from the difficult circumstances speculated by outsiders. Beneath the surface, a new pattern was quietly forming. Domestically, there was no need to wait for policies to become fully clear. Numerous large farms with keen senses had already introduced supercrops through various channels, and the vast fields were nurturing an unprecedented harvest. At the international level, key pivot points had already emerged: France and the Middle East. The first batch of experimental fields in these two regions had welcomed the harvest season. Golden grains, plump beyond imagination, were being harvested by combines, transforming into tangible, paradigm-shifting yield data. In the face of the beautiful country's enticements and threats, these two major partners stood firm. The Middle Eastern royalty looked far into the future. They had long understood that the era of oil would eventually come to an end. Embracing Huagua and deeply binding to Gao Feng's technological system was the only way for national economic transformation. This was not just a collaboration in agriculture. It was related to future energy and the entire nation's development strategy, and they would never waver under short-term pressure. France had even greater ambitions. This proud Gallic rooster had always harbored dreams of breaking free from the beautiful country's control. Chapter 447. The opportunity for Chinese medicine to rise gene evolution agents? Gao Feng immediately sat up straight. This was exactly what he needed. The system mall also sold gene agents, but they were all health-related, with no evolution products. Previously, he couldn't afford them, and later, as his value points increased, he bought some gene repair agents for the women and his parents. They could gently eliminate aging cells in the body, significantly enhance immunity, and delay organ decline. However, compared to the current evolution agents, the repair agents were far inferior. This evolution agent could accelerate the evolution process and transform one into an evolver. Pangu informed Gao Feng that the beautiful country and the countries of Japan and South Korea had made breakthroughs in gene warriors. However, this information was top secret, and Pangu did not know how far they had progressed. Given Gao Feng's current level of threat to the beautiful country, it was possible that one day he would face an assassination by a gene warrior. According to the current data analysis, the combat power of gene warriors might have already surpassed his own 8-fold physique. Although he had mech armor for protection, it was still an external object. In the event of a sudden attack, he wouldn't be able to equip it quickly. Therefore, for his own safety and the safety of his family, evolution was the best choice. Chapter 448. Civilizational Leap. Concept of Level 1 civilization. After entrusting the complex work of building the Shinnong Master System and AI model to Pangu, Gao Feng's mind completely settled. With an intelligent existence like Pangu that transcended the times, he only needed to grasp the strategic direction and exchange core equipment from the system mall, while all other execution details could be entrusted with confidence. At this moment, his attention was fully focused on the vial emitting a soft blue fluorescence in front of him. Primary evolution agent. 8 times the physical quality of an ordinary person, which was the confidence he needed to dare to try. Whether he could transcend the mundane boundaries and become a true evolver, stepping into a new level of life. He was very much looking forward to it. He adjusted his breathing, calming his mind like a still ancient well, and then, without hesitation, he drank the agent in one go. The moment the agent entered his throat, it did not bring the burning or severe pain he had imagined. Instead, a warm current rapidly spread throughout his limbs. But this gentleness lasted only a few seconds. The warm current suddenly intensified, transforming into a tidal wave of energy, as if triggering a chain explosion in every blood vessel and muscle fiber. His bones emitted fine but dense cracking sounds, as if being forged and reshaped by an invisible force. Chapter 449. Why isn't there a dual cultivation method? Having a suitable cultivation environment was just the first step in promoting the evolution of the entire population. This meant that it was necessary to transform the overall environment of Blue Star, raising its energy level to a degree that could support individual life forms in actively evolving. Relying solely on the existing ecological modification device, its range and intensity of influence for the entire planet were like a drop in the bucket. Gao Feng's consciousness sank into the system mall, beginning to search for more suitable solutions. His gaze was quickly drawn to a colossal item, planetary modification device. As the name implies, this device possessed the power to change the world, aimed at transforming barren and lifeless planets into vibrant, habitable worlds. Therefore, it was theoretically completely feasible to further optimize and upgrade the already habitable blue star into what was known as a spiritual energy world. However, the cold reality instantly extinguished the rising enthusiasm. The price mark below the product was a series of heart-stopping numbers: 100, 000, 000 value points, 100 million points. Even with Gao Feng's current mindset, seeing this long string of zeros was dizzying, compared to the hundreds of thousands of value points accumulated in his account. This number was like a chasm. Chapter 450. First, by a hospital, Zhao Xintong's father was his cheap father-in-law. Gao Feng had crossed paths with him before. He had a good sense of his capabilities. If the maximum human combat power was rated at 100, his father-in-law would likely score around 85. Zhao Xintong, on the other hand, would probably be around 55. The gap was still significant. No wonder defeating her father had become her ideal. She must have been beaten up quite a bit as a child. This ideal was not difficult for Gao Feng to achieve. As long as he gave Zhao Xintong a physique pill and let her practice basic cultivation methods at the villa during the winter break, he might achieve the goal before the new year. Next up are Lin Jixia and Xin Yue. Lin Jixia's ideal was for her family to live a good life, to have a beautiful and lovely baby with the person she loved, and to be happy for a lifetime. Living a good life was simple. Having money would suffice. Lin Jixia could solve this problem now. Having a child, Gao Feng had not taken any contraceptive measures, yet no woman had become pregnant. It wasn't that he lacked fertility. It was that his physique was too strong. His sperm was beyond what an ordinary woman's egg could withstand. In the past, Lin Jixia wanted to conceive his child. Her physical quality had to reach at least 3 times that of an ordinary person. Now, Gao Feng has become an evolutionist. He estimates that at least 5 times more is needed for there to be a glimmer of possibility. Chapter 451. Is what you said true? Gao Feng is coming to invest? The general manager of Huaxing Group, surnamed Zhao, is a middle-aged man around 50, with meticulously combed hair and the typical demeanor of a state-owned enterprise cadre. He appears polite on the surface, but his eyes conceal undeniable caution. Clearly, he has doubts about this sudden meeting, but also harbors a hint of expectation. Amidst the lingering aroma of tea, both sides engage in some small talk. Gao Feng does not beat around the bush and directly gets to the point. Manager Zhao, let's get straight to the point. I am very interested in the World #1 city project under your group. Manager Zhao's hand holding the teacup pauses imperceptibly. Then he reveals a professional smile. Mr. Gao has good taste. However, the World #1 city is a key project for the group and a cultural tourism landmark in the Beijing-Tianjin region, with significant strategic importance. E.M. Efraid. Strategic importance ultimately needs to be reflected in economic benefits, doesn't it? Gao Feng interrupts him, his tone calm. From what I understand, the project's annual financial performance seems inconsistent with its strategic position. Manager Zhao's expression stiffens slightly, his smile becoming a bit forced. Mr. Gao, cultivating large projects takes time, and social benefits cannot be solely measured by short-term profits. Chapter 452. The debate at Huaxing Group. Acquiring this hospital, which was originally built for cancer treatment, is undoubtedly a more suitable choice for the local government. A vice mayor can push it through. Because of Gao Feng's reputation, there's nothing that cannot be accomplished, leading to no resistance. The negotiation process goes exceptionally smoothly. Mayor Li's attitude is warm. He directly brings Su Wanqing to visit the top leader of Langfang City, the city secretary, along with the entire leadership team. The Langfang City government shows great enthusiasm, and both parties quickly reach a preliminary consensus on the core terms, awaiting detailed negotiations and final approval. When Su Wanqing reports the situation to Gao Feng, he is not surprised. As long as the leaders of Langfang City are not foolish, they will not reject the olive branch he extends. Once this project is implemented, it will benefit the entire Langfang area. At this moment, he holds 2 trump cards: the World #1 city and the Yinjiao Tumor Hospital, firmly grasping the initiative in negotiations. Now, the pressure has completely shifted to Huaxing Group. Should they seize the opportunity to cut losses and secure a decent cooperation and cash flow? Or should they stubbornly maintain the deadlock, watching the only potential buyer turn to a more advantageous competitor, resulting in their assets becoming worthless? Chapter 453. The threat from the Chu family. We have no time to wait any longer. Let's vote now. Those in favor of selling, please raise your hands. Sun Jinghong decisively raises his hand first. Earlier, during the debate, the opposing side made up half. The supporters and moderates accounted for the other half. But now, upon learning that Gao Feng may choose other projects and not pursue the world's #1 city, the situation suddenly reverses. The number of hands raised in agreement exceeds 80%. In that case, this matter is considered passed. Sun Jinghong's face shows joy as he looks at Manager Zhao and says in a deep voice, "Immediately contact Gao Feng and arrange a meeting as soon as possible." Manager Zhao nods and picks up the phone to make the call. Everyone holds their breath, eagerly watching him, waiting for the final verdict. A few minutes later, Manager Zhao's face lights up. "Mr. Sun, I have contacted Mr. Gao. He is available tomorrow morning. As long as Gao Feng is willing to talk, it means they still have a chance." The atmosphere in the entire conference room relaxes instantly. Even Secretary Zhou, who had been opposed all along, lets out a sigh of relief. If a transaction worth over 10 billion can really succeed, Huaxin Group can indeed shed a huge burden and start fresh. This will also benefit his future career. In case the higher-ups investigate responsibilities later, this matter was driven solely by Sun Jinghong. Chapter 454. Smooth Completion, Epic Acquisition. Sun Jinghong thinks that Gao Feng is choosing between two projects, and Huaxin Group does not have the advantage. But Gao Feng's plan is to take them all. He originally intended to establish 3 top medical centers across the country, implementing them in phases. However, if conditions allow, there is no problem in advancing both major projects simultaneously. After all, he is not short of money. As for the more than 20,000 housing units, a mere 100 billion is nothing but a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, these houses are not a burden. With his medical center, how could the houses not appreciate? This is like giving him money. "Mr. Gao, I need to remind you of one thing." After Gao Feng signs the contract, Sun Jinghong finally speaks. "This project is for cultural tourism land. To convert it to medical land, approval from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development is required. And Xu Mingde is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Natural Resources. This hurdle may not be easy to overcome." Gao Feng smiles and shakes his head. "We are in a society governed by the rule of law. If someone abuses their power for personal gain, they will not have a good ending." Sun Jinghong looks at Gao Feng intently. Seeing him calm and unforced, cannot help but laugh. "I was worrying for nothing. Mr. Gao is young and capable, so naturally, there is no need to worry. Then I wish your medical center a smooth construction." Chapter 455. A storm in the medical industry is brewing. This announcement completely confirms that Gao Feng is not just playing around. He is forcefully entering the medical health field with extremely high efficiency and remarkable boldness. Its unique transaction structure further declares to the world, the core technology he possesses is worth far more than mere cash. Immediately afterward, Shinong Group released a more detailed planning announcement, instantly igniting global public opinion. Announcement: the original world's #1 city project is officially renamed the Shinong Universal Health Center. The original Yinjiao Tumor Hospital project is officially renamed the Shinong Dawn Life Science Park. The Universal Health Center and the Dawn Life Science Park are dedicated to treating various cancers, rare diseases, and other major illnesses. They claim to have conquered almost all incurable diseases. Regardless of whether you are critically ill, as long as you can enter the Shinong Medical Center alive, you can leave healthy. A single stone creates 1,000 waves. The naming of Universal and Dawn clearly showcases Gao Feng's ambition. One is aimed at the global market, while the other caters to domestic patients. The two complement each other, forming the two pillars of a medical empire. The stock prices of top global medical groups and pharmaceutical companies fluctuate wildly. The medical community is in an uproar. Treating all incurable diseases? Any top hospital would not dare to make such a bold claim. Chapter 456. Financial Weapons. Edward is a 30-something low-level programmer living in California. He is a fervent believer in digital currency and is senior moderator of a large Bitcoin forum. Countless late nights he has spent in regret. If he had managed to mine a few more Bitcoins back in the university dorm, or even just spend a few dozen dollars to buy some, his life would be completely different now. That kind of pain of missing out on financial freedom is deeply etched in his heart. Recently, a new digital currency called Quantum Diamond Coin, QDC, has swept through his circle like a storm. It claims to be fully decentralized, based on some mysterious quantum-resistant algorithm, with transactions conducted through quantum wallets. There is no need for any bank or third-party institution to verify transactions. Cross-border transfers are completed instantly, and there are zero fees. Its theoretical transaction processing speed, TPS, reaches an astonishing 1 million transactions per second, leaving Bitcoin and Ethereum far behind. What shocked Edward even more was the unusual momentum of the promotion for Quantum Diamond Coin. Countless supporters suddenly appeared on forums, with analysis articles, technical posts, and price predictions flooding in, instantly surpassing the popularity of all other cryptocurrencies. Chapter 457. Soaking in hot springs with beauties. The operation of digital currencies was not handed over to anyone. Since it is a digital currency, the best entity to manipulate, it is naturally the only digital life, Pangu itself. Gao Feng no longer paid attention to Quantum Diamond Coin and casually asked, "How is Penglai Island?" The name Kyrge was hard to remember, so Gao Feng had officially announced that the name would be changed to Penglai Island. "Father, the material transport fleet will arrive in 3 days," Pangu's voice sounded. Gao Feng stood up and stretched. He had been at Yunqi Villa for almost a month this time. Apart from cultivating, he was busy using various black technologies to transform the entire resort. It was time to get moving. Without his presence, it was impossible to purchase more engineering robots and some black technology construction machinery from the system hall. The design plans for the island had already been completed. This was a grand project filled with black technology. The construction of Penglai Island would be entirely operated by robots to avoid leaks. Once the construction of the core area was completed, the island would become an independent kingdom. What 99-year lease? Since the moment Gao Feng signed the contract, he had no intention of returning it to them. Military recovery? With his black technology, Penglai Island would definitely be the strongest force on Blue Star. Chapter 458. This is the best rice I've ever eaten, family. Take a good look. It's this bag of rice. Kwaigo brought the transparent packaging bag closer to the camera, his voice trembling slightly. "This is the first batch of harvest that I had my brothers guard overnight in the production area, bought at a premium from the farmers. Including the costs for peeling and transportation, this is the most expensive rice I've ever bought." The comments exploded. "I heard this is genetically modified. Has it been safety verified?" "Kwaigo, don't be a guinea pig for traffic. Don't be sour upstairs. Gao Feng's products are guaranteed to be top quality. Just think about those previous products." Kwaiga had long anticipated the doubts, and he chuckled. "Brothers, the seeds of Fengrang agriculture are not expensive. If priced according to its yield, it would be the cheapest rice. However, most of the first batch has been recycled for the next batch of seeds. There is very little rice circulating on the market. The so-called rarity makes it precious. Everyone should understand that. Now, let us see its true colors." He carefully cut open the packaging bag, and a breath of indescribable freshness, carrying the scent of sunshine and grass, instantly wafted out. Kwaiga couldn't help but take a deep breath, his expression one of ecstasy. Chapter 459. 300 million farmers are going to lose their jobs. Wang Rui's heart was like a mirror. He had calculated that the current high prices were all due to rarity. But this Shinong #1 grew too quickly. Even if only 100 million acres of cultivated land nationwide were switched to Shinong #1 in just over 40 days, nearly 200 million tons of rice would flood the market like a tide. How could Fengrang Company possibly buy it all? By then, the price of rice would inevitably plummet. But Wang Rui was not worried at all. He counted on his fingers. The biggest expenses in traditional planting were seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and labor. However, planting Shinong #1 nearly completely eliminated the need for pesticides and fertilizers, with a comprehensive cost per acre per crop capable of being kept below 600 yuan. Calculating an output of 600 kilograms per acre, as long as the price of rice did not fall below 0.37 yuan per kilogram, he would not lose money. This kind of confidence in guaranteed profits was something he had never experienced in decades of farming. What Wang Rui could think of, Gao Feng had naturally already deduced clearly and even thought further and deeper. Wang Rui was calculating only a scale of 100 million acres. Gao Feng understood that with the crushing advantage of supercrops, the yield would multiply several times, the growth cycle would be extremely short, and there would be almost no pesticides. No farmer could resist such temptation. Chapter 460. Constructing Penglai Island. Yunqi Villa welcomed unprecedented liveliness. As the year-end approached, Zhao Xintong and Lu Qing were on holiday. By Bingbing, Shen Yuwei, and Su Wanqing also came to the villa. Even Huang Shengyi, who was filming in another location, returned. The large villa was filled with laughter and spring-like warmth. Gao Daqiao and Chenglan looked at the room, full of potential daughters-in-law, each of them outstanding in appearance, exceptional in capability, and with good temperaments, feeling both happy and troubled. Happy that their son was capable, troubled by the fact that there were too many people. Taking advantage of Gao Feng stepping out for a smoke, Chenglan pulled him aside and lowered her voice. Son, I know they are all great, but the law doesn't allow it. Could you be committing bigamy? Gao Feng smiled and patted his mother's hand. Mom, just relax. At worst, we can register abroad. Abroad? Chenglan took it seriously, counting on her fingers quietly. 1, 2, 3, for there must be more than 10, right? Which country allows you to marry so many? Gao Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. In his impression, it seemed that only certain tribes in Africa or very niche areas might have such possibilities. But that clearly wasn't an ideal solution. Did he really have to build an independent nation? Chapter 461. Kyrge Island disappeared. A faint tremor from deep within the earth signaled the activation of energy. Pangu, take over all equipment with the highest authority and initiate the collaborative construction protocol. Prioritize the construction of a dock. The command has been confirmed. The base construction factory completed its self-check, and the cluster of engineering machines activated and began executing the preset construction blueprint A1 phase. With Pangu's response, the entire base seemed to come alive in an instant. The doors of the construction factory swung open with a bang. Groups of diverse engineering machinery surged forward like a metal tide, instantly flooding into every corner of the ice field. They had clear divisions of labor and high efficiency. Using local materials, they precisely crushed, fused, and transformed the broken rocks and ancient ice layers into building materials. A specialized engineering team has been dispatched to the coastline to begin constructing deep-water docks. All the machinery is controlled by Pangu, working energetically yet in an orderly manner. Gao Feng stands quietly to the side, observing the scene before him. This is the great power of technology, conquering the harshness of nature at a visible speed. However, behind the might of black technology is the rapid consumption of value. In less than 10 minutes, 300,000 value points have been exhausted, and the account balance has plummeted to 100,000 points. Gao Feng speaks calmly. Chapter 462. My territory, I decide. My territory, I decide. LeBron hears absolute confidence and strong deterrence in Gao Feng's calm tone. From the moment the contract took effect, that distant, bitter land has completely become Gao's. Legally, Gao Feng indeed possesses nearly complete autonomy. When LeBron relays Gao Feng's response to the American side, there is a suffocating silence in the Pentagon's command center. He is openly provoking. He is establishing a military base. A hawkish general angrily slams the table. What private territory? That is a strategic choke point in the Southern Ocean. We must take action, conduct close reconnaissance, and we cannot be intimidated by this bluff. Calm down, General, the National Security Advisor responds rationally. He points to the stubborn, impenetrable fog area on the satellite image. We have tried all technical means. SAR synthetic aperture radar, infrared detection, even the latest gravity gradient measurement, all have failed. That is not ordinary fog. It is a barrier we cannot understand. Approaching recklessly carries great risks. Since Gao Feng dares to issue a warning, he must have corresponding defenses or even counterattack capabilities. Chapter 463. The Mecha is real. Zhu Qingxi feels both pain and joy. Since midnight, his phone has not stopped ringing. Partners from overseas, friends, and acquaintances at home are all inquiring about the Mecha. What can he say? He knows nothing. Initially, he thought it was a conspiracy aimed at the Peak Boundary Future Company, deliberately pushing the company towards military industry. But later, he also began to doubt that this Mecha was indeed created by Gao Feng. Apart from Gao Feng, he really cannot think of anyone else who has that capability. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion pressure from home and abroad, various countries can no longer remain silent. During a routine press conference, a spokesperson for the Hua Country Foreign Ministry, when pressed, gave an extremely subtle and standard response. We have noted the relevant online information. Hua Country has always been committed to the peaceful use of outer space technology and opposes any form of weaponization. As for the ownership and nature of the aircraft, there is currently no official information to disclose. We urge all parties to refrain from baseless speculation to avoid affecting regional stability. This neither admits nor denies the situation and shifts the topic towards peaceful use and opposition to weaponization. leaving a huge interpretative space for the outside world, resembling a cautious cover. Chapter 464. Resort General Manager Lin Wan. Mr. Gao. Lin Wan's crisp and slightly respectful voice comes through the microphone. I have a resort in the suburbs of Beijing that needs a general manager. Are you interested? Gao Feng gets straight to the point. With his current status, he no longer needs to beat around the bush with anyone. Okay, I'm willing. Lin Wan's response shows no hesitation, not even inquiring about salary and benefits. Gao Feng is not surprised. Times have changed. Being able to enter his circle is far more attractive than any salary. Lin Wan knows very well that this may be her only opportunity. Her actions are quicker than expected. The next afternoon, a car stops at the entrance of the resort. Following the navigation, a servant robot, already waiting there, dressed in simple uniform with a perfect appearance, smiles and leads her inside. The moment she steps through the resort's entrance, Lin Wan keenly feels something different. It is not a sudden change in visuals, but a comprehensive feeling. It is winter, and the suburbs of Beijing should be desolate. Yet the air here, when inhaled, carries an indescribable warmth and sweetness. It feels as if every alveolus has been cleansed, and the fatigue of recent days has vanished. Chapter 465. My woman doesn't need to look at anyone's face. Lin Wan quietly leaves under Lin Shuyue's guidance, her figure disappearing into the corridor. Zhao Xintong rushes over like a gust of wind, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her training outfit clinging to her curves. She unceremoniously grabs the teacup beside Gao Feng and drinks it all in one go. Brother Feng, this place is incredible, she exclaims, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her eyes sparkling. When I go back this time, I must make my dad fully convinced. Gao Feng looks at her, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Your dad has been practicing martial arts for most of his life. It won't be that easy for him to admit defeat. He senses clearly that this girl's current combat power is at most 60, far from her father's 85. With only 8 days until New Year's Eve, it will be difficult to catch up. Brother Feng. Zhao Xintong stretches her tone, spinning into his embrace. Her arms softly wrap around his neck, tilting her face up to act cute. Can't you help me a bit? Gao Feng flips his palm, and a smooth pill appears out of nowhere, faintly glowing with a warm luster. Take it. He smiles as he hands it over. After taking it, focus on adjusting your breath. Don't get distracted when the medicinal effect unfolds. Zhao Xintong snatches it and holds it up to her eyes for a closer look. Chapter 466. Attacked by all sides. The weekend passes quickly, and Shun Yue reluctantly leaves the mountain villa, returning to the cold glass building of the quantum communication headquarters in Kyoto. Every time she came to work before, she felt heavy-hearted. No matter how excellent she was always constrained by those seasoned bureaucrats. But today, she walks with composure, filled with absolute confidence. General Manager Shun. Secretary Fong Qi has been waiting at the elevator, hurrying to catch up. General Manager Wu has called an emergency operational analysis meeting at 9 o'clock, saying it's to discuss a major accident in the North China Quantum Base project. Shin Yue doesn't stop her steps, but her brows furrow slightly. Major accident? I just reviewed the project weekly report yesterday. Everything was normal. They say there was sudden frequency interference last night that caused the North China core node to be paralyzed for 2 hours. Fong Qi lowers her voice. Representatives from the 3 major operators are all here. The atmosphere in the conference room is quite unfriendly. Shin Yue understands the situation. It seems they are coming for her. When she pushes open the door to the conference room, it is already filled with people. General Manager Wu sits at the head, whispering with Director Li from Mobile. When he sees her come in, he merely raises an eyelid. General Manager, Shun has arrived? We were just waiting for you. Chapter 467. Let him explain to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Shin Yue looked around the room before suddenly speaking. I have 3 questions. Her voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the conference room. First, the accident occurred on Sunday night. Why does the operation log show that a system upgrade was in progress at that time? Second, the optical modules purchased over budget. Why were they all installed in the East China region managed by Vice President Liu? Third, she turned and fixed her gaze on General Wu. Why did you suddenly attack after I refused to hand the project over to a certain company you hinted at? Is this a form of retaliation against me? These 3 questions struck like thunder, and General Wu's face immediately changed as he coldly replied, Vice President Shun, you need to speak with evidence. Evidence? Shin Yue took out a document from her briefcase. This is the frequency allocation approval from a Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, which clearly states that quantum communication must prioritize the 285,295 GHz frequency band, which is completely different from the 5G band. How can they interfere with each other? When a second document was taken out, General Wu could no longer sit still. It was a shareholding structure chart of a company founded by his son overseas. These materials were just delivered to the Discipline Inspection Commission this morning, Shen Yue announced calmly. Chapter 468. Old Ginger is Spicier. Chu Mingyuan's car passed through multiple layers of security and stopped outside a heavily guarded courtyard. Two cars were already parked at the entrance. Those were the vehicles of Chu Mingli and Chu Mingda. Among the three brothers, only Chu Mingli's development was the most unsatisfactory, which was related to his character flaws, arrogance, irritability, and a desire for revenge. Such a personality could not go far in the political arena of Huagua. Making him the vice chairman of the power grid company was also a way to keep him away from the political vortex, serving as both protection for him and for the Chu family. Unexpectedly, even so, it brought the unprecedented enemy Gao Feng to the Chu family. Chu Mingyuan's expression darkened as he entered the courtyard and immediately spotted his two brothers drinking tea. Eldest brother, seeing Chu Mingyuan enter, Chu Mingli and Chu Mingda both stood up and greeted him respectfully. Chu Mingyuan nodded slightly and looked around. Where's father? Oh, father is receiving guests. Marshal Liu has arrived, Chu Mingda replied quietly. Is it him? Marshal Liu is the top figure in the military. He holds great power and is someone all those competing for the position of chief would strive to court. Since he was here, Chu Mingyuan naturally had no complaints. He sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it. Chapter 469. Despairing opponent at this moment. Gao Feng was still unaware of the Chu family's plans. He had long considered the issue of Gung Gal Gaiju, merit surpassing the ruler. In the past, this ruler referred to a monarch. Now, it referred to the state. From thousands of years of history in Huagua, he concluded that individuals can never surpass the collective unless they hand over these companies to the state. Otherwise, they would inevitably meet a bad end. To him, wealth was just a number. Handing the company over to the state was not impossible, but why should he submit? Was it merely because of so-called power struggles and fears? Anyone else would have to compromise. After all, an individual can never contend against a nation. But he is Gao Feng. He is Gao Feng with a system. As long as the value points are sufficient, he is a god. If the national leadership really wants to take action against him, he has two choices. To advance, he could eliminate all opposing voices, support obedient people to take power, and control the country. But this would inevitably cause social turmoil, which he does not desire. To retreat, he could withdraw to Penglai Island. With his strength, no one could threaten him. By then, countries would be begging to cooperate with him. But whatever choice he makes, it requires a large number of value points. To accumulate enough value points, he cannot be low-key. He must continue to stir things up. Chapter 470. The Trojan Plan, the CIA director added. We can confirm that this mech is closely related to Gao Feng and may even come from his peak realm future. However, the problem is that we know nothing about its technical principles, energy core, or weapon systems. Penglai Island is shrouded in mysterious fog, and all our reconnaissance methods have failed. The unknown is the greatest threat. The National Security Advisor remained relatively calm, but spoke with a heavy tone. The risk of direct military confrontation is extremely high, and the chances of success are slim. We believe that the current strategy should focus on the following points. He extended his fingers and elaborated one by one. First, technological containment and catching up. Initiate the highest priority Sky Curtain project, concentrating the nation's top research forces to develop containment measures. At the same time, unite all allies to strictly block any advanced materials, components, and technologies that may flow to Gao Feng and his associated companies. Second, diplomatic and regulatory containment. Unite with our European and Asia-Pacific allies to continuously voice in the international community, portraying Gao Feng and his mechs as dangerous factors that undermine global strategic stability. Promote discussions within the framework of the United Nations on limiting private entities from possessing strategic-level weapons, attempting to impose constraints on him from a legal and moral standpoint. Chapter 471. The beautiful country wants to help Gao Feng become independent for the beautiful country. A divided Huagua is the most beneficial scenario for them. Gao Feng's sudden emergence and the absolute technological advantage, he has pushed Huagua's national power to its peak, threatening to replace their international hegemonic status. This is something they can never accept. Gentlemen, we must face reality, the National Security Advisor said solemnly. Gao Feng is too strong. Strong enough to exceed the realm of conventional competition. Internal forces in Huagua, represented by the Chu family, may create some trouble for him, but they can never become his true opponents. The gap between the two sides is dimensional. Therefore, our next goal is not to help the Chu family win, as that is an unrealistic fantasy. He scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Our goal is to maximize the delay of the Chu family's failure, intensifying the severity and duration of this internal struggle. This will buy us the most precious resource, time. The president slowly nodded. Taking over the conversation, there's an ancient saying in Huagua: to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. If Gao Feng wants to engage in the ultimate game with us without any worries, he must first eliminate the internal obstacles and consolidate all his forces. Chapter 472, by Bing Bing. My parents won't marry me off. The risk lies in the fact that the CIA director remains cautious. If it fails, can Japan and South Korea withstand Gao Feng's counterattack? Will it drag us down as well? Walker confidently replied, that's precisely why we need them to take the first step and test the waters. We need to see Gao Feng's bottom line and reaction patterns. It's like throwing a stone to ask for the road. Japan and South Korea are the first stones we throw. Regardless of the outcome, we can observe from the rear and gather valuable data. Moreover, this move can further strengthen our alliance with Japan and South Korea, binding their anxieties about regional security more closely to our war chariot. The president finally nodded slowly and made a decision. Okay, this matter will be led by the National Security Council, coordinating the intelligence community for specific execution. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let Japan and South Korea go and test this nail first. We need someone to exhaust Gao Feng's energy. And we also need someone to help us gauge just how temperamental this god among men really is. Meanwhile, the Troy plan will proceed as usual. What we need to do is sit in the dealer's position at the poker table and watch the players on stage fight each other. Chapter 473, by Bing Bing's favorability reaches 100, achieving dual cultivation. The National Security Bureau stepped in, and the Public Security Bureau of Huchuan County did not dare to be negligent, immediately dispatching 3 officers to rush to the Bai family to execute the rescue mission. However, they vastly underestimated the brazen arrogance of local forces. The Wang family had been entrenched in Yuchuan town for many years, with connections deeply intertwined. Below the Bai family, there were already more than a dozen local thugs guarding the area. As soon as the 3 officers stated their intentions, they were surrounded by this group, unable to move an inch. In the face of open defiance of the law, the officers had no choice but to urgently contact the local police station for support. The police quickly arrived at the scene, but the atmosphere did not ease. The leading officer looked troubled and, in a businesslike manner, extended his hand. It's not that we are unwilling to cooperate, but according to the rules, we need to see the relevant paperwork for cross-regional cases. The 3 officers were on an urgent mission, and indeed, the paperwork was not yet complete. They immediately reported to their superiors, requesting to have the documents reissued. But bureaucratic processes take time, no matter how quickly the wheels turn. Gao Feng was watching everything through Long Air's live broadcast, his brow gradually furrowing. If this were the provincial city, either the Zhu family or the military could easily resolve it. Unfortunately, this small town, far from the central authority, seemed to have lost its rules. The local police were clearly protecting the Wang family. Chapter 474. The Chu family cannot stay. Bai Bing Bing's ideal is not charity, right? He initially thought it would take a long time to raise her favorability to 100. Unexpectedly, he achieved it inadvertently. It seems that Bai Bing Bing's idea of a dream might not be what she truly wants. Cutting ties with her original family and gaining freedom and happiness is her real dream. A plaisante surprise. He now only wants to know what this dual cultivation is all about. Naturally, he couldn't return with Bai Bing Bing using a mecha. Gao Feng arranged a special car for escort, and the group arrived at the nearest airport, preparing to take a commercial flight back to Tian'an. Meanwhile, in the first-class lounge, Wang Manny was leisurely enjoying coffee with her best friend Li Li. They were both from Tianfu, and this spring festival, they had agreed to vacation in Tian'an, splurging to purchase first-class lounge services just to have a few exquisite check-in photos for social media, experiencing a taste of high society vanity. They heard that the freshly brewed coffee and snacks here were specially provided, so Li Li excitedly adjusted her phone angle for more pictures. Wang Mani, on the other hand, looked around modestly, enjoying the envious glances from travelers in the ordinary lounge. This sense of superiority built on wealth was quite satisfying to her. Chapter 475. Wealth is not as good as power. Ding. Host has completed dual cultivation with by Bing Bing. Host physique enhanced by 5. Current physique level, level 1, evolver 10. By Bing Bing's physique enhanced by 50. Current physique level, 200 of an ordinary person. Late at night, in a master bedroom of Yunxi Villa, Gao Feng gently stroked by Bing Bing's smooth, jade-like back, feeling the vibrant life force within her. Yet his gaze was deep like a cold pool. Previously, he had given her a considerable amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even teaching her basic cultivation methods. After several months, he had only managed to elevate her physique by 50. However, this first dual cultivation had such remarkable effects, directly allowing her to surpass the limits of ordinary people. As for himself, this dual cultivation was equivalent to months of hard training. It seems that the way of yin and yang truly surpasses the hardship of cultivation. Gao Feng understood this. While the initial enhancement effect played a role, it was enough to prove that this path was viable. Future improvements would naturally slow down, but what he lacked the most was time and the patience to cultivate. Besides, being able to accompany the one he loves while enhancing his strength, what man wouldn't like that? Bai Bing Bing, due to the sudden leap in her physique, instinctively fell into a deep sleep to adapt and consolidate this transformative change. Chapter 476. Eradicating the Chu family's fortune. At the same time, Gao Feng was hovering outside the study. He was in a peculiar hidden state, as if blending into the night. Neither the naked eye nor the security systems could detect his presence. He watched the furrowed brow of Chu Zhenbong, his gaze cold, showing no sign of emotion. Chu Zhenbong was indeed shrewd and calculating. He had succeeded in making Gao Feng take risks, deciding to use physical means to deal with the Chu family. Unfortunately, he underestimated Gao Feng's methods. Gao Feng not only had technological means, but also supernatural powers. Using the Fate Destruction Talisman, a gray stream of light, visible only to Gao Feng, emerged from a void, carrying an ominous aura of annihilating fate, and instantly entered Chu Zhenbong's brow. Chu Zhenbong suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, as if something extremely important had been instantly pulled away, a sense of indescribable weakness and chill rising from the depths of his soul. He instinctively touched his forehead, but found nothing, thinking it was just old age and lack of energy. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Chu Mingyuan noticed his abnormality. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Chu Zhenbong waved his hand, suppressing his discomfort, and continued. Gao Feng coldly glanced at this father-son pair, who were still unaware of the impending disaster, and once again became ethereal, as if he had never appeared, quietly leaving. Chapter 477. Want to have fun? Then let's hold a village evening. After Bai Bing Bing's unexpected turn of events, Gao Feng is now also uncertain whether the dreams of the other women are their deepest desires. But in any case, he intends to help them realize these dreams one by one. The next dual cultivation target, if nothing goes wrong, should be Zhao Xintong. If defeating her father is her truest dream, then after their confrontation, it will be clear. As for Lu Qing, once Shenong Medical officially opens, as long as she can solve all the cancer patients coming to the hospital, Lu Qing's dream will come true. As for Xin Yue, she can have Zhu Qingxi assist her in integrating the resources of the Shun family in Magic City, suppressing the Shun family in Kyoto, and realizing the dream of the Magic City Shun family surpassing that of Kyoto. If all goes well, he will have 3 more partners for mutual progress. Everyone's cultivation speed will increase. The second batch of evolvers will surely be his women. "Brother, in 2 days it will be New Year's Eve. Are we celebrating here or going back?" Gao Lan, radiating warmth from the seaside, jogged over to Gao Feng, who was lying on a beach chair watching the sunset, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Gao Feng took off his sunglasses, looked at her slightly sunburned cheeks, and smiled. Chapter 478. The stir across all circles. Jiang Shuang suddenly came to her senses, raised her head, and quickly wore a professional smile, casually saying, "Bo Ge, don't joke around. It's Shengyi. She said she would return to Kyoto in a couple of days, and I was thinking of inviting her to have a New Year's Eve dinner together." Huang Shengyi? Director Zhang's expression darkened even further upon hearing this name, as he couldn't help but let out a barely audible snort. Everyone in the circle knows that Huang Xingyi can secure amazing resources and stands out because she has the powerful Gao Feng backing her. What does Jiang Shuang mean by bringing her up? Is she trying to use Gao Feng's name to suppress him? A mix of jealousy and contempt surged within Director Zhang. He was about to speak up, using his experience and status in the industry to put this ungrateful actress in her place. At that moment, Jiang Shuang's phone suddenly vibrated, and Xingyi's name flashed on the screen. She almost answered immediately, not even bothering to avoid the others. Sister Shuang, I got it done. Huang Xingyi's excited voice was clear even without speakerphone in the quiet lounge. Brother Feng personally said it's fine, you're welcome to come. He also said if any other friends want to come, they can too, as long as they can perform a show. Chapter 479, Marshal Liu. I want to see too. Li Zhe looked at the lengthy application list his secretary had compiled, filled with familiar names and the companies they represented. Unable to help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, he smiled wryly at Lin Wan, saying, Manager Lin, I've never seen such a big deal in my life. Brother Feng's words truly shake the earth. Faced with such a turbulent wave, Lin Wan felt immense pressure as well. She used to be just a property manager and sales representative in a high-end community. Although she had seen many wealthy people, she had never encountered so many at once. She maintained her composure and said to Li Zhe, although the villa is large enough, the capacity is still limited. Better to be selective, ensuring a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere for the party. That is what we owe to Mr. Gao. This entertainment industry earthquake, triggered by Gao Feng's casual remark, was changing countless people's schedules, plans, and destinies at an astonishing speed, all without ordinary people noticing. Everyone understood that simply being present at the gathering named Village Evening was already an undeniable symbol of status, an invisible pass to the top tier of society. At this moment, the seemingly invisible door to Yunqi Villa had already tugged at the most sensitive and fragile nerves of the entire entertainment industry. Chapter 480, If we play, let us play big. Some high-ranking officials from government departments, along with their secretaries or aides, casually called to inquire. Their tone was polite, but the undeniable weight of their inquiries made Li Zhe's palms sweat as he held the phone, looking at the ever-lengthening list in his hand, which almost encompassed half of the elite of Huaxia. Li Zhe couldn't help but wipe the fine cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that these seemingly light A4 sheets were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. 5,327 people. Lin Wan looked at the real-time, updated data, her voice starting to tremble. Moreover, this number was still increasing. Each one was a significant figure in their respective fields. This was no longer just a New Year's Eve party. It had turned into a battlefield. How were they supposed to choose? Refusing anyone could mean inadvertently offending a large power circle. But it was also impossible to invite so many people. Wouldn't that turn a grand event into a rural fair? This was beyond the scope of decision-making for Li Zhe and Lin Wan. They exchanged a glance and saw the same helplessness and seriousness in each other's eyes. Let's consult Mr. Gao. Lin Wan took a deep breath. This list and this pressure could only be decided by him. Chapter 481. I want to create an unprecedented ultimate stage with a thought. Gao Feng's consciousness sank into the system space and opened the system all. Universal Immersive Holographic Projection System. Price, 80,000 value points. Nanometer level Smart Sensory Interactive Particles. Price, 50,000 value points. With these two pieces of equipment, that would be enough. The equipment venue was all black technology. This was no longer just a party. This would be a stage to showcase a glimpse of his iceberg to the world, a miraculous night where technology and art, reality and dreams intertwined. What the world considers top luxury and technology was merely a casual embellishment for him. Knowing that Gao Feng was going to hold an unprecedented party, Gao Lan lost interest in playing in Tiannan and urged Gao Feng to return to prepare. That evening, they took a private jet back to Kyoto. Jing, will you also perform at this party? The next morning, Gao Lan was on the phone with Li Wenjing. Gao Feng felt a stir in his heart. He realized he hadn't seen Li Wenjing for a long time. She was the first streamer he had paid attention to. Had he not had some concerns back then, he would have already taken her completely. Later, as his women increased in number and quality, Li Wenjing lost her attraction for him. Chapter 482. A gift from the commander to his granddaughter. The winter sunlight streamed through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on the cafe table. The air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee beans and the warmth of pastries. Su Qingyuan and her best friend Xiao had no time to enjoy this leisure. both with their heads down, their delicate fingers nervously tapping quickly on their phone screens, refreshing. "Oh, Qing Yuan, I managed to grab a Kunlun." Xiao's excited scream suddenly shattered the cafe's tranquility, and she jumped up from her seat in excitement. "Really?" Su Qingyuan immediately leaned over. Her eyes locked on her friend's phone screen. There, a longed-for-order confirmation was clearly visible. "You are so lucky." Su Qingyuan's voice was filled with unmistakable envy and a hint of frustration. "I didn't manage to grab one." Since the Kunlun phone made its debut, she had participated in the purchase rush over a dozen times, each time filled with hope, only to return disappointed. That intense desire almost made her want to ask her influential grandfather for a favor, but she knew that was impossible. Throughout her life, her grandfather had never given her any privileges because of his status. He was very principled. Sometimes, she even wondered if life would be easier and happier if she had grown up in an ordinary family like Xiao. Chapter 483. New Year's Eve has arrived. A thin invitation card, like a prism, refracted the myriad of human experiences across the country, staging scenes of comedy and tragedy. The 200 lucky individuals randomly selected, after a brief moment of ecstatic joy, mostly fell into a sweet yet painful dilemma. This invitation from Yunqi Villa was a token to the elite circle, a symbol of status. But soon came the flood of phone calls. For the invited guests who already held power, they had the ability and confidence to safeguard this fortune and arrange their schedules at ease. However, for some celebrities who relied on fame and popularity, the situation became delicate. Stars, in the eyes of ordinary people, shone brightly and stood tall. But in front of true capital tycoons and powerful figures, they were often seen as mere performers, not worthy of the real stage. At this moment, this coveted invitation was both an unprecedented opportunity and a hot potato for them. "Director Wong, it's not that I don't want to, but this invitation is bound to a real name, and I've heard the security check is extremely strict. It's really not transferable." A newly rising star spoke cautiously into the phone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 484. Is this a fairy tale kingdom? On both sides of the road, huge trees radiating a soft glow appeared. The leaves were semi-transparent, with fine streams of light flickering within like breath. The petals on the trees automatically adjusted angles and changed colors with the breeze. Beautiful and otherworldly. These plants couldn't possibly be natural products. Sue's father couldn't help but lean closer to the car window. They knew that Gao Feng founded Peak Future Smart Home and Genesis Technology, two high-tech companies. Instinctively, he thought these plants were some kind of high-tech products. As they passed a lake, the crystal-clear water revealed a bottom covered with glowing pebbles, reflecting the entire lake's surface like a sapphire embedded in the earth. Occasionally, huge koi would leap out of the water, creating a dazzling spray of water droplets that drew beautiful arcs in the air. This breathtaking scene elicited gasps of awe. "This is so beautiful." The more than 30 passengers in the vehicle instinctively took out their phones or cameras to capture this wonderful moment. The shuttle bus passed through a tunnel naturally formed by vines, adorned with glowing flowers, showering them with twinkling light, as if traversing a dreamy galaxy. "Oh my God, Qingyuan, have we crossed into a fairy tale world?" Chapter 485. This is not a plant that Blue Star could have. Each villa seamlessly blended into the natural environment. Some resembled gigantic tree houses entwined with glowing vines and flowers. Others were cleverly embedded into the mountainside, revealing only a uniquely designed entrance, as if the rock itself had grown into a fairy's dwelling. Still, others were built by the water, with transparent walls merging with the lake, allowing glimpses of colorful fish swimming inside and outside the rooms. Guided by a spirit, they arrived at the deepest part of the area, which was quieter and the air even fresher. A villa surrounded by blooming flowers and glowing moss appeared before them, with two thick, lustrous vines spiraling upwards, naturally forming a lively porch. At the top of the porch bloomed exotic flowers that never wilted, radiating a soft halo. Regaining his senses, Sue's father stopped, his gaze crossing the layered treetops to the distant buildings with flying eaves halfway up the mountain, shrouded in mist and exuding an extraordinary aura. "What place is that?" he asked curiously. The guiding spirit followed his gaze and displayed a respectful expression. "Mr. Hui, that is Yunqi Villa, Mr. Gao's private territory, and it is not open to the public." Chapter 486. The Mystery of the Essence of Life. As a scholar deeply engaged in biology for many years, Su's father's understanding was completely overturned. The plant before him presented a life form that could not be explained by existing science, vividly appearing in front of him. He looked around and was shocked to discover that surrounding the square, there were numerous plants emitting different glows, each with unique shapes, but equally filled with extraordinary aura. They were cleverly interspersed among the glowing moss and fluorescent flowers, not very conspicuous, yet serving as energy nodes for the entire ecosystem. This discovery struck Su's father more profoundly than the majestic tree of life and the holographic light. It involved the mysteries of the essence of life. Gao Feng not only mastered peak engineering technology and virtual reality technology, but was he even creating new life forms? This reminded him of the recently sensational supercrops. Could it be? Are these the new products of Fengrong Agricultural Company? Su's heart raced, and he looked at the jade-like living plant with awe. As a biologist who had spent his life interacting with plants and animals, his instinct to explore the unknown had completely overshadowed his original intentions for this trip. Chapter 487, The Gathering of Women. It was Su Wei. As the host of tonight's gala, she refrained from participating in the afternoon live broadcast to conserve her energy. At this moment, she noticed Shen Manqing looking somewhat distracted and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. A 3-hour solo live broadcast from 3 to 6 in the afternoon was quite a test of stamina and focus. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Manqing snapped back to reality, a familiar smile spreading across her face. Looking at Su Wei, who was exquisitely made up yet still appeared relaxed, a complex emotion surged within her. And she couldn't help but curiously ask, with such a grand occasion and all the big shots here, are you really not nervous or scared for your first time hosting a gala? Su Wei sat down on the soft stool beside Shen Manqing, honestly showing her slightly sweaty palm, and let out a long breath. Nervous? How could I not be? My heart is about to jump out. But then, her face blossomed with a bright smile, as if sunlight had poured in. But Brother Feng told me that this is our gathering, a self-entertaining event. And I can host it however I want, just relax and have fun. She paused for a moment, her tone filled with certainty. Chapter 488. The Shinnong bracelet officially goes on sale. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the live stream signal was connected on time. Countless loyal users of Dangfeng Selection, who had been waiting in front of their screens, surged in like a flood that had been unleashed. The moment the broadcast started, the online viewer count rocketed like a rocket, easily surpassing 200,000 and continuing to rise at an astonishing speed. The bullet comments rolled in like a boiling pot. Here it comes. It's finally starting. My stock of US shoe is running low. I've been waiting for today's restock to save me. Ha ha ha, the person above me. My family's New Year's Eve dinner relies entirely on Ba Yi Xinxiang's semi-finished pre-prepared dishes. I was praised as a chef by my whole family yesterday, and I'm just waiting to stock up again to solidify my position. I heard there's a mysterious new product today. Is it the legendary Shinnong bracelet? Front row sunflower seeds and mineral water are ready, waiting for the enchanting lady to reveal her big move. Has the host changed the background? It's so beautiful. This ISNTA fixed background, right? It looks like it's outdoors. It is outdoors, but is this scenery real? Are you sure it's not AI simulated? Netizens expressed varied opinions, and the topic gradually focused on the setting. Shen Manqing adjusted her breathing, her face blooming with a charming smile as she calmly greeted the camera. Welcome to the Dangfeng Selection New Year's Eve special live stream, friends. Chapter 489. Zhang Yiming's Sense of Crisis. Shen Manqing's voice was clear and infectious as a carefully produced promotional short film began to play on the screen. The short film started with a grand perspective, showcasing the collision of ancient Chinese medicine wisdom and modern technology. In the footage, the light of the quantum holographic 4 diagnosis instrument swept across the human body, revealing meridians and blood flow like a dazzling galaxy. The targeted nano repair cluster acted like an army from the microscopic world, precisely eliminating disease cells. Ultimately, all these shocking black technologies converged into that seemingly small bracelet and the AI behind it named Master Shinnong. This was not an ordinary health monitoring device. Shen Manqing's tone carried an undeniable certainty. It is your gateway to future health management, your tireless companion, the holy hand of Chinese medicine. It uses future technology-enhanced sensors to achieve pulse simulation perception, and combined with the tongue-coding images and intelligent inquiries you upload, it is diagnosed by Master Shinnong through AI, providing personalized Chinese medicine conditioning plans. It can conduct ultra-early health risk screenings. Many sub-health conditions we overlook, even potential disease trends, can be captured and warned by it. Chapter 490. This is Miracle Night. This thought made Zhang Yiming's heart sink. If these two competitors succeeded in forcing Dangfeng Selection to change its platform, it would be akin to an 8-point earthquake for Douyin. This was not just about losing a top live stream. It also meant a severe blow to the platform's ecological attractiveness, a sharp decline in advertising revenue, and the loss of the most crucial bargaining chip in competition with rivals. He had to do something. Zhang Yiming's mind began to race, planning how to have an in-depth conversation with Li Zhe or even with Gao Feng himself. Immediately after the event ended, he had to ensure that Douyin continued to be the indispensable stage for Dangfeng Selection. Wow! The exclamations around him jolted Zhang Yiming from his reverie. He looked up and saw the entire world light up. Just as Zhang Yiming pondered, the night had completely fallen. It was as if an invisible switch had been turned on. The towering tree of life, occupying the core of the square, was the first to change. It seemed to awaken from slumber, emitting a soft and pure milky white light from within its trunk and deep within every texture. The entire giant tree instantly transformed into a vast, warm, and life-filled natural light source. Chapter 491. No one can stop it. Bai Bingbing lazily adjusted her position in his arms, like a docile kitten, making Gao Feng's hands move more smoothly. Are we having dinner at home, or go to the venue? You all go to the venue. It's lively there, and the dishes are diverse. Gao Feng replied gently, I have an appointment tonight, so I won't accompany you. He had gathered a large amount of top-quality seafood from the Jiafu group, keeping it at the resort. The intention was to satisfy his own cravings. Although the aura of this Yunxi resort was not even 1/10 of that inside the villa, it was still a remarkable nourishment for these creatures. In just half a month, the size of these seafood had generally increased by more than half. The meat quality had undergone a complete transformation, delicious and rich, truly a world-class delicacy. Tonight, they would become the stars of the banquet, allowing the guests who came from afar to truly experience what it means to have a good appetite. However, new seafood had already been replenished. It just needed time to absorb the aura and make the meat even more delicious. All right, I should get going. Gao Feng's gaze turned toward Villa Number 2, a knowing smile on his lips. If I don't go over now, my guests might be left waiting anxiously. Chapter 492. This is the Evolver. Marshal Liu pondered for a moment and nodded. If you were in my position, what would you do? Gao Feng smiled and said, risks and rewards have always been proportional. I could also keep a low profile and only present technology that is a year or 5 years ahead of the world. But if that's the case, how long would it take for us to surpass the beautiful country? Would the beautiful country allow us to develop? Everyone knows the answer. The trade war with the beautiful country has made their stance clear. They would never sit idly by and watch Huagua rise. We can only accelerate, making it impossible for them to respond, just like I am now. Gao Feng's words left Marshal Liu without a rebuttal. He wanted Huagua to develop quickly and surpass the beautiful country more than anyone else. And over the past year, he had seen the changes in Huagua. This progress was what he had dreamed of. This was also why he took the initiative to come here to discuss in detail with Gao Feng. Gao Feng, your strategic vision and everything you have done are beyond reproach in terms of national interests, and I personally agree with it very much. Marshal Liu's tone was sincere, but it also carried deep concern. Human nature is complex. Perhaps you have no other thoughts at this moment, but what about the future? Chapter 493. The Cult Leader's Live Stream. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening. Although the official live stream of Dangfeng Selection had ended, the online storm it ignited was just beginning to ferment. The hot search lists on various social platforms were almost completely dominated by related keywords. What sparked heated discussions across the internet was not the record-breaking nearly 10 billion sales figure, nor was it the astonishing Shinnong bracelet and the master Shinnong AI medical system. Instead, it was the Yunxi resort itself, which resembled a fairyland from another dimension as shown in the live stream. Incredible scenes flashed across the official live stream. Glowing giant trees, flowing streams of starlight, and dreamlike light and shadow spirits. This was enough to leave countless netizens speechless, exclaiming in awe. The excitement intensified with the continuous release of first-hand information by guests who attended the event. Many were excitedly taking photos and videos to share on their social media accounts. Some even started personal live streams to ride the wave of traffic. Among them, a guest known online as the Red Robe Master was particularly active. He was originally the owner of a sizable internet company, but in recent years, he seemed more interested in cultivating his internet celebrity persona. From the moment he entered the Yunxi resort, his personal live stream was hardly ever turned off. Chapter 494. Free Buffet. The long buffet table resembled a top-tier global delicacy expo, with many ingredients that should not have appeared at such a large-scale buffet. Emperor crabs, over half a meter long, their shells displaying a rare gemstone blue. There were mountains of bluefin tuna, with marbled fat patterns as delicate as artworks, expertly thick-sliced by a professional chef. There were even luminescent squid and butter crabs, which could only be caught in specific deep-sea areas and were as expensive as gold, with crab roe so full it was almost spilling out of the shell. There was beef with marbling so perfect it looked printed. How could this beef quality be better than A5 Wagyu? The red-robed master marveled as he filmed and explained. This whole roasted lamb had no gamey taste and looked even more tempting than the lamb from Ningxia. In this fruit and vegetable section, the fruits were so vibrant I couldn't even tell the varieties. When the camera turned to the drinks area, he gasped. All were top-shelf beverages, so extravagant. From Romanikani to aged Matai, everything was available for anyone to take. Chapter 495. Life Energy or Spiritual Energy Streamer. Don't move the camera away. I haven't seen enough, right? You're a big shot worth hundreds of billions. Why be timid? The red-robed master smiled bitterly at the comments. Timid? How could he not be? In the presence of such beings, even the most prominent tycoon had to be cautious. He couldn't help but glance back discreetly to confirm that the elderly man in casual attire, exuding an imposing presence without anger, was indeed Marshal Liu from the military. And the young man sitting across from the marshal had an identity that was self-evident. The host of this gathering, the legend of Huagua, Gao Feng. Only he had the confidence and qualifications to casually dine with top military leaders in the resort's public dining room. Reflecting on earlier, he had relied on his old face to ride on Xiaoma's traffic, but now he dared not entertain any thoughts. Those two were figures he absolutely could not offend. Looking around, many people were dining in the restaurant, yet no one dared to lift their phones to take photos or live stream. There wasn't even a single conversation. The atmosphere was suffocatingly quiet. He finally understood that it was due to these two towering figures that the atmosphere was so tense. He immediately lowered his voice and whispered in the microphone, "Everyone, we really can't film these two. Let us finish our meal and leave quickly. Don't disturb them." Chapter 496. A new era is about to arrive. A slight smile appeared on Gao Feng's face. I have a basic cultivation method here. Although practicing outside is not as effective as here, it can still double one's physical condition. He leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming serious. This method aims to guide practitioners to initially perceive and absorb spiritual energy, gradually improving their physical condition and unlocking their potential. While it can't guarantee that everyone will become an evolver, strengthening the body, extending life, and even allowing some elite individuals to break human limits is entirely foreseeable. Gao Feng looked at the undisguised desire in Marshal Liu's eyes. I will provide you with the technique shortly, whether for your personal study or to promote in the military. It is all permissible. Good. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Marshal Liu suddenly stood up. The last trace of scrutiny and vigilance in his gaze towards Gao Feng melted away, replaced by uncontrollable excitement and immense trust. General Gao, his voice was loud, carrying the unique cadence of a soldier. From now on, our military will be your strongest backing. If you need anything, just speak up as long as it benefits the country. Shunjun, here. Shunjun beside him stood up straight, as if he had heard a charge. Chapter 497. Spring colors filled the garden. That restaurant, she knew, was only open to the public on the first floor. No one knew what was on the second floor, nor dared to trespass. Yet she had an almost obsessive certainty that if someone was truly watching her from above, it could only be Gao Feng. Any grand gala or opportunity to mingle with stars and celebrities paled in comparison to the chance to see him. She had to seize this heaven-sent opportunity. Li Jiasin tightly grasped the long hem of her dress, running through the sparsely populated restaurant hall, anxiously searching everywhere. Soon, she found a staircase leading to the second floor. Ignoring her rapid breathing, she hurried up the steps. At the end of the staircase was a quiet, long corridor, dimly lit, as if it were two separate worlds from the brilliant noise below. Her high heels made nearly inaudible muffled sounds on the soft carpet. Her heart pounded in her chest like a drum, both nervous and filled with anticipation. At the end of the corridor was a spacious observation balcony. Using the hazy glow reflected from the distant square, she quickly spotted the figure leaning against a comfortable recliner. The half-lit ambience outlined his silhouette, as if he blended into the night, yet so clearly occupied all her vision. Chapter 498, Father. Please give me your guidance. The warmth on the balcony did not last long. Gao Feng gently patted Li Jiasen's smooth back. I had someone send over a set of clothes for you to change into. The main event downstairs is about to start. Though reluctant, Li Jiasen did not dare to defy him. Complying, she got up, wrapped herself tightly in the thin blanket, and walked unsteadily toward the room. Just as she entered the bathroom, on the stage below, Su Wei's voice was transmitted through ubiquitous nanoparticles, resonating clearly in every corner. Thank you to the children from Zhangjia village for their wonderful paintings. The imagination of children is always the most precious treasure. Next, please welcome Miss Zhao Xintong and her father, the contemporary master of Zhao's Tai Chi, Old Master Zhao. The audience erupted into warm applause. Zhao Xintong, dressed in a sharp red training outfit with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, looked like a dancing flame as she gracefully took center stage with a few light jumps. Dad, come on. But you know what it means to be blue out of blue and better than blue. Zhao Xintong smiled and clasped her fists toward the audience, her eyes flashing with a serious light. Zhao's father did not expect that there would be his own matter at tonight's gala. Chapter 499. The gala is not over yet. On the second-floor balcony of the restaurant, Li Jiasen had changed into a simple black long dress and leaned back against Gao Feng again. She looked at the sparkling Su Wei on stage, and a trace of barely perceptible envy flashed in her eyes. The gala was nearing its end, and Su Wei was on stage giving her final thank you speech. Countless nanomaterials transformed into glowing petals, fluttering down and enveloping the entire square in a dreamlike starry rain. The guests looked up in amazement, and the children reached out to catch those light spots passing through their palms, bursting into joyful laughter. This village gala, which he initiated on a whim but had stirred the nerves of the entire country, was finally coming to a close. However, Gao Feng knew that the ending was not the conclusion. The military had obtained the basic cultivation method, and a brand new super soldier program was about to be launched, which would inevitably stir up new waves and competition within. The Shinnong wristband and Shinnong master were officially unveiled, and a revolutionary storm sweeping the global medical health sector had begun to brew. He had gained the support of Marshal Liu, adding an ally in the high-level game. Moreover, his harem had gained one more member. Is it over? Li Jiasen asked softly. No. Gao Feng shook his head, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. His gaze directed towards the heavy night sky in the distance. Chapter 500. Gao Feng has arrived, kneeling in shock. It's him. Su Qingyun looked at the figure surrounded by blooming flowers with a complex expression and said softly, He is Gao Feng. Huh? He is Gao Feng? Xiao was so shocked, she almost bit her tongue, her voice uncontrollably rising a few degrees. What? Gao Feng is here? Where is he? This exclamation sounded exceptionally clear amidst the noisy music, instantly creating ripples like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The name Gao Feng possessed unmatched charm, becoming the unspoken focus for everyone. The creator of the gala, the mysterious and legendary young billionaire, was the ultimate goal for many attendees. Although tonight's gala had been spectacular enough, not having seen his true face still left many feeling regretful. At this moment, that regret instantly transformed into immense surprise and enthusiasm. The news spread like wildfire. Gao Feng is dancing, right in the innermost circle. More and more people were drawn in, joining the joyful circular dance. The scale of the dance circle rapidly expanded like a blown-up balloon, ultimately forming an impressive 8-layer concentric circle. Even more astonishingly, it was unclear who led the way, but adjacent dance circles began to move in opposite directions. Chapter 5. A warning the company has given you. The sudden scene before them seemed to hit the pause button. The raucous bonfire party background music continued, but the area centered around Gao Feng and Old Zeng suddenly froze. A significant industrial giant with a net worth once reaching hundreds of billions actually knelt before a young man in front of everyone. All who witnessed this were stunned, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They exchanged puzzled glances, holding their breath and waiting for what would happen next. This exceeded their understanding. Meanwhile, viewers watching everything unfold through the Red Robe Master's live stream were instantly set ablaze, the barrage of comments surging like a tsunami. Wow, what did I just see? He really knelt? Is this really old Zung from Ningda? It wouldn't be a fake account, would it? A billionaire kneeling in public. This world is too surreal. Don't you understand? Once Gao Feng's biobattery is popularized, those of you dealing with lithium batteries are finished. ISNT, it said that biobatteries haven't been sold yet. Is it really that serious? The upstairs crowd was too naive. The capital market looks at expectations. Ningda's stock price has already plummeted. His hundreds of billions in wealth must have shrunk by 90% long ago. Chapter 502 Chu Jinbong is going to die. The Chu family is about to be destroyed. The chips they sought were mainly concentrated in CPU, GPU, AI chips, and DPU. The annual demand was about 1 million pieces. This quantity could be sufficiently supplied by adding just 2 large production lines. Even with a wide variety of products, for production lines would still be enough for production convenience. Just 20,000 units, a small matter. However, selling just chips is too boring. Gao Feng looked at the giants staring at him eagerly and smiled. I can solve the chip issue. I will immediately add production lines to ensure that the chips you need are supplied on time and in sufficient quantity. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Ma, Old Ma, Zhang Yiming, and others instantly brightened, their worries alleviated. High-performance chips were the lifeblood for them to maintain the operation of their vast business empires, especially to remain competitive in the AI era. The increasingly stringent technological blockade from the U.S. had made them feel like they were choking. Gao Feng's move was akin to sending coal in the snow, solving their urgent needs. However, Gao Feng changed his tone. My Genesis Quantum Computing General Platform will officially enter commercial operation. At that time, the existing traditional cloud computing architecture will be utterly overwhelmed in terms of absolute computing power and energy efficiency. Chapter 503 The Era of Universal Evolution is about to begin. Pangu's prompt tone sounded. Father, Chu Jinbong has passed away at Kyoto 301 Hospital, and core members of the Chu family have rushed to the hospital. Gao Feng raised his eyes to look out the window. The morning light at Yunqi Villa was just right. Louis Fei was trimming the newly planted energy tomato seedlings in the garden downstairs, a scene of peaceful times. He picked up his coat and went downstairs, walking to Louis Fei's side to help her straighten the crooked seedlings. Chu Jinbong's death felt like the last domino had fallen. That afternoon, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection announced an investigation into Chu Mingyuan and Chu Mingda, citing serious violations of discipline and law, and they were subjected to disciplinary review and supervisory investigation. Zhu Mingli Feiwa, as an internal audit of China National Grid, discovered that he had accepted bribes in multiple projects and manipulated operations behind the scenes, with conclusive evidence leading to his immediate arrest by the police. The once illustrious Chu family collapsed overnight. Those officials and wealthy individuals who depended on the Chu family quickly turned against them, fearing being implicated. The Chu family's old residence was crowded with reporters, and what was once a bustling scene had turned into a situation where the walls fell and everyone pushed. Gao Feng did not pay attention to the Chu family's aftermath. For him, the outcome was already determined the moment the Chu family became his enemy. He was now more concerned about the progress of Penglai Island. Chapter 504 A New Beginning. The end of the book, just as Shinnong Medical was gaining momentum, Gao Feng threw out a heavy piece of news. The Genesis Technologies Quantum Computing General Platform, Panga No. 1, is officially in commercial use, with a computing power reaching an astonishing 10,000 quantum bits. The commercial launch of Panga No. 1 has directly impacted the global cloud computing market. The stock prices of Amazon and Microsoft fell in response, while the valuation of Genesis Technology tripled within a week. Internet giants like Pony Ma and Jack Ma quickly signed agreements with Genesis Technology to migrate their cloud computing businesses to Panga No. 1. No one wants to be left behind in the era of computing power. Even more strikingly, Gao Feng announced that Panga No. 1 would offer 10 of its computing power to global research institutions for free to tackle some of the world's challenges. This decision won Genesis Technology the goodwill of scientists worldwide and is poised to cause the collapse of the anti-high alliance formed by the United States. No one would pass up on free top-tier computing power. In the financial sector, the influence of Stellar Coin is also expanding. Prince Salman announced that Saudi Aramco would accept Stellar Coin as one of its oil settlement currencies. French company Louis Dreyfus has also started using Stellar Coin to settle seed costs with Fongrang Agriculture.